Chapter 121. When Chen Weimo woke up again, she was already in tilts. Zui Yun's head was very close. And she messed up her hair. I just ignored you for a while. And you played a big game for me. She supported her face. Her voice was very tired. Do you know that you almost died? How long did I sleep? 5 days. Not bad. Chen Weimo breathed a sigh of relief. She reached out and touched her lower body. And her legs seemed to be still there. Half numb and half painful. Perfect. It has to be me. Others are useless, and will only cause trouble. Don't be angry. Chen Weimo knew who she was talking about. But she really didn't want others to know. If she couldn't help, she would just be anxious. It's better not to know. What are those things? The toxins that the star beast carries. The composition of this beast is too complicated. It has both animal and plant characteristics. But fortunately it also has your gene chain fragments. They said a lot of things that I didn't understand. Anyway, it was because of this that they were able to save you. If it were someone else, they would have died long ago. They were, of course, Tilt's doctors. Chen Weimo had just woken up, and her mind was still a little slow. Zui Yun said a lot, and she tried to understand it. Probably because of the genetic problem. Her rejection reaction was not that serious. So there was time to rescue her. It was a blessing in disguise. She was the only one injured at the time. And her skin and wounds actually came into contact with the star beast. The protective suits of the others were not damaged. So they should be fine. She wanted to sit up. But her arms were weak. This feeling of weakness was very unfamiliar. Natalia came to see you. And so did Il. Zui Yun muttered reluctantly. That guy. I don't know what's going on with Colonel Ming. He has been pestering me these days, and has to know your news. But I haven't replied. You are even more suspicious. Chen Weimo was helpless. I didn't explain it clearly at that time. It's not that I can't say it, but I just don't want to make things complicated. You were like explaining your last wishes at that time. Anyway, you can tell me yourself. I'm tired. Zui Yun didn't leave, and he was decisive when he left. But he turned back suddenly. The Federation and Freedom Technology. Do you have to get involved? Chen Weimo didn't answer for a long time. She didn't want to be perfunctory to Zui Yun. She had long been tired of these things. She had thought countless times about running away, finding a place where no one was, and doing whatever she wanted. But everything that happened now was strongly refreshing her perception of herself again and again. The background of the world was killing and kindness. What did it have to do with her? But there were always people who took the trouble to drag her into the game. But whether it was voluntary or forced, she hadn't thought about this question seriously for a long time. Forget it. It's useless to ask. Zui Yun just opened his mouth unnecessarily. She obviously understood. They were the only two people in the world who could empathize with each other. She had lived in a daze for the first half of her life. But after she had the ability to perceive emotions, all her joys, sorrows, anger and happiness were related to Chen Weimo. This could not be separated in any way. Similarly, she had no right to ask Chen Weimo to give up participating in things that could cost her life at any time. Zui Yun threw the laptop back to Chen Weimo. When she was not in trouble, the laptop was not so busy. She did not leave, but sat beside her, intending to watch Chen Weimo reply to messages one by one. If she did not gloat over other people's misfortunes now, she might not have the chance in the future. Chen Weimo glanced at the message, then glanced at Zui Yun, who looked excited, and hooked her finger at her. What? Zui Yun asked, and indeed came over. Chen Weimo hugged her neck, holding her with all his strength, and at the same time made a video call to Qiran, and pushed Zui Yun to the front. Chen Wei. Zui Yun? The anger of the person opposite him suddenly stopped. Qiran never lost his temper with outsiders. Where is Chen Wei? We tested the star beast and found an unknown toxin. She hasn't replied to us in the past few days. Is her injury okay? Is this her optical computer? Why is it you? Oji next to him entered the camera strongly, his face occupying 2/3 of the screen. Is it her? Another voice appeared inside. Anxious, panicked, and with some unspeakable fear. Heh. Zui Yun didn't expect that Chen Weimo was still much stronger than her even when she was injured. She snorted coldly and gave her a look of contempt. The two of them stared at each other inexplicably, and she suddenly projected the video on the optical computer into a 3-dimensional projection. The two of them twisted and secretly stalemated in front of everyone in Shibuya in an instant. Chen Weimo pinched Zui Yun from below, and Zui Yun was not to be outdone, and pulled out a pillow to cover her head. Her injury. Meng Liji was the first to break their silent battle. It's fine now. I was really going to die a few days ago. I didn't feel anything. Zui Yun answered while beating her. She didn't help to cover it up. Who asked Chen Weimo to destroy the bridge after crossing the river? That toxin. The test results showed that the toxin invaded the nerves very quickly. So according to the time, when he and Mu Fenghua went to find Chen Weimo, she should have felt the severe pain in the nerves. But she didn't show it at all. Just cried out in pain. I said it's fine now. Zui Yun always thought Meng Liji was a bit of a nag. Although he had changed his mind about him a little last time. It was not much. Chen Weimo grabbed the pillow and showed his face. Taking a deep breath, it's really okay. Are you in tilts? Meng Liji asked. Yes. I find you. Hey. Don't. Natalia never said she would reconcile with the people of the Federation. Since she knew that Gu Qinglai was temporarily saved by the military district. She even thought about assassinating him to end it all. Chen Weimo tried his best to dissuade him, probing from all angles that Gu Qinglai was just a grasshopper after autumn, and he would not be able to jump for a few days. Although she had a good impression of Meng Liji. If a federal officer took the initiative to enter the territory of tilts again, who knows what she would suddenly think of doing. Chen Weimo was so shocked that she sat up directly, and even the things on her legs creaked. She felt pain and looked at Zui Yun in confusion. Who told you to move around? Zui Yun's face said you deserve it. When she woke up, her kindness and patience disappeared. You haven't removed your airs yet. What airs? You don't know? Your legs have been like a petri dish these days. It's wonderful. She lifted a corner of the quilt, and the metal frame on her leg supported the wound that had not been sutured. There was some dark blue sticky ointment on the wound. Chen Weimo looked a little disgusted. Although it looked scary to force the wound not to heal, it didn't hurt much. Just a little troublesome. You can't let the fungus enter the body's circulation, so you have to keep the wound open for 10 days. Just in time for you to be honest. The two of them were lying on one side studying hard, but they couldn't see anything on the other side of the optical brain. But the unusual words they heard had made them realize the severity of the injury. Qiran clicked a few times on the screen at hand and directly sent the autopsy results of the star beast to Chen Weimo. The medical care in the Federation is advanced, but it is not applicable to Chen Weimo. It is not that the development is not as good as outside, but the mainstream does not think that the cyborg needs treatment. There is no need to waste resources. Either abandon it, or retransform it. This is the unified understanding that Chen Weimo's identity was finally exposed in the Federation. After a brief shock and reflection, identity and population differentiation took over again. And even if Chen Weimo was injured, she would not return to the Federation for treatment. Even if they wanted to design a complete medical plan for her, there was no objective condition for development. It would be better to let her rest well outside. And this outside should be much safer than the Federation. Although Qiran had never been to tilts, after listening to Meng Liji's description and the recent situation revealed by Chen Weimo during this period, she was full of curiosity about the development level of this place. This is definitely a country that is not inferior to the Federation. And such a place can definitely cure the unknown toxins in Chen Weimo's body. We have nothing to do recently. If you have any questions, please contact us at any time. Qiran has more important things to do now. Chen Weimo's accident sounded a wake-up call for them. Meng Liji thought that this was not a simple case of Star Beast transformation. There was only one, and the combat power was not particularly strong. And Chen Weimo's genes appeared illogically. Tang Yi, the leader of Freedom Technology, personally identified Chen Weimo as a failure. So how could he let people use her genes instead of Fengtan's? Grayler's emergence is not the end. They still have too many unknowns. Qiran glanced at Meng Liji, said a few words to Chen Weimo briefly, and then resolutely cut off the video. After this guy's brain and energy recovered, there was no problem on the physical level. But his soul was not here, and his body was useless here. My suggestion is that you find a legitimate reason to go to her again. For example, what she cares about most. Qiran leaned closer, looking serious. Didn't a biological laboratory of Freedom Technology send a call for help to uncle and aunt? Meng Liji's mouth twitched. That was half a year ago. And there was nothing valuable. Is it important? Qiran said, as a matter of course. If the sergeant hadn't deliberately let us sit on the bench and have this rare rest time, do you think I would let you go? Mengleji knew that she was not blaming him, but just expressing her grievances after being backstabbed by her superior. Forget it. Wait until she rests. Hurry up. Who knows how busy you will be in the future. And don't you realize it? Shiran nudged him with his elbow. What? Why did she send me a message first? It was obviously you who was harassing her like crazy. Right? What about another word? None of this matters. The point is that she doesn't want you to know when she is not in a good state. Oji listened for a long time without interrupting, and finally heard something he agreed with. Captain. Before he finished listening, Mengleji glanced at his head and stood up. I was not at the base these days. Thank you for your trouble. Chapter 122. Chen Weimo hopped on one leg to find Natalia. Although she was a wounded person, she was used to being busy, and it was uncomfortable to be idle all of a sudden. Natalia was wrapped in a cloak, standing alone in the back garden, with her head slightly raised, closing her eyes to rest in the warm light. You really don't relax for a moment. I've been hiding here, but you still come. The breeze brushed across her slender neck, and her drooping hair moved slightly. She has always been meticulous in her dress, and she would never have any flaws like today when she meets people. I heard from Il that you decided to move to the second planet. Chen Weimo hadn't been back for more than a month. At that time, it was just a discussion among all parties. But this time, Natalia almost overruled all the opposition. I have been annoyed by those ministers for several months, and it has become worse recently. Why do you also oppose it? I didn't oppose it. Natalia slowly opened her eyes and turned to look at Chen Weimo. I have always advocated internal circulation and less contact with the outside world. But when I really need to go out, the backlash comes. It's normal to be homesick. They are just afraid of the unknown. Afraid of what might happen during the transfer. And afraid of what they might lose. But I believe that with the strength of Tilts, the lives of its subjects can be guaranteed even if they move to a new planet. The gap between reason and reality cannot be made up by just talking. Although Chen Weimo's big truths had no substantial effect, Natalia was still happy to hear her words after hearing so many denials. Do you think I'm making a big deal out of nothing? I'm going to relocate the entire kingdom just because of some unknown creatures. Aren't there more and more of those things found here? Il has also confirmed that there is indeed a mysterious consciousness. Chen Weimo didn't answer directly. You? Natalia chuckled. You guessed at the beginning that it might be a part of some super large prehistoric creature. Now, I'm afraid your guess is correct. What's this? You crushed the kingdom scientists with your intuition? Think of the worst first, and you won't be too surprised later. And my intuition has always been good, Chen Weimo said, and suddenly felt that this sentence was a little familiar. I'm not praising you. Oh! Chen Weimo dragged his injured leg and took another step forward. If you need to explore, I can. Heal your injury first. I don't plan to give up you as a high-quality labor force. Natalia's eyes lit up. But even if I don't exploit you now, you can't sit still. Right? Although my attitude towards the Federation remains unchanged, there are still capable people in it who can be used. You understand what I mean? Natalia's question was not a question. I understand. Besides being used, there are also favors. Yes, some people can be trusted. Natalia looked at her serious eyes and smiled. Forget it. I think you don't understand. After listening to Zui Yun's recent events, Natalia thought that she was probably a bystander. But she didn't support it so much. So it was better not to make anything clear and let Chen Weimo experience it slowly. Now, in addition to relocating, I have another thing I want to put on the agenda. What? I need an offspring to increase the trust of my subjects and make relocating sound more secure. I should be able to do that. Of course you can't help me. I already have a candidate. Natalia smiled, her features becoming brighter and brighter. The previous one didn't cooperate with me and insisted on taking the throne from me before I got pregnant. Then in the next period of time, there will be a grand wedding in the kingdom. I will have a child. And the child's father will unfortunately die of illness. Her script was so straightforward that it made Chen Weimo's back shiver. But Chen Weimo didn't have any extra thoughts. Natalia had the ability to get everything she had, and she should plan for the future for what she had now. Natalia said again, I'm not telling you this because I want you to do something for me, but because I need you to know what's going to happen. For some people who are ready to make a move, you just need to see them and remember them. And you don't need to do anything. Understood. Chen Weimo is in charge of the Gem Valley, which is equivalent to ensuring the sustainable source of the country. Although she is not from the kingdom, she is very important. Some things need her support. Just like when she became Natalia's backer. Natalia has never had to spend much effort talking to Chen Weimo. Her tense nerves relaxed for a while. And she also had the energy to take care of other things. Don't be too nervous about the star beast that attacked you. I will give you the coordinates and information of some free technologies. Tilt's investigation and destruction of Freedom Technology has not yet been made public. His main method is to provoke disputes between other countries and Freedom Technology. And he does not need to do it himself. One of the reasons why these countries turned against this huge organization was that the dangerous creatures researched and produced by Freedom Technology might threaten him. Machines cannot always suppress organisms. Moreover, Freedom Technology's artificial creatures are still continuing to iterate, constantly breaking the moral bottom line of various civilizations. Thank you. You're welcome. You still have to help me with my work. Chen Weimo's eyes became empty and numb. Actually, I don't understand why they are so obsessed with biological transformation. This has far exceeded the medical purpose. What's the matter? Natalia sneered. But it was not to Chen Weimo's question. Even you will pursue stronger power. Those who claim to control life will certainly go to the next level in the world of their creator. Seeing that Chen Weimo did not respond, Natalia approached her and straightened her slightly crooked collar. Every time you feel confused, you are not really confused. It's just because the thoughts in your heart are different from what you have seen and heard before. And you can't accept it immediately for a while. Chen Weimo had to admit that Natalia was not the only one who could see through her. But she was the most aggressive. Natalia was not willing to waste time on emotional care. She always accepted it the best. And if she couldn't accept it, she would force it. Okay. Take care of your leg injury. I wish you all the best outside. Zui Yun was waiting for Chen Weimo outside the palace. As soon as she saw him, she immediately went to meet him. Are you leaving again? Of course. If you don't know, you would think you are the savior. You are busier than anyone else. Zui Yun just complained. Where are we going? This time, we will split up and then reunite. With your legs? It's not a big deal. I'm not going to fight. Zui Yun narrowed his eyes and looked unfriendly. Are there others? The place you are going is not very safe. You have to disguise yourself. Observe, and then act according to the situation. TSK. Zui Yun said unhappily. She was not too worried about herself. You'd better not make such a low-level mistake this time. Of course. Chen Weimo lowered her head slightly, recalling the scene at that time. It was indeed not right. Even if the enemy was the closest person, she should not have any hesitation on the battlefield. Zui Yun sent Chen Weimo to the agreed location and left. When she left, she also saw a flying vehicle approaching at a very fast speed. Meng Leji rushed over directly after receiving the news from Chen Weimo. And it took more than a day on the road. According to her instructions, he drove a very small flying vehicle this time and directly deposited it on Chen Weimo's large spaceship. Chen Weimo was lying on the workbench, one leg on the side, carefully sketching the internal structure of the star beast. I'm here. She didn't even look up, and pulled the stool to signal Meng Leji to sit down. Which one is this? Meng Leji didn't think the one she drew was familiar. It's also from Freedom Technology. I just want to learn and get familiar with it so that I can know how to solve it as quickly as possible when I encounter it again in the future. Meng Leji didn't ask about her condition in the past few days. He didn't dare to ask any more questions after seeing the wound with his own eyes. You said you would take me to see someone. Who is it? Let's go to a place first, and accompany me to get something. Chen Weimo had already set the position and set off directly. The spacecraft flew straight to the donut-like celestial body in the distance. The celestial body has a light blue core, inside which is a supergiant star. Around the core is a circle of young warm yellow stars like a ring. But there seems to be nothing between the core and the ring. Meng Leji has only heard of this kind of celestial body. And this is the first time he has seen it. Because these are stars created by the famous interstellar neutral organization Tabby Star. And their neutrality is somewhat different. They only interact with individuals, and do not ask about their origins and purposes. Have you ever traded with them? Meng Leji now feels that Chen Weimo is really a master of time management. Not only does she have to provoke the forest, but she also has to fight with Freedom Technology. And she also has to take care of the emergency of the prison planet. In less than a year, she is really busy. Chen Weimo sighed softly. Tabby Star is the most black-hearted place I have ever seen. It's like a bottomless pit. My family's wealth has been emptied. I heard that management rights can be traded here directly. Yes. She felt that Meng Liji asked too seriously. You don't want to buy it? Let's take a look at the market first. Let's not spend impulsively. It's not impulsive. It's really useful. Isn't it? Chen Weimao continued to lie down and draw star beasts. She had nothing to say to such a rich man. They didn't go to the giant star in the middle, but found a planet in the surrounding circle that was very similar to the main star of Rila. And the vegetation coverage rate was higher. After Meng Liji walked out of the spaceship, he found that he didn't even need to open his protective suit to breathe oxygen. He supported Chen Weimao and slowly walked towards the village in the distance. But along the way, whether it was the air, plants, or soil, they were all very similar to those of the Federation. Your deal. Wouldn't it be to make a planet like Rila? You can tell from this? Chen Weimao tilted her head completely over, and her neck was just stuck on his arm. Even the trend of the mountains is the same. Oh, boring. I wanted to keep it a secret. Chen Weimao kept this posture, looking at his profile, wondering what he was thinking. Perhaps because he had been stared at for too long. Meng Liji also looked down at her. But before he could say anything, Chen Weimao stretched out her hand to block his head, with a bullet between her fingertips. Chapter 123. Chen Weimao held down Meng Liji, who wanted to defend himself. Don't be nervous. It's a prank. She looked at the towering tree not far away, cleared her throat, and shouted, Why do you think you can succeed without aiming at me? There was no movement at first, but soon, several people came out of the woods. They were wearing very ordinary daily clothes, and their weapons were not very high-end. The young man in the lead carried the gun on his shoulder, looking unhappy. Who is he? He started questioning right away. My friend. Friend? Friends look at each other like this? Get away from me. He pushed Meng Liji away and held Chen Weimao. Is your injury serious? Come back with me to rest for 2 days. Don't do unnecessary things. I'm here to get something. Chen Weimao didn't appreciate his kindness and clamped his neck with her arms. Lu Miao. Don't mess with me. If you do anything else, I twist your head off. You? Do you have such a bad eye? What a mess. Meng Liji looked at this inexplicable farce and couldn't help but curl his lips. But he just stood aside quietly, saying nothing and doing nothing, until Chen Weimao drove away the young men and asked them to get ready first. Although only one leg is more flexible, the fighting power is not reduced. He held the staggering Chen Weimao and said faintly, I am speaking up for you. Thank you very much. The two walked slowly into the village. Before entering completely, Meng Liji asked, Are they the people you saved? Yeah. Actually, there aren't many people. Some don't believe me and refuse to go with me, even if they leave. Many are old and don't have much desire to reproduce in that environment. So there aren't many young people. Now here, only the young and capable ones are in charge. Is everyone here? There aren't many prisons that haven't been abandoned. I only had time to find 3 places, with only about 10,000 people. Chen Weimao was tired from walking, so he stood there for a while, pinching his waist. The leg frame was replaced with a micro built-in one, which did not affect her walking. But she was still in pain. But she would not show it. Meng Liji squatted silently in front of her. Don't sprint this time. Chen Weimao, Some dead memories began to attack her. She leaned forward silently. The air was filled with the smell of soil and grass. Walking up the mountain path, looking down from the gaps between the trees on both sides, there were a few small houses and neat ridges in the distance. Have you ever thought about living in such a place? Meng Liji suddenly asked. The land that Chen Weimao returned to him could be used as a military fortress. It looked cozy on the outside. But if you stepped on the wrong spot, guns and cannons would be fired at you at any time and anywhere. In what state of mind did she decorate a rural countryside in this style? Chen Weimao stared at Meng Liji's earlobe and quietly blew his hair from behind. To be honest, I think about it when I have nothing to do. But it's all a pipe dream. Forget it, she added. Have you ever thought about where it is? Meng Liji seemed not to have heard the last sentence. But Chen Weimao was also very excited. She jumped up. Do you know that there is a nebula called Petis? I've heard of it. It seems to be a planet strung together by plants? Yes. It's a scarlet rose that has grown too big. Its leaves, stems, and petals have woven a big net, as if it is holding the surrounding planets. But everywhere is clean. The land is rose-colored, and there is a faint floral scent. Are there any living creatures living there? Not many, because roses are too hard. There is no place to dig and build houses. Chen Weimao put her hands on Meng Liji's shoulders. Speaking of this, she stretched out the hand with a light brain and showed him a few photos. But I tried it. And it's not impossible. She dug a foundation. Although it was bumpy. But it took shape. Then you put it aside? Aren't you afraid of being taken by someone else? Although Meng Liji couldn't see her expression. Her emotions were contagious. Then give it to him. The universe is so big. There will always be a place you like. The warm touch beside her ear spread along her skin to her heart. Meng Liji listened quietly. And time was infinitely extended. Ah! A sharp howl broke the tranquility in the woods. Meng Liji paused and saw that not far ahead. Lu Miao threw a pile of branches in his arms to the ground and looked at him with undisguised hatred. What's wrong with you? Chen Weimao glanced at him with disdain. How old is he? Meng Liji asked. 17. Just the age of passion. You call this passion? You are the one who is less romantic. There was a small landslide before. And we just cleaned it up. Lu Miao trotted over and said unhappily. I'm working so hard inside. And you're so relaxed outside? Good. 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 Chen Weimao jumped down. Put his hands in a springing position and just stretched them in front of his forehead. And Lu Miao performed a very busy and ineffective defense out of thin air. But she was just trying to scare him. And didn't really want to do anything. I go down to get something. You wait for me upstairs. She turned to Meng Liji and signaled with her eyes, telling him not to be messed with by these rascals. Meng Liji just smiled and didn't take it seriously. When Chen Weimao entered the cave, Lu Miao stood in front of Meng Liji. Although he was a head shorter, he forced his brothers to surround Meng Liji, put his hands on his waist, raised his head and grinned. You? What do you do? I haven't had any serious work lately. Meng Liji didn't lie. But when Lu Miao heard it, he snorted and laughed disdainfully. She's tall. But she's useless. I don't have much experience in many things. You have to learn how to do it. Don't just find a warm-hearted person to suck your blood. Yes. She's a very nice person. Do you need to tell me? Lu Miao rolled his eyes without disguising. I tell you. She can bring you here. Which means she trusts you. But you can't be so arrogant and take things for free. Although he was pointing at Meng Liji, he was actually trying to emphasize the importance of this place in Chen Weimao's heart in a roundabout way. Meng Liji stared at the cave entrance, suppressing all emotions in his eyes. No one knew better than him what it meant to let a federal person come here. His throat was a little dry, and he coughed lightly and asked, haven't you ever thought that there is a perpetrator for every injustice? Lu Miao and the people around him looked a little strange. But they could understand, although, right, I see that you also know about it. So I won't hide it. That was a long time ago. Do we still have to look up the family tree to hate people? Just live our own lives. Very good. Meng Liji lowered his head unconsciously, looked at the ground and smiled softly. But the curve of his mouth was not so warm. Lu Miao naturally did not notice the slightest change in his emotions. He said proudly to himself, Do you see that hill? There are fruit trees planted by us on it. And the houses, roads, and fields in the village are all our responsibility. I'm so busy every day. Who wants to go back to the past? What about Weimao? She got all the supplies. Lu Miao waved his hand, as if he had already touched the world he had conquered. But he was suddenly stunned. Weimao? He had never called her by this name. How long have you known her to call her like this? 3 years. Not very long. Lu Miao adjusted his mentality immediately, knowing that there was a mouth to support him. The length of time you knew each other was not important at all. What? He straightened his body again. What are you two doing now? Meng Liji pretended not to understand. Lu Miao stared at Meng Liji's expression. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he squeezed out a strange, upward-pitched laugh from his throat. Chen Weimao came out of the cave at this time. She looked at the position of the people in the circle, and threw a small stone at Lu Miao speechlessly. You haven't used even one crystal stone in 2 months? Lu Miao smiled and said, You don't need that much. How can you use such good things to grow crops? Heating and power generation. Aren't they both needed? That can be solved by chopping firewood. Lu Miao looked at her face. Although there were outsiders, she was still on his side. Weimao's sister. He added a word at the last minute, and his heart was about to jump out of his chest with nervousness. It's time for dinner. Do you want to go home for dinner? Chen Weimao didn't have time to care about his address. She worked hard to make energy into crystal stones that were easy to carry and use, and also collected various daily necessities from all over the world, and stockpiled several underground storage spaces here. In the end, they are still so frugal. Waymo. Mengleji stepped forward to stop her. But they didn't say anything. Chen Waymo knew what he meant. As long as life is good, there is no need to correct habits. Forget it. I have something to do today. I have to go. Hey, what do you do every day? Why are you so busy? Just have a meal. Lu Miao didn't know that his voice had a hint of coquetry. He and Chen Waymo have always been in this way of getting along. Next time. Time is tight. I really have to go. Chen Waymo patted his shoulder in a mature manner. In front of these children, you still have to be more stable and worry more. She also gave a lot of instructions. Although they were all old sayings, and they never listened to them. But she still had to say them. After Mengleji carried her onto the spacecraft, he forced her to rest and helped her reapply medicine. He had never thought that she could have such a nagging side. But he also understood that if her friends were still alive, she would probably do her best to realize what she saw and heard outside on them. Chen Waymo leaned forward and watched him clean the rotten flesh on his leg bit by bit. Luckily it's me. If it was someone else, they would have died of tetanus long ago. Mengleji raised his eyes, and there was nothing good in his eyes. How long will you do this? He asked. It was the first time he saw such a treatment. It was primitive and seemed to be very technical. In another 6 or 7 days, the doctor said that the fungus spread too fast, and it would be a bit difficult to clean it up. You really are. The movements under his hands became lighter. So why did you call me out? And you are so anxious? Chen Waymo propped his arms on his thighs and looked at Mengleji seriously. What do you think of Xiao Duanren? Chapter 124. Xiao Duan arrived at Valeria alone at the agreed time. A barren planet covered by gray desert. He had seen the pile of things said by Chen Waymo, but suddenly lost contact for a few days before receiving the message again. He did not think that Chen Waymo's excessive worry was meaningful. Those were just some passive and negative worries she had in an emergency. Genetic similarity was not very useful for her conjecture. A slight difference in genes could make biological characteristics vary greatly. But he did not deny the possibility that someone had used Chen Waymo's genes to do something. Xiao Duan temporarily hid in a stone forest, looking at the vast sky in the night. A light spot suddenly flickered and gradually enlarged within the field of vision. He was still a little surprised to see Chen Waymo again. Originally, he needed a strong fighting force like Chen Waymo. But now he came with injuries. Fortunately, Mengleji followed him. He didn't know when Chen Waymo would tell Mengleji about their cooperation. But seeing Mengleji following him directly, he was still curious about their trust level. Colonel Meng. Xiao Duan saluted Mengleji in a standard military salute. Although it was not the first time for the two to meet, it was the first time for them to meet in private. Mengleji also responded simply, which was not the pattern between officers of the same level. Xiao Duan did not even have an opening greeting, and went straight to the point. This used to be the reserve warehouse of Freedom Technology, which was specially used to store some special and dangerous artificial creatures. More than a year ago, I led the Star Bandits here and secretly helped them to occupy this underground base. I confirmed it again not long ago. This group of Star Bandits was almost completely wiped out by Freedom Technology a few months ago. And this place is back to their control. According to the survivors, they originally wanted to sell the things here for money. But Freedom Technology seemed to attach great importance to this place, and tried to stop them many times. They would rather kill 1,000 enemies, and lose 800 of their own to retake this place. Chen Waymo had already told Mengleji about the general situation on the way here. But she quietly downplayed the existence of the Star Bandits in the whole incident. After all, he was a federal officer, so it was not good to directly say that they had contact. In the end, Xiao Duan himself did not want to hide it at all. She looked at Xiao Duan with a little more inquiry. Fortunately, Mengleji's focus was not on the Star Bandits. Do you know the specific species of creatures? Colonel Xiao? You can just call me Xiao Duan. Xiao Duan projected several photos taken from hidden angles, which showed many strange spliced creatures, including animals and plants. During the secret exploration stage, I found that the state of the modified creatures here is different from what was previously revealed and generally known. They are not very aggressive, and seem to be able to interact with people. What kind of interaction? Chen Waymo asked. Specifically, it depends on whether we can get close to them today. Chen Waymo leaned against the stone and changed into a brand new combat uniform. Can you? Xiao Duan asked her. You two together can't beat me. How about you? How did you rest? I won't be a drag. It's impossible to recover. But it won't deteriorate rapidly. Meng Lizhi just listened to their conversation silently without interrupting. After only a few days of detention, they seemed to be very familiar with each other. And it sounded that Xiao Duan's serious injury had not yet recovered. But Chen Weimao didn't tell him this. Although quiet, he was actually a little distracted. Chen Weimao pulled his sleeve and shook him a few times before he reacted. You can't attack directly with mental power this time. Chen Weimao warned very seriously. Using mental power to interfere and control is the basic ability of ordinary commanders. But forcibly breaking through a person's nerve defenses and causing death is another concept. And it is also a big test for the attacker's brain. This was something she only found out after asking Yi. Meng Lizhi had always wanted to develop his potential. But his development path was gradually inconsistent with the mainstream of federal training. From looking for a stone that could be used to share emotions more than 2 years ago, to attacking other people's nerves later, his path became more and more wild. Yi joked that he felt Meng Lizhi was studying how to become a god. Of course. I have 2 injured people in front of me. Meng Lizhi smiled and did not respond out loud, but secretly connected with her perception. This time, Chen Weimao's resistance was not as strong as before. It was just a little sudden, and he accepted it quickly and naturally. Colonel Ming. Xiao Duan looked at Meng Lizhi and said solemnly, after this operation is successfully completed, can you tell me in detail about the invasion of consciousness? Of course. The efficiency of fighting alone is naturally not as good as fighting side by side. Thank you. Although I have been tracking the whereabouts of the branch of freedom technology Ling, I now feel more and more that if I don't analyze it as a whole, it seems that something has always been missed. Chen Weimao was preparing to approach the fortress. She climbed up a rock and took out a thick gun as long as a person from the space folding device. I don't know what she was busy with. She said she would take care of everything. And the other 2 waited obediently by the side. Xiao Duan was used to hiding things. And he was a little uncomfortable with suddenly exchanging information with others sincerely and openly. In order to avoid a dull moment, he took the initiative to ask, from what the colonel said, you don't seem to think that consciousness has really been annihilated? Since he can achieve full synchronization in many places, the one copied into my brain will not have any effect on him even if it disappears. Meng Lizhi stared at Chen Weimao's flexible movements on one leg from time to time, and told Xiao Duan everything he knew. Didn't you resist your suppression of him at that time? Xiao Duan didn't know that Meng Lizhi's mental power level had been improved. He was just curious. In Chen Weimao's description, why did that consciousness harm so many people, but was defeated so easily when it came to Meng Lizhi? Because he's in good health. Before Meng Lizhi could answer, Chen Weimao leaned on top and said, you two should move back a little. Don't stand in the wind. Xiao Duan's expression froze, with a subtle expression, and a hint of sudden enlightenment. On the contrary, Meng Lizhi was more uncomfortable. The 2 of them hid in the cracks of the rocks obediently. It's not what you think. I understand. Chen Weimao had been waiting for the wind to come. The climate in this desert was not bad. But she also noticed that the wind here was very regular. There was almost no breeze. But from time to time, there would be a strong gust of wind that would carry the sand and gravel forward. And the whole world would become extremely dangerous for a short time. She needed this natural force that could confuse the vision to achieve her goal. She saw the right moment and pressed the transmitter at the moment when the wind and sand pushed forward. Then she rolled down from the stone and hid under the wind. When the night returned to silence, she saw the small device she had launched on the wall of the fortress through the telescope. And she knew that everything was ready. Let's go. But you might feel a little dizzy. Bear with it. She grabbed one of them with each hand and pressed the start button. And the 3 of them disappeared instantly in the inconspicuous corner at the bottom of the outer wall of the fortress. The 3 of them quietly appeared again. The nausea brought by the short-range space transmission is more intense than that of crossing multiple wormholes continuously. Is this how you usually work? Meng Lizhi has never seen such a small crossing device, since he was calculated by freedom technology before. He did look for equipment to install wormholes, but it has not yet extended to the field of personal application. I can't give you this. Xiao Duan silently opened a hole in the wall. It is said that there are always people who are better than you. He had seen her tear off the handcuffs with her bare hands before. And today she had equipment he had never seen before. No wonder Shibo insisted on recruiting her. And the sergeant of the independent military region was willing to make an exception for her. They already knew the structure inside. According to the plan, they had to advance step by step in secret and try to eliminate all the people here without alerting the whole group. As for Chen Weimao, she couldn't get close to the place where the creatures were imprisoned because she was covered in blood. So she had to go to the upper floor to deal with the staff first. The security and monitoring room are usually the most heavily guarded places in this kind of building. But this is her professional business. And practice makes perfect. As long as all the target personnel enter her collective attack range, she can attack instantly without giving them any reaction time. In a blink of an eye, the corpses were all over the ground. And she sat down leisurely, watching the real-time monitoring of the entire fortress. Meng Liji and Xiao Duan never appeared from beginning to end. Instead, she saw a few familiar people. They were all crazy people recruited by Freedom Technology from all over the place. They were either freaks who had no ethics and ate their own kind alive, or the culprits of war who created weapons that destroyed the world. This place is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Colonel Meng, please reply if you hear me. Chen Weimao contacted Meng Liji. Stop pretending. She snorted silently. Help me catch a few alive. Send me the photos of the people. She contacted Xiao Duan separately again. How is it over there? Did you see any living creatures down there? Yes. And what? Chen Weimao didn't think Xiao Duan was a person who would hesitate to speak. Come down and see for yourself. Although she was very curious, Chen Weimao didn't leave her position immediately. She waited for more news from Meng Liji before she set off to the bottom. Xiao Duan stood on a high platform where he could overlook all the creatures. The interior space here is very large. Chen Weimao looked from a distance below, and Xiao Duan's figure was just a black dot. She enlarged the micro screen on her eyeball a little bit, so that she could see more clearly. Xiao Duan's face was not very good now. His body was still struggling, but he insisted on cooperating with her without any help. It was pitch black around him. Chen Weimao looked at it, and suddenly a light flashed in the darkness. But Xiao Duan didn't have time to move. But the next second, a figure fell to the ground weakly, without even touching him. Xiao Duan's heart skipped a beat. He was running low on energy, and was indeed a little slow now. The movement behind him made him feel a little scared. He looked back and saw a man with a gun with his neck almost broken, falling in a pool of blood. And another person appeared behind the wall. The position of this person's eyes was a dark display screen. Chapter 125. You didn't notice this? Before Xiao Duan could say anything, Zui Yun came out with a mocking look. Who are you? Xiao Duan didn't think that this person was hostile to him. The helper of the one below. Zui Yun gave Chen Weimao a thumbs up. And Chen Weimao responded. When did you get here? Xiao Duan asked. Me? 1 day earlier than you. Zui Yun smiled and threw him a nutrient solution. It's different from your federation, but it's good for the brain. Chen Weimao limped up slowly and met Xiao Duan's gaze. She smiled helplessly. Sorry. I was afraid that you would cheat me. So I came here in advance to check the location. Xiao Duan just understood it. But he did not feel betrayed by being distrusted. This is reasonable. His proposal was abrupt. And they were not that familiar with each other. The result of the check? Your information is true. So she changed from being on guard to protecting. By the way, all the self-destruct devices here were dismantled. Chen Weimao took a step toward Xiao Duan and got closer. I know you don't want others to take special care of you because of your injury. But this is the fact. You don't care. But I have to ensure that the people I work with come and go together. I don't know if I'm overthinking it. But I don't want to waste time now. She looked down. But she wasn't really looking at anything specific. I have a friend who is also a modified person. He was seriously injured once and his body couldn't recover. And his recovery speed was not as fast as that of an ordinary person. Xiao Duan was listening. And Zui Yun behind him suddenly stopped. I didn't think of him as a friend at first. Whether he lived or died had nothing to do with me. I didn't even know why I saved him at that time. But later I found out that he thought the same way. He had no intention of living at all. He just dealt with the injury hastily, and continued to fight for his life fiercely. Xiao Duan's expression did not change at all. But his eyes were like a bottomless black hole. After a long time, I realized that I didn't want him to die at all. And I told him directly. But it was too late. I even thought, maybe my words hastened his death. He felt that he was going to die soon. and didn't know what to do to prove his worth. So he used his life to exchange for something that I could handle myself. Chen Weimao twisted his fingers unconsciously, and his fingertips turned slightly white. He lived in the blurred boundary between indifference and disguise in the first half of his life, and he was often unconscious in the last few days. The world was not good to him at all, so he lived a very painful life. Xiao Duan suddenly said, I think so. Chen Weimao's throat was a little hoarse. But I really want him to survive. You know, in the end, the way he died, I couldn't even be a complete person. Guess what I was thinking when I was holding those two tails of bones? Just for a moment, I thought, even if he had no dignity and was covered in wounds, he had to live. But almost immediately, I realized that I wanted him to live for me. I might just not want to be sad. I am such a selfish person. It's normal. When you place your emotions on others, you naturally hope that they can fulfill your wishes. So I regret it. I regret that I told him that I hoped he would live. But I was stubborn. He should be happy to have a friend like you. Chen Weimao shook her head gently. I only said he was a friend after he died. He understood? No. She murmured several times in denial. It seems to be more profound and solemn to keep it in my heart. But it is very important to him to say it out loud. Maybe everything else is a mess. But I want him to be happy. He will. Xiao Duan's steps seemed a little heavy. He walked around Chen Weimao and Zui Yun and walked down the platform alone. Okay. Chen Weimao. You said so much at once. Zui Yun waited until Xiao Duan was far away, came over and put his arm around Chen Weimao's shoulders, whispering softly, help me keep an eye on him, and don't let anything happen to him. I know. I've figured it all out. There's no danger. It's better. Meng Leji dragged a bunch of unconscious people into the huge warehouse, and bumped into Xiao Duan. Colonel. Xiao Duan greeted him, and identified the people on the ground. Except for one with a blown head. The rest seemed to have seen one of them. Who are they? Responsible for the research of these creatures. Meng Leji's tone was slightly solemn. I asked. It's a bit complicated. Where is she? Xiao Duan looked up and gestured, but found that Chen Weimao was hanging on the iron frame at the bottom of the platform with one hand. What is she doing? Probably looking at something on the opposite wall. That angle is indeed better. Chen Weimao tilted her head to observe, her expression becoming more solemn. She swung up again, said something to Zui Yun, and then jumped down directly. Meng Leji's already surprised face quickly turned panicky. He rushed over in 2 steps. But when Chen Weimao was about to land, she suddenly stopped in the air, and then slowly stepped on the ground. Meng Leji once again forgot that there were micro-thrusters on her clothes. Help me see. This is not a psychological suggestion. Right? Chen Weimao showed him a few photos she had just taken. Why do I feel like they have written words on the wall? Xiao Duan should have seen it just now. So he let himself come down to confirm it with his own eyes. Escape. Die. Kill. Most of them are some not very positive words. And there are scattered symbols in some corners. Compared with the huge size of these creatures, it is difficult to make such fine marks. And Xiao Duan finally recognized the person he just felt familiar with. It was Lu Gui, who was wanted by the Federation 5 years ago. He had maliciously modified the weapons used on the battlefield, causing serious losses to both the enemy and us. It's normal for such a person to go to Freedom Technology. But Meng Leji just said that he had interrogated him. The incomplete corpse looked familiar. He had just seen it not long ago. Chen Weimao walked towards the tied people, and didn't notice Xiao Duan's inquiry into Meng Leji. She only saw the dead person. I'm afraid the 3 people present knew what this meant. Last time I thought it was just an energy base. So I took the lead in killing everyone and left no one alive. Meng Leji rarely felt that he was impulsive. I asked this time. He looked at Chen Weimao deliberately. There are indeed some people in Freedom Technology who are fusing human genes into star beasts. And human consciousness is also copied. Are they people? Chen Weimao was suddenly at a loss. What about the one last time? Did he say the criteria for screening human genes? Xiao Duan asked. Something that is more outstanding. Such a subjective ability such as willpower. They strengthen the structure of the star beast itself, and then merge the human genes they thought were excellent. If this step is successful, they will copy the consciousness of that person. But what's the point of doing this? The whole process is too complicated, and the final effect doesn't seem to be very outstanding. Meng Leji said solemnly, my understanding is that it is like a control group. The purpose is to study the limits of the neural network. when the subject conditions are changed and restricted, then what direction this consciousness may develop in. But before I finished asking, the trigger mechanism in his mind started again. It's quite philosophical, Chen Weimao continued. But in the end, isn't it because they can't catch high-dimensional creatures and consciousness bodies? So they can only pick on the weak ones. She found that she was not that surprised. She had imagined many possibilities. The behavior of the Freedom Technology Group did not seem to be limited to creating stronger creatures. Perhaps the goal they pursued was like IL's emotional interference, or Meng Leji's direct nerve control and destruction. Or perhaps they wanted to break through the contingency of individuals to create a kind of arrogant universality. So, their superiors have successfully hidden again. Xiao Duan felt a headache when he looked at the few people on the ground who had not yet woken up. If you can't ask thoroughly, then there's no point in keeping it. Not necessarily. Meng Leji looked at Xiao Duan. Can you still use your mental power now? Just barely. S level. Enough. Meng Leji knew that this was much worse than the previous level, and he didn't necessarily need Xiao Duan to help him. But now, it seemed that there was a reason to use him. Let's talk about it when we get back. Chen Weimao interrupted them. Someone from Freedom Technology is coming. When she came, she had already placed detection equipment on the periphery of the planet. As long as a spacecraft broke through that range, she would receive an alarm immediately. What should we do with these star beasts? Zui Yun took one away. We have to leave now. Chen Weimao didn't want to face Freedom Technology head-on now. The purpose of their trip was not to fight. The other side was aggressive, and they had suffered losses. She didn't want to take such unnecessary risks. She asked Zui Yun to retreat to the safe area outside the fortress in advance to prevent Freedom Technology from suddenly attacking. This was the usual method she and Zui Yun used, staggering their work, so that if the situation changed, they could still use the space teleporter to escape. After leaving smoothly, she saw the right time and detonated the bombs she had placed along the way after their reinforcements entered the fortress. This is the first time I've seen your complete process. Meng Leji leaned against the window, looking at the small mushroom cloud caused by the explosion in the distance. It's not complete. I killed their reinforcements with my own hands before. Chen Weimao was a little confused about the extra star beasts and those people on the spacecraft. Are you going to take them back to the Federation? No hurry. I need a safe place now. Chen Weimao followed his gaze, and saw Xiao Duan looking like he was about to die. Then I find a place. You guys go ahead. Remember to change the medicine. You've been jumping around for so long. I shouldn't have agreed to let you do it now. I know. Meng Leji walked towards Xiao Duan. Since we are cooperating, we should communicate without distraction. Originally, this step should have been done before coming here. But I trust her and she trusts you. So it was a little late. He took Xiao Duan into an empty room and connected with the other party's perception without saying a word. Chapter 126. Colonel? Xiao Duan hasn't been connected for a long time. He has worked his way up to the position of colonel, and has long been accustomed to commanding others. He has never even felt this kind of resistance-free access. Has he been injured for too long and is unfamiliar with the energy of 3S level mental power? Those people have microbombs in their brains, so we have to dismantle them. I need your help. What should I do? As long as you connect their perceptions and make them fall into an illusion of nothingness. I can't do it. Xiao Duan would not say this easily, but let alone now. Even at his peak, he couldn't do any substantial damage to people's nerves. In other words, ordinary commanders would not be able to do this. But he had never heard of Meng Leji having this ability. What surprised him even more was that Meng Leji couldn't have never shown it in front of others. Or was it that all his subordinates were helping him keep the secret? Xiao Duan was startled. He suddenly remembered that Meng Leji said that S level was enough. Then when did this man start to hide his strength? Stop thinking. Meng Leji bent down and broke a few needles, as if he was reading someone's mind, without even raising his head. Sorry, Colonel. I'm not blaming you. Meng Leji seemed to have not met such a stubborn person for a long time. Maybe it was because the people around him were too active, and he himself didn't have the airs of a leader. He actually thought Xiao Duan was a bit rare. He handed the needle to Xiao Duan. Try to stay awake. When you feel like you can't hold on any longer, and are on the verge of giving up, stab yourself. Otherwise, if you let me do it, it won't be just this. What is this for? Although Xiao Duan didn't understand, he still did it. His perception was connected again. But this time, it wasn't a full-scale invasion and exploration. It was as if a warm force was enveloping his brain. He always looked at his broken spirit from afar, as if separated by a cliff. The structure and order he had carefully built up over more than 10 years of training was completely disintegrated a year ago. But now, this fictional world suddenly shook, and quickly returned to calm. But the whole was a little dislocated. He saw many meaningless details that he had ignored in the past. Even if he had not used them in the past, the world still seemed complete. However, the new discovery did not bring the usual shock and confusion. It was more like an unconscious afterimage. His limbs floated in the air, and everything was blurry and gray. The quiet despair was too great. He was used to it. Whether he moved or not, the world would not change. And neither would he. No! He couldn't! A figure suddenly appeared in front of him. A fist ready to strike. He suddenly raised his hand and stabbed the back of his hand with a needle. Xiao Duan didn't know what happened, but he realized that he had to breathe heavily and was very tired. Colonel? He tried to recall, but the illusion just now, or his consciousness, was too illusory. Yes, much better than my first time. You've only been in there for 20 minutes. Mengleji smiled and handed him a large glass of ice water. How do you feel now? I mean mental strength. Xiao Duan drank half a glass and calmed down. 20 minutes? He didn't feel anything at all. And why? It seemed that his body suddenly didn't feel so heavy. Since he was rescued, most of his body was replaced with machinery, and his mental strength was severely damaged. He couldn't fully control himself. I haven't felt this lightness for a long time. What was that just now? It is the objective world of mental power, and it is also a reflection of the cognition of reality. What? This is different from what is taught in the military academy. And what does this have to do with the cognition of reality? Mengleji explained to him very patiently. It is different from the mainstream view of the Federation. The military academy believes that mental power is an objective ability like fighting. I admit this. But at the same time, mental power can be used to connect with the outside world. So I wonder if the purpose may be its source. Colonel, why do you think so? After experiencing certain things, my perception of the outside world has changed. And I found that my mental strength seems to change accordingly. But isn't that an additional effect brought about by physical fitness? There will be some factors. But? Mengleji paused. Do you think your mental strength is damaged only by direct damage from the outside world? Xiao Duan suddenly didn't know whether to answer. The broken body is certainly frustrating. But the betrayal of his best friend is even more difficult for him to let go. And now there is no one around him. When did the colonel have this idea? It was a long time ago. About 10 years old. Mengleji looked at Xiao Duan's puzzled eyes, and a helpless arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. But he didn't intend to elaborate. Try again. Can you return to the scene just now? Xiao Duan calmed down and tried to enter that world again. But he failed. And even that scene had gradually faded in his memory. He was a little frustrated. But Mengleji said, this is normal. It will be worse if you go in. Why? Xiao Duan was confused by him again, since the colonel said that it was a subconscious psychological reflection of reality. Why can't I just watch? Because the brain will always protect you. It will not let you keep in touch with negative consciousness. Then why in the beginning? Your mental power is damaged. And at the same time you think your mental power is damaged. Under the dual suggestion of subjective and objective. That world collapsed. And your brain also thinks that your objective existence has no meaning. So it withdraws the protection. I just led you to open the channel to get in. If you find it difficult to get out or can enter at will, you may be swallowed up soon. Xiao Duan understood a little. But he also noticed something strange in an instant. So the colonel can access the objective world of spiritual power at will? Not at all. Mengleji began to clean up the mess he had just prepared. Colonel, did you find a way to solve the collapsed world? I didn't solve it. Xiao Duan didn't know what this answer meant. And Mengleji didn't give him the opportunity to continue to explore. Restore it according to the military school's way. And tomorrow, take out the things in those people's brains. After that, he left. Mengleji stood outside the door, closed his eyes, and tapped his temple with his knuckles. His expression was as calm as the lake in the dark night. But the joints of his body kept tightening. After setting the coordinates, Qin Weima and Zui Yun turned on the automatic driving mode. And the two ran to the storage room of the strange creature and observed it through the glass. The one Zui Yun brought back was relatively small, but it was also 2 people tall. The front paws were short, with only 4 toes, and the body was covered with feather-like scales. According to Zui-Yun, it looked shiny and soft. But it was actually very hard. This is not ugly in human aesthetics. But the proportions are still weird. Chen Weimao turned on the sound transmission and cleared his throat. Do you understand what I'm saying? Are you sure? This makes you look stupid. Zui-Yun asked in a low voice. Not sure. How about you write a few words? Maybe it can only recognize words, but can't understand human language. Aha! Roar. The star beast suddenly stretched out its voice and roared. It seemed to have a tone. Chen Weimao wrote a big word human? The star beast nodded. Damn! Zui-Yun jumped forward excitedly. Really? What's your name? The star beast looked at them blankly again. Is the sentence I said too long? Zui-Yun began to find excuses for it, and wrote 2 words herself. Name? The star beast began to twist and roll in the cabin, seemingly without any rules. But they both found that the scratches made by the star beast seemed to be words, although the structure was very loose and messy. Yang. Wen. June? Just as Zui-Yun read it out, the star beast let out another piercing roar. The 2 of them chatted with simple words, and Chen Weimao sat in the back and observed silently. People in the branch of freedom technology seemed to keep even the failures that the secular world considered. This star beast clearly knew that he was a human, but his intelligence seemed to be completely incapable of reaching the level of a normal human. So what was the purpose of keeping them? Can you tell me who transformed them? Chen Weimao asked this question, and then immediately felt that it was a bit difficult for it. Just give it a try. Zui-Yun was very interested in it, and he was so patient that he communicated with it back and forth. This made him spend more than 10 minutes without any progress but happy. It seems that we still have to put our hope on Menglishi. As soon as the thought came to her, Menglishi came in. So soon? Didn't you say you would help Xiao Duan recover his mental strength? Before she finished speaking, she was suddenly wrapped in a solid embrace. What are you doing? Zui-Yun was startled and was about to rush over to pull him away when she saw Chen Weimao silently stretching out his hand, signaling her to leave first. Chen Weimao turned off the sound channel of the star beast again, just in case. She tried to raise her head and pull away, but Menglishi was even more forceful. He never did that. She waited for a long time without making a sound, until Menglishi relaxed himself. Sorry. Chen Weimao shook her head slowly, but her eyes were always looking for the other person's sight. If you don't want to say it, I just had a little confusion in my mind just now. Menglishi said first. No, that's not what I meant. He denied it again. You treated Xiao Duan and made yourself crazy? Chen Weimao stared at him, but couldn't get a response. She stood up, changed seats with Menglishi, and pressed him down on the seat, so that she was a little taller than Menglishi. She returned the favor in the same way, but she didn't use so much force, and just gently put her hand on his back. Chapter 127. Xiao Duan can't recover, but as long as he can find a balance in the next few days, he won't be as uncomfortable as he is now. Menglishi calmed down and said. Before coming, Chen Weimao told him about Xiao Duan's situation, and he said at the time that he could try to help. But no matter how Chen Weimao asked, he didn't say how to help. In Chen Weimao's opinion, Xiao Duan's internal injuries were difficult to treat, and even the federal medical care was helpless. Why did Menglishi look so confident? What about you? Me? I'm fine. Chen Weimao lifted his head with both hands. Do I look stupid? No. Menglishi's state was completely different from before. He held her hand with his backhand and took it off his face. His voice was filled with a faint smile. What are you doing again? Since when have you stopped being stiff when having physical contact with others? You are too comfortable now, aren't you? But Chen Weimao didn't shake him off. Although he was still joking around like nothing had happened. He was really wrong just now. What does it look like to have impaired perception and loss of control? Menglishi looked at her seriously, with some indifferent, unspeakable emotions in his eyes. Outside, everything is fine. But inside, everything is falling apart. What are the specific manifestations? It depends on the person. Some people will become mentally ill, while others will become weaker and weaker until they die. Xiao Duan is the latter. What about you? Menglishi's eyes widened slightly, and he immediately laughed. You can also be around the bush? I guessed. What did you guess? I guess you. Chen Weimao suddenly approached. Long-term illness makes a doctor. When their eyes met, Menglishi heard his own heartbeat. He lowered his eyes to avoid her for a while, and then looked her in the face again. It's just that there have been similar situations before, and my mental power level is relatively high. So I can semi-control him to help him face the difficulties and open the door to a new world. There have been similar situations. Chen Weimao put the emphasis on the first two words. Meng Liji raised a faint smile again to help him. I also need to expose my own scars. It's just too sudden. I'm not used to it. I can handle it. Don't worry. Chen Weimao looked suspicious. Not hiding it at all. Are you curious? Sympathetic? Or worried now? Are you pretending to be pitiful? Maybe. But you fall for it. Meng Liji looked at her little humiliated look. Couldn't help but stand up. Supported her head. And rubbed her into his arms. I'd better keep an eye on Xiao Duan. After all, we just met, and I'm afraid something will happen to him. He went out, and his smile disappeared instantly. Chen Weimao was inside the house. She stared at the stupid star beast with a blank expression. And no one knew what she was thinking. The spacecraft advanced into a hazy substance. As soon as it entered this area, it seemed that there was a huge resistance pulling it all the way. And the speed of the spacecraft was almost a turtle's pace. Chen Weimao and Zui Yun were always watching the flight status and environmental changes in the cockpit. You are also a wounded soldier. Why should we serve them? Zui Yun put his legs on the control panel, slurped candy, and complained loudly. Even if you shout at them on our spaceship, they can't hear you. Take a break. Chen Weimao was busy with his head down, and different unfamiliar words kept scrolling on the screen in front of him. 2 colonels from the Federation are now sleeping on our spaceship. They don't care about anything. What's the use of them? Can't you stop talking? TSK. You value women over friendship. Chen Weimao looked up and glanced at her speechlessly. What are you looking at? I didn't say anything wrong. Okay. You're right. Chen Weimao said perfunctorily. She glanced at the coordinates. We can rest in 10 minutes. No. I want to rest now. Good evening. Chen Weimao was busy at the same place for another 2 hours. She stretched and stared out the window for a while, and finally walked to the door of Meng Liji's room. There was still a slight movement when the door opened, but it did not affect the people in the room, because Meng Liji did not sleep at all. There was no light in the room. He sat on the bed with his back to the door, hunched over with his arms on his thighs, not knowing what he was doing. How could you open my door? I have the most authority on this spaceship. You came to me alone in the middle of the night in the Federation time. Meng Liji. Chen Weimao walked up to him and stretched out his hand to touch his face, but stopped in midair and didn't really touch it. What's wrong with you? In the darkness, there was a heavy, even breath. Does your leg still hurt? It hurts. Lie down for a while. Meng Liji helped her cover the quilt, and just as he was about to stand up, he was suddenly pulled back by a strong force. He immediately supported himself with one hand, so he didn't fall down completely. Chen Weimao took advantage of the victory and pulled him completely onto the bed. Meng Liji wanted to struggle, but it was useless. One was in the quilt. The other was outside the quilt. But at the same time, they were secretly competing with each other. As stubborn as 2 bulls. Meng Liji admitted defeat and finally relaxed. What does it feel like? Chen Weimao gently touched his brow, sliding along his brow bone to the tip of his nose. I feel meaningless. Occasionally interspersed. He didn't say anything else. But Chen Weimao hugged him. I understand. When outward anger develops to a certain stage, it will always turn inward. Compared to ordinary people, her emotions are missing a part. So she is always a step slower or can't feel the real connection between people. But once she crosses the line of rationality, the emotional world is like a swamp, which can be slow but irresistible. From being unconscious to being able to experience normal emotional flow, she always has illusions. Which side is real? When did you find yourself like this? Pretty early. Before entering the military academy, my mental power had reached S level. Awakened early. And problems occurred earlier than others. What problems? I may be a little precocious. Meng Liji chuckled self-deprecatingly. But there was a hint of bitterness. I just found out that an environment that I thought was safe killed many people I trusted. I don't understand why. And I don't know what to do. He finally reached out and hugged Chen Weimao. But he couldn't control his strength. As if he had to get something. So, is there no solution to mental confusion? Chen Weimao whispered. I don't know. Maybe someone can. But it's not him. He is just a coward who has been escaping for more than 10 years. He couldn't solve it. So he compromised and let the collapsed world continue to rot. The door was there. And he neither went in nor closed the door. His mental power can grow to 4S level, which can be said to complement each other. It is the result of pretending to be out of the chaotic and negative cognitive world. And it is also because the world has collapsed and he no longer has boundaries. But today, helping Xiao Duan face his problems has broken his balance. What can I do for you? Stay with me for a while. Meng Liji closed his eyes. Why did you suddenly come to me again? You didn't look good when you smiled in the afternoon. He laughed helplessly. You don't have much vision. But your intuition is quite strong. The person in his arms twisted and leaned closer. I'm sleepy. Go to sleep. It was quiet for a few minutes. Can I help you? I can't let go of my defense against him. Two petty men. Go to sleep. It was quiet for a few more minutes. I have to keep an eye on you. I'm afraid something will happen to you. Well, how and for how long? Take a leave and relax outside. But you still have to continue working. I don't have any mental problems. Go to sleep. Chen Weima. Chen Weima changed from gently hugging him to grabbing his collar. And fell asleep. She actually had a dream for the first time in a long time. In the dream, there was a little boy, standing alone in a pool of blood, with many people lying around him. She never saw the boy's face. And she, as a bystander, was more anxious than the person who was there. When she woke up again, she still kept this posture, with her eyes still half open. She lay on her side and stretched her body backwards, feeling comfortable, and then shrank back to her original position. Weimu. The red bloodshot in Meng Liji's eyes was hard to ignore. Her voice was still lazy. Let me go! Your optical brain keeps flashing. Chen Weima's brain finally received a signal that she could understand. She raised her hand and scanned it with one eye. Then closed her eyes again. Nothing. Just an environmental warning. What warning? Where is this? The edge of the Vexu 85 star system. There are more than a dozen rays attacking here. And dozens of physical shells. Meng Liji propped up his upper body. It's okay. Don't be nervous. Chen Weima pulled him down again. The place where we parked will not be attacked by any attack. Have you set up defenses? No. Weima. Wake up and don't sleep. Meng Liji gently shook her face. The movement was not large, but it was still a bit annoying for those who were still sleepy. Chen Weima slapped his hand away. We are in a pool of strange matter, which seems invisible. But once we come in, it's like being entangled by glue. There are pros and cons. The mobility is weakened, but no external attacks can get in. You can't hide here forever. So there's no rush. Chen Weima was no longer sleepy after being tossed around by him, and began to observe him carefully. Don't look at him. Meng Liji dodged a little. When can you find that self-consistency point again? It's hard for me to answer this question. He smiled casually. I'm pretty good at dealing with this situation. It's okay. Then I will always follow you. Chen Weima still couldn't figure out whether this was a mental illness or a physical injury. And she didn't know if she could use the word recovered. She just didn't want to see Meng Liji, who was pretending to be fine, but was repeatedly pulling and forging himself in his heart. She quietly stretched out a hand from under the quilt and hooked Meng Liji's fingers. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Chapter 128. It had been 12 hours since Xiao Duan woke up from his trance. Meng Liji told him to make simple adjustments according to the method taught in the military academy. And he did it. Although the effect was far less significant than yesterday. He hadn't felt the sense of control for a long time. He didn't know if this was considered recovery. But even if it was a false feeling for a moment, he was willing to give everything. The spaceship was quiet, and he didn't see anyone when he went out to the cockpit. However, the panel in front of the driver's seat kept reminding that there was an attack coming. The first reminder was 5 hours ago. And during this period, the external attacks never stopped. And Chen Weima seemed to have never dealt with it. He looked for people all over the spacecraft, but saw no one until he heard some movement in the kitchen. Zui Yun had a sausage in his mouth. His left hand was pushing a pile of plates that were about to fall, and his right hand was holding a fish. There is an unknown attack. Do we need to avoid it? Xiao Duan asked. Zui Yun heard it, and he mumbled and complained before he finished chewing. Don't you think it's more urgent to help me? In someone else's territory. Xiao Duan couldn't be too opinionated, especially in front of these two strange women. He helped clean up a little, and when Zui Yun was no longer so embarrassed, he asked about what happened just now. Don't worry. We are safe here. Zui Yun was still chewing and enthusiastically handed him the freshly cut fruit. On ordinary spaceships and warships, the kitchen and dining bar are operated by simulation robots. Or you can drink nutrient solution directly. After all, you are on the road. Saving time and convenience are the best options. But this place is just like an ordinary family, with everything available. Have you been here before? Xiao Duan took it over, and he carefully observed the display screen on Zui Yun's eyes. It seemed that it was not a wearable device, but was directly connected to the muscles. I have been here many times. What is this place? Zui Yun tilted his head and looked at Xiao Duan with a smile, and deliberately took a crisp bite of the fruit. It is the second largest gas energy base outside the country of your Federation's DeForest company. Xiao Duan was still unconscious at the time, but after waking up, he made up for all the major events that happened during his unconscious period. He did remember that DeForest had a major loss accident, and the news said that the company's energy supply would be affected to a certain extent. But they repeatedly appeased the masses and tried their best to increase trust. And the final result was not bad. Looking at Zui Yun's reaction, could it be related to them? Hey! Don't think about it. It wasn't us who blew it up. Zui Yun smiled and exposed his suspicion. Then what role did you play in this? Xiao Duan changed the subject and looked positive. That's amazing. Zui Yun was very proud and didn't seem to want to hide it. As he was talking, Qin Weima and Meng Liji came in one after the other. But one was energetic and the other was so tired that it seemed like he hadn't slept in half his life. You came just in time. Colonel Xiao is curious. Zui Yun threw the topic to Qin Weima and continued cooking. Meeting Xiao Duan's gaze, Qin Weima blinked innocently. Attack outside. Xiao Duan did not continue DeForest's topic. This is not the most important thing at the moment. Oh, how many are there? At least 10 spaceships. Understood. Qin Weima picked up a piece of sausage and threw it into her mouth. I'm going out for a while. Leave me some food. Meng Liji grabbed her arm. Don't follow me. I can only do this myself. Otherwise it will be dangerous. Qin Weima had it under control. She knew that as long as she said this, Meng Liji would not act rashly. She packed up quickly, as if she had left without taking anything with her. Looking out the window, she was not moving very fast in the hazy mass. The power of the microthruster was far inferior to that of the spacecraft, and she was almost climbing invisibly. What is she doing in this place where there is no village or shop? Meng Liji followed her figure with his eyes. Find a friend. Friend? Xiao Duan seemed to have heard some Arabian Nights fairy tale. The other party is almost certainly Freedom Technology. They followed her here and didn't give up. Qin Weima just went out alone? Don't be impatient. Wait a while. You have to be patient. Half an hour later, the outside was calm. Qin Weima just floated there, doing nothing. Colonel, Xiao Duan and Meng Liji were not in the mood to eat. They kept watching the movements of Freedom Technology in the cockpit. After Qin Weima went out, Freedom Technology launched a round of fierce attacks. But they were all dissipated or blocked by the mass of matter. It is estimated that the other party saw Qin Weima's strange behavior and did not dare to waste weapons anymore, and was also watching. Now the three of them are maintaining this delicate balance. Check if there are any abnormalities in the spectrum and sound waves. Yes. Xiao Duan suddenly thought that the friend Zui Yun was talking about should not be a human. He checked the environmental parameters and found that there were indeed abnormalities. Moreover, some devices were turned on at the tail of the spacecraft. But he had no authority to check. Suddenly, the spacecraft spun violently, and Meng Liji quickly supported Xiao Duan, stood still, and quickly sat down. But they could not see any external objects, and the alarm did not sound. Where are the stars there just now? Meng Liji stared at a direction and suddenly asked. Colonel, we seem to be in motion, but it's not the spacecraft itself that's moving. Xiao Duan also noticed that there seemed to be no changes around, but everything was different, and it was the subtle changes in the distance. Perhaps the unknown matter around weakened people's cognition and perception of movement, and they could only find clues from the vast and directionless scenery of the universe. And on the monitor at the back, another huge ball of light was approaching rapidly. Don't move. Zui Yun came out from nowhere. She finished her meal peacefully and took 2 bottles of nutrient solution to the 2 worried colonels. But there was a sudden shake, and she came over after it was safe. She's still outside. Her friends have been waiting for her. That ball of light? Can you take a closer look? The monitor's field of view was already a 360-degree panoramic view. But Mengleji still couldn't see what was there. Unless that thing was far beyond the range of the monitor. But that was almost the size of the entire Federation galaxy. The speed of the light ball gradually slowed down and stopped in front of Chen Weimo. Strictly speaking, it was not in front of her. That was the difference between a person and a planet. Chen Weimo did nothing. Just turned around and headed towards the Freedom Technology team. Then, she actually flew out of the hazy boundary and reached the range of Freedom Technology. Mengleji understood his safety restrictions and turned around to walk towards the exit. Where are you going? Didn't I tell you not to follow me out? Zui-Yun couldn't hold him back this time, and didn't know where he got so much strength. I told you she's fine. If you two fall in the spaceship again when we fly, it's my fault. Fly? Where to? How would I know? Anyway, we're leaving here. Just wait. Zui-Yun grabbed his collar fiercely, and suddenly lowered his voice, not wanting Xiao Duan to hear. I haven't settled the score with you for hugging her yesterday. Do you really think I can't beat you? Zui-Yun was very aggressive. She had never been friendly to Mengleji, and Mengleji never cared about her, always brushing it off. But today, Zui-Yun felt that Mengleji's eyes were different. His eyes were deep and sharp, without a trace of warmth, as if he didn't care at all if she died in his hands. Repressed and ruthless. Is this what Chen Weimo said? Mental power? It didn't seem to be the same as described. The invisible confrontation between them was interrupted by another round of shaking. This time, they clearly felt that the spaceship was moving at high speed. At a certain point, they broke through the constraints of the hazy matter. At that moment, it seemed like they fell into some kind of uncontrolled and free void. Zui-Yun went to hold Xiao Duan steady. After all, Chen Weimo only asked her to keep an eye on this unlucky guy who was not familiar with his new body, but did not ask her to keep an eye on Mengleji. And just now, she didn't like Mengleji's look. To be more precise, it was strangeness. Strangeness brings the fear of the unknown. Under high-speed passive flight, they could not immediately notice that their position was already the coordinates where Freedom Technology had just stopped. And Freedom Technology's fleet had long disappeared. The spacecraft received a reminder that the hatch was open, and Mengleji immediately rushed over. Chen Weimo was on fire in the partition cabin. But fortunately, it was just the protective clothing on her body. The built-in fire extinguishing and cooling process was activated in succession. After the fire was extinguished, she strode in, avoiding the three people who blocked her way without saying a word, and went straight to the bathroom. It was so hot, she was thrown out of the air. Even the outer shell of the spacecraft was rubbed by the high-speed movement and sparked. Let alone her. She adjusted the water to the lowest temperature and rinsed for 5 minutes before coming out wet. Solved. I'm so hungry. Where's my meal? I left it for you. Chen Weimo grabbed one with each hand and took Mengleji and Xiao Duan with him. What did you solve? Xiao Duan didn't expect that one day he would become the one who couldn't keep his temper the most. Mengleji saw Chen Weimo coming back and asked nothing. He was ready to eat, and he no longer had any curiosity or worry about what was happening outside. Not to mention Zui-Yun. Freedom Technology. It's done. Where did they go? Eat them. Mengleji's hand paused for a moment, but immediately returned to normal. By whom? Your friend? Xiao Duan frowned. Didn't you see it? So big? How big is he? Very big. It's the same as saying nothing. Xiao Duan glanced at Mengleji, but the other party didn't receive his gaze and just ate his food. That light ball, is it its eye? Chen Weimo paused and thought for a while. Not really. But it can feel the outside world through that part. Then how do you communicate with it? It's a feeling. Of course. With the help of tools. Xiao Duan understood that he didn't need to ask about the details that Chen Weimo didn't say, and it would be bad to ask too much. But why did it listen to you and pounce on Freedom Technology accurately? It didn't listen. Domination. Am I worthy of it? Chen Weimo smiled. It just likes to eat energy, and can follow the traces of energy use for a long distance. Xiao Duan's eyes lit up. You mean? It can lead us to the nest of these people? Chapter 129. Chen Weimo looked a little embarrassed. She pulled the corners of her mouth and tried to be polite. We can find it, but it won't leave us room for investigation. If their lair is big enough, maybe we can see some remains. Zui-Yun couldn't help laughing. As a human being, you can't have it all. The fuzzy substance just now was actually someone's secretion. It's good that we can avoid it. We can't tell it to be careful not to break things. Xiao Duan couldn't laugh. Then, apart from catching those people, the biggest gain of this trip might have been wiped out. But fortunately, he was not a foolish and kind person. While he felt regretful, he even admired Chen Weimao's relentless confrontation without any mercy. We still have to follow. Chen Weimao quickly finished his meal and said seriously, but we still have other things to do along the way. Colonel Xiao, you and him continue to deal with those people. And Zui Yun and I will deal with the Star Beast. Okay. Xiao Duan had already understood when Freedom Technology came to chase him. Anything related to Freedom Technology that they took away from Valeria must have problems, including the Star Beast. When they left, they not only cut off Freedom Technology's retreat, but also turned on the flight stealth mode. This defense state is almost ineffective. The only loophole is these few living ones. Chen Weimao patted Meng Leji's thigh under the dining table and went out with Zui Yun. They were not at all shy, as if the four of them had been working together for a long time. The two men fell silent instantly. It is normal for people who are used to fighting with the help of technology to find it difficult to accept the weapons beyond their cognition for a while. Xiao Duan could see clearly in the spaceship, but it was really limited. The creature was almost the same as the vast and dark universe. He could hardly distinguish its outline. But after being blocked by it, the reflected light in a certain place would suddenly disappear. He realized that something had passed by there. In addition, the size of the thing was so huge that it was difficult to estimate. When it moved at high speed, Xiao Duan actually felt that the space and time around him had undergone subtle changes, as if life was quietly stretched and squeezed. Colonel, Xiao Duan's expression was serious. Chen Weimao has the power to destroy the Federation. I know. Have you recovered your mental strength? Meng Leji changed the subject abruptly. I still have the will but not the strength. But it's much better than before. Xiao Duan didn't want to force Meng Leji to make any comments on Chen Weimao's affairs. He believed that Meng Leji was not a person who couldn't figure it out. Thank you for this time. Colonel, I didn't think there was a possibility of relief. But it can only alleviate it. You have been injured for too long and can't fully recover to your peak. Meng Leji told him seriously. But the part he didn't say was the most important. They all knew that Xiao Duan was no longer suitable to be the commander. But in fact, he didn't have anyone to command. Xiao Duan was silent for a while, and then chuckled quietly. It's okay. It's already very good. Meng Leji stood up and put his hand on his shoulder. Go and see those people. We have to ask them some questions. After the few people who were still alive woke up, they saw the headless body lying next to them and huddled together in fear. But after a long time, no one came to find them. They were hungry and uncomfortable, and they didn't know where they were. The spaceship just flipped and shook without caring about the lives of people. They were now on the verge of collapse. The door of the prison cell suddenly opened, and two strange men came in. When Meng Leji caught them, he didn't even show his face, but knocked them unconscious and kidnapped them. He only left one awake for interrogation, and the result was still like that. This time he came, still without saying a word, and Xiao Duan directly pulled out a person, took him to a separate room next door, and did not give him any chance to speak, and immediately connected the perception. He could not control the person as thoroughly as Meng Leji, but he could barely make the person fall into an involuntary blank state. Meng Leji said that physical intrusion could not escape the monitoring of the sensor inside, and the same was true for drugs. Using mental power to directly control, it was like placing a drawing board with the same background in front of the sensor. As long as the operation was detailed enough, the sophisticated instrument could be deceived. Xiao Duan used his mental power for the first time in a long time. Although it was reluctant, he did not fall behind. Meng Leji took out a thumb-sized stapler-like thing from the small instrument bag he carried with him, and stapled it on the man's temple. The micro-thin device he had been wearing on his pupil was finally activated, and his mental power was more accurately connected to the other party's specific brain structure. He could clearly and completely see the route and situation of the small explosion-proof robot in the human body. Based on the explosions in the victim's brains, he had roughly restored the location and size of the sensor. This little robot was designed specifically for this. Hold on a little longer, Meng Leji whispered to Xiao Duan. Yes. Xiao Duan didn't know how he could tell that he was about to collapse. He had never felt that the gap between him and Meng Leji was so big. It can only be said that Shibo is not only excellent in combat, but also one of the best in keeping his mouth shut. After about 10 minutes, the sensor was finally removed from the body. but it could not be taken out. So it could only stay there. And it would not affect the person's subsequent daily actions. Name. Meng Leji signaled Xiao Duan to withdraw the connection. And he asked directly, Wei Qianni, your process of transforming star beasts. Xiao Duan was dumbfounded. This interrogation has no skills. It is mainly genetic modification. And then some excellent human gene samples are selected for splicing. At the same time, there will be a control group of star beasts that are normally transformed and copied into human consciousness. Xiao Duan was not surprised by the specific content of Wei Qianni's confession, but was surprised why he really said it without any resistance. Wei Qianni's eyes were very empty, and Xiao Duan's eyes moved between the two people in the room. His eyes were deep and unexplored. How many places like this are there? Meng Leji asked again. I only know 5 laboratories. Wei Qianni told him the locations, and Xiao Duan checked them casually. They were basically small factories disguised as ordinary experimental bases in other countries, and they were all in densely populated areas. If the local people knew that there were such dangerous and uncontrolled creatures buried in such a place, the already bleak support for freedom technology would probably be even less. Meng Leji also asked some details. Wei Qianni was not a particularly high-level researcher, so he didn't know much. Meng Leji was not actually curious about these things. He was just doing routine work and had to know them. Who proposed this research? Who is your leader? Wei Qianni was stunned for a moment. I don't know. I only know that he has many supporters in freedom technology. And there is even a trend of surpassing the leader. But you don't know who he is. A group of people have the same ideal. Why do we need to know who the other party is? What is your ideal? People are omnipotent. Meng Leji closed his eyes, as if enduring something. Then Wei Qianni's eyes became clear again, and he looked at the two people in front of him and began to become fearful and defensive. Go on and talk to him. I'm going to go out for some fresh air, Meng Leji said as he retreated. Xiao Duan didn't know what happened specifically. He thought, maybe direct control was too energy-consuming. Meng Leji went to the training room. He looked at the equipment in the room and kept adjusting his breathing. Suddenly, he raised his leg and kicked the sandbag, and instantly fell to the ground. He stared at the mess on the ground for a long time, and then helped them up one by one, smoothed out the wrinkles. Then he kicked them down again. Last time. How did he get back to normal? Forgot. The unwarranted disgust, anger, and despair that kept surging from the bottom of his heart radiated equally to wherever he saw. Without any reason. His patience in front of people has reached its limit, and he can no longer contact people. But now, he has nowhere to escape. He took off the optical computer and other small parts stored on his body to form a complete set of equipment. Work first. There is no end to things. He needs things to fill himself. The spacecraft stopped in a debris flow, and occasionally there was a sound of the shell being hit. There should have been a planet here. Zui Yun skillfully collected the man-made space garbage outside and picked it up with Chen Weimo in the external warehouse. They often do scavenging. Although the destination is already broken into pieces, they can usually find a lot of gains from these rubbish. Hey. Zui Yun picked up useful things while tentatively asking Chen Weimo. That guy, what's wrong with him? Who are you talking about? What do you think? Chen Weimo pulled out half of a long track and threw it aside. Don't bother him if you have nothing to do. TSK. You think I want to care? Zui Yun would think of that strange state and still feel uncomfortable. As long as he doesn't delay our business. I don't care whether he is dead or alive. I would rather he would have an influence. What did you say? Zui Yun had just emerged from the garbage dump and didn't hear Chen Weimo's mumbling. Nothing. There's another one. Zui Yun couldn't stop talking. He's still different from Meng Leji. You just called Night in front of him. Aren't you afraid that he'd be afraid and do something? Night was the name given to their giant interstellar creature. She squatted sideways like a crab and approached Chen Weimo, saying mysteriously, Do you want me to tie him up and silence him? Don't come on. Chen Weimo asked her to quickly give up the idea. Xiao Duan she always felt that although what this person did seemed dangerous and unorthodox, he was essentially an honest and law-abiding person. But an honest person is not a dough that can be kneaded forever. There will always be a time when it reaches its limit. I wonder if it is possible to take him away. Chapter 130. What's the difference between tying him up and what I said? Zui Yun looked numb. I said we were accomplices. You said we were murderers. Zui Yun liked this word very much. But she also had to consider the actual situation. Then how do you plan to impress him? Let's take it one step at a time. You only have ideas but no plans. Get to work. Zui-yun continued to pick up the garbage while shaking her head. The monitor connected to her nerves analyzed the material composition and composition, which greatly accelerated the progress of her sorting work. In addition to the remaining building debris, most of them are fragments of weapons. After seeing so many, Zui-yun can almost restore what equipment there was here. It seems to be a military base, not related to living things. And the scale is not small. Night is more sensitive to energy substances. Since Chen Weimao discovered this, he has come to feed it whenever he has time. As for the source of food, DeForest and Freedom Technology were forced to make a lot of contributions without knowing it. Night swallowing has always been reckless. Many asteroids are like sugar bean snacks under its background. Once it passes by, no grass will grow. It's not easy to leave something like today. Natalia said she didn't know there was a Freedom Technology base here. Chen Weimao had sent the coordinates to Natalia a long time ago. She had more comprehensive information, but still had no clues about this place. At least it means that this is indeed not the obvious force they have been following. She stopped to rest, and saw the dried blood on the side of her little finger, and she raised her hand to wipe it off. Just now, she and Zui-yun killed the star beast and found a sensor from the place where the nerves were connected behind its eyes. In other words, what the star beast sees is what the person behind the control sees. Although she had been prepared for this, she still felt sick. It was not because she was still scared of being monitored, but because of what the other party did. The death of the star beast was not quick and clean, because its structure was strange, and the two of them could not find the vital point to give it a quick death. But the star beast just stared blankly at everything that happened to it, and did not even resist. I don't know what that person's consciousness is like. If you don't know, then don't know. Take your time. Zui-yun was not depressed. They had won a great victory without any loss in the past 2 days, which was worth celebrating. Where are we going next? Take a vacation and rest. Huh? Zui-yun thought she had heard wrongly. Since she met Chen Weimao, she had never seen this person stop. Chen Weimao was still rubbing the blood on his hands. I have been thinking about it these 2 days. The star beast I killed that time. Did it have my consciousness in it? Did I kill it? No matter whose consciousness it was. You told me. Zui-yun knew what she wanted to say, and interrupted her before she finished. You said that after the body was copied from the consciousness, the first version and the replica are 2 different people, because the acquired experiences are completely different. Even if there is your consciousness before the Federation erased your memory, it is not you. I understand the reason. Just think it's weird to kill yourself? Chen Weimao raised his head. The corner of his mouth twitched, and the fake smile failed. Zui-yun sighed. It's a bit annoying. Since you have been copied, I may also be copied. If this kind of thing happens to me, although I will kill the thing with my consciousness without hesitation, it is likely that I will not feel comfortable. So, take a holiday and rest. The two quickly reached a consensus. DeForest's bad luck has just begun, because of the coincidence provoked by Chen Weimao. They are being attacked by the Federation and the military at the same time, trying to divide the company's resources. So there is no need to take any action in the short term. And Freedom Technology can't be impatient. They just made Freedom Technology suffer a big loss, and they really need to stay out of the limelight. It just happened to allow Chen Weimao to rest for 2 days to heal his leg injury, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Where are we going? Zui-yun suddenly became alert. I don't know. I haven't done anything like this before, Chen Weimao said a little embarrassedly, as if every time she was free, she was either locked up or injured and couldn't get up. As long as she was still alive, she would be on the road. She glanced at Xiao Duan standing outside. What's wrong? Chen Weimao went out and saw that Xiao Duan's hands were also covered in blood. Someone is wrong. Huh? The two walked side by side quickly, and Xiao Duan explained. Colonel Ming first took out the sensor in a person's brain. Although this person didn't know who his superior was, he had said something valuable so far, but he suddenly looked like he was dying. So I sent him to the medical room for initial rescue. His heart had been powered by artificial energy before, and now it might be out of energy storage for too long, so it can't hold on. Is Mengleji watching him? No. The colonel left without asking a few questions after controlling him. Chen Weimao was startled. He is alone now. Where is he? Xiao Duan felt that Chen Weimao's reaction was a bit strange, and seemed to reveal a bit of worry. The two of them reached the medical room while talking, and as soon as they opened the door, They saw Wei Qianyi leaning against the messy medical table crookedly, and when he saw them come in, he showed a weird smile. In his hand, he opened the heart switch on his chest with one hand and pinched a few wires with the other hand. No! Chen Weimel reacted instantly, hugged Xiao Duan and rolled to the side. And a violent explosion broke out in the medical room. And the hot wind carried the debris and rushed them far away in the corridor. The power supply of the spacecraft disappeared step by step. And a sudden sense of weightlessness came violently. With Chen Weimel's protection, Xiao Duan was almost not seriously injured. He clung to the wall to prevent the two of them from rolling down. And he and Chen Weimel helped each other to climb to the cockpit. The explosion in the medical room seemed to have a large impact, and many operations had failed. Chen Weimel had no choice but to activate the forced landing protection and found the nearest place to prepare for a hard landing. You stay here and I go find someone. She asked Xiao Duan to stay here, and she went to find Meng Liji. He was alone just now. So where would he be? The spaceship used this time was very large, and it would take a while to search every room. Not to mention the current violent shaking state. Zui Yun had sent her a message that she was fine. But Meng Liji didn't respond. After going to his room, and the space observation room he often went to, Chen Weimel couldn't find him. Since he had reached the point where he didn't want to see anyone, Chen Weimel suddenly changed direction and ran quickly. She kicked the door of the training room open, and Meng Liji lay on the ground, falling around as the spacecraft swayed. 20 seconds before landing, the entire spacecraft suddenly sounded a reminder. 10 seconds before landing, Chen Weimel didn't have time to hesitate. She picked up Meng Liji and squeezed him on the seat next to her, and tied herself and him tightly to it with a rope. At the moment of the hard landing, she tightly protected Meng Liji's head, and the violent shaking seemed to shake out her internal organs. Everything returned to calm again. It seemed a little unreal. Chen Weimel took Meng Liji to her room without stopping. She didn't know when Meng Liji fainted. Maybe after he told Xiao Duan to leave for a while. Or maybe after the spacecraft lost control. But no matter what, he was unconscious now. And she didn't know where he was injured. There were not many external injuries, and she had no idea whether it was a hit on the brain or because of his mental power. Chen Weimel had not experienced this kind of situation where she was completely helpless. Fortunately, Meng Liji's breathing was relatively stable. Her mind went blank for a while. And after completing the necessary treatment procedures, a strong pain in her leg suddenly reached her brain. Chen Weimel sat down on the bed and took a break. She turned sideways and looked at the man with a slight wound on his face. She gently touched his hair. Then she got up and went out again. Xiao Duan was still in the cockpit, trying to repair the equipment. Zui Yun also rushed over, and she was fine. What happened? You scared me. Zui Yun started to make a lot of noise, but Chen Weimel felt relieved. In short, there was an explosion in the medical room and the spacecraft malfunctioned. It was my fault. Xiao Duan took the responsibility on himself. Chen Weimel immediately interrupted his internal friction. What does it have to do with you? Let's start repairing it first. I give you the authority, and you and Zui Yun will cooperate. I go check the situation outside. I don't know where this is yet. Okay. No problem. Chen Weimel didn't go far, but climbed to the high ground, took out a pistol-like object, and fired a shot into the sky. She immediately had a ground scan on her optical brain. There seemed to be no living creatures around here. It was a little different from the desert where there was no grass, although there was also sand and gravel everywhere. It was all pure black. You couldn't look at it for too long. If you stare at it for too long, you would have the illusion of sinking. And the black strange rock landforms were very rich and felt very strange. It was not completely hard. When she touched the rock, it had a strange concave softness, and her hands would not be stained with any color. She did not see any obvious danger, so she returned to the spaceship temporarily. Meng Liji had not woken up yet. Chen Weimel rubbed his forehead and made a video call to Qiyiran. What's wrong? Is it done? The other side was very leisurely. Although Shibui had nothing to do under Hua Cheng's suppression, the autonomy was there, and they were also traveling normally and performing short-distance tasks. No. The spaceship exploded, and we were forced to land in an unfamiliar place. I just wanted to tell you. Qiyiran then showed his face in the video. Do I need to pick you up? Not for now. I try to see if I can fix it first. And this place is quite far from the Federation, so don't bother. Okay. Send me the coordinates first, just in case. Qiren has always been very confident in her. Where's Mengleji? Did he also go to fix the spaceship? Chen Weimo hasn't figured out what to say yet. Qiren looked at the video. And Chen Weimo was suddenly pressed down by a naked arm tied with gauze. Weimo? A hoarse voice sounded. And then the video was cut off. Chapter 131. Are you awake? Chen Weimo hung up the phone urgently and turned over flexibly under the sudden pressure. And the tip of his nose just happened to touch the other person's jaw. Yeah. What's wrong? Mengleji was still not quite awake. And he felt sore all over. Where are my clothes? His upper clothes were gone. And he had several more wounds on his body. And his forehead was also painful. We made an emergency landing. And you were hit again after you lost consciousness. Mengleji fell into silence. His eyes wandered to the ceiling. And his arm moved away naturally. He didn't faint. But in order to suppress the chaotic world from continuing to collapse, he simply chose to turn a blind eye and directly closed himself off. Yes. I'm sorry. Chen Weimo's voice drowned out his. She sat up and seemed to have mustered up the courage to look at him directly. I'm not very good at taking care of people. I thought you needed someone to accompany you. But it seemed that you would feel annoyed. And it turned out that leaving you alone would hurt you. Weimo. Mengleji suddenly held Chen Weimo's unconsciously clenched fist, letting her slowly relax. When his fingertips touched her palm, he suddenly stood up. Chen Weimo was not sure if something had just brushed against her lips. Before she could react, she heard a soft "I'm sorry." A roundabout voice. Close or far? Not quite real. Then, their breaths collided. Without hesitation. Not fiercely. Lips touching lips. But without stopping. Mengleji stepped back. His eyes suppressed. I'm sorry. He leaned down again. Tilted his head slightly. And kissed carefully. From the tip of the nose to the beads of the lips. And then thoroughly entangled. I'm sorry. He kept talking between breaths. He knew why he was sorry. He shouldn't do what he always wanted to do at this time, and in this state. But only in this state could he find a mean and legitimate reason for himself. His mind was screaming for destruction. But he was reluctant to let it go. The momentary suffocation and the continuous warmth made him keep going back and forth between losing control and rationality. Chen Weimo's mind gradually woke up. And he realized that he had been catering to it for a long time. And there was no resistance at all. She even took the initiative to increase the intensity. Until Mengleji called for a stop. He still couldn't calm down. And he felt heavy everywhere. His sight always stopped involuntarily at the place where he had infected. He spread his arms and surrounded the person in front of him, encircling him deeper and deeper, blending into his bones and blood. Weimo. Help me survive. Yes. Chen Weimo's voice was gentle, but extremely solemn. She also stretched out her hand, and her fingertips slightly pressed on the broad back. She raised her head. Her forehead passed through her chin, and when she met those wet eyes, she suddenly came back to her senses. Put on some clothes. All right. Even though they said so, neither of them let go. Weimo. Xiao Duan and I are still a little different, Mengleji said. Chen Weimo looked at him steadily, waiting for him to explain himself. He was maliciously slandered during the battle, and although the subsequent events also caused damage to him, it was not difficult to repair. I am. What you told me last time was worse than that. He paused, very tired. He pretended to be very tired. When he was self-consistent, no matter how often he used his mental power, he could watch the chaotic world with a cold eye. And the collapse was always there. The best state was just to deliberately ignore it. Many people think that he is calm and can remain calm at critical moments. In fact, in comparison, he doesn't care. There is always a way to solve the changes in the outside world, which is better than being helpless in the face of the world in the mind. Mengleji's eyes were far away, and when he returned to the person in his arms, he became a little clearer and turbulent. The distance was getting closer and closer. Suddenly, a loud and confident voice broke the beauty. Chen Weimo immediately turned his head awkwardly and cleared his throat, covering Mengleji's mouth with one hand, and stood up at the same time. I go and see if it's fixed. After saying that, he fled. I don't know if the air after the explosion has not circulated yet. Chen Weimo feels that the long corridor is a bit stuffy. Chen Wei. Stop shouting. Chen Weimo interrupted Zui Yun's power. The repair robot next to her was pacing back and forth leisurely. And Xiao Duan was also repairing it seriously. Who told you not to reply to the message? Oh, I didn't check the computer. Chen Weimao tried to explain calmly. Fixed? It takes time. The medical room and the surrounding lines are all destroyed. And the crystal core is also affected. Do you have any extra ones? Chen Weimao took out 2 chips that were only half the size of a palm and threw them to Zui Yun. That's good. It should take another 12 hours to completely repair it. How is it outside? Nothing. As soon as the voice fell, the spaceship deeply rooted in the ground suddenly shook violently again. What caused this kind of movement on the ground? Zui Yun looked at Chen Weimao with an exaggerated expression. And her face said, Is this the result of your reconnaissance? Chen Weimao decided to ignore her. She carefully adjusted her state and turned to go out. There was still a sound of collision outside the door of the spaceship. The moment the door opened, a black shadow rushed in at a speed that could not be seen by the naked eye. Chen Weimao didn't dodge, but took it and closed the door. Some sticky liquid flowed through the crack of the door, and the part in her hand was still twisting wildly. What is that? So disgusting. Zui Yun came to watch the fun, and stopped when he saw the scene at the door. The thing was covered with a layer of something like a mushroom pedicle, but it looked very soft and flexible. Is it alive? Zui Yun asked. I don't know. Chen Weimao's strength was not enough to suppress it easily. She took 2 steps beyond Zui Yun and was immediately stopped. What if there are spores or something like that? Don't come in, Chen Weimao agreed. So she had to take out a small box, scrape the mucus squeezed out of the door, and threw it to Zui Yun. See if you can test it. I feel. She couldn't say it. The strength in her hand loosened a little, and the thing struggled a little less. She threw this piece of thing out again, closed the door in time, and jumped onto the top of the spaceship. The place where the spaceship touched the ground had been completely entangled by that thing. But there was no longer as much movement as at the beginning, and many of them had gradually retracted into the ground. They didn't even come up to attack her. She pulled out her gun and fired a shot at the ground in the distance. Soon, many twisted tentacles rushed out from the ground, roared silently for a while, and then went back. So it was sound. Or heat? Chen Weimao guessed. And although they are agile, they don't seem to exist in the shallow underground, and they need a certain amount of time to reach their destination. Chen Weimao stood there and observed for a while, except for the occasional rolling of stones that attracted those things. It was really peaceful at other times. Only the spaceship under her feet was still being invaded. Not fatal, but annoying. She found the right time to get back into the spaceship. Zui Yun had already come up with the result. Unknown element. Complex compound. With simple nerve structure. Will react to the outside world. But it does not meet the definition of a living thing. Zui Yun had a serious expression, huddled under a huge machine, with some bottles and jars at hand. This thing is corrosive. Are you okay? Chen Weimao looked at her hand. It was a little purple, but she didn't feel uncomfortable. Being thick-skinned is not a good thing. Forget it. Let me do it. Zui Yun sighed and picked up various reagents. But he had no idea. No one knows toxicology. I don't know if your condition will be more serious or you should just ignore it. Is this okay? She handed Chen Weimao a purple reagent. I'm afraid you will send me away. Although Chen Weimao took it, he didn't plan to use it. This is for blood coagulation. Then, take a rest. Chen Weimao would not be polite to her and really left. Xiao Duan was still repairing inside. And Meng Liji also came out to help. Although Chen Weimao did not speak, and did not evade his gaze. The two of them just met eyes. But Xiao Duan still glanced at him thoughtfully. How long can this crystal stone be used? He asked. This is not the same as the federal form. Just in case. You still need to know in advance. Enough for 10 years. Chen Weimao rubbed his hair with the back of his hand and answered absent-mindedly. Her palms were a little numb now. 10 years? Xiao Duan's tone changed a little. It's relatively forbidden, Chen Weimao perfunctorily said. Now on this spaceship, everyone was busy with their own things. It seemed that only she and the few people from Freedom Technology were idle. Wait a minute. Meng Liji stopped her from being idle. Did you just get it outside? Well, it's okay. Maybe it will be fine in a while. Chen Weimao looked at Xiao Duan a little guilty, and saw that he went into the wall to repair the line. So she dared to look directly at Meng Liji. Don't go out. The thing outside is very powerful, and it seems to have some toxins. Have you dealt with it? Yes. I go check on those people from Freedom Technology. Chen Weimo was surprised from the bottom of his heart why he told such a little lie. It's easier to do the real work. Those people were tied up. But they were the most intact on this spaceship. When they saw Chen Weimo coming in, their eyes changed. This was the first time Chen Weimo appeared when they were awake. Chen Weimo also found their reactions very interesting. Do you know me? The few people didn't answer immediately. So she kindly added, be careful what you say. Don't get yourself killed. Chen Weimo. Someone called her name. So, am I famous in Freedom Technology? Or has someone handled my genetic and consciousness data? Chen Weimo's eyes suddenly changed. And he looked like a different person. Let's talk. The few people spoke at the same time, as if they were one person. If you look carefully, you will find that there is a faint uniform blue light in their pupils. Instead of letting you destroy our achievements bit by bit, it's better to talk to you directly. Chapter 132. Who are you? Chen Weimo asked. What's the point of asking such a question? Then there's nothing to talk about. Chen Weimo lowered his head and wiped his palms. While observing his purple skin, he quietly opened the video record on his collar. Will you be angry if you find that your consciousness data has been implanted into the brain of a star beast? Several people spoke in unison, with no warmth in their tone, which doubled the provocation of the words. It's okay. I just didn't expect that my data could be saved for so long and used repeatedly. But in the end, there was only such a meaningless result. The room fell into a terrifying silence. A cold smile suddenly appeared on the face that had been numb and mechanical all the time. Although you understand the general atmosphere and pursuit of Freedom Technology and try to provoke them, you are still too superficial. Maybe? Chen Weimo responded indifferently. Anyway, she was not anxious. She didn't know what Freedom Technology had put into the minds of their own scientists. In the past, they just forced them to shut up. And today, they even remotely control them. But even if these people died in front of her, it didn't matter. This means that she is on the right track. Destroying their useless achievements has indeed caused them considerable losses. So she won't speak up, and must wait for that bastard who never shows up to speak up. Do you understand, Jeans? They are about to start another conversation that is full of self-esteem and indifference. Chen Weimo said nothing, motioning them to continue. Genes are nature's coding for us. It selects humans and allows us to survive in its own way and endure the limitations it has set. But humans are too fragile. Any creature in the universe can easily crush us. Chen Weimo interrupted with a smile. Nature shapes human genes. You edit my genes? Do you think too highly of yourself? Even if it's not you, there will be others. Everyone is equal on the road to fighting against fate. Then why don't you lie there and let me take your brain out and see if someone can thoroughly study genes and thoughts? Everyone should become his test subject. Chen Weimo sneered, but followed his meaning and said, you mean? You want to break the prison with your thoughts in this opaque body under the control of nature? Immortality through this method? Immortality is the narrowest misunderstanding of us. But I forgive you. Thank you. They narrated coldly. The control of the mind over the body and the interaction with the outside world are like the spiritual power of the Federation people. I think you should be very familiar with it. Chen Weimo raised his eyelids. His eyes were sharp. And although his movements were still lazy, his aura was different. If the ability that does not rely on external objects is properly developed, how much potential will it have? What do you want to do? You now think that doing these things on these star beasts is meaningless. But constantly letting the powerful spirit and the adapted container run in with each other is the boring scientific research process. What I'm asking is, what do you want to do on humans? Do you know why someone is interested in Mengleji? What can a person who has physically died a long time ago do? The sudden violent beating of his heart was a little noisy in his ears, and Chen Weimo suppressed his nausea and responded to them. You really know it. Freedom Technology is at the end of its rope. You are not still deceiving yourself. Are you? The existence of an organization will not stop our ideals. Chen Weimo did not comment. What is Grayler's position in Freedom Technology? An undisclosed figure. But he is everywhere. The few people suddenly had blood in their mouths and noses. But their faces were expressionless. Even if you take down all the territories of Freedom Technology, his consciousness data will still exist in any place you can't imagine. He can't be killed or driven away. But you have a way. Chen Weimo said it with absolute certainty, although the other party expressed great respect for Grayler's existence. From talking about star beasts to mental power to this person, he showed that he was definitely not the same kind of person as Grayler. Grayler wasted a lot of manpower and material resources just to find an excellent body to carry his self-righteous high-quality brain. But he had already gone his own way with some other people who were really crazy about science. The star beasts in the laboratory will not harm you. But there are real threats outside. Do you know their next move? I need your sincerity. Chen Weimo agreed without hesitation. I can stop interfering with you. But I am just a small person. You are now just rats crossing the street. If the Federation and other places attack you, I can't control it. If you say yes, then it is. As long as you agree, we can cooperate. The other parties seemed to be unimpressed by Chen Weimo's words. I agree. Why not? The blood oozing out of the eye sockets of those people became more and more darker. And coupled with their cold expressions, it was very strange. The mental power of the federal soldiers is more than just capable of operating mechas. Chen Weimo had a stern face, and a layer of frost seemed to cover her brows. Although she had just thought of this possibility, she didn't really expect it to come true. What are they going to do? The technological defense line is actually very fragile. Military alone cannot protect such unarmed civilians. After these people finished speaking, they stopped moving. Their heads tilted weakly, and they were completely dead. Chen Weimo calmly watched the blood dripping onto the ground, and sat there for a long time until Zui Yun came to find her. The power of the spacecraft has been restored, and more than half of the strange things outside have retreated. But we are still making noises here. There is nothing we can do. She lowered her head to process the data on the optical computer, and when she looked up again, she was stunned. But she looked more carefully and found that these people were not beaten to death. So she felt relieved. What happened? Someone remotely controlled and talked to me. The result of the conversation? They asked me not to chase him and join hands with me to completely wipe out Grayler. What's your decision? Some things haven't been decided yet. Zui Yun waved his hand nonchalantly. Then let's think about it slowly when we get back. Where to go? Didn't you see the big news about Tilts? Natalia announced the wedding. It's only been a few days? She's done it already? Chen Weimo was dumbfounded. The ceremony will be held next month. You must go back. Zui Yun has received some private inquiries from Tilts, all of whom want to find out Chen Weimo's opinion through her. But they probably didn't expect that Chen Weimo didn't know anything yet. So many things. Chen Weimo sighed lightly. But she was only depressed for a few seconds, and she returned to normal. After the spacecraft is repaired, I have a more urgent thing to do. Want to do experiments again? Yes. Zui Yun turned his head away speechlessly. Every time she arrived at a new place, Chen Weimo wanted to fully understand and utilize the unknown and powerful creatures there, so as to facilitate fighting or escaping in the future. Nate was one of the ones she successfully recruited. Using food or the bands and frequencies that can affect creatures to intervene is more powerful and clever than any weapon. Chen Weimo said before that although Tilt's weapons were powerful, when they were really outside, there were only the two of them. It was really unsafe to be in such a large interstellar space without some help. Zui Yun agreed, but it was too troublesome. In the previous tests, her legs were broken and the spacecraft was destroyed. Today's test, where even the elements are unknown, will probably be very difficult again. But it doesn't matter. She will still accompany Chen Weimo to do it. Chen Weimo told Meng Liji and Xiao Duan about those people. The border with a large population. The 9th and 58th districts of the 3rd military region. The 10th district of the 6th military region. And the 2nd district of the independent military region. Xiao Duan immediately listed the most likely places. Each division has at least 100,000 people. And the 6th military division has the weakest troops. But he wants mental power. It's more like he's going for the soldiers, not just for invasion. Meng Liji felt that this routine sounded familiar, even for senior officers. Colonel, are you? Xiao Duan tried hard to word it, but Meng Liji answered before he finished. I can't remember. Too many times. There are quite a few officers, and even students with mental power SS level and above. Meng Liji gently pushed the repair robot beside him away. This action was meaningless. But in Chen Weimo's eyes, she silently handed over a candy. It was not an ordinary snack, but a drug with a sedative effect. Zui Yun had just been injured at the time, and he was in a state of mental confusion. So he just held a candy in his mouth for no reason. And there were no side effects. Meng Liji smiled faintly, which was considered a response. But Chen Weimo changed the topic with a subtle expression. You didn't go to see those bodies, just based on my description. You believed it? Meng Liji's smile deepened. But Xiao Duan was calmer. Don't be flattered. Because I have no one else to trust in this matter of freedom technology. Okay. Stop talking. I'm afraid you cry. Chen Weimo stopped in time. She still released the video she recorded. She always had to be very clear about the serious matters. Not to mention that she was not a member of the Federation and had a different position. Although the independent military region was still attacking the territory illegally obtained by freedom technology, it was actually not as fierce as it seemed. Meng Liji said that if freedom technology took the initiative to return or provide something valuable, the military district would not leave any room for negotiation like it did at the beginning. In other words, peace talks are not impossible. You can discuss it yourself. Chen Weimo had almost finished her instructions and was not curious about what they were going to do next. She also had to prepare a plan for the test environment. Although Xiao Duan did not stop her. He turned to Meng Liji after she left and asked, "Isn't she involved in Grayler's affairs?" "It has nothing to do with Grayrel or freedom technology. This is a problem that the Federation will face." Federation? Xiao Duan wanted to say something else, but swallowed his words. "Colonel, I mean a hypothesis. If Chen Weimo still wants to attack the Federation in the end, what will you do?" Meng Liji's eyes deepened, and the taste of sugar was still spreading in his mouth. "Let her repay evil with kindness? I can't do it." Chapter 133. Chen Weimo treated all his injuries and came to a high ground with Zui, which was a certain distance away from the spaceship. "I run today and take care of the sick." Zui sorted out her equipment. She was very relaxed and her eyes fell on the depression below. She wanted to lure the snake out of the hole, although it looked dangerous. In fact, as long as she hit quickly, plus she and Chen Weimo cooperated, as long as it was not too exaggerated, it was within their control. Besides, this one today doesn't seem to be a living thing. She activated the propeller on her body and flew directly to the center of the depression, took out a small vibrator and pressed it into the ground. Although the instrument is small, its effect is far-reaching. The huge force spreads in circles underground, but the sand on the surface only trembles slightly in a small range, forming ripples. The cracks gradually expanded above the sand sea, and the sand and gravel slid downward infinitely, as if the earth was about to be completely sucked away by something, until tentacles with completely different textures emerged from the sand, and then instantly covered the entire field of vision. This scale was far greater than the commotion caused by the spacecraft engine. The movement transmitted to the deep underground seemed to have alarmed all the simple reflective materials on this planet. They rushed out from the depths of the earth, covering the sky and the sun, shaking and waving without any rules. Zui Yun used the thrusters to jump between different branches, using the force to fight the force. So the force falling on her was not great. "How much has come out?" she asked Chen Weimo while hiding. Chen Weimo stood far away and was not affected. But she was also surprised by the scale. Not only the depression, but also the sand dunes under her feet and in the distance were collapsing. And the black matter that rushed out was bearing its fangs and claws, with the momentum to devour this place. "It feels like there is still room." She recorded the speed and the measured strength, and her eyes followed Zui Yun's movement. "How long can you hold on?" "Hee. All the time." The optical brain quickly estimated the area and volume. The reason why she didn't detect anything the first time was because she overlooked a possibility. At first, she only paid attention to the general organisms, and even other potential dangers were limited to this small area. But what if this place is not a planet? If the volume of matter is large enough, there can also be obvious gravity. Sand and soil can be the damaged material after the external impact. And theoretically, the position of the core of the Earth is completely occupied by this unknown material, when there is no interference. This is a simple and peaceful desert. As long as there is a little movement, it will start to actively attack the external stimulation, just like the self-protection mechanism of the cell is turned on. Although Chen Weimo had reminded Meng Liji not to make any noise in the spaceship for the time being, she was still worried that if things got out of control, they would be too late. After Zui Yun activated the matter in this area, he cut off a complete and active piece and jumped to Chen Weimo's side. "Is it almost done? We can withdraw now." Chen Weimo didn't want to see his sovereignty, but just wanted to understand its mechanism. If she encounters danger and comes to this place in the future, she can use them to escape. Or, she can copy them and use them directly as weapons. But just as she finished speaking, the ground shook violently again, and the soft sand under their feet became like a swamp. Losing all support, the two of them flew off the ground immediately. The place where they had just stood collapsed quickly, and more than a dozen thick tentacles burst out of the ground, like a huge mouth of the abyss. Fortunately, I ran fast. Every time Zui Yun looked at the giant from a high place, he had an illusion of weakness, and Chen Weimo pulled her up and turned around and ran away quickly. With this scale of braking, if they wasted any time, they might not be able to escape. The spaceship in the distance also started, but the speed was not fast, and it only flew to the same height as them. Chen Weimo remotely operated the spaceship, and she opened the hatch when it was about to dock. The two rushed in by inertia, and the hatch suddenly closed again. The impact sound outside was heard instantly, and the spaceship left this ghost place at full speed. But under inertia, it was 4 people who were thrown out. Xiao Duan and Meng Liji were. Golden House Hidden Beauty. In the spaceship, they had no control over these changes. They just turned a corner to look at the door, and 2 people who couldn't control themselves bumped into them. But in terms of reaction speed, Zui Yun and Chen Weimo were far superior to these 2 people. Even if they couldn't stop, they could protect the 2 innocent people who were implicated. Xiao Duan groaned, and Zui Yun's hand subconsciously pressed on his stomach for support. I'm sorry. Let me see. Don't let me damage your internal organs. Zui Yun dragged the person under her, and her other hand was entangled by the tentacles of the unknown substance. And the 2 people were inexplicably entangled together. Chen Weimo, who was standing by, had already been helped up by Meng Liji. Is this part of your job? This part is mainly a hobby. Chen Weimo tried to be frank and tried to open his innocent eyes. These were harmless episodes, and Meng Liji would not intervene. The spacecraft has not been repaired yet. Is this safe? As long as the basic power is restored, there will be no problem. For the rest, it may just be a little inconvenient. Chen Weimo hooked his clothes and motioned him up to go alone with her. I'm going back to Tilts. Maybe I have to stay for a month. She looked at him worriedly, but he only smiled in response. It's good to go back and rest. I'm tired of watching you toss and turn. Meng Liji suddenly put his arms around her, lifted her up, and let her sit on the table. He bent down towards her lips very naturally. Chen Weimo slapped his mouth. I haven't finished yet? Meng Liji's eyes were innocent, motioning her to continue. I want to say. Her eyes shifted slightly. Although I have to stay in Tilts for the next month, I should come out often to get some quiet time. Meng Liji was startled, and a smile appeared between his eyebrows. Are you going to be busy in the Federation? Chen Weimo asked. Probably. But there is time. Chen Weimo hesitated. This time, I won't participate. Even if you are not hostile, you are not an accomplice. Don't think too much. Meng Liji's lips gently landed on the tip of her nose. He avoided the main point and did not mention the issue of position. Moreover, he did not want Chen Weimo to get involved in the secret game between the various military districts in the Federation. Yeah. The 2 of them tacitly did not mention her current status. The pioneer cavalry of the independent military district. This position is now just used to deceive outsiders. Hua Chung made a fuss about freedom technology, and she is no longer a person in the Federation. Internally, she targeted freedom technology and actually cut off the financial resources of many people. Externally, she and freedom technology have long been incompatible. Why should she wade into this muddy water? Do you know the Orion River? Chen Weimo asked. I haven't heard of it. Where is it? A space-time rift created by a star explosion. The huge gravitational force of the waste produced by the explosion did not cause the rift to collapse into a black hole. Coincidentally, a liquid system that is visible to the naked eye and looks like a sparkling river is formed. You want to take me here? It takes 3 hours to fly from the Federation through a wormhole, and I take 4 hours to fly from Tilt through 2 wormholes. Meng Liji deliberately lowered his voice and leaned close to her ear. When will you choose a good place? I'm doing this for you. I know. Chen Weimo was choked by him today, and her ears were burning. She pushed away this man who was pushing too hard, but was really not in a good mood, and took a breath. According to Chen Weimo's description, it seemed that the place was just a ruin. But when she really got there, Meng Liji found that the name Changhe was very appropriate. The light reflected by the gravel penetrated the transparent liquid substance, like a diamond that someone had forgotten and accidentally spilled here. The transparent substance seemed to be thicker than water, like the waves of the deep sea. It looked insignificant, but it had a magnificent momentum. He didn't wait here for long. and Chen Weimo came. Unlike her usual combat uniform, she wore a long skirt this time, which was not complicated, but also elegant and noble. Although she was full of a rare sense of dejection, Chen Weimo closed her eyes and leaned against Meng Leji's arms. Although you are the patient, let me rest first. What difficulties did the Duke encounter? Don't mention these two words. Just as Chen Weimo expected, Natalia's sudden announcement of marriage also confused many people. So these people came to her to inquire about the news. She met too many people, and even her icy face could not hold up. The two of them fell straight on the bed. Chen Weimo closed her eyes, but the other person's eyes were always on her face. There is a question I have always wanted to ask. Meng Leji suddenly spoke. Asked. Chen Weimo responded lazily. When did you realize that I like you? Chen Weimo opened her eyes suddenly. Meng Leji became more curious after seeing her reaction. On the way back from the federal court. In the car. Before arriving at Lao Shua's house. Why? Meng Leji was going to ask more questions. But he suddenly thought of something and his eyes changed. Ye told you. He just said something suddenly. Chen Weimo felt guilty instinctively. But she couldn't explain this change in feeling. She just leaned against Meng Leji's chest, listening to her heartbeat. Meng Leji was quiet for a long time. And when Chen Weimo couldn't help but look up, his lower lip was suddenly bitten. What are you doing? Chen Weimo stared at him in surprise. I can't bite it. Meng Leji's eyes were faint, and definitely not affectionate. What did you think after you knew about it? He asked again. I didn't think much about it. I just felt that your friendliness towards me was something I had never encountered before. But I never thought about it in this direction. No wonder she reacted strangely when she recalled it now. Meng Leji found that the corners of his mouth were as heavy as 1,000 pounds. And he could no longer put on his usual smile. What about you? Although Chen Weimo was slow, he also understood what he was asking. As soon as she opened her mouth, a hot and fierce kiss fell, full of primitive greed and barbarity. Her shoulders and neck were slightly cold, but her body was burning hot. Chen Weimo was caught off guard. But after a moment of distraction, she still interrupted Meng Leji's timid kiss. I don't know if I can explain it clearly. I used to think that because of the transformation, I may have lost the right to experience a lot of emotions. So I never thought that this kind of thing would happen to me. I would be happy, worried, and inexplicably expecting something. Sometimes I would want to avoid it. But it's not because I'm afraid of trouble. But I don't know how to respond. Because I seem to have an impulse that can't be solved by reason. For the first time, she showed a helpless expression. Meng Leji raised his hand to cover her eyes, and the tip of his lips fell on her neck. It's my fault. Feelings are more important than words. And he doesn't need them. He held Chen Weimo's hand and put it on the button. The air in the spacecraft was not warm, but there was a trace of burning heat. The two fell and melted in the deep sea. Helpless, but closely relying on each other. He was bumping in the deep sea, swallowing the wind blade of the sea breeze. The snow-white peaks close at hand were endless, and the icicles were twisted into the icebreaker. The wind and snow blown by butterflies swept in the clear sky, but the snowflakes danced in front of his eyes. He opened his mouth and sipped the ice and snow. The waves beat randomly, and the power merged quietly. But he was still keen on breaking through the waves. It no longer mattered whether it rose or fell, because the sky would turn into stars, flying down, and then landing with a bang. The night was long, and everything returned to silence. Chapter 134. Chen Weimo smoothed the wrinkles of the bed sheet, and when she looked up, she happened to see the bruises on Meng Leji's body, and she immediately avoided his sight. Well, how about applying some medicine? Facing Meng Leji's silent scrutiny, she consciously shut up. She couldn't rationally control the intensity all the time. Meng Leji drank a whole glass of cold water, fell down again, and reached out to Chen Weimo. The thick desire could not dissipate for a long time, and his fingers gently danced on the other's skin, from the arm to the spine. After the last separation, he returned to the Federation and privately contacted several officers he trusted. In less than 10 days, he secretly checked the military advisor system and traced all the loopholes and changes. But the effect was not great, and they could not alert the enemy, so they had to keep it to themselves. And the soldiers who might be targeted were also surrounded by people who protected them. The movements of freedom technology were also under continuous monitoring. But even if they knew what might happen in advance, they were still passive until the last moment. Xiao Duan was a member of the 1st Military District, so he could not participate in this matter in an official capacity. Moreover, after he returned, the 1st Military District suggested that he take a good rest first, and the position of colonel existed in name only. An officer with severe mental and physical damage, and even the team was in pieces. He was no longer of much use to the military district. Fortunately, Xiao Duan no longer cared about these things, and it was better to rest, so he had time to check what he was really interested in. He left the military district station directly, saying that he was going home to recuperate. But in fact he went around and secretly ran to Shibo's territory. Qi Ren was extremely mad at Xiao Duan's shameless behavior. It was hard to hide such a big man, so she tried to make him less conspicuous all day. Every day. They were so busy that they had no time to eat and could only drink nutrient solution. But everyone realized that they spent too much energy hiding and testing each other internally. Powerless, but inevitable. Since when did spiritual satisfaction turn into a double exhaustion of body and mind? In addition, he looked at Chen Weimo deeply. Meng Leji's hot breath hit Chen Weimo's neck. Chen Weimo shrank her shoulders and gently bit his collarbone. Thinking about it carefully, they had no clear boundaries for a long time. Meng Leji suddenly realized that he was cheating continuously, taking advantage of her slowness and doing many excessive things. Get up and put on your clothes. Meng Leji helped the person who was still escaping from reality and trying to cheat. Although the skirt was not complete. Fortunately, he had a lot of spare shirts. Buttoning became a worthwhile and long task. Can't you see clearly? Chen Weimo couldn't help asking when she saw Meng Leji holding a button, but always failing to button it. Meng Leji quickly helped her put it on, then pecked her hard on the lips, and dressed neatly. Chen Weimo said before she came that she could only run away for a while, and escaping was useful but not for too long. She still had to face what she had to face. She didn't tell Meng Leji about the recent excitement in tilts, so Meng Leji naturally wouldn't take the initiative to ask about things that made her embarrassed. She looked at the messy bed and sighed softly. I'm leaving. Wei Mo. Meng Leji suddenly called her. What's wrong? Chen Weimo felt that his reaction was a bit strange, as if it was difficult to speak. Meng Leji stood there, keeping a certain distance from Chen Weimo. Finally, he resigned himself to opening the light brain and showed her a picture. A familiar person was particularly conspicuous in the crowd, and this person seemed to have noticed that someone was looking at him, so they happened to meet each other's eyes. Chen Weimo only glanced at it briefly. Her body seemed to be frozen by ice, and she remembered to breathe after a moment. Fengtan? And the people around Fengtan also included cyborgs that she had seen with her own eyes or read about. When my parents went out for research, they met a team of people from Freedom Technology. They wanted to avoid conflict, but they suddenly saw a familiar person. Meng Leji took the initiative to explain. He silently stroked Chen Weimo's back, full of worry. As for Fengtan, from 0 to 1 is difficult. From 1 to 100 is not difficult. Chen Weimo took over the conversation herself. Her voice was very calm, and she quickly got rid of the shock. Since the matter was already settled, she could only accept it and then solve it, whether it was the person or the matter. My parents secretly placed a locator, but they only tracked for 2,000 more stars before losing contact. It's too dangerous. Let them ensure their own safety first if they encounter this situation in the future. Chen Weimo saved the recorded journey and had a rough plan in her mind. The personnel and specific service branches should be able to find clues, and she already had some guesses. The troubles that Dirts brought to her were thrown behind her in one fell swoop. She now felt that those things were easy. Meng Leji looked at her quietly, gently held her in his arms, and slid his hands to her waist. It's okay. It's time to work. Chen Weimo patted him vigorously and left very cleanly. She rushed back to Dirts in a hurry, and her posture scared Zui Yun and Er who were hiding in the wooden house. The three people were originally depressed, but now she went out and suddenly felt like chicken blood. Someone saw Fengtan. I check it out? She said it briefly. Who? How did you see it? The two of them still couldn't quite understand the literal meaning of this sentence. The genetic data of Fengtan should have been saved, and then cloned by Freedom Technology. Chen Weimo entered the path into her system, and immediately the information of faction distribution was displayed. This team should belong to Lu Songqing's combat department, and Lu Songqing is Tang Yi's second-level subordinate. It was almost the same as she thought. There was not much information left about the modified people, but it really looked like there were more than a dozen people. but she memorized every word of each person's information in her mind. What do you want to do? Er felt Chen Weima's emotions, which could be said to be very rational and full of motivation. This state was good, but it was really worrying. Turning up his territory. Is it that simple? It's that simple. She didn't care about the high-sounding rhetoric of freedom technology. But they were still not letting these cyborgs go. And she couldn't just leave it alone. That's easy. Zuyun actively agreed. It was relatively easy to just fight. Not to mention that their equipment was generally not inferior to freedom technology. Weimu? Er looked at her timidly. But his posture was not as nervous as his expression. You are doing this for Fontaine, and don't want him to be used again. I understand. But is the Fontaine in the photo the same person as the Fontaine we know? No. If not, why are you so nervous? What do you want to get back for him? Chen Weimo was unable to answer immediately. And Er continued, the genes are the same. The data is the same. But he is not Fontaine. He was not Fontaine from the moment he was born. You are the enemy of freedom technology. It's just a matter of stance. It's natural to attack their combat power. But if it's for Fontaine, then what did Fontaine do wrong? What a mess. Just fight it. Zuyun seemed to understand, but also seemed not to understand. She only knew that Chen Weimo was shaken by Er's words. She was hesitating. I think about it again. Chen Weimo returned to the room alone. Only Zuyun and Er were left downstairs. Zuyun slapped Er's arm hard. You are the only one who has a big mouth? Friendly reminder. Don't wait until she regrets her impulse. Er scooped a large spoonful of meat sauce into his mouth. He seemed very satisfied with Chen Weimo's reaction. Motivation is still very important. You are working non-stop outside now. It seems very fulfilling. But if you stop and look back, you may find yourself very funny. Ah. Funny. You are the only noble one? Zuyun resisted the urge to slap him in the face. You squat in the cave every day to chat with that big guy. And there is basically no response. Are you really fulfilled? I didn't care. What in the world is meaningful? I'm just afraid that he'd be lonely. A creature that has lived for who knows how long. Can't speak or see, but feels the world in a way that humans can't understand. It is the original inhabitant here, but it has been here for too long. So long that its body has formed its own ecology. And a new race and civilization has been formed. It is tolerant enough, but it is still feared by people. Il feels that it is just afraid and lonely. But no one believed that such a big thing would be afraid of such a small human. Zuyun was too lazy to talk to him again. Chen Weimo was called autistic by him. She finally got a chance to breathe from the wedding preparations. But now she was silent again. Although she was sitting downstairs, she felt uneasy. Don't worry about you, Er said again. Zuyun's emotions were the most readable he had ever encountered. She will figure it out. And now, she has someone who can comfort her. What? Didn't you notice that her clothes have changed? Huh? After finishing the last bite on the plate, Er walked to Zuyun's side, leaned over and said softly, Chen Weimo, she doesn't want you anymore. You haven't been beaten for a long time. Are you itching? Er, stop right there. Chen Weimo was upstairs, listening to the fight downstairs. Without any reaction, she sat quietly at the table, looking at the empty wall. After a long time, she jumped out of the window and walked to the deep of the Gem Valley, next to the burnt tree struck by lightning. There were rustling sounds in the woods, and the silver leopard came over following her scent. Although it was the king of the Gem Valley, the silver leopard was very snobbish, and was always well behaved in front of Chen Weimo. It was turning its belly with a gurgling sound, and Chen Weimo touched it as it wished. Although your life is short, the people you have come into contact with, Chen Weimo said to this person who couldn't understand human language. Mei Chun, Lao Zhua, Feng Tan, are all dead? Er can't die. But I'm not dead yet. So you are happier. The silver leopard growled in his throat, as if he agreed. What should I do? Chen Weimo suddenly held up the silver leopard's head and pinched its skin. You say? What about you? Chen Weimo didn't let go, and turned to look at the tree. The smell of fresh moss and soil kept teasing her nose, and the dark green branches divided her vision in a patchwork manner. But no one responded. Got it. Chapter 135. You mean? Marquis Morin secretly hoarded the ore? After finding someone in the forest, Chen Weimo cursed in her heart. But on the surface, she still responded politely and patiently. But she sat and deliberately broke a tree trunk that was 1 person wide while talking, pretending to put the liquid secreted from the tree heart into a bottle, even though she didn't need it. Ah. No. 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 Duke. You misunderstood? The visitor was inexplicably shocked. Ordinary people are still not used to the magical power of this foreign duke. He hurriedly explained. It's just that the ore handed over by Marquis Morin's territory has been decreasing year by year. Now he wants to work with His Majesty. Are you afraid that the royal family will stage a drama? Duke, you are so good at joking. I didn't say that. He was so angry at Chen Weima's nonsense that veins popped out of his head. But he had to greet her with a smile. Chen Weima stood up, and the silver leopard beside him stretched out from his lying position. I know. Everyone's worries are justified. I will tell His Majesty. Thank you, Duke. Chen Weima walked out of the forest with him. Along the way, she was quite skilled in pretending to greet each other, accepting half of the serious matters that the other party really wanted to mention, and interrupting half of them. She didn't need to show any attitude. Even if the whole country opposed the young Marquis Morin's marriage to Natalia, she would not show any emotion. She didn't care about it because of Natalia and herself. After finally saying goodbye to him, Chen Weima watched him leave. She was relieved until she couldn't see him anymore. Going to Natalia was not an excuse. She really wanted to go to her to give feedback. The sun was shining in the afternoon. After entering the castle, she ran into someone she didn't want to see. Marquis Morin is young and promising, with a beautiful face, and many women in the kingdom have a crush on him. But Chen Weima thinks this man is so fake. This person uses etiquette to completely package himself and make himself empty. And you can't see through his true character at all. But she has a way to spy on the truth. Chen Weima was also present at several meetings between Morin and Natalia. Of course, Il was also there when he didn't show up. He vividly described the psychological fluctuations of the Marquis when facing Natalia, speechless, bored, flattering, greedy, and occasionally murderous intent. Young but ambitious, Chen Weima felt that this man was not as good as Natalia's deceased ex-husband. At least he was a man who was decisive and ruthless. At that time, they had different political views, and it was impossible to tell who was right or wrong. But there was no doubt that both sides were capable people. Natalia naturally knew the character of the husband she personally chose. But she didn't care. She just needed a wedding to prove that her decision to move would not affect the kingdom's path for more than 10 years, or even longer. By the way, she also needed a few high-quality genes to combine. Anyway, Morin will die in an accident, and his territory will be taken over by a more loyal and capable person. Duke Chen Weima. Morin had to salute Chen Weima when he saw him. His movements and expressions were always impeccable. Chen Weima also responded calmly, looking for His Majesty? Then I go in later. As His Majesty's most trusted minister, you should have priority over me. Let's go in together. Chen Weima tried to reduce his presence and watched Morin and Natalia perform a big show. It must be said that Morin's eyes were affectionate and restrained. As a subordinate, he could not disrespect the monarch. And as a fiancé, he could not suppress his emotions. And Natalia would never let him play a one-man show, and rarely showed a sense of closeness. Boring, but amazing. Chen Weima had almost finished eating the snacks on the table before Morin left. He even glanced at Chen Weima when he left. He always knew that this foreign duke had a good relationship with His Majesty. But he didn't expect it this time. Chen Weima actually sat the whole time, and ate so much food as if no one was around. If you do this, he will think too much when he goes back. Maybe you will receive a gift from him tonight. Natalia finished her business and sat down, but found that there was nothing to eat. Are you the emperor, or am I the emperor? You are too comfortable. You have been talking for too long. I am hungry. Natalia pressed the bell, and the maids came in again, bringing more sumptuous meals. Did you hear what he said just now? Just before I came, someone came to me and said that Morin embezzled the ore. He came to see you just in time. Although Chen Weima had not participated in their conversation, his ears were not idle. I know all these things. Natalia was not surprised at all. Amphibole is the ore with the highest failure rate in refining, so there is naturally a lot of room for human manipulation. But what can amphibole be used for? She suddenly chuckled, but there was no smile in her eyes. Amphibole is not native to Tilts, but a meteorite landed a long time ago and smashed out a basin, which is now the location of Morin's territory. Under high temperature, meteorites reacted with underground minerals, forming a wonderful combination. An amphibole came into being. Now this mineral is a very good material for making defense and anti-surveillance. One of the reasons why Tilts was not disturbed by the outside world and formed its own system is that they artificially laid a large number of detection boards made of amphibole on the periphery of the planet. And all the signals were absorbed. People far away naturally didn't know that there was a lush and habitable place here. Amphibole is not a strategic material in Tilts, but it is still very important. Morin had secretly taken it for himself a year ago, although the water is too clear to be fishy. It depends on what he took. It was hard for Natalia to let him go. You are easier to feed. Natalia glanced at Chen Weimao, who was eating seriously inside. Chen Weimao's cheeks stopped moving. I can use my weapons faster than eating. Am I easy to feed? I don't care about that. Besides, the people who are developing weapons are happier. They can try them for free and get timely feedback. It's a win-win situation. You? Chen Weimao shrank his neck back. Are you going to flatter me? Natalia smiled warmly. There is a place with rich forest resources. You can take it over. Chen Weimao roughly browsed the information and suddenly looked up. Molens? Yes. It is the latest one he holds overseas. But it is still undeveloped. Is it too early to take over now? Of course. At least after the ceremony. But you can go to scout first. Isn't there already defensive data? But you are more professional in what's in it. Chen Weimao thought. As expected. There is no such thing as a free lunch. But you still have to work. Thinking of this, she ate a little more and talked about the matter of Fontan while eating. This has nothing to do with Tilts. But when it comes to freedom technology, she always habitually talks to Natalia about the decision she made. Are you soft-hearted again? Natalia only heard the objective facts and knew the knot in Chen Weimao's heart. Is it considered soft-hearted? Even if you have plans to use enemy resources. Before that moment comes, everything is a threat. Natalia sipped a glass of wine elegantly. Don't blame me for speaking harshly. Even if the former Fontan is still alive, and he stands on the side of freedom technology, you'd better not cherish the old friendship. That will only hurt yourself. I know. Chen Weimao responded sullenly. Natalia was right. Since the positions were already divided, it would be a life-and-death battle if they met on the battlefield. There was no point for her to dwell on it here. Then I make a quick decision and try to get it done before your wedding. Chen Weimao still likes chatting with Natalia. It can help her sort out her thoughts quickly. Even if she can't figure it out, she can quickly put it out of her mind. In just one trip, Zui Yun witnessed the limit of human face changing. Chen Weimao switched to work mode again. Sometimes I feel that you have been transformed more thoroughly. And there is basically no internal friction. She sighed slightly. Thank you. Praising people is like scolding people. Chen Weimao lowered his head and clicked on the screen on the console. The spaceship was loaded and ready to set off directly. The planet covered by forests was not far from Tilts. After passing through a wormhole and flying at high speed for half a day, the colorful planet that came into view was out of tune with the surrounding barren universe. It's really nice. Zui Yun thought this place was more beautiful than the Gem Valley in Tilts. Although she entered here secretly, which was not as legitimate as in Tilts. This place was not developed on a large scale. But Morin also arranged some guards to guard it. Chen Weimao didn't take these people seriously at all. As long as he could hide from them and not let them find him. The dense trees towered up into the sky, with branches and leaves intertwined, forming a unique purple sky. Each tree trunk was as thick as 5 people's arms. And there were strange patterns on it. The results of environmental testing showed that the oxygen here was too abundant, and ordinary people could not be exposed directly outside, and still needed to wear special respirators. And there seemed to be many poisonous plants releasing pollen or gas. All the creatures were oversized and very active. Zui Yun flexibly dodged the bloody mouth of the piranha plant and broke off one of its tentacles. You? She took a deep breath and almost vomited. She trotted after Chen Weimao, her arm on her shoulder. But seeing Chen Weimao's eyes fixed on the distance, she waved her hand. What are you looking at? I think I saw. Suddenly, a muffled sound of a weapon firing came from the woods. Not far from them, Chen Weimao and Zui Yun looked at each other and ran towards there tacitly. Molin's guards held guns, 2 by 2, and observed the surrounding environment very vigilantly. Did you see clearly just now? Was it an intruder or an animal? There are traces of blood. Let's follow them and have a look. They had not been here for long, and were not yet completely familiar with the original biological population. Sometimes something passed by and startled them, and they killed some by mistake. Not far away, the rotten leaves and mud under the tree trunk suddenly surged upwards, and 3 curled leaves rose from the ground. If you look closely at the edges, they are all jagged. The guards immediately pointed their guns, but when they saw the object clearly, they did not attack, but retreated collectively. It should be fine. Even if there is an intruder, it has already gone into its stomach. They lowered their guard. There was still fresh blood on the edge of the giant plant's cavity, and in this direction, there was only the thing they had just chased. The forest returned to silence again. Chen Weimao heard no movement, and came out from behind the tree with Zui-yun. But she still signaled Zui-yun not to make any noise for the time being. Not far behind the plant, Chen Weimao lifted up the layers of long grass, revealing a bottomless hole. She slid down and took out a 4-arm-long stick at the same time. As soon as she reached the bottom, she raised her hand to block and kicked the person attacking her below. Look carefully before you fight. It's me. Chapter 136. Shuri Chen covered his abdomen. The pain almost made him deaf for a moment, and his swaying vision overlapped with the figure in front of him, and he was stunned. Chen Weimao? I thought I saw it wrong. Chen Weimao put away the stick and glanced at Gu Wenzhou in the corner. He was seriously injured, and he didn't have the strength to fight back. Why are you here? Why are you here? Shuri Chen got up and stared at Chen Weimao with a little bit of caution. You forgot what I do. The identity given to her by the Federation was very useful at this time, especially when facing 2 young officers from the Federation. Shuri Chen really didn't ask any more questions. He squatted next to Gu Wenzhou again. The wound was too big, and he hadn't finished treating it yet. I'm asking you a question. Why are you here? The aircraft crashed and fell down. When will your rescue arrive? Chen Weimao smelled something wrong. The spaceship crashed and the situation was so urgent that there was no time to enter the mecha? You were screwed by your own people. Are you satisfied? Gu Wenzhou also replied while holding up his uncontrolled body. His face was pale, and his eyes were not as bright as before. Although his house was dilapidated when they met last time, he was not as desperate as he is now. The mecha was interfered by unknown factors and cannot be used. Shuri Chen was also unable to raise his spirits. He also had injuries on his body, but they were not as serious as Gu Wenzhou's. In addition, he was kicked just now, so he was still holding on. Chen Weimao called Zui-yun down as well. Zui-yun was stunned when he saw the 2 men, and immediately got angry, but was pulled back by Chen Weimao in time. Is he the one who fired the cannon at you last time? Help them deal with their wounds first. Chen Weimao pushed her to Shuri Chen's side, and took care of Gu Wenzhou himself. Gu Wenzhou was secretly trying to prevent Chen Weimao from touching him at first, but the power gap was too great, and resistance was useless. Who are the people you're talking about? Chen Weimao used the medicine that accelerated cell healing that she brought from Tilts and sprinkled it directly on his wound, in order not to embarrass herself in front of her. Gu Wenzhou tried hard not to make any sound. I don't know, but it should be the military district. The mecha was tampered with, and it was coincidentally left alone after the mission. Only the military district could do it. Oh, I thought it was. Chen Weimao's voice weakened. Her first reaction was to forest, but she couldn't tell for sure. Which military district is it? Gu Wenzhou glared at her. I'm not gloating. I'm helping you analyze it. How should I know? Gu Wenzhou had thought about it before. The first military district was once more closely tied to Gu Qilai. Now that his father has fallen, it is not impossible for him to cross the river and destroy the bridge. The independent military district is also possible. After all, his father is still in their hands. But no matter how you think about it, no matter who is the instigator, he is the one who is abandoned. Maybe the obituary will come out soon. It's just that Shuri Chen was implicated by him. He tilted his head slightly to look at the people over there. Shuri Chen was grimacing in pain, arguing with Zui-yun. Be gentle. Bear it. It hurts. Nonsense. Who wouldn't feel pain when they get hurt? You and him seem to be quite familiar with each other. Gu Wenzhou asked Chen Weimao lightly. Chen Weimao raised his eyes, smiling. I knew it. Gu Wenzhou chuckled. Last time he tried his best to stop me from taking revenge. I felt something was wrong, but he no longer cared. It's no deal. Don't think too much. I just helped him, and he found that I'm a more sincere person, not like what people say outside. Looking at Gu Wenzhou's state, Chen Weimao couldn't move for the time being, but he didn't worry about him causing trouble. What are your plans next? Return to the Federation? Shuri-chan didn't dare to look at Gu Wonjo blatantly. But that bit of caution made Gu Wonjo feel even more uncomfortable. Seeing that neither of them spoke, Chen Weimo was somewhat helpless. My suggestion is that you stay here for a while, and wait for me to finish my work and come back. At least I won't want to kill you. Wherever you want to go, I will send you safely. And whether you live or die after that depends on your fate. Why are you doing this? What? Chen Weimo didn't realize Gu Wonjo's problem for a while, until she saw his stubborn expression. She figured it out. Are you overthinking it? Do you think you have anything to gain now? She was not very polite, and she did not care whether she was taking advantage of someone's misfortune in Gu Wonjo's eyes. She just felt that there was no need to waste time on such things. You can leave or wait. I will never interfere. After saying that, she left the nutrient solution and went back with Zui Yun. Do you really want to help them run? Zui Yun was sensible and did not ask them in person. It's just a matter of convenience. Aren't you afraid that they will bite back? Yes. Chen Weimo took a deep look at the hole in the ground, and suddenly asked without thinking, do you think there is a possibility that I will be abandoned in the future? Zui Yun was speechless. She didn't want to just say nice things for nothing. Objectively speaking, it was very possible. It was even in progress. Let's get to work. This place is quite big. We just need to count the types and the approximate number. Don't alarm anyone. Understood. Although Chen Weimo and Zui Yun were familiar with the route, she was still a little impatient compared to usual. It took most of the day to split the troops into two groups. Chen Weimo finished the work ahead of time and ran to the cave. Seeing that they were still there, he was actually relieved. In their current state, even if they wanted to leave, they couldn't run far. However, it seemed that the reason they didn't leave was that Gu Wonjo fainted. Not that he didn't want to leave. Shuri-chan insisted on going. But when he saw Chen Weimo, he fainted. Chen Weimo, Dad. She asked for it. Gu Wonjo didn't know how long he slept. He woke up and looked at the strange place blankly, and was stunned for a long time. He only remembered that he seemed to try to stand up, and he didn't remember what happened afterwards. Shuri-chan was dozing off next to him, and he woke up after nodding his head a little too hard. Great. You've been unconscious all day. The wound on his face extended to his collar, but he looked fine. Where is this? Gu Wonjo was a little slow to react, and didn't notice that something was wrong with Shuri-chan. Chen Weimo. She took us away from that damn place. She really didn't mean any harm, and she even prepared a lot of medicine. Gu Wonjo glared at him helplessly. Shuri-chan certainly knew that Gu Wonjo was dissatisfied, but there was nothing he could do. Right now, they were living on Chen Weimo. Maybe you think I betrayed you. I did have private contact with her, but it was for personal matters, and it had nothing to do with the Federation. And you? Don't tell me that, Gu Wonjo said calmly. I doubted it, but I didn't feel betrayed. I was a burden to you. Has there been any news from the Federation? You and I were killed in an accident. Gu Wonjo accepted it calmly. He used to think that he had good abilities, and with his father's status, he could have a smooth life even if he didn't achieve great things. But he didn't expect that his father's halo would make his own radiance disappear, and no one could see it. There is no such thing as prosperity for all, only loss for all. What frightened and saddened him the most was that he was not very sad after his father's accident. To outsiders, he pretended to be calm, but in fact, he was not pretending. That, Wonjo. Shuri-chan hesitated. It's here. You will leave in a while. Don't get excited. Did you hurt the language function of your brain? Chen Weimo happened to open the door and came in, followed by someone. Gu Wonjo's dead fish eyes slowly widened. Didn't they say that the vanguard cavalryman Lin Qianxing had been out of contact for too long and was judged dead? Then who is this? This mean expression. Mean? Lin Qianxing has never shown such an expression. Gu Wonjo, you are still alive? When Lin Qianxing opened his mouth, the expressions of the three people were not right. Chen Weimo turned around and slapped him directly, frightening Shuri-chan to stand up instantly. Chen Weimo's strength was too great, and Lin Qianxing's body was slapped to the side. When he turned his head back, he became the Lin Qianxing that Gu Wonjo was familiar with a polite mask always on his face. Sorry, Lin Qianxing apologized, with the palm print on his face very obvious. She's been coming out a little too often, Chen Weimo added. I've been a little lax recently. Keep her under control, or I kill you too. Gu Wenzhou and Shuri Chen listened to their conversation stupidly. Let me explain it briefly. Lin Qianqing felt that Gu Wenzhou was not suitable for this not-so-smart expression. So she spoke first. I have two souls in my body. One is me, and the other is my mother. After Chen Weimao helped me escape from the control of the Federation, I have been living here alone. And, is it in you? Gu Wenzhou asked this question that he didn't even believe. No. It's my mother. But my mother is not your aunt. As if a thunder exploded above his head, Gu Wenzhou forgot to breathe. When he was a child, he felt that his father favored Lin Qianqing more. And he was secretly jealous. He was obviously the biological child. So why? When he was a little older, he thought that maybe because Lin Qianqing's parents died, his father favored him. Which was reasonable. After a while, when Lin Qianqing's talent was fully developed, he felt that his father preferred powerful children. Now, it may be a little strange to tell you this now, but I am your brother. Lin Qianqing had a faint smile on his face. No one was more embarrassed than Shuri Chen. Although he was standing here, he had actually been gone for a long time. He silently tugged at Chen Weimao, motioning her to leap together, letting the two brothers solve it themselves. I won't leave. I have to watch them. Afraid they will fight. Chen Weimao's unconcealed response brought Gu Wenzhou's spirit back to the real world. That aunt. His face became paler and paler. Unfortunately, the worst guess falls on Gu Qinglai. And it always comes true. Lin Qianqing sat down and drank Gu Wenzhou's water without hesitation. You can collapse for a while, but just as soon as possible. I want to talk about something serious. Chapter 137. He was still the familiar and annoying Lin Qianqing. No matter what kind of kinship, the dislike would not change. The past 20 years were unconsciously replayed in his mind, and many details were constantly magnified. Why did Lin Qianqing always secretly show his disdain for Gu Qinglai and complex emotions that he did not understand? And Gu Qinglia's repeated conversations with Lin Qianqing alone may not be as intimate as he imagined. He and his inexplicable mother, and his contribution in dragging Gu Qinglai off the stage. Countless thoughts ran through Gu Wenzhou's mind. But the truth that I wanted to find out so much was not so important at this moment. What do you want to say? There was a loud noise outside the house, and the ground under my feet seemed to shake. Shuri Chen and Gu Wenzhou were nervous again, but Lin Qianqing and Chen Weimao were used to it. Please persuade her. If she comes a few more times, she will pluck the mountain bear. Lin Qianqing looked up at Chen Weimao helplessly. You guys chat. I go out and take a look. Lin Qianqing smiled and explained to Gu Wenzhou, don't be nervous. This was a piece of land that Chen Weimao had taken a fancy to before. He had wanted to keep it for himself, but later gave it to me. But there was a kind of water deep in the mountain next to it, which was very delicious. Zui Yun had always been thinking about it, so he would blow up the mountain every time he came. Gu Wenzhou had never seen such a friendly and daily interaction with Lin Qianqing. Now this scene was very strange. 3 deceased federal officers gathered on this desolate planet, and they could still sit together and talk calmly. Where do you want to go? Go back to the Federation to show your face and revive. Or leave. You want to give me another choice? Gu Wenzhou was probably born to repel Lin Qianqing, and he still couldn't listen to Lin Qianqing's unilateral output. Lin Qianqing took out a stack of test sheets, which were densely packed with incomprehensible biochemical test results, but interspersed with mental power records. The more Gu Wenzhou read, the tighter his brows frowned. Is there a drug that can control mental power? Guess whose report this is? The test sheet process was rigorous, but the names of people were carefully avoided. Lin Qianqing stared into Gu Wenzhou's eyes and whispered, Gan Qinghong. Shuri Chen exclaimed in a low voice. Didn't she die in battle a few months ago? She also lost her aircraft and body? Gan Qinghong was the best mecha master of her class, with a mental power of over 3S level. But she was very low-key, never liked to show off, and only devoted herself to study. After graduation, she went to the frontline war zone. No one expected that such a young genius would suddenly die. The military district even reflected on whether there was a problem with their strategy. Yes, but she is not dead. She was taken away by Freedom Technology. Gu Wenzhou read the report, which he could not fully understand. Over and over again, he looked at Lin Qianqing with suspicion. Where did you get this from? Chen Weimao. You must know the feud between her and Freedom Technology. Right? What feud? Shuri Chen didn't know much about it. He only knew that Chen Weimao was helping the independent military region to clear the power of freedom technology. But this was not a personal grudge. She was reformed in the Federation. And one of the leaders was the current leader of freedom technology, Tang Yi. Gu Wenzhou knew this because he used countless connections to find out when he was secretly setting a trap for Chen Weimao, since he was not only saved by her, but also had to use the intelligence she got. Gu Wenzhou's proud spine was a little uncomfortable. Freedom technology seems to be very interested in the Federation's mental power, and wants to suppress or even control the Federation soldiers. Lin Qianqing continued. You faked your death just for this? Lin Qianqing's eyes curved slightly in the face of Gu Wenzhou's questioning. He had long been accustomed to the other party's communication style of speaking with a bit of sarcasm, no matter what he said. It's not entirely because of this. You just saw it. I don't want others to know my private affairs. So leaving the Federation is the best choice. And I didn't think about faking my death at the beginning. Gu Wenzhou's expression froze. But Lin Qianqing didn't give him any time to react. According to Chen Weimao's investigation results, someone in freedom technology wants to occupy the body of a soldier with high mental power in the Federation. Who is it? Shuri Chen was bombarded with information today, and was eager to know. If you are asking who wants to occupy the body, it is known that an engineer named Grayler once worked in the Federation. It is unknown whether there are others. If you are asking who the target is, then there is no clue at all. Do you believe Chen Weimao's news so much? Gu Wenzhou reminded him that after all, the relationship between Chen Weimao and the Federation was not friendly. I know your concerns. But Chen Weimao didn't plan to take care of this matter. For her, it would be easier to just blow up the base of freedom technology. Then I just asked her to share it with me if she had any news. I think, even if she wants to intervene, she only cares about the safety of a few people, not the entire Federation. Lin Qianqing had a helpless smile on his lips. Although Chen Weimao didn't say it, he was not stupid. He was best at capturing the subtle emotional changes revealed in words and attitudes. I didn't expect you to still care about the Federation. Gu Wenzhou was silent for a long time after listening, and suddenly said this. Then you think too much. I'm not so noble. What about you? Chen Weimao, who usually seems to be aloof, would run around and make things difficult for himself because of someone who doesn't exist in his memory. It's normal that I can't let go of the past for the time being. Right? Lin Qianqing left behind all the friends who grew up, studied, and fought together in the military academy. Although his family was destroyed, that group of people, it would be a lie to say that he didn't have any feelings. After graduation, he never had any contact with them again. I have said everything I should say. You can discuss the decision among yourselves. Lin Qianqing stood up gently, as if there was an invisible barrier between him and the two people. Chen Weimao stood on the top of the hill outside, staring at Zui Yun to patch up the hole honestly, lest her tossing and turning the mountain into a landslide. She saw Lin Qianqing coming out, took a step forward, and slid down gracefully, raising dust. So fast? No need to say more. You don't want them to stay, do you? The smile on Lin Qianqing's handsome face was different from his politeness just now. My brother and Shuri Chen have many small thoughts, but they still have some faith in the people and the Federation. Unlike me, there is no need to say that about yourself. Everyone has their own aspirations. Chen Weimao handed him the fruit he had just picked in the mountains. Lin Qianqing held the fruit in his hand and rubbed it gently with his two hands. When their eyes met, his eyes were deep. If you have nothing to do, practice with me. Aren't you looking for trouble? How long are you going to stay here? There's no rush this time. Come on then. If you order me around again, I charge you. For 3 days in a row. The few people tacitly didn't mention the matter again. Lin Qianqing cooked a few more meals every day and was responsible for all the cleaning, which made Shuri Chen and Gu Wenzhou silent. Sometimes, he would give Chen Weimao and Zui Yun the sour fruits he picked without any expression on his face, and then be chased all over the mountain. Did he do this in private before? Shuri Chen couldn't help asking when he was changing the bandage for Gu Wenzhou. Gu Wenzhou couldn't answer. He didn't seem to know what Lin Qianqing's life was like, and now he shuddered when he thought that this person was his own brother. It wasn't disgust, but a feeling he couldn't describe at all. Chen, go back to the Federation. Just say that you were not close to me at the time and don't know what happened. The military district won't make things difficult for you. Gu Wenzhou suddenly said. Forget it. I couldn't use my mecha at that time. which means they wanted to get rid of me as well. Why should I bother myself? Shuri Chen urgently added, don't say sorry to me. It's hypocritical. I apologize to you? Gu Wenzhou sneered. He couldn't stand the slightest provocation. But joking is joking. He can just fake his death and run away. But Shuri Chen's family is still in the Federation. He doesn't need to do that. But let's talk business. Before Shuri Chen finished his words, the roof was suddenly smashed through, and rubble and dust fell down. It seemed that something else fell down as well. No mercy at all. Lin Xianxing covered his chest and climbed up the bed, wiped the dust off his face, and talked to Gu Wenzhou very naturally. Have you ever fought with her? Did you win? Forget it. How could you win? Lin Xian Xing. Gu Wenzhou spat out the dirt in his mouth, lifted the quilt to cover his head, and kicked him down mercilessly with his only remaining good leg. Chen Weimao walked in from the main entrance, clean and tidy. You said you wanted to practice, but you didn't fight well. You deserve a beating. She stood and looked down at the three embarrassed natives. Let's go. You guys clean up by yourselves. Wait a minute. Gu Wenzhou called her. He didn't expect Chen Weimao to leave so suddenly and decisively. What for? Have you always been working alone? Chapter 138. I heard that the geomagnetic storm in the ORZH-422 galaxy is very serious recently. You should be careful. Yes. So the itinerary has changed a bit. And it's a coincidence. What's the coincidence? Look up. Chen Weimao looked out the window, and there was a mechanical defense tower automatically unfolding above the blue planet, forming a coherent space structure. Are you in a hurry to leave? Chen Weimao looked at the optical brain, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously raised a little. No hurry. She turned her head to look at Zuyun, her eyes sparkling. Zuyun said exaggeratedly, go away. Their spaceship was always in stealth mode, and so was the small aircraft that Chen Weimao drove away. But her coordinates were always shared in real time. Meng Liji nuzzled her lips, but he didn't go deep. Just teased her. You just typed a few words to greet me verbally, but you can't see my coordinates right in front of you? I'm not staring at you all the time. Chen Weimao was always unwilling to let other people in the Federation know about her relationship with Meng Liji. And as a result, the few meetings they had made it seem like some kind of improper relationship. She racked her brains to appease that person, and she found that Meng Liji became completely unreasonable. She explained the facts and reason, repeatedly explaining that she didn't want to make it public because she was afraid of being used by someone with ulterior motives. But Meng Liji looked very aggrieved, and she also knew that this was a limited-time pretense in front of her. But she still couldn't help but compromise. This man is really hard to deal with. I forgive you. Meng Liji finally got to the point and kissed her heart. Since it's not all the time, then cherish every second now. Chen Weimao had to admit that she liked this kind of straightforward and negative distance relationship. Except that the timeline of dressing was stretched a lot. Everything else was perfect. Won't you let me sit on your spaceship? Meng Liji hugged Chen Weimao from behind and put his chin on her collarbone. It's not like you haven't been there before. And since you have built the Klingso defense line, will you be very busy next time? The Klingso defense line is one of the most commonly used strategies in the Federation space warfare, and it can always provide sufficient backup supplies. The defensive line also means that this is a long-term war. Chen Weimao would not ask Meng Liji about his work. She only knew that he handled all the affairs related to Freedom Technology. Probably busy. After the sergeant suspended the attack on Freedom Technology, he united the various war departments of the military region and organized this inexplicable invasion. Chen Weimao's body froze. This word is very serious. Meng Liji will not use it easily. But his tone is still as calm as usual. Chen Weimao turned slightly and gently stroked his face with her fingers. It's okay. Meng Liji gently held her fingertips and rubbed her neck again. I just don't know when I will be free. The independent military region's joint operations are increasing, and Shibua's autonomy is gradually being compressed. Chen Weimao knew that he was often holding on so that his subordinates would not be affected too much by the top. But he didn't know how long he could hold on. Let me stay there for a while. It will take time to build the defense line. Meng Liji bit Chen Weimao's ear. Well, Zuyun is the only one here anyway. I won't do anything. So what does it matter who's here? Let's go. Meng Liji deliberately put his center of gravity on Chen Weimao. He knew she would definitely catch him, and he didn't want to keep his mouth idle. But Chen Weimao pushed his face away. Zuyun is still here. When did she come to the connection port to wait for you? Meng Liji persevered and pressed forward. Lips and teeth intertwined. The two people's breath intertwined. The external aircraft's ascent cabin stopped for a long time. And they did not lose this long-lasting warmth. Meng Liji kissed passionately, holding Chen Weimo's neck with his hand. But for some reason, he suddenly became distracted. He raised his eyes, and saw three people standing in the aisle in front of him. Chen Weimo felt a little cold on the tip of her lips. And she looked back along his line of sight, and suddenly took a step to the side. Why are you here now? Didn't you say that you encountered some trouble, and would be about a day later than originally planned? Lin Qianqing narrowed his eyes slightly, with a subtle look on his face. Gu Wenzhou and Shurichen stood tense. Not because they saw something they shouldn't have seen, but because they felt a different kind of pressure. Especially Gu Wenzhou. From the moment he and Meng Liji made eye contact, an inexplicable sense of oppression swept over his body. To be more precise, Meng Liji did not hide his murderous intentions towards him. In addition, he felt a familiar yet strange spiritual connection. Familiar because as a commander, he naturally knew the mechanism of using mental power. Strange because he didn't know why he seemed to be controlled. Chen Weimo quickly pulled herself out of the embarrassment. She keenly noticed that Gu Wenzhou was not in a good state. She stood in front of Meng Liji and stopped him silently. Colonel. Lin Qianqing spoke first. Although he didn't want to speak first, Chen Weimo motioned the three of them to go in first. And she and Meng Liji followed behind. You didn't tell me that you have a hobby of taking in deceased federal officers. Meng Liji couldn't help but be sarcastic. It's just a coincidence. Who let me pick it up? Chen Weimo showed a standard smile. But it was a little difficult to maintain. Why them? You can't just stand by and watch them die. Meng Liji was too lazy to ask about the process. He pressed hard on Chen Weimo's lips and said nothing. Zui Yun was half lying in the cockpit when he saw so many people suddenly coming in. And this was a new combination. He couldn't help but whistled. Colonel Meng, do you still have time to come and visit? It's all fate. Chen Weimo pinched him quietly. It was normal for an officer who was notified of death to be still alive. But if he didn't return to the team, then the nature of the situation would have undergone some subtle changes. Shurichen sat there petrified, fearing that Meng Liji would explode on the spot. Colonel, drink some water. Lin Qianqing also handed over a transparent bottle and smiled at him friendly. Weimo gave me this kind of water from my home. It tastes pretty good. Meng Liji's calm face suddenly broke into a faint smile. Thank you. Giving away everywhere. Weimo. Really generous. He hooked up with Chen Weimo's brain and passed a message over. That. Chen Weimo cleared his throat. Have you finished dealing with it over there? Shurichen looked at Gu Wenzhou, who was still silently bearing the pressure from Meng Liji. Only Lin Qianqing was more relaxed. We suddenly encountered a team from Freedom Technology. We thought we couldn't escape and had to face them head-on. But they didn't seem to notice us and left directly for the kingdom of Alta. Alta? That weird place? Yes. They were probably going for mind control. Chen Weimo poked Meng Liji's thigh, but his fingers were grabbed instead. I know. Thank you for your hard work. Shurichen didn't understand why things turned out like this. He knew that Chen Weimo had never told anyone that the three of them were still alive. But he didn't expect Meng Liji to have no reaction when he saw them. You can't just turn a blind eye just because of love. Right? Colonel Meng. He mustered up the courage to speak. Everyone has their own ambitions. Just stick to the bottom line. Meng Liji knew what he was going to say, so he directly expressed his attitude. Yes. Since it's so lively here, I leave first. Meng Liji stood up, but didn't leave immediately. Gu Wenzhou, can we chat alone? What are you doing? Chen Weimo stopped him in a low and nervous voice. But he couldn't stop him. Zui Yun and Lin Qianqing pulled Chen Weimo aside tacitly. It's a matter of time. Why not talk about it now? Lin Qianqing was very open-minded, but he was always curious whether Chen Weimo really accepted Gu Wenzhou without any grudges. The two just walked to the parking area of the aircraft. Gu Wenzhou certainly knew why Meng Liji did that. The past was done, and nothing he said or did would help. Although Chen Weimo had only mentioned that incident during the last confrontation to deliberately provoke him, she had never mentioned it before. Killing you in that situation last time would only cause trouble for her. But it doesn't mean I can't do anything. Meng Liji got straight to the point. He watched Gu Wenzhou's nose bleed slowly, and he still didn't stop his mental attack. Colonel. As expected, Gu Wenzhou endured it silently, and had no way to resist. Her perception ability is different from others. She thinks that it is not a kind of injury at all. And she always forgets that there is such a thing. But I did spend a lot of effort. Those photos and videos cannot be deleted on the Star Network. I'm sorry. You didn't tell me. Mengleji stared at him, struggling for a long time. And suddenly felt very tired. But since she accepted you, I won't interfere. You can do it yourself. He looked at the corner of the corridor again. Come out and listen openly. Chen Weimao slid out suddenly. She came over to see Gu Wenzhou's situation first. But before she got close, Mengleji got there first. This time, he went in very aggressively, fiercely and lingeringly. Without giving her time to breathe, Mengleji let her go. His eyes full of turmoil. Let's go. I want to go back too. Chen Weimao couldn't tell what was wrong. But Mengleji left too quickly, without giving her a chance to speak. What happened to him? Chen Weimao asked Gu Wenzhou, handing him a stack of papers. You ask me? Gu Wenzhou rubbed his face with blood, feeling a little dizzy. Why did he say, go away? Chen Weimao? Chen Weimao sat in front of the window, thinking about Mengleji's appearance just now, and responded perfunctorily. I'm sorry. What? Gu Wenzhou couldn't bring himself to mention what he had done. Before, I asked someone to check you out. Oh! Chen Weimao interrupted calmly. I don't care. But I can't understand your logic. What logic? What impact will a few photos have on the situation at the time? Gu Wenzhou spoke with difficulty. The public's attention is easily attracted by such things, and thus focuses on the wrong point. And the subsequent influence is more far-reaching than ordinary social events. Ah, that's it? Chen Weimao looked at the defense line outside. But his mind was not back to Gu Wenzhou yet. Many people dare not mention it in front of me. I roughly understand. But I always feel that it is unnecessary. At that time, we were considered hostile, and the means were also the goal. Whatever you did was beneficial to you. And it was normal. If she had scolded him a few times, Gu Wenzhou would not have felt so upset. He suddenly vomited blood. You? Don't blame him. He is not like this usually. He is just a little emotional recently. Chen Weimao defended him awkwardly. Colonel, it's his duty. Forget it. Let's go. I hope nothing happens to Alta. Chen Weimao picked him up and walked inside. Liberty technology not only targeted the Federation's spiritual power, but also more or less came into contact with similar abilities outside. Wherever the military power was weak, they had already controlled it. The end of science was metaphysics. Chen Weimao felt it. Hard technologies such as weapons and mechas could no longer satisfy them. Not long after Chen Weimao left, the Klingso defense line was completely blown up and collapsed. Chapter 139. The Kingdom of Alta has been taken over by Freedom Technology. When Chen Weimao arrived, there were ruins everywhere. Freedom Technology had even started to build their own base. The robots were working in full swing. And Chen Weimao and the other 5 slipped in through the gap that had not been completely sealed. After such an explosion, is there still anyone alive? Zui Yun, who was at the rear, asked the question that everyone was thinking about. Freedom Technology doesn't seem to be targeting people, but rather this piece of land. Shuri Chen walked along the way, seeing the broken tiles and ruins but no living creatures. And he felt bad. If they were not just hiding at that time. But there was no if. The so-called mind control of the Alta people is more like the inertia formed by long-term self-discipline. They are very shielded from external harm and physical pain. Lin Qianqing is the one who has been following this place for the longest time among them. So he knows more. It is self-deception. Controlling yourself? Gu Wenzhou's expression was very subtle. You can say that. But the body and brain work together to maintain this pain-free consciousness, which is quite powerful to some extent. So it's no wonder that Freedom Technology is interested. Then Freedom Technology's usual practice is to directly study their brains? Lin Qianqing tilted his head and glanced at him. You can see for yourself. Gu Wenzhou was kept in suspense and was a little unhappy. But he still wanted to ask clearly, what will we do later? Chen Weimao looked at the space under his feet from the gap. Generally, in this kind of situation that does not require further investigation, I will directly deal with the person. Just you and Zui Yun? Chen Weimao had a dead face. What else? Lin Qianqing chuckled. Don't ask me. This is the first time I've worked with her. Chen Weimao pointed to a place on the scanned space map. This should be the test site in the future. We do it last. Clear the periphery first and don't alert others. She looked at Gu Wenzhou. Mengleji had just deliberately tormented him. And now, he was going to take action. She didn't know if he could hold on. You come with me. Shuri-chan's head shook. And just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Lin Qianxing. Then we will form a group of 3 and gather here after clearing the perimeter. Gu Wenzhou followed Chen Weimo with a gloomy face. He had basically no chance to take action. And Chen Weimo took it all on his own. You don't need to help me. It's not your turn yet. You always do this. Does it make people angry when you talk? Haven't you asked several times that even if I act with Wei Yun, we will split our forces into 2 groups? Chen Weimo thought he was a bit long-winded. I told you at the beginning that I'm not very cooperative. But even so, Gu Wenzhou still decided to work with Lin Qianxing and Chen Weimo. Gu Wenzhou calmed down and asked again, what should I do in your plan? Will you interfere with people's minds? You mean the kind of Colonel Ming? Gu Wenzhou now recalled that feeling, as if his soul was tied to his body, helpless and dreamy. If he was distracted at all, he would not be able to tell whether the things in the outside world were true or false. That's not necessary. Just let them react a little slower. I'm afraid someone will be quick to issue a warning. Then I should be able to do it. Gu Wenzhou was in control of the situation from behind. He saw clearly that Chen Weimo killed almost all of the dozen people in the field from behind. He was as agile as a ghost. The other party had no chance to fight back. And they might not even know who killed them. Although he used his mental power to make them a little slower, the effect was very limited. How did he do it? Whether it was speed or angle, it was impeccable. Like a real killing machine. But this thought just went through his mind uncontrollably. He knew the reason, but he hadn't adapted to it yet. Although she had firearms, she still preferred to carry a medium-length knife as before. After killing everyone, she stood among the corpses, spitting the knife. And the blood on the knife was thrown away cleanly. Gu Wenzhou only had to wait at the door to kill a few people who passed by on patrol. This is how many Freedom Technology factories you have dealt with? He asked. I can't remember. Where do you get all your information from? Chen Weimo put the knife back to his waist and raised his eyebrows slightly. I have allies who can provide intelligence all over the galaxy. Then why do you want to get entangled with Freedom Technology? You can live a more comfortable life if you muddle through like the Federation. The 2 of them continued to clear from the outside to the inside. I can't say specifically. Chen Weimo walked and talked, without turning his head. I just feel a little unwilling sometimes. Unwilling about what? So many people who were caught for experiments, whether they are alive or dead, have their fate completely changed. But the initiators did not think that we have our own fate. Just like buying another cup when it is broken. It is very simple to cover it up. Gu Wenzhou remained silent. The understanding and empathy for others are always limited. But the inexplicable boredom made him realize that he was willing to act for the traditional view of good and evil that he believed in. He was distracted for only a moment. And Chen Weimo suddenly turned around, took out a gun, and pulled the trigger at his ear. The weapon was silent, and he only heard a muffled sound of landing in the distance. Pay attention to your surroundings. I won't scold you because you are not in a good mind now. Because Freedom Technology took down Alta without much effort. The subsequent reconstruction of the defense work was not rigorous. After all, in a remote and poor place, no one would think that there would really be idle people like them, who would come and meddle in other people's business. Almost done. Go back and meet up. After Chen Weimo finished cleaning up, he suddenly remembered something and asked Gu Wenzhou, is your mecha still usable? We checked the fault and found that the energy chip was tampered with. And the key components that connect to the mental power were also damaged. Shuri-chan and I can only repair the outside. The rest is not very good. And there is no material. Then can you accept to modify part of it? Gu Wenzhou felt that he had left the comfort zone of the Federation, as if he was completely off track with the world. He was helpless in everything, and could only rely on others. He was indeed worried about this problem, let alone the function. The appearance of the mecha alone is easy to be recognized. Do you know any mecha technicians outside the Federation? A generalist. Not just mecha repairers. But what? I take you there when the time comes. And you can decide for yourself. Solve this place first. Zui Yun's side is almost done. Except for the core factory area that has not been attacked. And they need to make a quick decision. If there is no movement outside for too long, it will easily arouse suspicion. Chen Weimo looked at the 4 people staring at her, and felt an inexplicable pressure. She couldn't stand these academicians. She couldn't lead a team. Commanders, can you give me some ideas? Multi-person collaboration. Didn't you experience it in Shibwa before? Lin Qianqing asked back with an ambiguous meaning. The running-in is not very good. Meng Liji said I am more like a death squad. He can't control you? Chen Weima didn't know if she felt it wrong. She seemed to hear a hint of gloating excitement. Zui Yun stood up and said, we mainly rely on intuition. Intuition? What if it goes wrong? Shuri Chen interjected tentatively. We usually don't make mistakes. Forget it. This is the first time we work together. Let's do our own things first. Although Lin Qianqing was in the middle of it, he was more or less watching the show. He had thought about the battle strategy early on. But Gu Wanzhou and Shuri Chen had not yet stepped out of their tense state, so they were too embarrassed to ask. It dragged on like this, back and forth, until now the issue was brought to the surface. Agree. Chen Weima and Zui Yun said in unison. Gu Wanzhou and Shuri Chen couldn't say anything. As experienced soldiers, it was their fault for not being well prepared. At this time, they couldn't put the blame on others. Then, cut the Gordian knot quickly and pay attention to safety. Chen Weimo activated the panoramic view of the micro-display in his eyes and entered combat mode. One more thing. You two commanders try not to connect with me and Zui Yun. We can't do it. What's wrong? It's literally true. Once someone forces something on our nerves, we are prone to lose control due to acquired defects. Zui Yun echoed faintly. Once we lose control, we are prone to beat people without any regard for our relatives. Okay. What's the use of face? Gu Wanzhou began to regret it. This was the first time he experienced amateur behavior of understanding teammates' habits and details before going on the court. Although they are not bad in single combat, Alta people are imprisoned in different areas, generation after generation, cultivating their character. They were so calm that they didn't even have the consciousness to resist. Chen Weima jumped directly into the middle of the Freedom Technology crowd. The sudden appearance of a stranger caught everyone off guard, not to mention a fatal attack. As the commotion started, the others attacked at the same time, and the four of them actually formed a siege momentum. Chen Weimo kept walking, and the movements and speed of ordinary people were slowed down in her eyes. But a vague figure suddenly appeared in her sight. She subconsciously blocked, and her arm actually felt a little painful. It smells like the same kind. She smashed at the other person's heart without hesitation. And at the moment when the man lost consciousness, she broke his neck at the same time. This team has a very mixed group of members. Chen Weima looked around. There were ordinary guards, cyborgs like this, and another one on Shuri Chen's side. His movements had slowed down, and he had no defense against the attack that was about to fall on him. Chen Weima passed several people in a row, and in a blink of an eye helped him block the dazzling unknown weapon, and knocked him to the ground again. Shuri Chen gradually woke up, and when his vision was clear, the blood on Chen Weima's arm splashed on him. He is. I know. Chen Weimo responded indifferently, staring at the thin man in front of her, and the other man also looked at her with surprise. It's meaningless to continue in this stalemate. Your people can't beat us, and I can't kill you. Go away. Give up or call for help. I will take over. Chapter 140. That man said he would not come again. Did you really believe it? Gu Wanzhou checked whether there were any survivors of Freedom Technology in this place, and returned only after confirming that they were complete. Lin Qianqing was treating the wound on Chen Weimo's arm. It was like a half-burned charcoal, and he didn't know how to apply medicine. Gu Wanzhou had seen many injuries on the battlefield, but there were almost no horrific ones like this. Even if there were, they were all on corpses. It will be fine in 2 days. Don't worry about it. Chen Weimo was still somewhat affected by that person. Now she was in a similar state to Shuri Chen. Both of them had a hint of death, and the pain in her arm made her even more irritable. The only difference was that she was clearly aware that she was affected. It doesn't matter what he said. It's best if they don't come back. But if Freedom Technology comes back, it means that the things here are of great significance to them. I still have to continue to sing this counter tune. Who is that person? Lin Qianqing asked. He is a spiritual being. The image we see of him is determined by himself. In fact, he has no physical existence, so there is no way to deal with him, unless he gives up the meaning of existence. He will be immortal. Chen Weimo glanced at the imprisoned Alta people, sighed deeply, and pushed Lin Qianqing. You go and talk to them. I get a headache when I talk to them. Neither resisting nor running away. Survival is luck, and destruction is fate. Now they don't open their mouths even when food is fed to their mouths. She didn't want to listen to the Alta chiefs talk about fate. Gu Wenzhou had been observing Shurichen's reaction. Just now, he seemed to know what he was facing. In the past, he and Shurichen had been together almost every day. And the things they experienced, and the people they faced were almost the same. The only difference was, but he didn't want to point it out now. Some Alta people have been studied alive. He saw a very shocking scene next door, which was not what he could feel from looking at pictures and texts in the past. Do you have data? Chen Weimo asked. Not much. Take it with you. It might be useful, she explained. Generally, we track down freedom technology from 3 aspects: personnel, research paths, and regional networks used. Their internal struggles are becoming more and more chaotic, and many neutral forces have emerged. So don't let go of anything that can be used. Can this kind of thing be made into a biological weapon that interferes with mental power? Everyone was doing the aftermath work, and Gu Wenzhou finished it quickly. And the whole person fell into a silent depression for some reason. Now think about it. Even though the military region knew what freedom technology was doing, it was still more willing to fight for energy internally and fight against interstellar bandits externally, wasting many opportunities to seize the initiative. He also knew that his father had done many things that were not conducive to the Federation. But it was not entirely because of his mistakes that he fell into that situation. And Chen Weimo alone was able to form a huge contact network in a few years. It's really funny. The Federation's mental power is not a very powerful talent in the interstellar space. The reason why freedom technology always holds on to a few people in the Federation is purely because their senior executives were once from the Federation. There is a targeted meaning. But it is definitely not just to deal with the Federation. Or, some people do want to target the Federation, while some people look further. Xiao Duan also had similar doubts. The duty of a Federation soldier is to protect the safety of the Federation. So it is inevitable that he will be limited to this perspective. Only by breaking away from it can he perceive the purpose of freedom technology more subtly. Chen Weimo felt his emotions. But she didn't know the specific reason. She didn't need to deliberately comfort him. If he couldn't adjust well, he wouldn't be able to do many things in the future. Let's go! Lin Qianqing came back and spread her hands. You can't persuade them. Respect their fate. Chen Weimo and Zui Yin were used to this situation. But the other two were obviously still trying. We can't save everyone. We were lucky to save them today. We have no obligation to help them rebuild. We can't always keep an eye on this place. Zui Yin pushed the 2 people away. Today she was still patient and could explain a few words. Chen Weimo and Lin Qianqing walked behind. I want to ask you something. Chen Weimo looked at the ground and said silently. Has the Federation ever initiated a war to invade other countries? Lin Qianqing's expression changed slightly. Yes. But they were all undisclosed actions. And almost every military region has done it. Seeing that she didn't speak, Lin Qianqing suddenly understood something and asked, where is the independent military region? You can tell from the reaction. Lin Qianqing returned to normal. And even his tone was a little colder. The Shibwa mobile team has always been a model in the minds of all military academy students. There are not many teams that can have such a high degree of autonomy. But after graduation, they can really join the army. What's wrong? Chen Weimo saw that he was slow to speak. So she urged him. Autonomy is won by the ability and strength of the superiors. But no one can always stick to their original intentions, whether they are forced to give up or fall into depravity on their own initiative. Lin Qianqing acted indifferently and asked with some playfulness. Will you be disappointed? I haven't told anyone else. Chen Weimo was silent for a long time. If it weren't for them, I would have killed Hua Cheng a year ago. She avoided the question of whether she would be disappointed. War and killing have no purpose. And the result is clear at a glance. Not only Meng Liji. She is also constantly killing. It's an honor to know your secret. Lin Qianqing smiled. But the smile was not so sincere. He looked at the wound on her arm, and his eyes softened a little. Go back and rest. Won't your wound get infected if you leave it like this? I have evolved away this defect. And I have to leave for a few days. You and Gu Wenzhou don't fight. Got it. Kindergarten principal. Generally, the itinerary she didn't mention in detail was related to tilts. She didn't mention it because she was afraid that the one in Lin Qianqing's body would get sick again. She and that person formed a harmonious relationship. As long as Rose Hill appeared, Chen Weimo would beat her back. Although Rose Hill was crazy, she was also a bully who only bullied the weak and feared the strong. Over time, she would not appear in front of Chen Weimo. Lin Qianqing understood. So naturally, she would not take the initiative to break this balance. When will you be back? Maybe. About a week. Something? No. Then you continue to keep an eye on Alta. If no one comes, you don't have to take care of this place anymore. Okay. Natalia's wedding preparations suddenly doubled 3 days before the ceremony. Chinwemo was almost always by the queen's side, responsible for a series of trivial tasks such as reception and procedures, and was also the most reliable guard. But it was so boring. Even Zui Yun and Er were ordered around and couldn't find anyone. Chinwemo's whole body seemed to be tied up by a complicated dress, standing straight and unnatural. Natalia always maintained her elegance and nobility. People coming and going always saw her smiling face, like a machine that never made mistakes. Don't look so gloomy. It's not my husband's funeral yet, she reminded Chinwemo privately. I can't smile anymore. Then go eat something. I've been eating all day. When Chinwemo was free, she would poke at Shibua's people on the light brain. But no one responded to her. Not even Mengleji. She thought that after all, it was a serious war, different from the previous team activities. It's just that the disconnected state inevitably makes people think too much. Chinwemo smiled self-deprecatingly, then put away the laptop and stopped looking at it. No one should be distracted. There are still some people who have ulterior motives in this joyful moment. When Chinwemo faced the greetings of some polite men, she responded indifferently and acted as if she had no desire or desire. Even the maids couldn't stand it, and came to chat with the Duke, who was stubborn in her spare time. They all knew that Chinwemo was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. So the little girls also liked her very much. Marquis Brevin is so handsome. And he gave you so many gifts. Why don't you treat him well? The maid still blushes, and her heart beats when she thinks of that handsome face. Chinwemo peeled a fruit and stuffed it into her hand. Is he good looking? He is young, tall and mighty. It is said that the Marquis is also very good at grappling. Then do you know that he got 2 maids at home pregnant and had abortions? Do you know that he tried to use dirty tricks when he lost a competition with someone outside? Chinwemo suddenly smiled warmly. If you like someone in the future, you can ask me about his background. I know a lot. She gracefully performed a gentleman's salute and turned away in silence. It was not until the day of the ceremony that Chinwemo fully realized what it meant to wear the crown and bear its weight. The whole wedding was grand and solemn. Natalia was surrounded by a group of nobles in gorgeous dresses. Chinwemo was among them, following her steps throughout the whole process. The 2 people who had no feelings at all behaved properly and peacefully. If Er and Zui Yun hadn't teased her deliberately, it should have been smooth. After the banquet, everyone's work was done. But Chinwemo didn't. Everyone thought she went home like other nobles. But she hid quietly in the castle, guarding against someone making trouble on this day. Fortunately, the night was peaceful. She didn't go home until late at night the next day. She didn't do anything, but it seemed more tiring than fighting 10 times. She took out her laptop as usual, but Shibo was still very quiet. Xiao Duan sent her a message, asking her to meet him not far from the independent military zone. She was the only one there, and Zui Yun could not be brought along, and he did not say what the details were. It just so happened that Tilts was about to officially start the nationwide relocation. So Chinwemo let Zui Yun stay, and let her and Er help Natalia complete this policy. Chinwemo was not worried about Xiao Duan's character. She was just curious. If there was something to discuss, shouldn't they choose a relatively safe place? The location he chose was an area where insects and beasts often appeared, and soldiers from the independent military zone would definitely patrol from time to time. But she still went there, fully armed. The situation was similar to what she thought. Xiao Duan's aircraft was hidden underwater and relatively quiet. As soon as she entered the aircraft, Xiao Duan got straight to the point. Colonel Meng is in trouble. Chinwemo seemed unable to move for a moment, and many possibilities were circling in her mind. But she seemed unable to open her mouth to ask. Xiao Duan continued. The colonel refused to attack other countries without reason and controlled all soldiers and generals, including a brigadier general who was higher in rank than him. Now he is in custody and is likely to be executed. Chapter 141. When did it happen? 5 days ago. The final execution has not yet been announced, but the colonel's behavior is tantamount to betrayal. The consistent rules of the Federation. Xiao Duan tried to make the matter concise and clear. He didn't want to see an officer who resisted the invasion end up like this. But no one could do anything about it now. And Chinwemo, at least, she was outside the rules. What about the others in Shibua? Chinwemo tried to control his voice and sort out his thoughts. They are not detained, but their movements are restricted. Can you take me in? I am currently in a semi-dismissed state. Sorry. Chen Weimao tried to remain calm. She sat down with the help of the table. Then can you help me? Help me call someone over? Moeruo and Xiao Duan did not have much contact, but he heard that he had just woken up from a serious injury, so it was okay to go and see him. Not to mention that he said it was official business. Moeruo only brought the closest team with him, and when they were about to reach the agreed location, they encountered several insect beasts, but they only needed to leave the cabin to quickly resolve them. But when they came back, they found their mecha master tied to the display screen on the ground, and Chen Weimao sat calmly beside him, with the knife in his hand gently against his neck. Chen Weimao? It seemed that only when they were dealing with the insect beast for a while, this woman was able to sneak in. Could she be hiding on the insect beast? Moeruo signaled others to put down their weapons. Let's talk. Colonel. It's just the two of us. As soon as the door was closed, Moeruo asked directly, is it for Mengliji? Without waiting for Chen Weimao to speak. He suddenly became angry. No. You want to find him. Why do you want to kidnap my team members? Threat? If you don't take me into the independent military district, I will directly hijack the plane. Moeruo sneered disdainfully. But seeing Chen Weimao's expression, he felt a little guilty. Are you serious? I don't have time to joke. Since you can find Xiao Duan, why do you ask him to find me? And aren't you also a soldier in the independent military district? He has no reason to go. If my whereabouts were known to others, I would be monitored instead. Is it easy for me? Moeruo shook his head lightly with self-mockery. He did plan to come to the independent military district, but not now. What do you want to do? Just kidnap the person? It depends on Iran's situation. But if the military district really wants Mengliji to die, Chen Weimao was very calm. I was locked up there by them before. Not because I couldn't escape. Moeruo felt that he couldn't communicate with her. Even Mengliji couldn't persuade her when she got angry. But he didn't know what happened. He didn't know that the independent military region had such a fuss until Mengliji was locked up. What he couldn't have imagined was that Mengliji acted so radically this time. It wasn't his usual style. If he had done this earlier, they would have been friends a long time ago. Why would they have fought for so long? Mengliji was totally wrong in this matter. He disobeyed military orders and concealed his strength, especially in the context of the first charge. It was even more suspicious. Chen Weimao interrupted him impatiently. What do you want to say? Are you going to take me in or not? I can take you in. But don't mess around. Otherwise Mengliji will have no hope before the final judgment. Why are you talking nonsense? You and she both talk like this? Moeruo was inexplicably angry. But he thought he was a generous person and would not argue with Chen Weimao. And looking at the current situation, Mengliji's stupid unrequited love should be over. Good boy. You have kept it a secret. I will send you to find Chirin first. They know the independent military region best. You can discuss it with them before making a decision. Thank you. Although Chen Weimao's current state seems to be completely unthankful, there are more foreign soldiers outside the Shibwa garrison. Moeruo also found a familiar old classmate to skin his face before entering. And he can't stay for long. This overly serious situation is not common in Shibwa. Moeruo went straight to the building in the center of Shibwa. And those people were imprisoned inside. Chiran was a little surprised that Moeruo dared to come to them in this situation. But as soon as the door was closed, Chen Weimao, who had turned off the invisible device, immediately appeared. You are really brave. Although Chiran felt that their behavior was objectively causing trouble, she did not blame them at all. Are you here to break out of prison? Oh, she excitedly clamped his arm around Chen Weimao's neck. I tell you, the captain is in cell 48 on the 7th floor of the basement. Chiran kicked him. So what happened? The whole thing is still under lockdown, except for some rumors among the military regions. Chiran looked serious, and even couldn't hide his disgust. The sergeant suddenly asked several teams to attack HGN-40 together. It was very urgent. We had never worked together before. After that, we built the defense line and were about to set off. Mengliji suddenly said he didn't want to do it. He had a verbal conflict with Brigadier General Nanyong and directly controlled everyone. Then he was detained. Didn't he tell you in advance? No. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the only one in the conflict. Chiran gnashed his teeth when he said this, and even stopped calling the captain in front of others. Even if he didn't want to be implicated, he wouldn't have kept it secret so thoroughly. Right? Where's Hua Chung? Chen Weimo asked. This person has never appeared from beginning to end. Sergeant. There has been no movement. And no word on how to deal with him. Qi Yiren was not helpless. But she seemed to be confused about the intentions of the higher-ups. It stands to reason that Meng Leji's crime was clear and undisputable. But it was delayed for a few days for no reason. And he was not sent to the headquarters, but was only locked up in the base. If they act rashly and it backfires, it would be better to just wait and see. What is Nanyang's attitude? Chen Weimo had never heard of this person, but only heard a few brief introductions from Xiao Juan before coming. This person was actually only 6 years older than Meng Leji, and he was not a star since he was a child. But he had always been at the forefront of the fight for his position. So he was also respected by everyone. Brigadier General. Qi Yiren looked at the others, lacking confidence. At first I did think he didn't agree with this action. But after all, no one can disobey military orders. Later, when he and Meng Leji had a disagreement, I heard what he said. It seemed that he still agreed with the strategic significance of the place. Is this expansion really necessary? Shi Yishuan whispered to himself. But it was loud enough for everyone to hear. They can express their opinions, but it's meaningless. Morua couldn't stand the current atmosphere a little bit, and came out to smooth things over. He shook Qi Yishuan's shoulders with both hands. Now think about how to send Chen Weimo in. Can I go see him? Moero glared at Chen Weimo, as if he had seen a ghost. Talking to him would leave no room for negotiation. But talking to the people from Shibua would allow for negotiation? You can probably give it a try. Oji knows a lot of people, so it's normal for him to ask to see the captain. And we can find a time for you to talk. And you can probably avoid the base security. Qi Yiren roughly calculated it. And it seemed feasible. But after entering, his 5 senses are also blocked. And you can't talk to him. Chen Weimo's eyes froze. Although she didn't say anything, Qi Yiren still felt it. Why? Generally speaking, isn't this the way to treat criminals outside? If he uses his mental power against others, he is still a powerful colonel. But if he uses it against his own people, he can only be a potential danger. It's okay. I just need to go in. You don't have to worry about how I get out. Chen Weimo retracted her fleeting eyes and became firm again, as if the slight emotional fluctuation just now was just an illusion. You won't do it, will you? I can guarantee that he's fine. Chen Weimo's eyes were very cold, and Oji felt familiar. When they first met, it seemed like this. Cold as ice. Like a blade. This feeling was very strange. He knew that compared to that time, their relationship had become much closer. But the slight resistance now was precisely because of the closeness. He and Moero, 2 people who love socializing, had the need to apply to visit Meng Leji, which would not arouse others' suspicion. But it was a bit difficult and noisy. Chen Weimo could just use the invisible device to sneak in. She was already familiar with the security mechanisms of the base. If she couldn't escape with her body, she would use technology against technology. She was confident that she would never be discovered. She even stopped to the left of the 2 guards, looking at Meng Leji sitting quietly in the corner opposite the transparent light wall. Meng Leji was completely cut off from the outside world. Chen Weimo saw him move his head slightly, and his mouth moved slightly. And she breathed a sigh of relief. It should have succeeded. She had always carried the black stone she brought out from the ruins of Alicia. With the help of Il, she also learned some ways to use it. Although it was not fully developed, she could at least convey her feelings and simple thoughts to the other party. It was with the blessing of this stone that she was able to achieve a delicate balance and cooperation with so many strange and powerful interstellar creatures. Just now, when she heard about the severance of the 5 senses, she suddenly felt very scared and panicked for no reason. Compared with ordinary people, her insensitivity is already very strong. But she still feels empty and helpless because she can't feel the outside world. What about Meng Leji? The chaotic and continuously collapsing world he talked about would become his only objective existence. He had nowhere to escape. I'm fine. Let's go. Chen Weimo couldn't remember when she stopped resisting Meng Leji's connection. And simple messages like this wouldn't make her flaws a fatal factor. I don't know if she got used to this person, or if Meng Leji used some new method. In any case, she was a little more similar to ordinary people. Chen Weimo still didn't leave, watching the guards change shifts, stand guard, and occasionally slack off. She reduced her existence to the minimum, as if she had merged with the masonry wall, until the next day. Brigadier General Nan Yong came to interrogate her for the first time. Chapter 142. Meng Leji mentally controlled everyone the moment he removed the five senses shield. Others might not care, but Nan Yong's mental strength was not bad, and he was most likely to detect Chen Weimo's presence. He had not yet fully recovered from his trance. Whether she really came or he imagined it, he had to take precautions. Now they had the same experience. He suddenly smiled. It seemed extremely abrupt and weird in a serious interrogation situation, and even made people feel a little provocative. Meng Leji, Nan Yong reminded him. He was not angry because he lost to a person of lower rank than him. Strength cannot be made up for later, and it is normal to disagree when working together. But disobeying military orders is another matter. Originally, there is nothing to review this matter, and there is no procedure for me to come, Nan Yong said. But I still want to ask you, do you still think you are right now? The long-term strategy of maintaining peace should not be based on destroying the peace of other countries. At least, this is how I understand it based on the cognition I have been indoctrinated with since I was a child. Meng Leji responded calmly. But what if the Federation gets into trouble if this strategic point is lost? The location of HGN-40 will not have any impact on the security of the Federation. But once it is incorporated into the Federation's territory, how many additional activities will be generated in the name of maintenance? Brigadier General, you should know what I'm talking about. The two looked at each other silently. Nan Yong's opening remarks did not leave any room for maneuver, and Meng Leji had never considered the option of escaping the crime. There was no undercurrent. The two just talked openly. What is your mental power level now? Nan Yong took the initiative to break the solemn atmosphere and smiled. At least it's not in the record. It's good. The first 4S level commander is our independent military region. When I was controlled by you, the feeling was really, I haven't felt unable to resist for a long time. He looked absent-minded and confused for a moment, but suddenly changed the subject. It's just a pity that we will lose a good general. I never thought that the level of mental strength can determine whether a person is an excellent soldier. Nan Yong raised his eyebrows with interest. You seem a little modest? Just like strategic awareness, having a keen perspective can also be an enemy. Nan Yong did not fail to hear the sarcasm in this remark. But he was not angry. He just quickly ended the interrogation that would not be recorded. The guard at the door stood up a little straighter when he saw the Brigadier General coming out. You have worked hard, too. There are many people here, and you will need to work hard for a few more days. Nan Yong was always kind to his subordinates, but the two guards thought they were being watched for being lazy, and that this was a call for them. So they immediately responded loudly and energetically. Nan Yong did not go back immediately. He found an empty office in Shiwa Station, and did not even see Chi Yiran and the others. He took out 2 cups and placed them in front of him, one in front of the other, but only poured a cup of water. I heard that Morua and Oji wanted to see Meng Leji yesterday, but were turned away. You were in there for a day and a night. You must be hungry, right? The room fell into a strange silence. Chen Weimo turned off the invisibility and appeared in front of him. When did you find me? When I first entered, I thought it was my illusion. But Meng Leji did something after taking off the 5 senses shielding device. Nan Yong was not surprised that it was Chen Weimo. On the contrary, he was in a good mood all day. Actually, this is not the first time I have seen you. Chen Weimo tried hard to recall that she should not have seen this person before. I have seen you. But you don't know? At that time, you were imprisoned in the military prison, and I visited you unilaterally. Visiting? I feel a little embarrassed to say it, and I should apologize to you. Nan Yong's eyes, which were not big to begin with, always narrowed even smaller because of his smile. At that time, it was rumored that you were a humanoid weapon, but Meng Leji kept running around to plead for you, and I wanted to see what it was like to make him so reluctant to part with the weapon. So what? Nan Yong didn't expect that she would let him make a direct evaluation in front of the person involved. He smiled awkwardly. It is still easy to distinguish between a human and a weapon without thoughts. So what did you ask me to do? Chen Weimo was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Did I ask you to come with me? He is the only one in the whole prison. Where can there be so many people? Nan Yong waved his hand and asked her to sit down, looking like he had succeeded in his evil plan. What are you busy with recently? Have you been in single-line contact with the Sergeant Major? The Brigadier General should know the confidentiality regulations of the military region. Although she never did anything for Hua Chung again, this was really a good excuse. It doesn't matter. I don't really want to know. Nan Yong was just chatting normally, not trying to find out. You don't have to be so nervous. I don't mean to send you in. You can't do it either. Maybe you really can't do it. He sighed. I've seen your battle video. It's very exciting. Normal humans in the Federation can't do it. What's more, you have weapons to support you. If they really send a team to fight you, they may not be able to take advantage. Meng Liji really picked up a treasure. In fact, many people secretly envy him. Seeing Chen Weimo's impatient face, he finally got to the point. To be honest, Meng Liji's behavior this time was very immature. It's uncomfortable to disagree with your superiors, but it's not worth it to get yourself involved. Do you have any good ideas? Chen Weimo heard something else, but she didn't want to show her cards so early. War always has winners and losers, but war is always war. Chen Weimo thought he could be so smart. Passive sabotage cannot avoid casualties. Only by conserving strength can we fight a long war. What long-term battle? Nan Yong avoided the question. Now you just need to know that I will not report you. And the mention of Oji and Moero just now is not to threaten you. He paused and laughed at himself. It seems that it is more like a threat now. Then why not treat me as one? What do you want me to do? Chen Weimo has gone through this routine countless times, as if this is her normal life trajectory. Always being remembered and asked to help do things. It's not complicated. Just help me and bear 2 lives. Nan Yong's eyes were bright, and he called 2 people in with his brain. A lieutenant and a major came in and saw Chen Weimo, and immediately drew their weapons and pointed them at her. But the next second, they were killed by Nan Yong in an instant. Quietly, the blood flowed to Chen Weimo's feet, and she watched coldly, with a sense of irritation creeping up her eyebrows. I have been thinking about doing something to them for a long time. Nan Yong stood up with a sense of relief. Then what? Are you just looking for a scapegoat? Although Chen Weimo did have a motive to attack because of Meng Liji's matter, it seemed reasonable. But Nan Yong couldn't find another opportunity to do it in Shibua's territory with such a lot of trouble. Why did you kill them? Because I wanted to. 2 things happened in the independent military region. When the news that Meng Liji was going to be executed spread among the military regions, all the military regions had been secretly hunting down and arresting Chen Weimo for 2 days. At that time, news came that Chen Weimo had killed 2 officers from other detachments at the Shibua garrison. Brigadier General Nan Yong fainted on the spot and did not know what happened after waking up. But it is not difficult to guess that Chen Weimo wanted to rescue Meng Liji. But he ran into Nan Yong and failed to rescue him. So he had to take the risk of escaping alone. It's really sad. Meng Liji, the only honorary colonel in the Federation, was said to be not promoted to brigadier general just because he was too young. But he was executed for disobeying military orders. But the military district decided not to make it public, and only informed each other among the federal army. No one has the right to interfere too much in the internal affairs of the independent military district. And no one cares much about Chen Weimo's affairs. Her current identity is too complicated. She has been known since Shibo, and is respected by Hua Cheng. With such a background, who wants to meddle in such trivial matters? Let them do whatever they want. Moreover, Chen Weimo really seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Shibo was just like the outside world, with no clue at all. No one expected Chen Weimo to do this. Qiran looked out the window numbly. At a time when it should have been busy, the training ground below was empty. Shibua's base was like an empty cemetery. Lifeless. Oji asked countless times whether to rescue people directly, but she didn't answer. She just locked herself in the room and didn't see anyone. None of them are worry-free. Fortunately, Moero was not implicated. Otherwise she would have to worry more. To be honest, she was a little unsure when she saw Chen Weimo last time. She really didn't care about doing something out of the ordinary. But such a low-level way of escaping was not like her level. It would not be difficult for her not to be discovered, because now no one knows how she escaped. And even the entry and exit records cannot be found. The base was quickly blocked at that time. Even when Moero left, his aircraft was checked upside down, and Chen Weimo had no chance to escape. Then she should still be in the base. Even if every corner of the base has been searched many times, she can only be here. Qiran only met Nan Yong once after that. The other party did not describe the incident very clearly. Or, he deliberately left it blank. Qiran was indeed panicked at first. But after calming down, he realized that many things could not be discovered if he was not in the base. Nan Yong did not bring many people, and they were all scattered. so they could not achieve the purpose of surveillance or deterrence at all. In this situation where the murderer had not been caught, he was still confident in letting the soldiers of Shibue take charge of security. She wanted to see what Brigadier General Nanyong was going to do. But Mengleji, was it really the end? She actually made a decision when she heard the final order. She touched the window, looked at the fingerprints left, and smeared them with her fingers to make them more blurry. Sister, Shi Yixuan pushed the door open. Another incident? Qi Yiren's heart sank. And the most terrifying thing was that she found that she still had room to continue to despair. The latest order from the military region is to execute the death penalty in advance. Tomorrow. Chapter 143. The military district has two types of death penalty, physical and chemical. For people of Mengleji's level, who are arrested for disobeying military orders, they are often publicly shot to warn everyone. He was not the first, but the crowd was the quietest after the news was announced. It was as if the decision had never been announced. The number of soldiers stationed in Shibue increased by hundreds overnight. The prisoners were not sent to the military district headquarters as usual, and the intention to execute Mengleji was obvious. I felt it these past few days. The core members of Shibue were completely supervised, and even entering and leaving became a problem. Qi Yiren looked at the strange soldiers, who did not belong to Shibue, in a trance, and said lightly, "What did you feel?" Qi Yixuan said casually. In fact, she didn't really want to be with others now. But she was used to getting along with her sister, and her mouth was faster than her brain. No wonder people always reminded me in various ways in the past that being too independent and conspicuous would eventually backfire. And I often thought they were worrying too much. Qi Yiren patted the railing with a smile. Although Mengleji violated military orders and deserved to be punished for his mistakes. You said the sergeant. When did he start to have this idea? Who knows? What's the point of thinking about it now? Qi Yiren tilted his head to look at his sister, smiled and touched her back. Then what do you think? The captain is right. Sometimes whether there is a mistake or not is not determined by the concept, but the position. Soldiers cannot disobey orders. Then I'd rather be wrong all the way. Qi Yixuan was so stubborn that she stopped talking. She knew that if she continued, she would definitely vent all her anger on her sister. Oh, Ji is going to sneak out. Fenghua helped him. I know. Qi Yiren was not surprised. These people were almost together day and night. She knew what the other party was going to do with just one move or one look. How could they really stand by and watch? Sister, what about you? How do you think Fenghua broke through the authorities so easily? Qi Yiren's eyes fell on a team below. They should be going to rescue people. How can everyone rush to the front to save people? I knew it. Although she looked very depressed these days. Qi Yiren never believed that her sister would give up without doing anything. She also said that soldiers cannot disobey orders. If she really counted, she would be shot 800 times. Now, they should have gone out. Not yet. Mu Fenghua and Oji rushed in breathlessly. What are you doing? If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Qi Yixuan almost couldn't help cursing. How come we didn't accomplish this? We found Chen Weimo. Qi Yiren rushed over. Where is she? In the system? The two sisters were stunned. Time is tight. She said she needs our help with something. Oji showed Qi Yiren the code that Chen Weimo had just sent him. She wants to reduce the second layer of the border defense barrier to level 3. Border? Barrier? What is she going to do? The second layer of the barrier is designed to prevent large warships from forcibly breaking through. Usually, it is level 2 defense, which can cause the warship's joints to peel off and break. But level 3 is just a simple interference, which can make the aircraft out of control for a moment at most. If the pilot inside operates properly, the ship will not be destroyed and people will not die. And under level 3 defense, the alarm can be cancelled. She died before she could say anything? Mu Fenghua was not sure and spoke hesitantly. You too. Repeat it from beginning to end. In detail. Without missing a single detail. If time hadn't been urgent, Qi Yiren would have been furious. I originally wanted to make a loophole in the resident system to facilitate our rescue. But suddenly a block popped up on the screen. Not an ordinary error message. Chen Weimo appeared and directly said a lot of things that only we knew to prove her identity. She also said that she had copied her consciousness here for 2 days. So we don't have to worry about this. But she has other things to deal with. So she needs our help outside. What to deal with? She said. There is another person here? Mu Fenghua had just learned the news, and had not yet recovered from the complete shock. He repeated it again, as if to confirm himself. There has always been another person in our station system. The whole person sank straight down, as if a stone was tied to him. Although Chi Ran immediately understood what Chen Weimo meant. This fact was inevitably too horrifying. Who is it? How long has it been there? It's too late to say this. But she said that she had fought with that person several times in there. But they were all overwritten and formatted because she was not familiar with it. Help! Where is she in person? Although Qi Xuan has also caught up with the progress. According to past knowledge, those who have digitized their consciousness are already dead. No! Qi Xuan had a lot to say but couldn't say anything. She could only sit down immediately and use her own extra new optical computer to access the security system of the base. There was less than half an hour left before the execution. Even if it was for deterrence. Some people had some thoughts about shooting their highest commander in the Shibwa base. Everyone was not a fool. Even if the hundreds of people who came here were strong, they couldn't compare to the already outstanding people plus the advantage of being the host. Now all that was left was to ask them to kidnap people. Meng Liji was still wearing the 5-cents blocker. His hands were tied, and he stood quietly on the high platform. Nan Yong sat in the glass monitoring cabin opposite, looking at everyone below calmly. These young people lined up neatly, and it should be the first time to witness the death of their superiors in this way. His fingertips unconsciously rubbed the second-to-last rusty button on his uniform. Brigadier General, we have detected unusual movements in Area 3. Should we stop them? A soldier came in to report. No. Just let our own people pay attention to safety. Yes. Also, Lieutenant Colonel Chi Yiran wants to meet with you. Let her come. She's the only one. Yes. She's really patient. Coming here now. Nan Yong looked at his reflection in the window, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Chi Yiran, wearing combat uniform, stood silently in front of Nan Yong. Are you here to beg for mercy? The military district didn't intend to cherish the old friendship from the beginning. It was just following the normal process. Pleading for mercy will not have any effect. So you want to watch the execution with me from this excellent perspective? No. I came to ask for help from the Brigadier General, hoping that you can work with us to deal with the enemy. Nan Yong sat very steadily, motionless. What enemy situation? There is no news from the frontline sentry. I mean here? Now. Chi Yiran's eyes were burning. Can the Brigadier General tell me clearly where Chen Weimo is? I think you are more likely to know. Right? Nan Yong seemed to have heard a big joke and laughed exaggeratedly. The Brigadier General and her. She and I only have hatred. She killed 2 of my soldiers, and they were undeserved. Nan Yong interrupted Chi Yiran's question. His eyes were sharp, and he would never give in. Is the Brigadier General going to cross the river and burn the bridge? Chi Yiran's eyes were calm, and his originally tense hands naturally relaxed and dropped. What are you talking about? In that case, I won't bother the Brigadier General. He was the only one left in the room again. I just praised her for her patience. And now she's showing her weakness. It's true that people of the same team don't go to the same door. He smiled helplessly and looked out the window again. He could see clearly that everyone below was becoming more and more serious. Some young soldiers, who couldn't hide their thoughts, almost put their hands on the starter of the mecha. A long roar penetrated the glass and reached his ears. He looked up and saw a bright white spot in the sky that was rapidly enlarging. Its outline gradually becoming clearer, and it was still shaking violently and irregularly. And the sharp roar almost enveloped the entire base. He zoomed in on the auxiliary screen and looked at it carefully. The surprise in his eyes became more and more intense. He couldn't help but mutter, "Are young people doing things so directly now?" The warship lost its balance early in the morning and dived towards the ground at an unstoppable speed. As it fell from a high altitude, the outer armor of the warship and the air made a violent friction sound, sparking a bunch of bursting sparks. And countless small parts fell from time to time. Although the soldiers below didn't know how such a big thing got in, they all reacted quickly and entered the mecha one after another, forming a huge net-like formation, pulling the out-of-control warship to stop in midair, preventing it from falling to the ground completely and causing greater casualties. This warship. Someone who reacted quickly thought it looked familiar. Is it the Sergeant Major? The warship was slowly lowered, and the people inside were bruised all over. They held the hatch and looked out in embarrassment. Adjutant Sun Zhao? Someone recognized him. Is the Sergeant Major really inside? Sun Zhao grinned and didn't say anything for a long time. The soldiers at the door didn't have the patience and rushed in directly. I was already annoyed by the colonel's sentence. And now the instigator came to make trouble. It would be good to give him a good face. There were only a few people on the entire warship, and several of them fainted. Hua Cheng climbed up from the ground by rubbing his chair. His condition was a bit like Sun Jiao. He just gasped for breath, but didn't speak. His eyes were very scary, as if he wanted to eat everyone. Sergeant, please come back with me to rest first. Qi Xuan squeezed in and extended his hand without emotion. Without asking what happened, Hua Cheng didn't move. He struggled to stand up, and no one helped him. Sergeant, please come quickly. Don't delay our captain's execution. It's time. No! Look down, someone exclaimed. And the soldiers who were cleaning up the mess around the warship looked over. A bloody man dragged a long trail of dirt and slowly walked out of the weapon storage cabin, leaving a footprint. Most people left the execution site below, leaving only a few people brought by Nan Yong. They all raised their weapons and pointed at this person. I will never do this kind of brain-intensive work again. Chapter 144. Will you speak properly? If not, I will kill you directly. Qin Weimao lost his patience instantly after hearing Nan Yong say because I want to. Just a joke. Don't be impulsive. Nan Yong immediately stopped while he was ahead, because he felt that Qin Weimao could really do what he said. He said seriously, not long ago, my team and the direct line of the sergeant major went on a mission together. The mission was not complicated, but we encountered a cosmic storm by chance. Many people scattered in various places were affected by their mental strength and became unconscious and injured. Fortunately, they were not serious and recovered quickly. But after that, I noticed something was wrong. Some people behaved strangely. What kind of strangeness? Qin Weimao asked. It is actually no problem to talk and work with them. But I have always liked to observe other people's subtle reactions, so I may notice some small things. I found that their subconscious habitual behaviors disappeared or changed. What do you mean? I mean, it is impossible for people to have such a change in a short period of time. The only explanation is that they are no longer themselves. You're talking nonsense. Qin Weimao had a bad feeling. It sounds true. But isn't there also such a thing in this vast interstellar space, where the digital life forms degenerate and turn to the flesh? Nan Yong didn't know that Qin Weimao had come into contact with this kind of thing a long time ago. This was just the most likely scenario he deduced from the clues. Then do you have concrete evidence? Of course. I have a few records of their secret communication with the enemy. Who are they contacting? Freedom Technology. Qin Weimao's doubts were resolved, but he was not relieved. They still got in. Then you want me to? Qin Weimao was about to ask about his plan, but suddenly thought of something. Wait a minute. You knew there were people from Freedom Technology, but you still took them into the Shiwa base? Aren't you afraid of them? It can't be avoided, because it's too late. Nan Yong stared at her coldly. Hua Cheng. The sergeant stopped attacking Freedom Technology after we encountered that accident. Nan Yong crossed his hands and tapped his fingers on the back of his hands. After that, he stayed in the military headquarters and none of us saw him. This operation was only text messaging, not even video connection. Are you sure? I'm not completely sure about him. But now it is certain that many people have been replaced by Freedom Technology. His expression was indifferent, but he couldn't hide his irritation when he mentioned this. It only takes less than a minute to knock a person unconscious, connect the brain nerves, and transmit consciousness data. What about the original consciousness of those people? Qin Weimao asked. Not everyone has a strong mental power like Mengliji, so his situation is completely irrelevant. Probably dead. Nan Yong half lay on the table and leaned forward. You really have no mental power? Part of the brain was cut off, and it is not fully functional, so you must be safe. They look down on you, or they can't get in. I know. Is this why you told me this? Partly. I just think that the timing is right now. Qin Weimao raised her eyebrows slightly. Isn't it? Nan Yong threw a small interface to her. Aren't you all planning to make a big scene and save Mengliji? Brigadier General Nan Yong. This was the first time Qin Weimao addressed him by his position. You said so much. But is there any way to prove it yourself? No. Nan Yong decisively refused. Whether you are willing to cooperate with me depends on whether you want to take a gamble and trust me. You have already killed someone. And you are still talking nonsense to me now? Nan Yong's eyes narrowed again, just in case. This is a virus that can paralyze the system. And it can also create a normal virtual illusion, so that people will not find abnormalities so quickly. The Shibuya station is destined to be chaotic, so it is better to use the venue to do it more thoroughly. Chin Weimel raised his eyes and glared at him. He really doesn't feel bad when he is not in his own territory. In order not to implicate others too much, she has been sneaking around until now. Obviously, no one could stop her from breaking in. Don't tell me what you are going to do. I won't help you too much. At most I will turn a blind eye. If you fail, at least you won't be wiped out. Nan Yong said again. I know. Chin Weimel walked up to him. I will use different strengths to make you sleep for half a day. Don't worry. That's really hard for you. Chen Weimel ran directly to Shibuya's armory. This place has the strictest defense and the least patrols. Once the outside things get out, even if someone comes here to search, the strange weapon structures will make it easy for her to hide. The most important thing is that the weapons depot system is completely independent. Nan Yong gave her the technology that can completely paralyze the station's intelligence system. She couldn't figure out the other party's true intentions, and she couldn't bear the consequences of doing so. What she is more worried about now is that if someone from Freedom Technology really infiltrated the Federation in that way, would they also consciously enter the military system? Controlling the authority of the entire area is much more effective than dealing with a few people. And the most beneficial thing is the right to activate the weapon. Unexpectedly, her limited transformation brain could be put to good use. She sat in the corner motionless, letting her thoughts sink. Soon, she sent a message to Zui Yun. Call Xiao Duan together. No matter what. Force Hua Chung out of the military area. You really think highly of us. Zui Yun replied immediately. It would be best to get him to Shibuya Station the day after tomorrow. Hijacking or remote control. No matter what means. Tell Xiao Duan that I have found the invasion point of Freedom Technology. He will know what I mean. I try. Chen Weimel exhaled heavily, raised her hand, and cut a small hole in the back of her head. Took out a small device from the space folder that she had stolen from Freedom Technology a long time ago. And then cleaned and modified, and connected her brain nerves with the circuits of the arsenal. In an instant, her brain spasmed, as if a tsunami swept through every fold of her cerebral cortex. She suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, and her vision was filled with a vague dark red. She wiped her face, which was full of cold touch and rust. It's really terrible. It works every time I try it. There really is someone there. She immediately connected the interface given by Nan Yong to the arsenal. She didn't know if the shock she received was normal. Maybe it was the man who attacked her brain. Or maybe it was because her brain was missing and couldn't function normally. But now, she had no other choice. Even if she contacted Chiran and the others, she couldn't let them take this risk. She could only bite the bullet. I heard from Oji before that the game that simulated mental power to control was popular in the Federation, which used brain-computer interfaces to make people feel like they were in an illusion. Chin Weimel guessed. It should be about the same. Just now, did she fail to log in? When she logged in again, she was in the same situation as the first time. But she stayed a little longer and saw more. She really mobilized all the data codes she had learned throughout her life to be immersed in the scene. But she only resisted for a while, and was kicked out again. The brain is a good thing, but it's a pity that hers is not good. Before she could recover and log in for the third time, for people broke into the armory and found her location very quickly. Chin Weimel was dizzy now, and before she could stand up completely, an attack came down. She dodged it half a beat slower than usual, and could only rush out to knock down one person. If I remember correctly, this was someone from the Shibuya 3rd team. They had trained and sparred together. Even if she was guilty of a heinous crime, it was unlikely that they would kill her without saying a word. So some of Shibuya's people had been tampered with. Chin Weimel didn't kill them directly, but just knocked them all unconscious, twisted and placed these 4 people, broke a few bones, and tied up their limbs. The surrounding scene became a little blurry. She struggled to get up and staggered outside. Apart from the armory, there were not many places where she could hide. The only place that could be invisible under a full scan was probably Mingleji's experimental cabin, which was a closed space built by him with special materials. It was originally used to train mental power, but it was announced to the outside world that it was a place for Mu Fenghua to test mechas. There was nothing unusual when she went out, and no one should have discovered Nan Yong's place yet. She entered the experimental cabin, dismantled the operating table, and copied her consciousness into it. She also used other fully automatic systems that were hacked and cracked to help her copy of consciousness control 80% of the control of the Shibwa base. According to the current level of success, there should be no other consciousness data, and Freedom Technology only control the weapon cabin. Qin Weimao looked at the flickering screen for a while, and she gently said, "Work together?" As soon as she said this, she was embarrassed to death. Why was she so polite when talking to herself? A line of ellipses popped up on the screen. We shouldn't have any internal conflicts. Right? I set up a schedule clearing format. We are just cooperating temporarily. Then we will act according to the situation. I will go back and solve the problem in the weapons bay first. Wait a moment. Qin Weimao stared at the pause screen. After a few minutes, there was new news. I found traces of external access. Someone wanted to change the internal security of the base. Retrieve the monitoring and data. Keep silent for now. Qin Weimao thought for a moment and asked, "Why do you suddenly know so much about this? I am obviously half illiterate in this area." Becoming data? You will naturally understand data. I need you to connect the brain computer and keep in sync with me in real time. Why? Do you think you can deal with the one in the weapons bay by yourself? Qin Weimao was taught a lesson by herself, which was a strange feeling. But she chose to believe in herself. I will contact Iran and them when necessary. But now we can only do the preparation secretly, so that we will have no worries at that time. Your brain structure, don't die there. Chapter 145. I may not be very careful today, so you better get out of the way. Qin Weimao stepped slowly onto the high platform where Meng Liji was to be executed. She was unarmed, and the people in front of her were faintly swaying in her sight. But she still stared at them, not daring to deviate a bit. Naturally, her words did not have enough deterrent power. Although she was still trying to stand firm, she had already appeared in front of the attacking soldier the moment the weapon on the opposite side was activated. For Nanyang's sake, she did not kill him. She grabbed the man's neck, swung him up and threw him at the two soldiers next to him, and threw the remaining few people off the steps at the same time. Her legs went weak, and she knelt directly in front of Meng Liji. Qin Weimao wiped the half-dried blood off her face before helping him take off the 5-sense blocker. Meng Liji's eyes couldn't focus immediately, but the strong smell of blood gradually aroused his normal perception, and gradually overlapped with the scene of the person in front of him. He raised his hand and touched Qin Weimao's face, but he couldn't be sure if he really touched it. I can't find you. I'm sorry. Something suddenly delayed me, and I didn't expect it to take so long. Qin Weimao endured the nausea rising in her throat and calmly brushed away his hand on the bloodstains that she couldn't wipe off. I'm so tired. It's okay. Qin Weimao had her back to the crowd. She didn't see the moment when everyone was still, nor did she see the surprise or helplessness of some people after they regained their ability to move. This familiar feeling was the ability of the commander, who should have been executed by the Shibwa soldiers. And Nanyang's people, why were they controlled again for no reason? Before they had time to react to the sudden chaos, Nanyang sent a message to all of them. Assist Shibwa to lock up all the people who couldn't move. Qi Yiren took control of the situation and directed Shibwa's soldiers to escort people and clean up the scene of the spacecraft accident in an orderly manner. I destroyed your arsenal. Qin Weimao's eyelids were heavy now. She wanted to take care of everything before taking a complete rest. There was a digital consciousness sneaking in there. Although Nanyang gave me a functional plug-in that could paralyze the system, I also used it. But the person's repair speed was too fast. I tried many times, but couldn't cover him. With my ability, I could only block him, while trying to add some physical damage directly. Meng Liji gently wiped the blood that had just flowed from her ear, frowned and said, "You are in a very bad condition now." "It's okay. I'm just more suitable for manual work." I said, "I'm fine. But I'm not as normal as I look. I'm telling you the truth, and you can't lie to me. To be honest, my head hurts. It's going to explode." Meng Liji didn't hesitate, and just when he was about to pick her up horizontally, he was pressed down by Qin Weimao. "What are you doing? There are so many people down there." Meng Liji, come down for a moment. Don't waste time." Qi Yiren stood at the halfway point of the platform at the right time and called him with just the right volume. "Let's go. Hua Cheng is still downstairs, and others shouldn't dare to do anything to him." Qin Weimao pulled Meng Liji's clothes and stood up, whispering, "Can you test if he is?" She was still a little nervous. This was a gamble in itself. If it wasn't Hua Cheng, it would be easy to say. But if it was him, even if she used the reason of clearing the court, she would let it go. but it might still cause trouble for Shibo. Nan Yong would never take the initiative to take the blame. Not the sergeant major. Meng Liji walked down slowly with Chen Weimo. He looked at Hua Cheng, who knelt on his knees with a fierce look on his face. The people around him were not sure what to do with the sergeant major. But when they saw this behavior, they all froze in place. Meng Liji stretched out his hand to Qiran without turning his head. And Qiran also handed over a gun tacitly. At the moment of handover, Meng Liji aimed at Hua Cheng's left ear and pulled the trigger. A deep pit immediately appeared on the ground behind. Captain? The people around who didn't know what was going on were terrified and wanted to stop him. But before they could say anything, Meng Liji fired another shot at Hua Cheng's right ear. But there was no blood. You like me so much that you chased me here? Meng Liji looked down at Hua Cheng, pointed the gun at his head, and just tapped it twice. Oh! Sorry. I forgot you can't speak now. Engineer Grayrel. Those people inside. Qiran took the gun away. After all, she was afraid that Meng Liji would deliberately miss the target. Only one of them is a subordinate of the sergeant I am familiar with. And the others, including him. Meng Liji glanced at the kneeling man. Don't let them die. Doesn't the Federation have many methods? Each military region also has its own methods. Ask more and learn more. Okay. Then you can handle Brigadier General Nan Yong. Qiran and him divided the work and cooperated. Before she left, she glanced at Chen Weimo, and some worry unconsciously appeared between her eyebrows. From a distance, it was nothing. But when I got closer, I found that she was like an empty shell. She only pulled her soul back to pretend when she looked at people occasionally. And what about these bloodstains? She didn't tell me what she did through the optical brain just now. But Meng Liji didn't give Qiran the opportunity to ask for details. He held Chen Weimo's hand with his backhand and turned to walk towards the high-rise building where Nan Yong was. All the soldiers who passed by were curious, especially in such a sudden and confusing reversal. Their captain was not only not executed, but was also robbed so openly. Down? And it seems that his relationship with the prisoner hijacker is unclear. Captain! OG and Mu Fenghua rushed over. And OG hugged him directly. Ah! I knew it. Can you let others overturn the table in our territory? That can't be done. Okay. Keep your voice down. Meng Liji separated him with his arms. Take her for a checkup. And then call Qiu Xian over. No problem. The Brigadier General is inside. Captain, you can't suffer any loss. Chen Weimo almost pushed Meng Liji away. At the moment when they couldn't see each other, her legs and feet were weak. But Mu Fenghua grabbed her in time and took her into the empty room next to it, which was better than standing in a crowded place for people to see. What's going on? Why are you in the base's system? He asked as he pulled out a medical scanner. And Chen Weimo's mental image was immediately transmitted. He looked at the countless bleeding spots. Stunned for a long time and couldn't speak. Are you sure you are still alive? Is your brain simply unable to access such a complicated thing? Maybe Chen Weimo didn't pretend in front of him, and collapsed on the bed, covering his face in pain. I didn't know it would be so uncomfortable. The consciousness in the weapons depot system was too strong. I had no choice but to manually dismantle most of the weapons. Be careful when you deal with it. Don't let him take over your body. Then just tear it down. Although Oji didn't understand much about medicine, this picture definitely didn't show a normal brain. Why didn't you call me? Or just tear down the armory if it didn't work the first time? Can you guarantee that you can defeat him? Then I don't know. Oji's voice was a little guilty. But his self-confidence education since childhood made him immediately return to the moral high ground. Even if you tear down the base, you have a legitimate reason. What are you afraid of? Have you ever thought about what if he forced me to destroy your weapons reserves and then took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack? Has the security level been adjusted back? As soon as the voice fell, the alarm of the entire station rang out in every corner. You mouth. Oji fell silent. It's okay. Each one is over there. I go out and take a look. Mu Fenghua stayed here. Although he was not a professional doctor, he could do something to make Chen Weimo less painful. I copied my consciousness and entered the station, which is equivalent to having two of me. Otherwise, if I directly matched that consciousness data, I might have died long ago. Chen Weimo took the initiative to explain. That means Shibua may need a complete update now. It's all a small matter. Mu Fenghua didn't care too much. The current result was beyond expectations. As long as everyone is fine. Chen Weimo looked at the blue light in front of her in a daze. It was a kind of radiation relief device. Although it only treated the symptoms, it was better than waiting for self-healing. Nan Young, what did he say to you? She suddenly asked. Nothing. I went to him at the last minute. But he still didn't want to talk openly. Old bastard. Although he's not that old. But it's true. The two of them didn't say anything, and sighed in unison. So did the Brigadier General and the Captain have already discussed it? Mu Fenghua looked at Meng Liji's series of actions, which were orderly, and did not seem to be a temporary decision based on the situation on the scene. I don't know either. They met in prison, and didn't say anything useful. Chen Weimo recalled all the details. But his eyes began to blur. If it wasn't agreed in advance, then they used their mental power to connect and secretly said it. Colonel Meng's mental control ability is really enviable. Nan Yong was still sitting in the position where he watched the execution, waiting for someone to come to him. I also want to thank the Brigadier General for generously sharing the information of freedom technology with Shibo. Meng Liji sat down without waiting for his superior's permission. Nan Yong didn't mind such small details. He showed Meng Liji a piece of textual evidence of the communication between the federal soldiers whose bodies were occupied and freedom technology. And he also stared at these lines of words in a daze. Can such soldiers be saved? I didn't feel that there were two consciousnesses in one brain. Nan Yong's polite smile faded a little, and his eyes moved outside. Have you thought about what will happen next? The Brigadier General should have a plan in mind. Nan Yong's smile was ambiguous. Congratulations on your success. And almost zero loss. That Chen Weimo is quite powerful. The helpers outside were actually able to bring Hua Cheng here. I heard that Hua Cheng couldn't speak at first. Don't you think it's interesting? All the use and income of the miners are within the control of the Federation. So there is no need for the Brigadier General to worry about this. Meng Liji responded coldly. Nan Yong looked at Meng Liji with some surprise and chuckled. The piercing alarm cleverly interrupted their conversation. Colonel Meng, go and take a look first. I'm down there. Freedom Technology sent dozens of large warships to attack the Shibo garrison. Qi Yishuan and Oji had already set off with their men. When Meng Liji arrived, it was the moment when the opponent's firepower suppression was the most intense. Meng Liji could only control half of them, and the rest were all intelligent machines. Although it was not easy to fight, it also showed one thing, that they had controlled the really important people of Freedom Technology, which forced them to take the initiative to attack the Federation for the first time. As soon as the world was quiet, Oji received the news of Meng Liji's connection. Where is Weimaran? Down there. Fenghua is also here. But before he could get any response, he saw Meng Liji's mecha flying rapidly to the ground. Mu Fenghua was wandering around in the corridor. And when he saw Meng Liji, he hurried up to him. Looking a little flustered, she suddenly lost consciousness just now. I don't know if she can still be alive. Chapter 146. Chen Weimo regained consciousness, but could not open his eyes. I remember that time. She was asking about Zuiyun and Xiaoduan. But Zuiyun told an exaggerated story. She drove the spaceship directly to attack Hua Cheng, who happened to go out and install the control equipment while no one was paying attention. At the same time, Xiaoduan suddenly got the hang of it and achieved a similar situation to Meng Liji, and could also control people. But he soon fell into a coma and has not woken up until now. She had no choice but to take the person back to Tilts first. Zuiyun also knew that Natalia didn't like the Federation people. Even so, she had to go back, which meant that Xiaoduan's situation was not optimistic. Chen Weimo jumped out from under the irradiation instrument. As soon as she stood up, she felt a warm liquid flowing out of her nose, which could not be stopped. Her hands were full of dark red thick blood. The last scene in her memory was Mu Fenghua's panicked face, and the hand that wanted to grab her, but couldn't reach. She didn't know what happened to her. She didn't even feel very uncomfortable. She fainted directly, struggling in the endless darkness. It was a bit like the state of being wearing a 5-sense blocker. She didn't know how long it took before she finally saw some light. But compared to the silence when she was unconscious, the light reflected by the stars at night was already dazzling to her. There was also a cool breeze blowing on her face from time to time. There seemed to be a vague figure standing in front of the window. How long have I slept? Chen Weimo rubbed her face, but no one responded to her. She looked up and saw that it was indeed Meng Liji, not her hallucination. Meng Liji? She tilted her head and called his name, but he looked out the window blankly as if he hadn't heard her. Chen Weimo felt strange and turned around to look around. The real-time temperature on the monitoring device beside the bed was only a dozen degrees. She suddenly opened the quilt and stood barefoot in front of Mengleji. Mengleji, look at me! Her knuckles tightened, and she clutched Mengleji's collar tightly until his absent-minded eyes regained their brilliance. She breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't even stand. So she fell down. Mengleji looked at her silently. He wanted to reach out to support her, but he was a little slow to react. The backs of their hands brushed against each other, and they didn't hold each other. He slowly squatted down and gently rubbed Chen Weima's face with his hand, his fingertips trembling slightly. Chen Weima's ears were now filled with the sound of her own heartbeat, which made her look at people unclearly, as if there was a wall of water between them. Mengleji was sometimes far away and sometimes close, but he just couldn't touch her. What are you going to do? Chen Weima stared at the strange and emotionless eyes, her voice a little weak. Mengleji pulled the corners of his mouth and laughed dryly. Is it a little cold in the room? I don't feel cold. I found you again. Although what he said was irrelevant. Chen Weima held his two hands and opened his lips slightly several times. After a long time, he was able to speak steadily again. I won't do that in the future. I'm always here. She took Mengleji up and lay back on the bed. She knew that what Mengleji said before was not a good excuse. His five senses were blocked, and he was cut off from the outside world. Chen Weimo finally found him, but she suddenly disappeared again, just like letting a blind man who finally saw the light become blind again. It would be better not to give him this hope in the first place. Chen Weimo forced him to close his eyes, and directly reached out to cover his eyes, with his forehead against the back of his hand. Stay with me for a while. Don't think about anything and don't do anything. Okay. Her back was already soaked with cold sweat, and she fell into a deep sleep again. When she opened her eyes again, Mengleji was still staring at her. Didn't you sleep? No. The one in the armory. All solved. Chen Weima felt that Mengleji seemed reluctant to let her know the situation here. She didn't want to intervene, but she was caught by the news of Mengleji's sudden arrest and Nanyang's half-threatening cooperation. She had to play the thankless role in the middle. Now she didn't want to care about anything. Her mind was groggy. As long as no one was executed and Shibo was not implicated, everything else was fine. She held Mengleji's face and kissed him hard. There was a sound of the door opening outside the ward. Is Weimo awake? It was Chiyiran. But she didn't come in. Shin Weimo turned over and got out of bed, with stars in front of her eyes. She stood still for a long time before she recovered. This had never happened before when she was injured. Maybe it was because she overused her brain this time. Mengleji supported her and didn't want her to go out, but he couldn't persuade her. As soon as he opened the door, he looked at Chiyiran with a gloomy face. Chiyiran knew that she would not see any good face if she hadn't lost the lottery among them. The task of calling people would not have fallen on her. How are you? Are you feeling better now? Not bad. At least better than then. Chiyiran was actually a little touched. She quietly pushed Mengleji aside and stood next to Chen Weima. It's been almost 3 days. You don't know how we got through it. 3 days? What about Xiao Duan? Before Chen Weima had time to check the message on the computer, she heard Chiyiran say that Guerrero wants to see you. Me? No need to see. Mengleji and Chen Weimo spoke at the same time. Anyway, I'm just passing on a message. Chiyiran didn't expect to bring anyone over, so it would be better to let Mengleji solve it himself. Chen Weimo looked at Mengleji, and Mengleji answered honestly, I haven't tried him yet. No wonder. Otherwise Grey Riel wouldn't have the qualifications to jump around again. I want to go and see him. She thought about it, and she also had something she wanted to ask clearly, and she knew that as long as she spoke, Mengleji would not stop her. She quietly squeezed Mengleji's hand, and then left with Chiyiran. I thought Mengleji was a bit slow before, but now I feel more clearly that he is still a stubborn person who can't be pulled back by 8 bulls. Chiyiran sighed. What? Chen Weimo was thinking about Grayler, so he subconsciously replied, Do you know why I can come to you at such a good time? Medical monitoring data? Chiyiran stretched out his finger and shook it. You can't feel the pressure of mental power. With your ward as the center and a radius of 10 meters, Mengleji has been wantonly and indiscriminately intimidating people for 3 days. It just got a little lighter. So I guess you're awake. Will it be tiring? It definitely won't work on others. But I can't say for sure. Chiyiran observed Chen Weimo's reaction from the corner of her eye and asked again. Has he been out of control for a long time? She was not a fool. Although Mengliji performed well in front of others, they were friends and comrades in arms for so many years. Such a person, who always maintained a friendly appearance, would actually show impatience and a hint of murderous intent in front of her. It's fine if outsiders can't see it, but she would be a failure if she can't notice it. If he doesn't want to say it, then forget it. We won't ask directly. Chi Yiran talked to herself without waiting for Chen Weimo's answer. She stretched tiredly. There will definitely be other things recently. We are responsible for the military region. You keep an eye on him and help him get some quiet time together. Okay. The level of confinement where Grayler was imprisoned was much higher than Mengliji's. As soon as Chen Weimei entered and saw Hua Cheng's face, he felt uncomfortable again. I didn't like this sergeant in the first place. And you still got into the shell. I really can't be calm with you. She did not hide her attitude in her first sentence to Grayler. If possible, I still prefer my original body. Grayler laughed at himself. It's a pity that the Federation didn't even give me a chance to keep a whole body. I really wandered outside for a long time. What do you want to talk to me about? Chen Weimo was no longer so curious about his past. Anyway, he would no longer have a future. So there was no point in dwelling on the past. I just want to see you in person. I haven't seen you for more than 10 years. Grayler's eyes actually showed some nostalgia. Just like seeing a handicraft he made when he was a child. Thinking it was lost. And it was inevitable to be surprised when he met it again when he grew up. Didn't you know about my existence a long time ago? At the auction. When the Federation spread rumors about me? Don't say you didn't know. Knowing is one thing. And being able to sit together and talk is another concept. He was like a kind elder. Just reminiscing about the past with the young man. When I transformed you, your various indicators were very excellent. Before that, it was rare to see such a self-consistent body. In other words, you were naturally selected. However, the order requirements are fixed, and we cannot change them. Chen Weimo was speechless. If it was all this nonsense, she would leave. You did a really good job. Always good. But Grayler seemed not to notice the impatience of the other party, but was immersed in his own memories. You have never let me down until now. However, you met Mengliji outside the plan. The smile on his face faded. And he asked again, if my target is not Mengliji, will you still intervene? But you've always been greedy. You've already got Hua Cheng's body. But you're still afraid of being discovered by Mengliji. So you're doing this kind of backhanded trick to kill him. So I just lost to my work, not to the useless people in the Federation, who can only fight among themselves. Chen Weimo stared at Grayler in a daze. Originally, I didn't need to listen to your nonsense. I just wanted to ask you. Phone 10. Did you use his genes to replicate? Yes. A little bit. Thanks to you. I know the socialized name of New York 48-357. Grayler explained kindly. But I didn't copy you. You are unique. Where is he? Chen Weimo stood up and stared at him condescendingly. I won't ask about such trivial matters. If you want to know, you can go to Canny Star to ask. That's where Freedom Technology is truly responsible for transforming people. The others are all disguises. Chen Weimo glanced at him coldly and turned to leave. Chen Weimo, he shouted at last, looking at her back. The corners of his mouth trembled uncontrollably. You have to be well. Chen Weimo stood still for a moment and left without hesitation. Just after leaving the house, she leaned against the wall, staring at the ground in a trance. What Grayler said and his attitude were always beyond her expectations. Even this inexplicable action, he failed so smoothly. Chi Yiran was waiting for her outside, and when he saw her come out, he took the initiative to greet her. Someone from the military district is here to give Mengliji a thorough mental examination. Chapter 147. I don't quite understand. Why is the mental power test being done at this time? Chen Weimo followed Chi Yiran, while sorting out the current situation in his mind. The sergeant major had such an incident, and the military headquarters sent someone here for the first time. Just to check Mengliji's mental power level? Is the Federation going to be ruined? Will they do something to him? Is he from the military district? Don't let Freedom Technology take over his body again. Chi Yiran smiled. He has already passed by. If there is a problem, he will not be unaware of it. Moreover, it was Mengliji who concealed it first. The military district came to confirm it at this critical moment. And it was also for the purpose of combat strength inventory. Although, now it is indeed a bit confused about priorities. Didn't they say that the upper limit of your detection can only reach the Super 3S level? What can they detect? At least there will be an official result. More and more people came, probably all wanting to watch. Chen Weimao squeezed through the crowd, and with a glance, two people seemed to have taken out the corner of their weapons from their waists. She took a step forward, crushed the gun body with both hands, lifted the two people one by one and pressed them against the wall, even smashing the wall to produce a crack. You dare to do it here? Do you think I'm blind? No. Wait a minute. Someone next to him spoke stupidly. But it was too late. Another person rushed forward and was kicked into the room by Chen Weimao. Meng Leji and OG subconsciously caught a piece of the door with their hands and looked at her in a daze. These guys are trying to do it secretly. Are you okay? Chen Weimao was still holding the two people in her hand. She looked around and found that there were still many people in the room. No one spoke again. Chen Weimao suddenly realized something and gently put the two people on the ground. Chen Weimao? Although the leader had just let down his guard, he saw that his soldiers had no power to fight back. And his expression was somewhat interesting. Weimao? Meng Leji pursed his lips, took off his equipment, stood in front of her to help her block the burning sight. That's not a gun. It's just a spare part. It looks a bit like it. He turned around and apologized to the few people. Sorry. The base has just returned to normal, and everyone may not have relaxed from the tense atmosphere yet. I understand. Being vigilant is a good thing. He smiled. But when he saw Meng Leji holding Chen Weimao's hand, his expression really cracked again. Even if they didn't come here just for the mental power test, Meng Leji knew it and wouldn't really point it out. But this, it's hard to say. She is an uncontrollable factor, and even Shibo may not be able to deal with it. Her relationship with the former sergeant major is very delicate, and there is an irreconcilable hatred between her and Freedom Technology. I heard that she was the one who messed around here this time, totally ignoring the order of the Federation. Besides, they are in this kind of relationship now. The Federation's current upper limit detection is only up to the Super 3S level, and they can't take away any tangible results today. The real order of the military district is to see if Meng Leji is still under control. It would have been best if Meng Leji didn't show any rebellious consciousness. But now, they are being targeted. Although Chen Weimao was a little embarrassed, the look he gave them while hiding behind Meng Leji was more of a warning. And he didn't feel embarrassed at all. Colonel Meng, shall we continue? He pretended to be calm. Okay. Chen Weimao stepped aside and did not leave. She quietly watched the pile of broken things being used on Meng Leji and turned in the corner. Although she did not make a sound to interfere, her momentum inexplicably brought pressure. It seemed as if they would definitely do something to Meng Leji. The people in the military district were murmuring in their hearts, thinking of the past. They were still a little afraid of her. Moreover, they were not guilty of being a bystander, so they could not say anything. The Brigadier General has reported all the circumstances of this incident to the headquarters. Although the colonel disobeyed orders, he did not disobey the orders of the real sergeant major. In addition, the colonel and the Brigadier General cooperated well and defeated the conspiracy of Freedom Technology with minimal damage. This can be regarded as a balance of merits and demerits. The military district will not embarrass the colonel, he said to Meng Leji while recording the false records that the machine could not detect. Meng Leji had read the report written by Nan Yong. The language was very clever. It could not be said that he lied, but it was basically inconsistent with the facts. He was not informed of Freedom Technology until he met Nan Yong in prison. They did not secretly cooperate from the beginning. Later, he also held back his troops and did not provide any help until the situation was almost certain. But Nan Yong knew that Meng Leji would remain silent for himself. Chen Weimao and Shibo. No matter what he reported, no one would expose it. The military district will naturally handle it fairly. Meng Leji just responded lightly. He glanced at the results of the machine. The value was hovering on the edge of Super 3S level and could never break through. The colonel has been wronged recently. The military district will refer to the intelligence held by the Brigadier General and conduct a strict internal investigation. No one from Freedom Technology will be spared. Meng Leji had a blank expression on his face. He suddenly raised the corner of his mouth, but said nothing. The man from the military district glanced at Chen Weimao again. I heard. You are also injured? We have the most advanced medical equipment. If you need it? No. Thank you. Chen Weimao refused directly. That's good. He observed Meng Leji's reaction and said to Chen Weimao, after all, you are also a pioneer cavalryman specially approved by the sergeant major. You are not under the jurisdiction of Shibo. According to convention, you also need to report to the headquarters alone. Ji was standing lazily by the table, but he stood up slowly after hearing this. Mengleji also bowed his head and said nothing. But the faces of several people in the military district changed. Chen Weimo instinctively knew that he couldn't go. How Hua Cheng was forced to the Shiba station was not clear yet. If Zui Yun and Xiao Duan were really involved, she would not mind falling out with the military district on the spot. At that time, everything would be pushed onto her, and Shibua and Nanyong would not know about it. Without definite evidence, the military district would not really do anything to them. If it's convenient, you can go with Colonel Ming. He had never been so aggrieved before. He had to look at the eyes of two people before he could say a word. Not only was Chen Weimo unpredictable, but Mengleji also put pressure on him. He must report this situation to the headquarters. But I have already left the Federation. Chen Weimo pulled out the resignation confirmation letter that Hua Cheng had given her a long time ago. This was an agreement between them. Once something went wrong and they were investigated, Chen Weimo could take out this certificate at any time to save them both trouble. The military district didn't know about this. He glanced at Mengleji secretly, but couldn't see any reaction. Is this from the sergeant, or was it given to you by Grayler? Then I don't know. But he immediately tried to save face for himself. We will verify this identity. But as an assistant, we still hope that you can go with us. No time. Chen Weimo refused again. If you confirm that I am still a soldier of the military district, you can force me to go. If not, then I am not free. Qiren had watched enough of the excitement outside the door, and finally stepped out to prevent the military district from being too embarrassed. Of course, we will act according to the usual practice, and will never cause trouble to the military district. But now many things have not been fully handled, and we can't spare too many people. Of course, it should be. We are not particularly anxious. Under multiple gazes, the military district people finished this increasingly passive play. The people watching the excitement around dispersed. Shibo also went to hand over other things, and Chen Weimo suddenly blocked them. Are you afraid of me? She was so close that her breath could almost fall on the man's face. He took 2 steps back in shock, but was grabbed by Chen Weimo's collar. What are you going to do? Nothing. But there are too many people in the Federation who are afraid of me. I still have to explain. Otherwise it will hurt others and myself. And I don't know who will be implicated. What do you mean? Speaking of which, this is not the first time I have seen you. Chen Weimo let go of him and swept his eyes over these people at the same time. This is not the first time I have seen you either. He tried to recall that this seemed to be their first formal meeting. He just didn't see her from a distance. He just knew this woman from the news or reports. In Saramir. You and Hua Cheng. What do you want to say? He immediately interrupted Chen Weimo, his face gloomy. Don't be nervous. We are in the Shibua base now. I won't do anything to you. Chen Weimo raised his chin slightly. His eyes gradually darkened. Hua Cheng has been trying to break away from DeForest, but in the process, he has already contacted Freedom Technology. He thought I didn't know that he got the intelligence and resources he wanted from Freedom Technology. The so-called declaration of war was just to help his friend get rid of competitors. What nonsense are you talking about? The main battle sites after the declaration of war were all selected by Colonel Ming. According to what you said, the Colonel also. Don't play such childish tricks with me. Mengleji just picked the best target from the options given by Hua Cheng. And I have actual witnesses and physical evidence of your dealings with Freedom Technology. Chen Weimo felt the change in their emotions and smiled easily. Just treat me as a threat. Don't make trouble for me. And I won't make trouble for you. We have all done things for Hua Cheng. Who knows what will happen if something is brought up later. We are all on the same boat. So we should all be quiet. Isn't that good? The leader's eyes were more curious. Who do you belong to? You are a little narrow-minded. I don't have any allies. Everyone is just a partner with the same interests at this stage. What would Colonel Ming think if he heard what you said? None of your business. You? He wanted to say something to be less passive, but Chen Weimo looked nonchalant. He calmed down, and Chen Weimo's interference gave him an opportunity. They had followed Hua Cheng for many years. Although Hua Cheng was for the benefit of the military region, his methods were not accepted by everyone. When Hua Cheng got into trouble this time, the military region actually ignored the life and death of Hua Cheng and only focused on Freedom Technology. The situation was obvious, but their identities were awkward. The military district has been wary of Mengleji for a long time. Not just the sergeant major. Chen Weimao looked at him speechlessly. I'm not stupid. This time when we go back, our report will only describe the colonel's mental test results normally. And Shibo is fine. This is the fact. Chen Weimao tilted his head. We are all ordinary colleagues. And we don't have much contact. Of course. They just said hello to Meng Leji and left. As if they had never mentioned the report they had mentioned before. Chen Weimao stood alone on the observation deck and watched them leave. Weimao? Qi Ran came up to her fully armed. You can set off. Chapter 148. Damn you. Meng Leji. Zui Yun bit off a piece of dried meat fiercely. And the voice came out of his throat. I couldn't contact you. So I went to find him. He didn't reply. So I knew something must have happened. It's not a big deal. I just slept for 2 days. Chen Weimao tried to say a few good words to Meng Leji. But Zui Yun didn't listen to a word. So she had to change the subject. Is Xiao Duan okay? Not bad. A male voice appeared in the video. But he didn't appear on the screen. It's not very good. Don't listen to his nonsense. Zui Yun immediately broke the news. So how did you do it? Chen Weimao asked. There was a moment of silence in the video. I don't know. At that time, I felt that it was too risky for Zui Yun to fight directly. But there was really no good way. When I was anxious, I said, you have evolved. Thank you. Chen Weimao didn't think it was a good thing. She had a headache when she thought of Meng Leji's condition. If he was given time, he wouldn't get worse. But recently things were so busy that no one could stop. So you are going to continue to follow Grayler's line? Xiao Duan asked. The matter of consciousness invasion has been revealed. And the person involved has been arrested. But Freedom Technology, especially Grayler's people, will definitely not give up on him. Not to mention others. Tang Yi will definitely go to rescue his mentor. So Shibua, or the independent military region, may have to confront Freedom Technology's real combat troops immediately. I'm on my way. Chen Weimao responded lightly. What? You didn't ask me to go by myself? Zui Yun hugged the screen and put his face forward. Not by myself. I'm on Shibo's spaceship. On the way to escort Grayler to the military headquarters. Actually, you're not going to the headquarters. Right? Xiao Duan paused and asked. Of course not. No. I'm going to find you. It doesn't matter if I fight with a few people. But why do you get involved in a war? Zui Yun slammed the table and stood up. Yi-er, who was standing next to him, heard the sound and shouted from a distance. Then I join in the fun too. I won't go. I take a break. Xiao Duanwen insisted on interrupting. Chen Weimao couldn't persuade them at all. Although there were only 3 people on the other side of the video. The voices of 2 of them were so loud that the other one seemed to be in cahoots with him. The timely interruption made Chen Weimao unable to find any time. The door opened and Meng Leji walked in. He saw Chen Weimao was on a video call and didn't say anything. It's up to you. I have to get busy. Chen Weimao turned off the video and the world was quiet in an instant. She sat on the floor in the corner. And Meng Leji, who was so tall, curled up and buried his head in Chen Weimao's neck bone, sniffing gently. Working? Please do not disturb. Meng Leji raised his head and pecked her cheek. Too messy or too quiet? It's not good. He sat side by side with Chen Weimao. And his voice was also light and sounded a little unreal. When this matter is over, it's really time to take a vacation. I've said it many times. But I can't take a break every time. Without Zui Yun. Okay. No Lin Qianqing either. Why would he be there? Meng Leji tilted his head and glanced at her. His expression indifferent, nothing. Chen Weimao got up, knelt in front of the window, and looked outside. Are we going to pass by Shizi Ershing soon? Soon. The spacecraft has slowed down a little. I hope someone will come. Otherwise a pure space battle may be a bit passive. Seeing that Chen Weimao was too focused, Meng Leji suddenly hugged her waist and pulled her into his arms. Colonel Meng, I think you are taking advantage of your mental discomfort to act recklessly. Chen Weimao turned around and put his face against his neck. Very likely. Their eyes met and their lips and tongues intertwined again. It was not until a roar outside that the beauty was broken. I will fight them. Meng Leji stood up and rushed out. Chen Weimao calmed his breath on the spot. The explosion outside the window had already occurred, and various fragments flew past at a high speed. The firepower of dozens of spacecraft in the distance was very dense. If the energy shield had not been prepared long ago, I am afraid it would really be unbearable. Originally, She didn't have to follow. But if there was a chance, she wanted to meet Tang, although she wasn't sure if she would come this time. Such an unprofitable robbery was never the style of Freedom Technology. In order not to be a redundant and troublesome person, she consciously put herself in the team to protect Grayler from being robbed. Originally, she didn't think of really bringing him. But at this chaotic juncture, in order to prevent the hidden Freedom Technology people from communicating internally and externally, bringing Grayler would prevent their lair from being raided. There were flames outside, and she strolled in the spaceship and went to the room where Grayler was imprisoned. He was also put on a 5-cent blocker. This was the first time Chen Weimao saw this thing worn on someone outside the Federation. Moreover, Meng Liji had interfered with his mind before, and he didn't even have the consciousness to send a message. Making such a narcissistic person unable to think is probably the cruelest punishment in the world. Chen Weimao looked at this person and felt quite strange in his heart. After interrogating him, Meng Liji knew how he had lived for the past 10 years. After guessing that Ikaros Pharmaceuticals would attack him, he found a way out for himself. He copied his consciousness into a digital model. It would be best if he could escape successfully. If he couldn't escape, he could find another chance to become a human. However, things did not go as he wished. He was still plotted against, and the system storing his consciousness was accidentally cut off from the open world. He was so lonely floating in a pile of scrap metal that he was not found until 5 or 6 years later by Tang Yi. With the help of Tang Yi, he also found many bodies to carry his consciousness. But they were all too bad, and there was no good body, and the good times didn't last long. He was lost again due to the internal turmoil of Freedom Technology, which had not yet formed and stabilized. He reappeared at the Oak auction. He also realized that the soldiers with high mental power levels in the Federation were the most suitable carriers for him. He hated the Federation, but had to find ways to obtain the bodies of the Federation people. A genius scientist, but spent his precious 10 years wandering and trying like an isolated island. Chen Weimao even felt that his abnormal brain circuit was theoretically acceptable. She felt a warmth in her nose, raised her hand and rubbed it, then found some water to clean the blood on the back of her hand as if nothing had happened. Warships were destroyed one after another and fell on the barren red Earth planet of Sis's star. Both sides suffered losses, and even the core spaceship she was on was shaking violently. Lightning like energy beams fell on the energy shield, causing countless tiny blue cracks. Soldiers in the cabin came and went, and the tense atmosphere spread rapidly. Even if Meng Liji went directly into battle, it still turned out like this time. Chen Weimao's expression became more serious. She sat directly next to Grayler and waited quietly. Suddenly, a few lights flashed in the air, weak and soft, but increasingly dense, forming the shape of a person. A little girl, who looked only in her teens, appeared in this closed room. I knew it. Chen Weimao shook her head helplessly, as if she was self-deprecating. If he can't control the battle situation, then the opponent is probably a spiritual body like you. How many of you are there? Not many. A dozen or so. The visitor started chatting with her in a familiar manner. It is said that each spiritual body has a different ideology determined by what it sees and hears. What bargaining chips did Freedom Technology give you to directly gather so many of them? It's just that everyone has their own needs, and it just happens. What about you? I just like to watch some bloody dramas where people are willing to give everything for what they want. Chen Weimao's expression twisted slightly. You are not talking about Tang Yi, are you? The man's face instantly blossomed with some surprise of meeting a like-minded person. You know her too? This ship has been occupied by you, right? Chen Weimao asked. I heard about you before I came here. You should be someone who knows more about spiritual bodies. She put her hands behind her back and walked around in place, looking experienced. Our kind can affect the spirit and mood of creatures, but direct physical attacks are almost zero. But you can make them kill each other. Chen Weimao's voice immediately turned cold. It depends on the person. I don't like to interfere with others, but what other spirits do is not up to me. She smiled and stared at Chen Weimao with interest. And it seems that even if I interfere with you, you don't buy it. So, Chen Weimao stood up slowly, pointing his finger at Grayler's neck. How did you take him away before I killed him? If you really killed him, would Tang Yi go crazy? Chen Weimao sneered and put his hand down. I don't need to negotiate with you. You just want to see her go crazy. Tang Yi was also forced into a corner, and he actually chose this completely uncontrollable helper to snatch people. Do you want to see her? The man looked at Chen Weimao and asked after a long while. Is she coming? Soon. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. And the energy shield was completely penetrated. The moment the hull was exposed, there was a burst of explosive attacks pouring down. Chen Weimao immediately felt an irresistible weightlessness. She took out the fixator and stabbed it into Grayler's left shoulder. And the other side was deeply rooted in the cabin surface. The man floated in the air, just watching the fun. The spaceship gradually broke apart, and Chen Weimao saw the right moment and flew out with Grayler. A huge explosion shock wave hit them from behind, and Chen Weimao's control of the micro-thruster was greatly disturbed. Fortunately, they were about to fall to the ground. She turned the direction and flexibly avoided the sharp fragments. When she landed, suddenly another powerful force pushed them both out. What is this? Chen Weimao almost lost her mind. At the moment she was about to let go, her reason returned, and she held Grayler tightly in her hand again. It wasn't an attack. She was trapped by something like an energy shield. When she hit the surface, the deep pit was dragged out for hundreds of meters until it was embedded in a hole in the ground. Due to the violent impact, the topography of Xizar Star has undergone tremendous changes, and the originally stable structure has been completely destroyed at this moment. Chen Weimao waited for a long time before the spherical energy shield where she and Grayler were located stopped falling. Although the rubble was still falling from time to time, there was no visibility at all, and Chen Weimao could only rely on the little light from her own equipment to see the dim environment around her. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly, the energy shield began to shake, and it expanded rapidly on the spot, and actually pushed out a large space. The space in the distance was distorted, and two people walked in. I really don't know why everyone thinks you are a rare material. Chapter 149. Those who came from the Hercules files are now in their 30s and 40s. But Tangi seems to have not been disturbed by time at all. Her eyes are not as vicissitudes of life as those of her peers. Her eyes are sharp, and her spirit is even more exposed than many young people. When I watched her public video as the leader of Freedom Technology before, this feeling was not so strong. It turns out that you still have to meet people in person to see them. Who else are you talking about? Chen Weimao pushed Grayler behind him and stood up by holding his knees. After falling down, her internal organs seemed to be crushed and spread out, and she felt the familiar strange feeling in her nose again. Seeing that Tangi was unharmed, it was probably because these spirits protected her and prevented her from being controlled by Meng Liji's mental power. Leave the person to me. I won't kill you. Just you? Chen Weimao could not sense the existence of others. It seemed that there were only the two of them, and she didn't know where her confidence came from. I created you, so I naturally know how to destroy you. Tangi approached slowly, not hiding his disgust for Chen Weimao. It's just that the teacher hopes you're alive. Otherwise, I would have killed you long ago. Chen Weimao felt something was wrong. Grayler said that he hoped she was alive. Was that true? But why? Isn't she a failure? If Nanyong didn't want to take revenge and harbor resentment towards several high-ranking officials in the independent military region, how could he suddenly take advantage of the situation and make a blind cat meet a dead mouse? Tangi sneered. Plus your disruption. I've said before that things like you are far less useful than intelligent machines. Meng Liji had mentioned this to her. After reading Nanyong's report, he suspected that he had not seen through the conspiracy of Freedom Technology from the beginning, and his purpose was not to find out the people of Freedom Technology. When Nanyong was young, his superior was sentenced to treason by the military district and executed on the spot. Nanyong watched from the side. But later, his superior rehabilitated him, saying that there was an internal problem and it was a pure false accusation. However, this rehabilitation is meaningless, and the person has been dead for 2 years. And the people who are suspected by Nanyong this time are mostly the people who handled the incident that year, including Hua Chung. But why did the people from Freedom Technology keep saying that she was disrupting the situation? Hasn't she always been on the opposite side? Your teacher thinks I'm good. Why do you disagree with your teacher on this point? Chen Weimao quietly raised her eyebrows, deliberately provoking. She suppressed her doubts and tried to anger this love-brained person. And Tangi did not disappoint. Her emotions were instantly written on her face. But the spirit whispered something in Tangi's ear, and Tangi calmed down again. She sneered, a modified body, with so many defects, is still singing with pride. It's ridiculous. Even if I failed, I've survived until now. And I've got the real leader of your organization in my hands. Chen Weimao said, as she pinched Grayl's neck. Tangy couldn't hold it anymore. She immediately called up something on her computer and clicked it frantically. The empty underground space was completely silent. But Chen Weimao's head suddenly felt a tearing pain. Her mouth full of blood. And her body felt like countless thick thorns and vines were drilling into her. She raised the last bit of her rationality and twisted Grayl's hand off. Chen Weimao. Tangy rushed over like crazy, but was grabbed by the spirit behind him. And the expression on his face was not very relaxed. I said, "You can try. You kill me first. Or I am faster." Chen Weimao spat out blood. The two people were already double images in her eyes. But she must hold on and not fall in front of them. The invisible attack just now was nothing more than Tangy relying on her transformation data to directly adjust the frequency that resonates with her brain and important organs to attack. However, she was transformed again later, and the original setting was no longer completely applicable. Fortunately, she saved her life again. She was grateful, but she didn't dare to relax at all. If it happened again, she was not sure if she could withstand it. To be honest, Grayler is no longer of any value to us. Chen Weimao slowly straightened his back, although his breathing was still trembling and blood and sweat were mixed on his face. He felt alive again. You knew it was a trap, but you still jumped in. What are you doing for? Tangy wanted to eat her heart, but she still had to suppress her hatred. Everything is for the teacher. Your teacher has been tossing around for so many years. Just to find a new body that is more useful? Mengleji asked under control. He should have answered everything he knew. But everything Grayler said was too thin and even unconvincing. But people should not lie when being controlled. Then, there is another possibility. He can deliberately conceal it, under some unknown influence. For example, the pre-influence manipulation of the spirit body. What do you want? Tangy did not answer her question. I want the free technology to completely collapse. And I want you to no longer appear and disturb me in my life. Chen Weimao stared at her coldly. And you just want your teacher to be alive, which should not be difficult. Tangy's expression suddenly became very interesting. How pitiful. What? You have been operating according to the genetic program we wrote all your life. And you have only set a little human emotion as a balance. Do you really regard yourself as a human being? What do you mean? Chen Weimao's heart tightened. Don't you understand? Tangy's tone suddenly became gentle. But the underlying tone was still mocking. We have made so many modified people. How could the teacher be wrong? Do you think we really need to send you outside the Federation for 10 years in order to squeeze out your last value? Chen Weimao stared at Tangy steadily. And she suddenly remembered what Sha Fei said about the human body modification results represented by her. Excellent. Results? You think you are special. But do you know how many people like you there are? Tangy laughed. His voice was sharp. Teacher has been planning for many years. The foundation of the Federation has long been corroded. Those insignificant little people. Those shady modified people. Every one of them is walking on the path we planned. And you? You thought you came to the Federation to find out the truth. And you turned the two-pillar industries of medicine and energy upside down. You are just the one with the highest degree of completion. What do you mean? Thought you came to the Federation to find out the truth. What do you think? Chen Weimao's breathing was a little rapid. She staggered slightly, and pushed her right foot against the ground in time to support herself. Chen Weimao. Tangy raised her chin and looked straight ahead. What past do you have? As she said this, the little girl beside her started to move at the same time and appeared next to Chen Weimao. In just the next second, Chen Weimao broke Grayler's neck. What you said makes me a little unhappy. Chen Weimao's eyes lost focus and stared ahead. But she didn't seem to be looking at any specific person at all. She didn't even care about the person who suddenly appeared next to her. She just glanced at him lightly, without even exchanging glances. Tangy stood there in a daze. And suddenly a terrifying roar came out of his throat. Hoarse and unpleasant. And it was hard to tell whether it was anger or despair. A violent whistling sound suddenly came through the soil outside this underground space, which was definitely not a normal vibration sound. Chen Weimao let go of Grayler and walked towards Tangy. Tell me clearly. What did you do to me? I will kill you. Tangy rushed over uncoordinatedly, unable to even pull out a weapon, and directly hit Chen Weimao's hand and was immediately lifted up. You made me think that I should come to the Federation for revenge. Chen Weimao stared at Tangy and seemed to be muttering to herself. I thought. So what is real and what is fake? The spirit did not help. She watched Tangy lose his life bit by bit in Chen Weimo's hands. Motionless. What a noisy and useless guy. She sighed softly. Chen Weimo did not even look back at her. The outer shell of this closed energy shield space gradually loosened, and the solid soil layer squeezed outside was suddenly split and pierced by dozens of heavy long blades and gravel, and rushed straight to Chen Weimo. She symbolically dodged a little, but it was too dense, and her movements were not as fast as before. 2 or 3 long blades as thick as her wrists pierced her body and limbs, nailing her to the ground. The energy shield disappeared, and the underground stones and the formed structure formed a stable and tricky angle with the messy long blades. People could not get in or out, and Chen Weimo was at the bottom. What is true and what is false? What exactly are Shafei and Grayler satisfied with? She didn't seem to feel any pain. There was sand in her eyes, and she didn't use the only hand that could still move to brush it away. She couldn't figure it out, so she didn't move. She didn't know how long it had been, but there seemed to be movement above her head. Weimo. Weimo. A hand covered with blood and sand stretched out from the hole above. In order not to damage the structure again, several protectors had to be placed manually. When there was barely enough space for half a person, a ragged man jumped down. Weimo. When Meng Liji saw the quiet person lying on the ground, his throat seemed to be strangled by something. Still alive, Chen Weimo responded softly, as calm as a normal and healthy person. I don't know, are my limbs still there? It's okay. I take you out first. Meng Liji could only bend his body. He couldn't see Chen Weimo's whole body condition, but he could clearly feel the sharp panic in his chest. For a moment, he didn't know what to do first. The team led by Tangy is their core combat force. Have they dealt with everything outside? It's not easy to fight, right? Chen Weimo asked calmly, without even looking up at him. It's okay. It's okay. Meng Liji just repeated this sentence mechanically. He frantically dug at the already compacted ground and stones, fearing that if he moved a little, the hole on Chen Weimo's body would be involved again. Will it cause trouble for you if I kill both Grayler and Tangy? Chen Weimo tried to move her left hand, which was still under control. She moved to Meng Liji little by little, and suddenly grabbed his clothes tightly. Tangy told me a lot. Let's talk about it when we go upstairs. Meng Liji pinched her palm and tried to lift her upper body slightly. But as long as she moved slightly, new blood would flow out from the long blade that pierced her heart. Chen Weimo seemed not to hear him, and continued to talk to herself calmly. She said that coming to the Federation 3 years ago was a set plan, saying that I didn't spend 10 years on the mother planet, saying that I didn't go there. Meng Liji was still trying to recruit people, but he was suddenly grabbed by the collar, and Chen Weimo was tilted up 45 degrees, and her chest was cut open again. She stared at the person in front of her in a daze. What did Grayler say to you? Chapter 150. Please, Weimo, don't move. Meng Liji couldn't pry Chen Weimo's hand apart, and watched her ignore the wound and continue to crack. What did he say to you? 10 years. He just wanted to find a body. Weimo? Meng Liji was stunned, and the person in front of him suddenly felt strange for a moment. Okay, don't get excited. We talk slowly. He gave up persuading. There was no point in being deadlocked. He could only wait for the outside to be cleaned up and take the people out quickly. Grayler didn't say anything, just mentioned that he wanted to take revenge on the Federation, and the cyborg was just one of them. Did you guess it? No. I just felt that he was hiding something. Meng Liji denied it immediately. He felt that she didn't hold it as tightly anymore, so he carefully tried to cut off the metal that penetrated her chest. He tried his best to fix it, but now he could only cut it partially. But those things broke half of her arm. He temporarily used a compression belt to tie her wound to facilitate the movement later. Meng Liji. Chen Weimo called him softly. What's wrong? Did I hurt you? Meng Liji immediately stopped what he was doing and looked at her nervously. I don't feel any pain anymore. Wait. Wait until you get out. It will be fine soon. Soon. Meng Liji's hand slipped, and he dropped the tool. If a person can't feel pain, the brain won't know where the body is injured. With Chen Weimo's straightforward body structure, it's probably already the limit. The hard soil above his head was blown up, and Meng Liji helped to block the wound with the debris on his head. He looked up and saw Qi Yishuan's heavy mecha modified into an excavator. Captain, have you found someone? Oh, I found someone. Oji poked his head out of the mecha, saw 2 people, and jumped down directly. Where is it? Why didn't anyone tell me? An even sharper roar came from not far away. Chen Weimo knew it was Zui Hyun as soon as she heard it. She really came. I've told her so many times not to get close to the Federation people. But she... The thoughts that Chen Weimo had just tried to put behind her were pulled back in an instant. She moved her lower body and lifted up her nailed thigh. Chen Weimo. Meng Liji couldn't stop her at all. He was anxious. But he couldn't bring himself to be rude to her. I beg you. Pull me up. Oh, she just jumped over. He didn't even see the whole person. He just heard this sentence and quickly said, I do it. Captain. Why don't you take the initiative? The voice stopped abruptly. He finally saw Chen Weimo's appearance. The human body was not big to begin with. After a few piercing blades, it seemed that there was nothing left of the person. Meng Liji supported Chen Weimo's back and slowly sat up, wiping off the dust on her face. The person's spirit was fine, but the pain disappeared, which seemed more terrible than ordinary pain. Ordinary people would only be like this when they were about to die. Why can't we live intact? His voice trembled for a moment, and then immediately returned to normal. Get out of my way. Zui Yun kicked Meng Liji and Chen Weimo mercilessly. If Chen Weimo hadn't been leaning on her, she would have kicked him directly. Get out of the way. Nothing good ever happens when I'm with you guys. She pushed Meng Liji far away after catching Chen Weimo. She took out medical equipment from the space folding device, and Chen Weimo pulled out the broken blade on his chest the next second. The temporary equipment on the battlefield could not completely repair it. For Chen Weimo, it was just a simple pull on the wound to prevent it from tearing again. You slowed down. Oh, she was shocked. How could he treat himself like this? The wounds were close to his organs. So why didn't he avoid them? Meng Liji volunteered, but was blocked by Zui Yun. Don't come on. If you weren't here, we would still be playing? Zui Yun. Chen Weimo gently stopped her. Some words crossed the invisible line, and could never be taken back. She looked at Meng Liji, who seemed to be transparent after being squeezed, and always felt that this person should never show such an expression. She held Meng Liji's hand and tried to force a smile. The feeling of being hurt this time was very strange, but the vaguely familiar intuition in her heart overwhelmed all thoughts. I watched the holes in my body bleed continuously without knowing it, and I couldn't die yet, and panic was uncontrollably pushed out from some corner. I'm sorry. I scared you just now. Chen Weimo recovered now, and noticed that Meng Liji's face was not very good. Even a stone can't control its emotions sometimes. I just got stuck in a dead end, and didn't think through some things. Zui Yun rolled his eyes unabashedly beside him, but still silently withdrew his arm between them. I spoke too aggressively just now, asking you those questions without any reason. I don't know if you understood it, because I seemed too unwilling to accept it. Meng Liji suddenly leaned over and hugged her, holding her cold upper lip. I go. Before Zui Yun could finish her curse, Oji grabbed her from behind and pulled her aside with his mouth covered. Let's go back. Meng Liji reluctantly let go, but Chen Weimo pecked her again. Although you always let me do whatever I want, you will compromise in the end even if you don't want to. But there are some things I can only do by myself. Meng Liji's expression froze, and before he could say anything, his mouth was blocked. Next time we meet, remember to bring me the strange-looking fruit from your home. Also, no matter where you are, take a picture of the brightest galaxy in the sky every day and save them all. I want to see them. What? As soon as he opened his mouth, he felt a pain in his neck and lost his instinct, falling headfirst into Chen Weimo's arms. Huh? Oji was suddenly interrupted while watching the fun. What's going on? Qi Xuan had also been secretly watching the show in the mecha, and when he saw Chen Weimo doing this, he also jumped out. Help me. I can't hold on any longer. Chen Weimo's eyes were calm, and he finally let go of his hands that were tightly holding his tattered clothes, and handed him to Oji and Qi Xuan. I'm leaving. Ah? Where are you going like this? No. You have to go back with me. Qi Xuan certainly didn't agree. Then I knock you out too. Zui Yun raised his eyebrows and couldn't suppress his smile. But he was immediately poured with a basin of cold water. You stay too. Impossible. If you don't go with me, who else do you want to go with? Zui Yun saw her hook her finger at him, so he squatted down and moved closer. Whatever they do later, you follow them. Help me keep an eye on them. Write them down quietly, and tell me later. The two looked at each other, and Zui Yun understood. no matter what others said. Shi Yiran couldn't stop her. And Chen Weimo still left alone in the spaceship. With no one around, Chen Weimo pulled a few wires into his body. And several pages of data were immediately transmitted on the system screen. Every item was below the warning value. Except for the heart, which was still beating. Other functions were almost stopped. According to the transformation test process she had seen before, this should have been 80% damaged. But why she was still conscious and had lost her sense of pain, she didn't know. Maybe God wanted her to live to verify what Tangy said. She didn't dare to make any big moves now, for fear that any of her arms and legs would suddenly break. After more than 10 hours, she finally arrived at her destination. There was only one place with lights on the desolate planet, and 2 huge mechas were parked in the small courtyard at the door of the house. Gu Wenzhou and Shurichen learned mecha maintenance by themselves every day. They only dabbled in it before. But who of the 2 rich guys would do this by themselves? They all paid money directly or asked mecha division teammates. There are 2 commanders and a mecha soldier in this room. No one can do this. Gu Wenzhou looked from a distance. It seemed that someone came. But there should be only one person who could come here and break through the outer space shield silently. Is it the Federation? He waited for Chen Weimo to approach before pulling his head out of the mecha, but saw a bloody man covered in wounds. Chen Weimo. You? He jumped down suddenly, subconsciously wanting to help her. But before his hand touched her, he pulled it back. What happened? Why don't you go get treatment first? Shurichen also showed his head, stared back into the house, called Lin Qianqing and ran out. Chen Weimo walked these few steps in a daze, not knowing how she floated here. Not a single part of her body obeyed her commands. But she got here. She looked at these 3 panicked but useless men, and suddenly smiled foolishly. What progress have you made in repairing the mecha? Why are you still asking about such an insignificant thing at this time? Gu Wenzhou really didn't know what was going on with the brain circuits of the cyborgs. They could still laugh even though they were injured like this. Lin Qianqing didn't dare to touch her easily. She was a person who had no good land at all. It seemed that if any part was moved slightly, the whole person would fall apart. I take you to find someone who can repair the mecha. You? Also do me a favor. Just tell me. Keep an eye on me. Don't let me die. Since Meng Liji woke up, he has locked himself in a room on the spaceship, with a key lock as tight as a prison. Others can't get in. Can't see him. But the work handed in is done just as well. Your captain is so hypocritical. Zhu Yun leaned against the opposite wall, holding a handful of snacks in his hand, watching Oji and Mu Fenghua pry open the door to persuade people. You are awesome. You still don't know where she is. Oh, she gets angry whenever he talks to Zhu Yun now. She has so many injuries on her body. Aren't you worried? It'd be fine. This time she can talk and walk. She's been injured many times before, and she recovered on her own. The door suddenly opened, and Oji and Mu Fenghua lost their balance and almost fell in. Meng Liji had no expression on his face. His eyelids pressed down, looking down at Zhu Yun. She doesn't feel any pain. Is this an ordinary injury? Aren't you also a cyborg? Don't you know that when a person reaches a limit, he can't heal himself and can only continue to collapse? Zhu Yun stared back blankly. She had heard from Chen Weimo, but the previous wind pool seemed to only heal slowly and cause confusion. But there were no other symptoms. Do you know what she is going to do? Meng Liji continued to ask. His eyes were filled with a chilling coldness. She is going to do the 3rd transformation alone. She succeeded before. But what about this time? She persuaded you to stay, just to let you help her continue to do things, such as showing that she doesn't trust us, but only trusts you. You are also willing to be fooled by her. So what are you proud of? Chapter 151. Gu Wenzhou stared at the mecha diagram, but his eyes were dull. He held different materials in his hands, but did not compare them. There was a sudden sound of something colliding in the cabin next to him, which directly pulled Gu Wenzhou back from his daze. He shook himself, came to his senses, looked at the things in his hands, and smashed them hard. So angry? Lin Qianqing opened the door and came in, and the material fell right at his feet. It's equivalent to the Federal 3S level, and the annual purification volume is only a few hundred kilograms. Are you just wasting it like this? Gu Wenzhou's other hand tightly grasped the other materials. He relaxed a little after hearing Lin Qianqing's voice. His palms were full of wrinkles. Nothing. He returned to normal and swiped the screen twice. You just came over from the side? Yeah. How is she? Not bad. Is she a little too trusting of us? Gu Wonjo didn't pretend anymore. He threw the things at his hand and said self-deprecatingly. She said that she could come here to repair the mecha while healing her wounds. But the mecha technician is from Freedom Technology. And healing her wounds means another transformation? Anyone can kill her now. But she told us to keep an eye on her and tell the man from Freedom Technology not to go too far. Why? You feel honored? Gu Wonjo glanced at him mercilessly. Lin Xianqing lowered his head and saw the blood on the outside of his palm. His expression froze instantly. But he didn't show it and turned his hand behind his back calmly. Do you really think that's trust? He chuckled. She can ask anyone else to do it. That's Wu Yun. And Colonel Meng. Who doesn't know us better? She is. They will never agree to this human body modification easily. This is the third time. You have heard it. In her case, the nerves are necrotic, and the heart as the main engine is underpowered. It is a bit ridiculous to talk about the success rate. And what about us? Lin Xianqing picked up the materials under his feet and put them back on the operating table, looking far away. We have no right to interfere with her choice. Gu Wonjo lowered his head slightly and glanced at him, but found that the other party did not notice that he was observing him at all. He dropped the tools onto the table with understanding. There are too many impossible ideas. They won't hurt others, but they will hurt yourself. I advise you to give up as soon as possible. Lin Xianqing looked up at him strangely. It's a kind reminder. You can do whatever you want. Gu Wonjo continued to repair the mecha with a bit of amusement. His restlessness was completely dispelled by the hidden emotions he just discovered. Is Ichin watching inside now? He asked. Well, it's agreed that each person will have 6 hours. This kid always wants to run away. Who says that soldiers who have been to the battlefield must adapt to that kind of scene? The people outside were teasing him. And the people inside were also disgusted with him. I said if you want to vomit, go out in advance. This is my laboratory. If you vomit, I have to clean it thoroughly. Tang Mujin pinched 3 pieces of paper and threw them to Shurichen. His facial features squeezed together exaggeratedly. It's not you who is soaking in the pool. Why are you so excited? You made a person who was fine 3 days ago become a ghost. I know that many experiments don't need to be done like this. Can't we make mechanical prostheses? Shurichen turned his back, not wanting to see anything that could reflect light. What do you know? Tang Mujin flew up slightly on the spot. Although his legs were weak and drooped, they were bound by metal and connected to the micro-aircraft on his spine. He went to the operating table on the other side and brought a screen, poking at the data to show Shurichen. I've told you so many times. She not only needs to be rebuilt. She will either die or go further. Her nerves and muscle tissues are not normal carbon-based substances. And her brain was also damaged before. So of course we need to innovate. You are innovative. Shurichen turned his head slightly, glimpsed the people inside, and suddenly lowered his eyes. Human life is at stake. You should be conservative and save your life first. You guys take turns to watch her, because you are afraid that I will use her freely. Okay. Anyway, the settings are finished today. We have to wait 2 hours to see her reaction. I will go to see your mecha first. Okay. Tang Mujian dragged Shurichen to the factory outside. Only Chen Weimo and a short practical mecha were left in the laboratory. The room was quiet. The mecha moved and stood in front of the huge culture tank, staring at the person inside. 10 minutes later, he operated the platform and raised the float in the tank with the person. It was a human figure, but there was no skin, and it could only be called a connection of some muscle tissue. This mecha connected her to a neural interface, so she could communicate directly through the brain. I'm suffering. I can't help it. I'm here. Why do you have to call 3 young men to watch? I just want to test them. If they haven't killed me yet, I can rest assured in the future. Okay. Girl. You've grown up. But this is a different time. If you don't kill them now, you can't really let your guard down in the future. Zhonghe. What did you call me? Teacher. That's more like it. What's the matter? Shibo, is there any movement? Who are you asking? Zhonghe cut off the robot face, revealing his original face, 3 years ago. I didn't expect you to have feelings for the opposite sex. It's a wonderful fate, I asked around. And they've returned to the base. That's good. Think about yourself. You don't know if you can see the sun tomorrow. No. I can't leave this lab for at least half a month. Is it funny? If it weren't for her expression. Zhonghe really wanted to poke her head 100 times. Are you really not afraid of failure? After all, it's a human body. There are always limits. This is your third time. If you die, what happens next will have nothing to do with me. If you don't die, what I'm most afraid of is that my brain will change, losing her memory or her emotional ability. She was so greedy that she didn't want to lose anything. I wrote a memo. If it's really different from before, remember to remind me to read it. You stubborn girl. Jong-hee's eyes, which had been dry for many years, were a little sour. After they parted, he originally thought of staying away from the Federation and just keeping a casual relationship with this little apprentice. As a result, Chen Weimao contacted him whenever he had something to do, and the frequency became more and more frequent. He even contacted some technology stations for him, fearing that he would be bored. This person from Freedom Technology was recommended by her. Although Tang Mujian is from Freedom Technology, he is a person who gets 3 salaries for one job and never refuses anyone. So essentially, he is a person without a stance. So it is easier to get close to him. At first, Zhong-he was surprised to hear this news. Why would Chen Weimao associate with such a person? Later, after seeing her more, he knew her style of doing things. There are no eternal enemies. Look at you. You are cold on the outside but warm on the inside. You are still thinking about me, who you have only been with for a few months. What can you do about others? Zhong-he didn't want to cry either. Shuri Chen would be back soon, and his disguise as a pure robot would be exposed. Chen Weimao communicated through brain waves, and didn't know that he was so emotional down there. She just paused for a while, and then responded, I only know a few of you. Laojua said that we owe each other favors and accumulate them. I thought it was very tiring and troublesome before, but it feels okay to do what he said. She has been thinking about Laojua recently, for no reason at all. When she was most afraid, she was thinking, is she going to die soon? And Laojua will come to help her. But she quickly dispelled all the negative emotions. She felt that if her willpower was weak, she might not be able to hold on. She was also afraid of death. Fortunately, the pain has not recovered yet. Otherwise she would really be desperate. Hey. But? Zhong-he stretched out a finger and scratched his head. But what? Nothing. I just think the 3 guys you brought this time are quite interesting. Think about it yourself. 2 of them are the ones whose fathers you ruined, and the other one is a bonus unlucky guy. But now the 3 of them are all very nervous about whether you can survive. Shuri Chen just now didn't even dare to look at you for a second. He was so disgusted that he was trembling because he was afraid that Tang Mujian would mess up. Gu Wenzhou was just tough. His eyes didn't dare to leave your data dial for a second. And Lin Qianqing. What happened to Lin Qianqing? Chen Weimao couldn't wait for Zhong-he to continue, so he took the initiative to ask. He always looks lost. What is lost? Lost that I'm not dead yet? Go back and soak. Zhong-he was so angry that he pulled out her line and put her back into the pool. But joking aside, Chen Weimao briefly told him about Tang Yi before coming. He didn't expect this, because this is not impossible. The so-called mother planet was blown up in her memory, and it is impossible to find evidence in reality. So there is no way to find out such a memory. It depends on whether she believes it or not. As for the canny planet mentioned by Grayler, he has actually heard of it. There is really such a place. But who knows if this is a new trap or the truth? It would be too difficult to find other cyborgs and connect their storylines. Chen Weimao seemed to have no choice. All Zhong-he could do now was to try his best to assist Tang Mujian and keep Chen Weimao alive. The transformation process was less than 1/10 of the way through, and there was still a lot to go on. He couldn't even guarantee that he could talk and communicate normally during this period. After all, he had to avoid those 3. But he didn't expect that the next time he talked would be so quick. 3 days later, Chen Weimao's skin and flesh had just grown back, and he was fished out to take a breath. When Lin Qianqing was off work, Gu Wenzhou rushed in with a serious face. You said before that Canny is the place that Grayler's group is actually responsible for transformation? He asked right away, as if he had forgotten Chen Weimao's current state. Chen Weimao was wrapped in a thin blanket. Her throat was still sticky, and she couldn't make a sound. She could only stare at Gu Wenzhou. It was taken over by the Federation, and the Ikaros pharmaceutical group will receive the information inside later. It was Shibua who pulled the strings. Chapter 152. The warning sounded again, and Lin Qianqing was a little numb to this harsh sound. After the first stage of cell basic activity was aroused, All kinds of strange liquids were continuously injected into Chen Weimo's body. And then people began to experience a roller coaster-like experience of being on the verge of death, but surviving 3 or 4 times a day. He didn't know whether what Gu Wanzhou said had affected Chen Weimo's mood. And he didn't know whether the current state was just because the transformation was too dangerous, or because she heard the news and interfered with her will. In short, the transformation has been carried out to 40%. And there is no way forward or retreat. And there is no turning back. Tang Mujian was very excited. He said he had never met such a good experimental subject. Some people would die after being tortured. But Chen Weimo was tough. Whenever she was about to fail, her body's tolerance rate seemed to increase. And she became more courageous. Lin Qianxing could not understand the emotions of people like them. He was more curious whether Meng Liji's mood when facing Chen Weimo's transformation was similar to his. The light brain prompt sounded. And Lin Qianxing went out to take a breath. Gu Wanzhou and Shuri Chen came back. And the latter still had a horrifying wound on his neck. Fight? Lin Qianxing threw him a medical kit. Although it had been temporarily treated, it still needed to be carefully disinfected. Gu Wanzhou's face was dark. I met another spiritual body. Fortunately, that person was not tough. Otherwise, I would have suffered a greater loss. But the entire base has been wiped out by us. Can Chen Weimo speak? Not yet. After hearing the news from Canny Star, she only gave us the information of this base and asked us to fight. Without explaining the reason. Am I her thug? If she can move normally, it shouldn't be the turn of others. Lin Qianxing said lightly. Gu Wanzhou's anger was not directed at Chen Weimo. But the more he thought about it, the more upset he became. He knew about the independent military region. So many people were connected to foreign consciousness. And their bodies were completely wiped out. Which showed that there were a group of people in freedom technology who were far superior to the federal soldiers in terms of spirit. Even the sergeant major was hit. It can be said that it is impossible to defend against it. And the Federation has fallen behind. Although the 2 leaders, Grayler and Tangy, are dead, there are many free technology factions. No matter what their purpose is, people from the Federation naturally have more room to play in the Federation. Don't think about it for now. You 2 go and rest first. It will probably take several days for Chen Weimo to stop. Lin Qianxing coaxed the 2 away and went back to the laboratory. As soon as he entered the door, the pool that was originally filled with light blue liquid had been stained red with blood. He was stunned and ran over to confirm whether Chen Weimo was dead or alive. Hey, what's the hurry? Tang Mujian pushed him away impatiently. Do you think I will fail? No. But what's wrong with her? It's the problem of strong pressure in the body. If she can't bear it, she will explode. But it's not a big problem. Look at her healing speed. Isn't it amazing? Connected to countless pipelines, the floating person is not conscious. But the huge gap in his body is rapidly forming new muscle tissue at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is faster than before. I think she can bear it even if I increase the intensity. Tang Mujian excitedly poked at the operating table, not noticing Lin Qianxing's cold eyes. But Lin Qianxing was very humble when he spoke. Let's prioritize time first. At the beginning, Chen Weimo just wanted to heal his injuries as soon as possible. Got it. A group of people without innovative spirit. Although Tang Mujian didn't like the limitations of such an outsider, he would not easily give free rein to the party A. Her body functions are indeed very good. Even if the degree of damage is high, the foundation for transformation is there. And this part can be quickly completed and passed. The trouble is brain repair. What's the trouble? Tang Mujian turned his black eyeballs upward and looked at the other party speechlessly. She had already had a part removed. And this time the damage was in the removed section, which was caused by her forcibly stimulating the brain function of a normal person. You mean, the necrotic part should also be removed? Lin Qianxing was unconsciously nervous. No need. My technology is not so backward. That's right. There is a certain probability of causing emotional dislocation. Is it serious? Can it be recovered? It's hard to judge simply. For example, when a person dies, he or she cannot feel sad. And when facing a loved one, he or she cannot feel happy. And at these moments, he or she has other emotions. Of course, it is possible to recover, and the disorder will return to normal after a few days or months. But perhaps, this is the end of this life. It seems, it is very serious. Lin Qianxing defined silently. Can this problem be fixed alone? Normal people can. But it is difficult for an incomplete cyborg like her. The changes to her brain were originally made to accommodate the limits of her body. So a single move would affect the entire body and easily lead to complete collapse. Let's finish this part first, and then talk about the rest. Lin Qianqing lowered her eyes, showing no emotion. Although it can be completed quickly, this step took 4 or 5 days. Chen Weima's feet stepped on the solid ground again, as if she was in another world. After drinking a cup of hot drink, she felt like a human being again. She listened to the experience of Gu Wenzhou and Shuri Chen's action this time, holding the cup with both hands, but still trembling slightly. The 3 people could see it but didn't ask her, just patiently waited for her to speak. The place I told you is Freedom Technologies Emergency Backup Base number 5. And Canny is within its radiation range. Since Canny has been taken by the Federation, Freedom Technology will definitely not do nothing, Chen Weima explained. She also knew that these people were arrogant. If it wasn't because the incident happened suddenly, they would not set off directly without knowing the cause and effect and being able to judge for themselves. Aren't you afraid of Colonel Ming's team? Are you afraid that they can't handle the situation between the Federation and Freedom Technology? Gu Wenzhou originally wanted to ask directly, but remembering that he rushed over with a straight face last time, which seemed to make Chen Weima nearly die several times, he was afraid that it was really his problem. So he tried to be more tactful. I believe him. Chen Weima silently took another sip. What if? No matter what they did, I have to find something. Chen Weima suddenly raised his head and wiped the blood from his nose. The only advantage of this state is that I don't need to talk when I don't want to. And I don't need to explain. I can just bleed and scare them to death. You? Shuri Chen didn't agree with the idea of human body modification from the beginning, and couldn't stand this bloody process. Since the wound has healed and the pain has returned, the other things are not fatal. Right? Just do it in one go, so I don't have to come back for repairs over and over again. Chen Weima felt dizzy, holding on to the steel platform next to him, and his body swayed, leaving a palm print on the steel platform. Chen Weima listened to the 3 of them discussing how to eliminate the remaining Grarial troops next. But she didn't really listen to them. The voice was getting closer and farther, as if it just couldn't get into her mind. Where's Tang Mujian? She suddenly remembered this person, as if she hadn't seen him for a long time. I said at the beginning that someone from Freedom Technology has come, and he is receiving them in the factory next door. Lin Qianqing knew that she was not feeling well, but she didn't expect that she would forget what she said. Oh, who is coming? They said they were here to inspect the weapons. Chen Weima turned his head to glance at the mecha working hard next to him, with an orange light on his shoulder. Forget it. Go out and decide for yourself. Whatever you want to do. I can't think of anything right now. She sent the guests away directly, saying that she wanted to rest. When she was the only one left in the room, she immediately collapsed on the test bench, closed her eyes, but didn't rest. But she really didn't want to use any strength. The person Tang Mujian met was Tang Yi's deputy commander of the 8th Port Fleet. Zhong He showed his face and said, the orange light was their code, meaning that there was some news that needed to be said privately. Tang Mujian treated them the same as Freedom Technology. Even if they were enemies, he only needed to collect money. So now the 2 groups were on the same planet, and so close to each other. All because he had some information hidden from both sides. He had some weapons to avenge their leader? I don't know. Can they be so loyal? Anyway, Gu Wenzhou will definitely not sit idly by. Leave it to them. Knowing that the people from Freedom Technology are here, how could they really let that group of people go peacefully? I didn't say it just now, just because I didn't want to be like a leader and keep giving orders. Okay, you have some social skills. Zhong He was happy. Watching the young people busying around was quite interesting. But that canny star, I believe him. Okay, just keep it in mind. Zhong He would not say another word. The parties involved believed it. Why should he meddle? When Tang Mujian comes back, you have to start repairing your brain. Are you worried? There's no point worrying about things you can't control. Just wait and see the results. She had thought about the worst case scenario, and she could always keep going. But the result was unexpected. A month later, Lin Qianqing couldn't help but be surprised when he saw Chen Weima scurrying around flexibly and dodging every dense energy cannon attack. Can a human's limit reach this level? He had only seen the same speed and the same strength in the test of military robots. And Chen Weima's combat awareness far exceeded this artificial object made of stacked data. However, He felt that Chen Weimao seemed calmer. It was not a bad thing. But he finally felt that he and Chen Weimao could barely be considered friends. And now they were back to the old estrangement. The person was fine. And the memory was still there. He was relieved. But there seemed to be some subtle disappointment that he could not explain. Chen Weimao landed. And his breathing was still steady. Is it time to leave? Lin Qianqing asked. Yeah. Chen Weimao responded lightly, while lowering his head to untie the protective gear that was like a decoration. Going to Canny Star? No. I have to find someone first. Chen Weimao suddenly looked up and stared into Lin Qianqing's eyes. She hasn't come out for a long time. I can only make sure she doesn't cause any trouble. Whatever you want. Chen Weimao didn't bother to care about his laissez-faire behavior. As long as he didn't let down at the critical moment. It didn't matter how you messed around. Who are you going to find? Lin Qianqing asked. Wenzhou 2? Sha Fei. Chapter 153. Chen Weimao only told Tang Mujian and Zhong He that her emotional perception ability was completely messed up. She felt sick when she looked at the food she used to like. Felt sad when she did nothing and simply relaxed. And sometimes wanted to kill Lin Qianqing and the other two. She knew that something was wrong with her. But fortunately, she was always good at hiding her emotions. And her emotions were not so strong before. So it was not difficult to pretend to be like Ruoru. Tang Mujian said that if she stayed here to reflect the reagents in the bottles and jars and slowly run them in, she should be able to return to normal. But Chen Weimao did not have that much time. She had no choice but to endure until the transformation was over. She couldn't waste time here any longer. Finding Shaifai was something she had wanted to do a long time ago. Gu Wenzhou and Shurichen had seen Shaifai from a distance in the Federation. They heard from people present in the court that although this person was testifying for Chen Weimao, none of his words were pleasing to hear. In her words, most people in the Federation were stupid and short-sighted. She did not show any guilt for such a cruel thing as human body transformation, but always had a superior attitude. Gu Wenzhou didn't know what kind of person she was. As far as he knew, she had never said that she was from Freedom Technology. And she also sneered at those people. But even if she behaved like this to the outside world, she would eventually work for Freedom Technology. This would be the most terrifying. She was completely uncontrollable and unpredictable. Gu Wenzhou looked serious, as if he was on the eve of a big war. Relax. There may not be a fight. Chen Weimao quietly approached from behind, scaring Gu Wenzhou slightly. Grayler is dead. So the rest of you. I told you to relax. Chen Weimao helped him confirm the parameters of the spacecraft before departure. Turned around and asked the three of them very seriously. Have you ever thought about what you would do if the Federation found out that you were still alive? After all, the Federation and Freedom Technology are now facing each other head-on. So no matter where you are, you may run into your old acquaintances. Just see them. Lin Qianqing didn't care. He was a little worried that his classmates and comrades would get into trouble. But now that the battle situation has been made clear, he believes that they will always be prepared and will not be attacked without knowing it. But Gu Wenzhou and Shurichen were not so calm. They had certainly thought about this problem. But until now, they had not imagined the possible results. So they unanimously decided to talk about it later. Do you know where Sha Fei is? Shurichen asked. He and Gu Wenzhou had similar ideas. Now there were only 4 of them. If they really faced Sha Fei, they didn't know what they would suffer. I guessed. Gu Wenzhou, Shurichen, Fortunately, they were no longer soldiers of the Federation. Otherwise they would definitely fight with this style of behavior. Chen Weimao called up videos from several places. After she found out that her genetic data was still being used by Freedom Technology, she began to deliberately investigate some of Sha Fei's traces. Although this person is indeed elusive, and she can't fully understand him. Judging from these traces, it is not a particularly complicated genetic project. These are not the latest videos. They were taken by Zui Hyun and I when we secretly went there before. Chen Weimao pointed to 2 of them and said, Sha Fei said that her goal has always been the ultimate research on genes and the mutual influence of genes and consciousness. I have a guess now, but I can't confirm it. So, do you think Shaifai has been secretly pushing Grayler to a dead end? Lin Qianqing suddenly spoke. Chen Weimao should have been surprised. But at this moment she actually felt like crying. She moved her eyeballs in time to dry her eyes that had just been a little wet. Freedom Technology was indeed strong in the past 2 years. Even if the Federation knew what this organization did in the interstellar space, it chose to turn a blind eye. As for Shibua's actions, Meng Liji was completely passively targeted. We originally had no chance to know any of their next actions and true intentions. But now thinking about it, they have too many unnecessary actions. And I think Sha Fei is not just targeting Grayler. She is screening the entire Freedom Technology. Then how do you plan to ask her? Shuri Chen asked. Force her to come out on her own. Zui Yun and Shibo have been together for more than a month. After realizing that Chen Weimo had fooled her again, she originally wanted to leave directly to find this bastard. But Meng Liji persuaded her to stay. That is, continue to follow Chen Weimo's instructions, and secretly observe who Shibo contacted and what he did. Zui Yun felt that Meng Liji was mocking her. But she had no evidence. Usually, she just played a supporting role in the back without showing her face. When people are idle, they tend to get angry. She was angry that Chen Weimo ran away without saying anything. That she even threw away all the positioning equipment. And that she left herself to Meng Liji, whom she had always disliked. It's better to go back to Tilts than to stay here. But these days, although Shibo hadn't had time to explain in detail, she was busy every day. But she felt that something happened outside, and it was quite lively. She had been keeping a deaf ear to what was happening outside, just waiting for Meng Liji to talk to her in person. Meng Liji sat at the table and directly showed Zui Yun all the unexpected events in the past few days. The 5 bases of Freedom Technology that had never been made public were suddenly exposed and captured by different countries. And the results? People, experimental subjects, and various star beasts inside were all divided up. Zui Yun stared at these processes, thinking, raised her eyes, and met Meng Liji's eyes. And she suddenly felt a little guilty. She was too familiar with this process of secretly provoking trouble and leaving no trace. And there are some places she has been to. So Chen Weima, she has been transformed successfully? Then why didn't she come to find me directly? Meng Liji accepted Zui Yun's response silently. Something in his heart finally settled down. He supported his forehead with both hands and took a long breath. Did she contact you? I don't care who she associates with. Even if it's the hostile forces of the Federation. How she does things is her business. I just want to know where she is. Meng Liji didn't want to waste time with Zui Yun on such an irrelevant issue. But Zui Yun really didn't know. You don't care who we have dealings with. But have you ever thought about whether she would mind your absorption of the results of free technology into the Federation? Zui Yun asked back. She had wanted to ask for a long time. She was also a modified person. And the difference between her and Chen Weimo, apart from the level division, was the degree of involvement with the Federation. She was not surprised by this behavior. It was all about interests. But what should Chen Weimo do? I explained to her. Meng Liji saw the guest off. But before Zui Yun left, he still reminded her. If she contacts you? Got it. Zui Yun walked out coldly, returned to her room, and suddenly turned on all her smart devices like crazy. Yi'er and Xiaojuan, who stayed in Tilts, did not receive any news from Chen Weimo. But Natalia seemed to know something. Because Yi'er found that the army sent by Tilts to the new planet was divided into a small group on the way. And later, Tilts' allies ate up a base of Freedom Technology. And Natalia even specifically asked about Xiaojuan's situation. Zui Yun looked up all the territories of Freedom Technology that she and Chen Weimo had visited. UI 43. Yes, they had seen an experimental subject here, who could control a cup to fly 5 centimeters off the table out of thin air. Although it failed and broke in the end. She was deeply impressed. Freedom Technology must attach great importance to such achievements. And this place has not been dragged into the battle yet. She could go and take a look first. Whether it was Chen Weimo's figure or confirming their progress. She was not completely left behind. Zui Yun thought about it, and did it directly. She came here empty-handed. And when she left, she only took a small spaceship with her. It seemed that she had not flown alone in such a large interstellar space for a long time. The stars she could see moved quickly behind her. And only a small point of light was rushing towards her. It was not until the aircraft on the opposite side blocked her way that she could see clearly. It was Lin Qianqing. The 2 aircraft docked. And Lin Qianqing stepped into the side. And was directly picked up by Zui Yun. You know where she is. Right? Lin Qianqing was either given the cold shoulder or beaten by Zui Yun. But he was still very polite. But that was when Chen Weimo was around. Today, he was calm and indifferent. But there was an indescribable tiredness in his eyes. She asked me to come here to tell you not to rush to the territory of Freedom Technology. Where is she? She said that Freedom Technology has mastered the weaknesses of the cyborgs, and can make the cyborg self-destruct. If you go there, she may not be able to save you. Where is she? Lin Qianqing couldn't pull her hand away, and looked a little impatient. I'm just here to tell you something. The rest is not my job. Zui Yun didn't give up. Did she go for reform again? Is she okay? The two looked at each other. But there was silence. Speak. It's okay for now. But if you act impulsively? It's hard to say. Lin Qianqing glanced out the window and sneered. It's okay now. I can't leave either. A large number of spaceships surged up from the back, surrounding the two mini aircrafts. Qi Yishuan rushed in directly, and when he saw Lin Qianqing, he didn't react at all, but just said stiffly, it's a temporary mission. Come with us. You followed me? Zui Yun stepped forward angrily, but Lin Qianqing secretly held his arm. The captain just decided. Follow us. Don't fall behind. Chen Weima hopes she won't go. Lin Qianqing stood between them, looking down at Qi Yishuan. And Qi Yishuan was not to be outdone. There were undercurrents between the two sides, but Zui Yun didn't quite understand why. Is she so important? Where are you going? What are you doing? Tell me clearly first. Zui Yun asked. Go to fight freedom technology. Go to see Weima. Chapter 154. Zui Yun repeatedly asked Lin Qianqing, hoping that he would calm down. A deceased soldier suddenly appeared and followed Shibo? Was he crazy, or was he hiding something from her again? She helped Lin Qianqing hide on the spaceship. She was nervous, but Lin Qianqing was as comfortable as if he was at home, and didn't take her worries seriously at all. I wanted to see what they were doing. Why did you have to follow me? Zui Yun almost grabbed Lin Qianqing's collar and shook him to death. But he just wouldn't listen. I'm afraid that the message may not be delivered properly. If you die, I will also be responsible. Can you hope for me to be well? For some reason, Zui Yun felt a little happy when these two people were thinking about him. Especially Chen Weima. Although she hadn't appeared for so long, she suddenly showed up. Even Meng Leji hadn't seen her, so he was worried that something might happen to her. Tell me quietly, will she go where Meng Leji is going? Zui Yun held Lin Qianqing's clothes tightly, and asked in a low voice inexplicably in the room where only the two of them were. Instead of being curious about this, why do you think Meng Leji wants to take you with him this time? Lin Qianqing closed his eyes and leaned against the wall. He always takes me with him. Lin Qianqing opened his eyes slightly and glanced coldly. No. What's your attitude? Zui Yun pushed him without any hesitation. Since you left Shiba Station, he knew your whereabouts and let you out on purpose. If I hadn't stopped him, he might have followed you to find Weima, and just happened to meet me. Which means Weima's whereabouts are close at hand. It will be easier to lure her out if you are taken with you. Zui Yun did not fail to guess. But she also wanted to see Chen Weima. Then she used all her strength to punch her twice. She had to make 3 rules with Chen Weima. It was said that it would be impolite to trick her and leave her to do things by herself in the future. But this time, Zui Yun also knew that Chen Weima had been unable to heal herself due to injuries that reached the limit. And she had also seen the process of biological transformation when wandering around in the interstellar space. She could only say thankfully that she didn't remember having experienced these things. But Chen Weima must know what this feels like. For this reason, she can be forgiven slightly. But she can't be forgiven completely. So even if Meng Leji didn't say where to go, she still followed. Zui Yun and Lin Qianqing were being evasive, and Lin Qianqing pretended not to see her little thoughts. Before reaching the destination, Zui Yun saw from the window that most of the green planet in the distance was ablaze. Zui Yun was no longer surprised by the destruction of many creatures that depended on carbon, hydrogen and oxygen for survival. However, this scale, if not simply destruction, was extremely tragic. Who was down there? Shibo brought a few hundred people with him this time, which was not a large-scale mission. But until now, the battleship was still quiet, and no one was ready to go down to this planet. Zui Yun relied on his experience to recognize on the screen that the orange-yellow liquid filled in the large long-range weapon was a unique power source of the Zweil people, or a new type of substance synthesized by Chen Weima after he passed the federal energy to them. So, Chen Weima wouldn't be down there too? To supervise? But she observed Lin Qianqing's reaction, and the other party was very calm and didn't pay much attention to the battle situation below. Colonel Meng, do you want to reap the benefits of being a fisherman? Lin Qianqing just looked at the front half of the warship through the small window. Although no soldiers went out, the warship was ready to attack. What can you get out of this fight? Zui Yun casually said that she was not optimistic. But she suddenly saw that it seemed that several mechas left the cabin, but disappeared again. The stealth setting should be turned on. And the appearance of the mecha in that 1 or 2 seconds gap seems to be those people. Even the sky is filled with smoke and flames. Various beams of light tear through the barrier from time to time in the chaotic ashes. The ships that occasionally emerge are shaky under the continuous attacks. Qin Weimao walks alone in the air raid shelter at the bottom. The entire underground building is shaking. Sometimes 1 or 2 people from Freedom Technology who escape are killed by her. She reached a cooperation with as well people. She provided information about Freedom Technology. And she only needed to follow and find someone. She didn't want anything else. She had sneaked in here before the Zwellians launched their attack. But they did not follow the agreement to attack 1 hour after she entered. Only 10 minutes later, a fight broke out outside. Qin Weimao didn't care what they were thinking, whether it was an emergency or a long-planned plan. Anyway, this was the last time they would come and go. The person she was looking for was said to be a semi-intelligent, semi-transformed person with a very complex composition. Because during the transformation process, the person was irradiated by unknown cosmic rays, causing the blood vessels in her body to rupture and coagulate half. So the main researcher had to temporarily use artificial materials to reshape her meridians. After all the trouble, this half-transformed person was extremely obedient and useful. And due to radiation, her genes also evolved amazingly. So she is not only an excellent assistant, but also a precious research subject. Qin Weimao spent a lot of effort to find out where this person is. Layers of defense are completely ineffective in front of her. Nothing can compare to thorough destruction. These things can't buy too much time for the people inside. Qin Weimao stood in front of a dozen people in the laboratory. She looked at them one by one, and her eyes were fixed on a neat short-haired girl. There were some non-combatants around her who obviously wanted to block her, but didn't dare to be too obvious. You can't leave today. I don't have any deals to make. So I hope you don't waste your words and time trying to convince me. A pair of metal spheres with small wings flew out from Qin Weimao's waist belt. They were only the size of thumbs and floated symmetrically in front of her. One on the left and one on the right. Those people didn't have time to say a word. The 2 small spheres instantly expanded into a 3-dimensional wall of dim light. From half an arm's length in front of her to the end of the laboratory in the blink of an eye. Except for the half-modified man. Everyone collapsed to the ground, with pus and blood oozing out of their mouths, noses, and ears. Tangy made a small weapon that can accurately destroy some nerves. It is not mass-produced, and is only carried with her. How did you get it? She asked. Judging from her voice, she was still a teenage girl. If she hadn't gone crazy and abandoned everything, and carried out such a mid-road ambush with almost no escape route, I wouldn't have been able to get such a good thing. Qin Weimao recalled the 2 small balls and looked at each other quietly. Most people call her the leader. Why are you so rude? What's your name? To lead the development of civilization. We don't need that kind of person. She didn't say her name. And she was very calm. You only spared my life. What do you want to do with me? I'm looking for someone. I need you to lead the way. I won't take you to find anyone. Qin Weimao has never had much patience for such loyal people. She strode over, and the man wanted to fight with her, but she broke his arm. The semi-transformed man didn't show too much pain, but was very surprised. Surprised why his power was so insignificant in front of her. The data comparison in the past was not like this. Her expression was very exciting for a while, and her pupils suddenly trembled violently. When she looked up again, she seemed to have changed into a different person. Are you looking for me? Her voice was still that of a girl, but her tone was obviously more steady. I thought you would definitely not want to part with this. And sure enough, you did it once you were provoked. Qin Weimao let go of her and took 2 steps back. Xia Fei. I didn't expect that we would talk again so soon. It's not easy to find you. I didn't expect that you, who have retained the gene of integrity, would break the agreement and continue to cause trouble for me. If it was Xia Fei herself, she would definitely not show any emotional fluctuations. But unfortunately, this one is indeed not very mature now. Under the control of nerves. These subtle emotions, tone and expression changes are still affected by the passive body. Which is really interesting. Have you ever thought that Tangy and Grayler would tell me the truth, and I would be angry and decide to fight you to the end? Qin Weimao looked at her strangely. What exactly do you expect from me? Xia Fei shrugged. Genes are selected. Memories are implanted. and actions are deliberately guided. Although your life is short, you have walked smoothly and successfully on this planned route, which is something many people envy. Are you still envious? If I were an ordinary person who didn't know how to make progress, I would definitely live a more stable life and enjoy superficial happiness. Unfortunately, it was too late. The familiar feeling of wanting to beat someone up came back. Chen Weimo actually found that at this moment. Her emotional category was very accurate. When can you meet people openly? I have always been. But there is no need to meet you again. Your mission has been completed. Then you still risked showing up, when you could have hidden well behind. So what on earth attracted you? Chen Weimo deliberately said something sarcastic, and nodded provocatively. Seeing Shaifai didn't speak, she ignored the sharp gaze and continued, you arranged many people like me who thought that the first half of their lives were ruined by the Federation, and gradually shook this huge country. And you kept making me deviate from the direction, and finally targeted Grayler, so that you could take power completely. Power is just to facilitate my ideals. Do you think I really value this kind of thing? Shaifai's eyes were empty, and his thoughts had drifted far away. Teacher, Grayler is a wise man, but after so much experience, he is still rigid. His spirit is barren. Such a person cannot lead mankind to a greater civilization. Chen Weimo seemed to realize that whenever she talked about her true ideal, Shaifai would always be irritated by this prejudice. You brought her to see me. Alone, Shaifai said. Do you think I'm stupid? I still cherish my life. Then what do you want? Chen Weimo grabbed her neck. I also want to study your achievement. Chen Weimo. The ground suddenly shook violently, and a strong beam of light swept through the room. The ceiling hundreds of meters above the ground was completely torn apart, revealing a chaotic sky with flying shells. The semi-modified man instantly lost consciousness and passed out. Chen Weimo looked up and saw several mechas standing high above. Looking down. Chapter 155. Chen Weimo just took a look and concentrated on her own work. She really wanted to take the half-modified person who just fainted, no matter whether she could see Shaifai or not. It was a pity that this person was so stubborn that he had not told her what her name was until now. And it was not certain that she would know it in the future. The underground laboratory was opened, which saved Chen Weimo a lot of trouble. She did not have to worry about the underground frame being weak and burying herself. She used the micro-flying vehicle to jump to the other side of the roof and looked at the mechas from a distance. She threw the half-modified man out, and in a blink of an eye, another mecha appeared in her sight, flying to a position level with her, with the android still on its left mechanical arm. Chen Weimo also jumped up and stood firmly. The mecha took her away quickly from the center of the still collapsing battlefield, as if no one was around. Chen Weimo glanced at the chaos below and suddenly saw two familiar figures. I asked you to take her away, and you came in with her? Chen Weimo started a real-time conversation and asked Lin Qianxing. No way. She's curious. What? Who are you talking to? Is it Chen Weimo? Give it to you. Chen Weimo. Zui Yun's tone was very aggressive. Let's leave here first. Chen Weimo just responded lightly, and she signaled Shuri Chen's mecha to continue flying away from here. Wait a minute. Chen Weimo didn't hear Zui Yun's usual endless chatter, and when she turned around, a mecha was in front of her and Lin Qianxing. Mengliji walked down from the mecha and looked at Chen Weimo calmly on the ground. Why don't you go and have a look? These two are all pushing towards the center of the battlefield. They must be crazy. Shuri Chen was almost losing his patience. The job was not difficult, but the people were difficult to deal with. Chen Weimo finally landed under his constant urging, standing not far from Mengliji. She looked at his feet and said sullenly, leave here first. The Zhuil people don't want to leave anyone alive. Weimo? Zui Yun. Chen Weimo suddenly called the person behind him. His voice passed over, and his eyes did not stop. Let's go! Ah! Ah! Zui Yun thought they were going to talk for a while, but she didn't expect it to be so brief. Fruits? Photos? I always carry them with me. Mengliji seemed not to hear what was said, and poured out the things in his space-folding device. He held them in his arms, and wanted to pass them over. Chen Weimo unconsciously took a step forward, but her body suddenly froze. She put her hand on Zui Yun's shoulder, who happened to walk to her side. Zui Yun felt that something was wrong with her, but she pushed her backhand behind her. She only heard Chen Weimo say, today. Forget it. I will explain to you. And you believe me. Zui Yun didn't understand, and was taken away by Lin Qianxing in a daze. Shuri Chen came to meet him. And Gu Wanzhou's mecha also jumped out from nowhere. Now everyone was together. And it was the first time that Zui Yun was taken on a spaceship like this. The spaceship did not stop for a moment and left this damn place directly. Who can explain it to me? Before Zui Yun finished speaking, Chen Weimao swung him into the house. And the door was quickly locked. Chen Weimao leaned against the door, with his messy hair covering most of his face. What happened to you? Zui Yun had a lot of questions. But when she saw Chen Weimao's state, she suddenly remembered something and her face changed instantly. Your transformation failed? Not a failure. But there are some sequelae. Chen Weimao stroked her hair, and her heart didn't seem to hurt as much. What? Zui Yun looked nervous. I didn't think it was that serious before. But just now, I thought the sky was falling. Zui Yun saw that a thin layer of sweat was oozing out of her forehead, which didn't seem fake. But when these words came out of Chen Weimao's mouth, they felt particularly out of place. What's wrong? Tell me. My emotions are out of place. I was actually scared when I saw Mingliji. Zui Yun was stunned. She combined these words and tried to understand. What about you seeing me? How did you feel? A little confused? It's okay. Why are you so much more excited to see him than to see me? Is this the point? Zui Yun didn't know what to ask. She sat on the table, gesturing meaninglessly in the air for a few times, but couldn't utter a word. Chen Weimao explained it to her briefly, and then explained in detail the news she had learned from Tang Yi at that time. I admit that I doubted you. I doubted everyone around me. I wondered if they were sent by Freedom Technology to confuse me. I also wondered if I thought too highly of myself. How could they value me so much and put so much effort into it? Don't think about it. Zui Yun snapped his hands and fixed Chen Weimao's face. Is this what you were thinking about when you were undergoing the transformation? Aren't you afraid that you might get stuck in a dead end and die there? I can't control my brain. Zui Yun said seriously. I don't know about others. But I was in a daze before I regained consciousness. I didn't bring you any useful information about the Federation. I just happened to be taken back by you. Yeah. Chen Weimao felt that she didn't need to say it so seriously. We are all cyborgs. Others don't know. But I do. Although no one usually mentioned it. I inexplicably made up a kind of pride for myself in my heart. I am different from those obedient cyborgs. I have things I want to do, and people I want to see. You now think that everything was arranged by Tang Yi and Sha Fei. But think about it. Did they ask you to secretly spare Lin Qiqing's life? Did they ask you to help Xiao Duan find the people hiding in the Federation? Did they ask you to date Mingliji? Okay. Let's take a step back. Even if Sha Fei wanted you to dismantle some of Freedom Technology, and you did it. But think about it yourself. Does Natalia also want you to help destroy Freedom Technology? Did you choose the path of tilt yourself? Well, that's true. Yes. Zui Yun patted Chen Weimao's hand, his eyes sparkling. Maybe they really did arrange a lot of paths carefully. Maybe you chose all the options they gave you. But you went astray. And they couldn't control you. Otherwise, why would Grayler ask you that? How did you figure this out? Chen Weimao was a little surprised that Zui Yun, who always muddled through, could make sense when he sorted out his logic. If you haven't figured it out, just don't admit it. That's also a way of thinking. Chen Weimao couldn't say that she was suddenly enlightened, but at least her mood was really relieved. None of these things are important. Zui Yun waved his hand and turned the page. How long will your confused state last? Who knows? Chen Weimao smiled bitterly. There was occasional normality in the chaos. She herself was afraid that she couldn't distinguish between reality and unreasonable illusions. Zui Yun thought, then he air. Will there be a way? I asked him. He can interfere with people's emotions, but he has never done anything like healing. Let's try it out. Zui Yun is quite optimistic. She doesn't think this is a big deal. Things will work out when the time comes. Just like she didn't think Chen Weimao would cause any damage to Freedom Technology at the beginning. But now? Hasn't he done this? There's one more thing. Chen Weimao didn't know how to start, and his face was full of embarrassment. Mingliji. He used you just to provoke me. It's really disrespectful. I apologize for him. Zui Yun pouted. She thought it was something important. I helped you escape at that time. He may not dislike me in his heart. Let him be. But how can you? Do you really trust him completely? Do you know about the matter of Canny Star? He didn't tell me why he did it. I know. I just think that as a federal officer, his position is different from mine. So if our goals happen to be the same, then it's naturally good. But if the goals are different, it's also normal for him to choose his mission. Sui-yun looked disappointed. You can let it go. But I can't. Why? That was what Grayler told you. He also got the information from you. Now he has intercepted it. But even if he takes over Canny Star and lets Ikaro's pharmaceutical group participate, I can get the same information. Sui-yun blinked. You want to go by yourself? I go and say hello first. If that doesn't work, you can come with me. You're still polite. Huh? It's not good to break in without saying anything and cause trouble for them. It's not very considerate to break in without saying anything. Chen Weima suddenly laughed foolishly. When she was speechless, she often used a silly smile to cover it up. There was a knock on the door. It was Gu Wenzhou's voice. The data upload is ready. What about the people? You can't really start the experiment directly, right? Chen Weima sorted out her emotions. She still felt a little awkward looking at Gu Wenzhou and the others. At least she had to try to pretend that she didn't hate them. To scare her. But I think she's not afraid of being scared. Seeing the half-transformed man again, Chen Weima seemed to understand Gu Wenzhou's meaning. Being treated as a guinea pig for too long. She had already regarded the experiment as normal life. She was locked in the energy shield, looking at the instruments outside that were used to scare people, and that Lin Qianqing and others didn't know how to use. She took the initiative to instruct them on how to use them. I checked. There is no instrument connected to her brain. Lin Qianqing took the initiative to explain when she saw Chen Weima coming over. This means that Sha Fei controls this semi-modified man to communicate with Chen Weima, most likely relying on the man's own functions and structure. The genetic data is here, but we don't know much about it. Chen Weima took a rough look. Apart from the basics such as lifespan and athletic ability, the genes of this man are not much different from those of ordinary humans in the parts she can understand. Compared with the rumors, it is not so weird. So, it's still the difference in the brain. Don't think about it. You guys know nothing at first glance. Unless you cut my brain open for research. You don't want to know anything. The semi-modified man leaned against the shield and didn't look at them, but simply sneered. Chen Weima had a blank expression. Okay. I take you to an old place. You must like it. Chapter 156. Mu Fenghua wore a hood and moved in a low-key manner among the chaotic crowd. Just now, an external brain placed on the number 36 altar in the center of the city caught fire accidentally, and all the nearby citizens went to rescue it. As the instigator, he must go upstream and return to the safe house. There are all kinds of different creatures living in Fanchi City, but they all rely on one thing to survive: the external brain. The external brain has various shapes, but it looks like it is full of wrinkles. It is said that a long time ago, someone here accidentally discovered this thing. He touched it with curiosity, and immediately some images he had never seen appeared in his mind. Later, anyone who had contact with the external brain became a pioneer in various fields in Fanchi City. As more and more external brains were discovered, in order to avoid disputes, they placed the external brains in various corners of the city, accidentally forming a network that could monitor and defend against foreign enemies. It was probably a technological achievement left behind by a previous civilization or aliens, and was picked up by the people of Fanchi City. Mu Fenghua spent several days here before he found the only loophole. The distance between the external brains is not exactly the same. If a confusing jamming device is placed somewhere in the middle, it can interrupt the function of replacing a real external brain for 1 to 2 seconds. Coupled with the incineration device prepared in advance, the fake external brain network was finally destroyed. He returned to the safe house and sent a message to Oji. Oji was outside Fanchi City, near the place where the latest external brain was found. It's hard to comment. Such an obvious artificial illusion. The people of Fanchi City actually believed it so much. The so-called external brain in the past might really be some unknown substance that recorded ancient videos. But the one Mu Fenghua burned was just a pure imitation. Freedom Technology wanted to take the external brain here for itself, but it couldn't easily break through the defense network of the external brain. So it had to break into the interior first. Even if it couldn't destroy it, it could make the citizens relax their vigilance. Mu Fenghua did what he should do and breathed a sigh of relief in the quiet room. Long-lost relaxation. But the next second, he was terrified again, took out his weapon, and turned to aim behind the curtain. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Have you ever thought that the people from Freedom Technology have already come in? Chen Weimo moved from behind the curtain and kicked away the two dead bodies on the ground behind the sofa. She was also covered in blood. "What's wrong with you?" Mu Fenghua was speechless for a long time. There were a lot of questions in her mind, and she didn't know which one to ask first. "I'm sorry. Last time at that place, I asked Gu Wenzhou to stick something on your mecha." Chen Weimao took the initiative to explain. "You can just ask the captain directly. Why are you following us?" Mu Fenghua put down his weapon and breathed a sigh of relief. But he felt uncomfortable when he thought of the distant meeting that day. "The captain said he believed you. But you didn't say anything. Just looked at us and ran away. What's the matter that's so urgent? Are you going to reform again?" "Yes." Crystal's incident was still vivid in his mind, and Mu Fenghua didn't want to recall it at all. Chen Weimao didn't think about explaining anything to him now. "Leave the city together? I want to find Mengleji. I have to go meet up with your inn first. Oh, Zixuan and the captain are outside the city. You go first. We will be there later. We will definitely be able to leave here today." Chen Weimao didn't bother to be polite with him, and went out of the city directly. It seemed that it was more lively outside the city than inside. The excavation point of the external brain began to collapse downwards, as if the ground was just a hollow, and the surrounding land collapsed together. In the flying yellow sand, Chen Weimao saw a familiar mecha figure. This movement. "Are you afraid of not being discovered?" But the collapse did not last long, as something seemed to be holding up the sand that was sliding down. Watching from afar, Mengleji and Oji emerged from the soil with dust on their faces, and Mengleji even slapped Oji on the back of his head. Chen Weimao kept moving in that direction, silently adjusting her breathing. She should have been happy and expectant, or a little nervous, but now the fear was back. In her memory, she had never been afraid of anything, and the moments of fear were few and far between. Now she felt it, and it was both strange and terrifying. Oh, she was still smiling and laughing with Mengleji. His eyes flashed, and he pulled Mengleji and pointed excitedly in this direction. Their eyes met, and Chen Weimao squeezed the corners of her mouth upwards. But it seemed to fail. She didn't know how she controlled her legs, but she was getting closer and closer. Suddenly, the ground under her feet lost its force, and another piece of it suddenly sank. She couldn't catch the flowing sand, and watched the light disappear from her vision bit by bit. But the last frame was Mengleji reaching out to rescue her by a hair's breadth. Chen Weimao was instantly unable to breathe. She fell for only a few seconds, but it was as if an invisible hand was pulling her down, and an extremely hard object just hit her eyes. It was like someone dug a piece of her brain from the inside, and the pain rushed through her nerves. But she didn't have time to savor the feeling. She hit the ground with her back and fell to the bottom. It was probably because Mengleji and the others put an automatically expanding structural stabilizer to support a huge space underground to prevent further collapse. But she happened to step on the gap and fell down. She turned over and sat on the ground. Her eyes were hit so hard that she couldn't open them, and couldn't see what was happening around her. Even if her body was as strong as a copper wall, her eyes were still a relatively vulnerable part. Not far away, there was another sound of falling to the ground. A burst of rapid breathing was getting closer and closer, and there was a familiar body temperature. The old horse stumbled. "And you can still suffer this kind of loss?" Seeing that she had been covering her eyes, Mengleji gently brushed her hand away and took a closer look. Fortunately, it was nothing serious. Operating in secret, the city was destroyed. Captain Meng is not very professional. Chen Weimao squinted his eyes. He felt pain when he saw a little light, but he didn't want to lose face. A light laugh. "Go up. Let Oji hear this. I won't take the blame." Chen Weimao didn't know how he was taken up. His feet were empty. His ears were filled with wind. And then he entered a warm place. The chattering voices of Qiran and Oji were blocked by the door. There was only the sound of searching for things and busy footsteps. She squinted her eyes, and vaguely saw Mengleji's figure. "I want to go to Canny Star. Will it be troublesome?" she asked directly. "It's up to you," Mengleji said without hesitation. "Duke Chen Weimao, you don't come to the temple for no reason." "I can't help it. This resentful mouth is not often heard. Why are you afraid of me?" Mengleji held her face and applied a cold paste on her eyes. "You saw it? You rarely don't look directly into the other person's eyes. Either you are afraid of objective things, or you are worried about something." Chen Weimao breathed a sigh of relief. Although she was still inexplicably frightened, she could still pretend to be calm with her eyes closed. "It's a sequelae. My normal perception is not working. Meng Liji didn't say anything. Just gently stroked her face. Then suddenly pinched the flesh on her cheek and pulled it twice. Really? I'm not lying to you. Chen Weimo raised her hand. The data this time is all in the optical computer. You can see it for yourself. Meng Liji didn't disbelieve it. He was just angry that she acted on her own again. This kind of life or death situation was just like a daily routine under her decision. He casually opened the modified files in the optical computer. A bunch of experimental records. But in a column that was recently opened, there was something called anti-amnesia memo. He glanced at Chen Weimo, who still closed his eyes stubbornly. So he quietly attached his optical computer to it and quickly copied the memo to himself. Chen Weimo heard that he had been silent. So he took the initiative to ask, "Why don't you ask me what I'm doing on Canny Star? You didn't even ask me why I contacted Ikaros to take over." "Yes. Why?" Chen Weimo suddenly realized that she was holding her breath and forcing herself to believe it completely. But in fact, she had no idea. Too tired. Let them come out by themselves. Meng Liji gently played with her hair, suddenly bent down and pecked her lips. Chen Weimo was obviously stunned, and tried to dodge back unnoticeably, but was held on the back of her head. "You are not allowed to hide. Even if you are afraid." Chen Weimo really listened to it, and she didn't move. Her heartbeat was deafening. But she didn't hide. Another chuckle. "I won't do anything to you. The medicine on your eyes can be washed off in half an hour. I set a timer for you. I go out and discuss something with Yiren first." Meng Liji went out, but didn't leave immediately. He opened the file that had just been transferred to the optical computer. Lao Zhua, the first person I met in the Federation, knew a lot of people and was very nice to me. But for some reason, he was killed by DeForest. Zhong He, a mecha repairman, a nostalgic old man, wants to go home but is stubborn. Go visit him more often. Silver Leopard said he wanted to raise it but actually kept it free. Bullies the weak and fears the strong. Ir, a spirit who likes to watch the fun. Not a bad person. Natalia, a very powerful and decisive woman. Trustworthy. Lin Qianqing, a life saved by soft-heartedness. This person is a little strange now. Be careful when dealing with him. Gu Wenzhou and Shuri Chen, two former federal officers who were taken in for no reason. Just get along normally. Not a big threat. Fontaine, a cyborg. You may meet his clone. Ask him clearly. Friend. Zuyun, a cyborg. A friend. Someone you trust very much. Shaifai. Just kill him. Shibua, I stayed here for a while before. Qiran, a sharp tongue but a sharp heart most of the time. Go to her if you have any problems. Qishuan, a younger sister. Loves to fight. Always avoids making decisions and discussing important things. Don't expose her. Oh Ji, a good person who is very noisy. Mu Fenghua, very smart. Always a little guilty about the past. Let him not mind. Meng Liji, his mental strength is so strong that it can hurt my brain. But you have to believe him. I like him. More than I thought. He has some problems with his brain. Likes quiet places. So he is usually very hard. If you really forget the past, don't let him down. Chapter 157. When the timer sounded, Chen Weimo hurriedly washed off the ointment. Although it still hurt to open her eyes, and it was a little blurry. It was much better than before. This was Meng Liji's room. As simple as ever. Chen Weimo sat quietly for a while, then fell headfirst onto Meng Liji's bed. It was full of the smell of disinfectant and medicine. A feeling of incompatibility came to her mind again. She was very upset. Buried her head under the pillow, and fell asleep in a daze. She didn't know how long it had been. But she was woken up by Meng Liji's words. Canny Star. Meng Liji sat by the bed, looked at her lifeless eyes, and let out a sigh of relief. Chen Weimo woke up instantly. She was brought here just like that? She was still thinking about breaking through the defense secretly. But there is one thing. Meng Liji gently stroked her fingers. When pawned, there are several. Chen Weimo was not angry, but more like a desperate resignation. At least according to reason. She would not be angry for the time being as things have developed to this point. Meng Liji stared at Chen Weimo's expression. The news of your coming has been reported back to the Federation. Who will come? Who knows? Chen Weimo suddenly chuckled. Why? Do you feel like you've given up on yourself? We know who the enemy is. But they are a group of lunatics who don't care about their bodies and only rely on their consciousness to move around like loaches. This is a protracted war, and we can't rush. Chen Weimao didn't really want to laugh. He felt heavy even when he pulled the corners of his mouth. I just want to get rid of Shafei now. Freedom technology is dead in name only and reborn in a new skin. Those who regard it as an enemy may not continue to resist to the end. You must be tired. Meng Liji gently pulled her into his arms and hugged her thin waist. The smell of various medicines mixed into her nostrils, and her body temperature passed through her clothes and reached her body. No need to say anything more. The 7 emotions and 6 desires wandered for a moment, dispersing all the lofty and bright goals and principles. But now, Chen Weimao was trapped in greed, and struggled for a long time before raising her head. I want someone to come alone. She looked at Meng Liji stubbornly, and sent him some information on the light brain. Okay. How do you bring her here? Tell her that I finally found an opportunity for us to work together. He told you. He always stays in the central command room whenever he comes here to prevent anyone from secretly doing something. Qi Yiran and Mu Fenghua took Chen Weimao to the laboratory under their control. Looking inside through the long glass in the corridor, there were countless large jars several meters high filled with unknown liquids, with all kinds of creatures soaked in them. Chen Weimao glanced over, but her mind was not here, so she didn't say anything. Weimao? Weimao? Qi Yiran saw that she didn't respond, so he shouted twice more. Qi Yiran sighed helplessly, although it's a little late to say this now. But, is it really okay for you to repeatedly carry out the transformation? The success rate of this activity is more specific and complete in the records of Canny Star. Sometimes she was a little dazed when she saw it, wondering whether this group of people really succeeded, or they were lucky enough to encounter a few feasible ones after sacrificing thousands of people. She also saw some follow-up tracking, some modified people, in addition to normal wear and tear during use. Also had a very small number of people who naturally collapsed without any damage. Chen Weimao smiled and tapped his temple. Isn't there a problem with me? Still smiling. At least there is no problem now. Although the repair process is not easy, the result is not bad. Qi Yiran turned his back and didn't look at her. Now everyone is on that edge. If they take a break or soften their hearts for a while, they will never be able to get up again. They took her to a room, leaving her alone to meet the people in the room. The people inside were not restrained, and they were not making any noise, just sitting quietly. When he saw Chen Weimao enter the room, his eyes changed instantly. Fontaine. Chen Weimao didn't really want to call out this name, but she had to start by asking, "Why did you come here?" Fontaine jumped up suddenly, lowered his voice nervously, and immediately glanced at the monitor in the corner. "I take you away." Chen Weimao met his worried gaze without any emotion. "You have to die in my hands." Fontaine was startled, retracted his gaze, and loosened and clenched his palms. "Why? Why do you want to kill us? Why do you want to go to our place? What did you do to our planet? We obviously have nothing." The same words came out again, but Chen Weimao was not so hysterical. "This is not the place to say this. Let's first." Fontaine didn't finish his words, and Chen Weimao grabbed his neck and pushed him against the wall. "Say it now." "Yes. It's to forest." Fontaine didn't resist at all. Even if he couldn't breathe, he still tried his best to control himself. Chen Weimao's eyelids drooped, and she let him go. She waved to the monitor, and sat down on the bed weakly. The light barriers on both sides of the room disappeared, and the 3 rooms were connected. She didn't even look up, but she knew what Fontaine's expression was. "Let's take a group photo." She suddenly raised the light brain, framed herself and the 3 Fontaine in the same picture, and sent the photo to Ear. A few seconds later, Fontaine was so angry that he crawled out of the tree. That would be good. Chen Weimao was happy now. But she couldn't be happy. She said, "One was activated 3 years ago, and there are 4 candidates. The biggest mission is to empower me with a few enemies and supplement the combat power of Freedom Technologies cyborgs. Do you want to see your birth records?" She brought the paper documents with her. Fortunately, Fontaine was not an impulsive person, and neither were the 3 clones, so they didn't fight. This records the time of their completion and activation, except for the first wind pool. The one that was encountered by chance was activated and used a year ago, and these 3 have only recently been filled with this memory. As long as they are out of the culture medium and have a clear consciousness, they will become wind pools. The set program will not be changed due to external forces. The three people never said a word. Why do you always torment us? Chen Weimo whispered to himself. The optical brain sent another message. It was Qi Yiren. The person came quickly. It was Wu Xiuqing, an associate professor of Ikaro's genome. It matches what Qiu Xiang said. Chen Weimo had forgotten about this person before. I didn't expect that he had been secretly waiting in the Federation. And he really found a few suspicious people. Meng Liji said that if Ikaros was involved, someone would always be restless. But how did he come so easily? What is the meaning of cyborgs to the remnants of free technology? Chen Weimo slowly stood up and looked at the surveillance. Then he closed his eyes weakly and walked out quickly. Chen Weimo. Feng Tan called her. Although Chen Weimo stopped, he did not look back. I have something else to do. If you want to follow me, follow me. She left and headed straight for the central command room. Grayler wanted to find an excellent body to carry his consciousness. Shaifai had been pretending to support him. But in fact, he looked down on such narrow-mindedness and lack of ambition. So he had been secretly making trouble for him. And even wanted to use other people to destroy all these wastes who wasted resources. But she never said that the body was not in her territory. Shaifai must be very interested in what kind of body a powerful consciousness will be born in. Not long ago, the news that Meng Liji's mental power was 4S level just spread. Chen Weimo almost laughed out of anger. She and Meng Liji. Neither of them should say that the other is crazy. Before she arrived, there was a loud noise in the world, and the ground began to shake violently. She swayed to the wall and looked out of the window. The command room no longer existed. Dozens of mechas were flying in the air, surrounded by more than a dozen huge mechanical tentacles. The tentacles were covered with various explosive devices and arms, twisting and crushing, seemingly without any rules, but actually hitting each mecha accurately. Fortunately, she saw Meng Liji's mecha. She calmed down and used the micro device in her eyes to zoom in on the scene there. The bottom of the tentacle had filled the entire command room, as if it had taken root there. Didn't Wu Xiuqing bring people there? Did he bring this thing? Most of the warehouses on Canny Star that stored the modified bodies were destroyed. Sure enough, they didn't care about the modified people. Chen Weimo felt excited. Maybe he should have been angry or numb. But excitement was not a bad thing at this moment. The weapons in the space folder seemed to be ready to move. So she broke the window and jumped down. The rubble was scattered all over the ground. And a large number of strange modified creatures ran out and ran around without thinking. But under the original setting, they attacked Shibo's soldiers without exception. Chen Weimo solved these uncontrolled modified creatures along the way, and the three Fontaine followed behind to help. There was no communication, but tacit understanding. Chen Weimo actually had time to think that tacit understanding could also be written with data. The tentacles were still going crazy, and the formation of the mecha was very clear. She could easily lock onto Meng Liji's movements. He faced the attack of the mechanical tentacles, swung the energy sword and chopped at the tentacles, while assisting with the laser cannon. Perhaps he noticed that most of the attacks of the tentacles were directed at him. So he simply rushed to the front and ran around at the bottom of the tentacles. The attacks of the mecha and the fierce attacks of the tentacles all fell on it. Qi Yishuan and OG assisted from the side, especially Qi Yishuan's heavy mecha. Chen Weimo rarely saw her so excited. She set up 2 swords and cannons at the same time, leaving no grass behind wherever she passed. But these dozen mechanical tentacles have biological characteristics, growing very fast, and can never be cut down. Chen Weimo did not get involved in large-scale fights, but just stabilized the chaos below. It took a whole day to completely eliminate the invaders. Many mechas fell, and she didn't know the specific casualties. But the air was full of rust. She didn't find Meng Liji immediately, but she met OG, who had a wound on his head. But he was fine. What happened? Where is Wu Xiuqing? OG is still angry now. That tentacle is him. Chapter 158. Please elaborate. Chen Weimo asked OG to calm down and organize his thoughts into complete sentences. That Wu Xiuqing somehow managed to evade our detection line and entered the central command room in the image of a normal human, saying that he wanted to interrogate you and the cyborgs related to you. But the captain found that he had human consciousness. But he was like an intangible virtual object. When he was about to capture him, he suddenly transformed. Became like this? Is he a human or a robot? I don't know yet. The captain just gave a couple of warnings at the time, and the situation was too urgent. The captain directly pulled the control and let everyone enter the mecha. So there were no casualties at the beginning. Are there many casualties? Oh, she had a headache. We are okay. We are all injured but not dead. But the opponent has more than just that mechanical tentacle. The situation of the other people brought by Wu Xiaoqing is similar to him. We don't know what it is. So the fight lasts longer, and the equipment is damaged more. Qin Weimao left Fontaine and others to Oji for help. Oji didn't expect it to happen so soon. He and 3 identical people stared at each other. This feeling was a bit strange. Fontaine in the past didn't even bother to look at him. He only had Qin Weimao in his eyes. Qin Weimao went against the flow of people to find the most damaged place. Meng Liji was talking to the soldiers. As soon as the people dispersed, Qin Weimao bumped into him, and his head was against his back. Of course, there were people around who saw it, but they all turned a blind eye tacitly. I didn't die in the battle. But you almost killed me. Meng Liji's chest vibrated, and his voice was full of laughter. It's not easy to dodge the rapid expansion within 2 meters. You are lucky to survive. There's nothing we can do. No one can withstand the desperate situation. We were fooled at the beginning. But there are always people who are better than us. This is another new life form that we haven't seen before. Meng Liji turned around, and Qin Weimao saw the gap extending from behind his ear to his collarbone. Qin Weimao was still afraid. She didn't know if she would always feel this way when facing Meng Liji. But now it seemed that there was some uncontrollable impulse that slightly suppressed her fear. She reached out to touch him. But Meng Liji intercepted her and held her hand. We have to take care of the aftermath first. Now you can go and rest. Meng Liji pressed Qin Weimao's shoulders and deliberately leaned over, asking in a low voice as he walked. Have you seen Fontaine? Qin Weimao nodded silently. I asked them to meet each other, and didn't ask much. They still chose to believe me and follow me. I hate it so much. She said the last sentence with a smile. Light and airy. Meng Liji touched her face. He couldn't say anything useful to comfort her at this time. Fengtan's feelings for Qin Weimao were arranged and set. None of this person's motives belonged to him. He was just a tool man's tool man. Forget it. Let them choose. Qin Weimao thought. Things have come to this point. Be good to yourself. She turned around and said to Meng Liji. Captain Meng, you should think about why Wu Xiaoqing wants to snatch you in this way that hurts the enemy 800 and hurts himself 1000. Meng Liji didn't care much, after all. He is from the Federation. And he is always curious about spiritual power. I show you something when I get back. Qin Weimao was about to ask. But suddenly her hair stood on end. She turned around and took out the energy shield for defense, while stuffing Meng Liji behind her. It was a bit similar to the tentacle just now, but it was not mechanical, and looked like a real creature. Where did this thing come from? She took a quick look and found that the root was in the ruins next to it, which seemed to be the place where the modified objects were stored. Does Canny have such a thing? Qin Weimao also found time to ask Meng Liji if he knew the species of creatures here. Yes, but Meng Liji hid behind him, staring at the creature's trajectory, as if it was still coming for him. Some soldiers around responded quickly, but it was just a normal counterattack, and the target must be Meng Liji. Qin Weimao took Meng Liji out of the core battle and handed the thing to others. But before he took a few steps back, Qin Weimao suddenly met the insignificant eyes of the huge creature, and a sudden and intense pain attacked his brain. She squeezed out some hard-to-suppress painful hoarse sounds from her throat. It was as if something was drilling a hole in her body, and it was in an unfamiliar area. She barely stood up with the help of Meng Liji, her arm trembling slightly, pointing at the thing that was still struggling. There is a person over there. Someone wanted to occupy her brain. But she is not a perfect and qualified cyborg now. After 2 updates and transformations, coupled with the current confusion of perception, the invasion of consciousness did not succeed. Why is it suddenly coming for her? Qin Weimao tried to suppress the endless pain, and suddenly realized that it might not be coming for her. If it really took over her body, then she would be the person closest to Meng Liji. Creators? Why do they have this direction? Inexplicable. Qin Weimao was suddenly forced to develop this purpose. She stared at Meng Liji breathlessly, wondering who this consciousness was. She was not like Meng Liji, who could know everything by using her mental power. Wu Xiaoqing. Meng Liji instantly released his mental power, covering the entire area, which was full of familiar soldiers and a virtual consciousness. It's broken. Qin Weimao suddenly realized something, and she looked around unconsciously. not wanting to see any familiar figures. Unfortunately, things did not go as she wished. As soon as something happened here, Fontaine arrived immediately. There were still 3 of them. She had no time to stop them. She only saw one of them swaying. His expression was not right. And the modified creature behind him had been killed. Mengleji followed Chen Weimo's line of sight and locked his eyes on Fontaine. The cost of destroying the modified bodies one by one and leaving Wu Xiuqing with no way out is too high. Oh gee. Move all the Fey Air solution from the 5th workshop. He passed the message to Oji and asked the soldiers to surround the wind pool. Although the 2 people who were still unaware had already made a defensive posture, the meaning of resistance was not very strong. They just looked at Chen Weimo for help. And it was obvious that she was also anxious. They knew that this matter seemed very serious and could not be resolved peacefully. Wu Xiuqing. Mengleji looked at the man coldly. Since you can't escape, your meaningless struggle will only make your bargaining chips less and less. Fontaine. Without responding, he just showed a mocking smile, but immediately returned to normal. Although it was not so clear, the other 2 Fontaines also guessed something. When their eyes met, they suddenly attacked at the same time. One of them attacked the heart, and the other suddenly clamped the 3rd person's neck and tore it off. Blood spurted on the faces of the 2 men. It was obvious that he had used his strength, and his hands were shaking. The body of the modified person is strong and resilient, and it is fresher and more durable when it is just out of the pot. Even if Chen Weimo tried to do it himself, he might not be able to do it. Just as Chen Weimo was about to walk over, he was grabbed by Mengleji. He's still there. Oji led people to rush over, pulling several large cans of translucent liquid behind him. But this stalemate scene was not optimistic. He left for a while, and Fontaine had already died. And Fontaine suddenly realized that the matter was not over yet. He nodded helplessly, relaxed his palm, and looked at the person next to him, who looked exactly like him, but had a completely different expression. Colonel, why do you think I will definitely die here? Wu Xiuqing finally spoke. At least it's quiet here. It has nothing to do with me how many consciousnesses you copied and retained outside. But it's not polite to toss in front of me. I will definitely not be able to leave here today. But the Colonel's mental power is better to see than to hear. If the Colonel is willing, we can sit down and talk in detail, so that there will be no casualties. Mengleji stepped aside to give up his position in the central command room behind him. Are there any casualties? The earliest plan was to take the Colonel away. But since it is impossible now, why don't we work together to ensure the future? His eyes fell on Chen Weimo. As if he was looking at a cat or dog he raised at home. His eyes were full of smiles. It's out of control. What a pity. Mengleji's aura suddenly changed. But Wu Xiuqing didn't seem to be affected too much. Instead, his eyes were bright, and he became more and more excited. If I only had an ordinary consciousness, I would definitely not be able to withstand the pressure of the Colonel. Sometimes, we have to say that talent is always more attractive than the results of decades of hard research. But there is no if. We can only take one step at a time and experience failure. The more he talked, the more wrong his mood became. And Fontaine's face beside him also began to look wrong. Try to move again. Chen Weimo almost rushed over. Oji saw that the situation was not good. He had been observing from behind, and several large jars had basically not moved. He had already prepared a solution that could be sprayed accurately. Waiting for the right time, he released a large amount of liquid towards Wu Xiuqing until it covered his mouth and nose. It only took him 1 or 2 seconds to isolate him from the outside world, which was enough to capture and isolate him. Chen Weimo stood there, looking at the messy scene in front of her, listening to her heart beating wildly in silence. She suddenly understood a lot of things. Grayler needed a high-quality body because he had no body. He objectively needed a carrier, but he was too greedy and had to have the best but most difficult to get one. As for Xia Fei, she was also studying the body, genes and consciousness, although she looked down on Grayler's pure selfishness. Perhaps they just shared all the results here, regardless of factions, and the subsequent use of the modified organisms varied from person to person. What she wanted was more inclined to consciousness, and the physical body was just a tool. So it was much easier for modified people to access consciousness than normal people. Just now, Wu Xiuqing's consciousness jumped back and forth easily. She panicked and called Zui Yun. No one answered. She called Lin Qianqing again. What's wrong? Aren't you going to Canny? Have you arrived yet? Where's Wei Yun? Chen Weimo asked hurriedly. She's watching the half-modified man with Wonjo. Don't let her out. Not even for a second. Don't let her out of the isolation fluid. Lin Qianqing felt something was wrong. Zui Yun is in danger? A violent explosion suddenly sounded from the computer. Lin Qianqing. Qin Weimo's face turned pale. But he was still pretending to be calm. No matter what happens, you have to get out safely. Even if no one can take you out, you have to get out alone. Chapter 159. It took Shibua most of the day to clean up the mess. And Mengliji stood outside and watched to prevent any more chaos. Behind him was a complete dilapidated building. Not so shaky. But only a frame was left. Fontaine was not far away. But he didn't get close. But his eyes were always on this side. Qin Weimo was huddled in a small corner at the bottom of the dilapidated building, staring at the computer that had no more news. Lin Qianqing only said, "I'll be back soon." And then, there was no movement. That half-transformed person. What a useful transitional object. She completely accepted the transformation of herself. And was even proactive. Perhaps there were always two consciousnesses in her brain. One was her. And the other was Shaifai. And Shaifai's sudden takeover and appearance that day was not a new function after genetic evolution, but had always been there. What to do? Qin Weimo lost their coordinates, which meant that there was no equipment left that could be used. Are they all dead? The optical computer had long been taken off his wrist and held in his hand. It's just a dead thing. What should she do? From dawn to dusk, there were no large gatherings of people on Canny Star, and Qin Weimo didn't move. Mengliji squatted in front of her. His Adam's apple rolled slightly. Even if she was asked to distract her attention and look at Wu Xiuqing, she couldn't be pulled out of this state. I seem to have done something wrong. Qin Weimo looked at the screen that turned off and on again, and suddenly murmured, I thought that if I took the time to run around alone, let them contact less and make them embarrassed, those who had grudges against them would be able to live freely. But now everyone is in trouble. Fontaine, Lao Zhua, Zui Yun, Gu Wanzhou, Lin Qianqing, Xiao Duan. Everyone. We can't predict every step of the enemy. Weima. Mengliji forced her to look up, and her eyes were more empty and wet. It's not a dead end. We still have something to do. If you don't want to continue to entangle with them, then leave. I won't let anyone find you. Qin Weimo's eyes were red, and they stared at each other for a long time. A strange call came from the light brain. She almost tilted her head as a voice came from the other side, and the background sound was full of painful voices. It's out. Lin Qianqing's voice sounded just a little more serious than usual. Nothing else. But it seemed that he kept walking around, and the sound of his movements was also collected. What happened to you? The physical test data of the semi-transformed person was wrong, and he suddenly became near death. Shuri Chen and Zui Yun opened the isolation cabin, but they were tricked. Don't move. Lin Qianqing seemed to be talking to someone else, and from time to time someone was groaning in silence. Wanzhou said that Zui Yun suddenly seemed to have changed into a different person, and cut off his arm. Shuri Chen helped him block the fatal blow and failed to run away with us. I'm sorry. Qin Weima's voice was low, but it was loud enough for the other party to hear. What does it have to do with you? You didn't chop me. Gu Wanzhou shouted impatiently. He suppressed the intense pain from his left arm joint and slowed down his breathing as much as possible. It's not Zui Yun either. Is this what you said? Consciousness invasion? But didn't you say that the brain of the cyborg is incomplete, and it's not the goal? It's a bit complicated. I just figured it out. Xia Fei and his group used the cyborg as a tool for consciousness transition and threw it away after use. So they didn't care much about quality. The other side was silent for a few seconds. Then are you also? I can't be connected at the moment. Qin Weima asked. Do you have a flying vehicle? If so, I sent you the coordinates, and you can go now. Are you uncanny? Lin Qianqing asked while packing up after bandaging Gu Wanzhou. Yeah. If possible. Don't leave Colonel Ming's side. At least he should. He was speechless for a moment, but immediately recovered. With him as a target, it won't be your turn to be unlucky. Okay. I go to the place you mentioned first. Take care of yourself first and contact you when you land. Lin Qianqing quickly hung up the phone. Qin Weimo stared at the ground for a long time. Just now, the consciousness was separated from the modified organism. Did it die suddenly? Or was it beaten to death by you? No answer. She raised her head, smiled bitterly, and a line of tears fell from her left eye. Very clear. Clear hatred. Her emotions were just right. Are you going to interrogate Wu Xiaoqing? Be careful. I don't know what else these people can do. Meng Liji looked at her, and his inner struggle began again. But he didn't say anything else. He just took her to listen, and faced Wu Xiaoqing alone. Wu Xiaoqing Warfington's face, and put on a confident look that no Fengtian would show. I want to slap him. Chen Weimao leaned against the wall of the monitoring room with his arms crossed, closing his eyes and concentrating. Even if he didn't look at him, it wouldn't relieve this mood much. Qi Yiren said that the remaining modified organisms have been strictly isolated and will no longer occupy the body. But now, it's useless. Shibua has heard about Zuyun's matter, so he won't mention it again at this moment. The door suddenly opened, and Qiu Xiang rushed in panting and holding and pulling several large equipment. This was the first time he provided effective information, and the result was that Canny Star was in such a state. He rushed here as soon as he heard about it. I brought all of Wu Xiaoqing's work materials. See if you need anything else. Qi Yiren looked strange. Where did you get it from? Even if Wu Xiaoqing was judged as a traitor of the Federation and all his property was confiscated, some extremely confidential things were not available to everyone. I stole it. You are really promising. Qiu Xiang didn't care at all. He didn't have the mind to consider the problem of violation now. Tell me in detail. How did Wu Xiaoqing transform and occupy his consciousness? Shibo and others didn't answer immediately. 2 familiar modified people died because of this within 1 day, and he himself almost suffered a disaster. They couldn't expose someone's scars in person. I don't know how to transform, but I know the feeling of consciousness entering the brain. Chen Weimao took the initiative to talk. Tell me more about it. Qiu Xiang immediately took notes. It seems that there are many partitions in the brain. I didn't realize it before he came in. He led me around to familiarize myself with the route, but he couldn't break in the end, so he had to retreat. What is partition? Frontal lobe, parietal lobe, temporal lobe and occipital lobe? No. There are many confined spaces and scattered open areas. I can't enter the confined places, and he can't pass through completely, but I can completely suppress him in the open areas. Qiu Xiang's expression was stagnant, and his face was full of, what are you talking about? The world of consciousness? Mu Fenghua suddenly spoke. He was just guessing, but it was really wild, so he didn't have enough confidence to say it. It's possible. Qiu Xiang did not deny it, but followed up. He opened a bunch of instruments he brought and found a record. Wu Xiaoqing has been writing experimental logs here for nearly 8 years, all of which are his own personal experiences. I didn't understand it at the time, and thought it was some kind of simulation scene. But maybe it's real? Chen Weimao took a quick look. The first 3 years were all failures. He used various physical and chemical methods, formal or informal, and sensitive or painful, and Wu Xiaoqing experienced them all personally. Since Wu Xiaoqing first stepped into that world 5 years ago, he found that he could suddenly connect to the control equipment without using mental power. Although it didn't last long, it was also a new experience. The federal soldiers used mental power to control the mecha, which was the first stage of victory in the brain controlling physical matter. Federal scientists did not stop there, but for a long time after that, mental power was mainly used in the military, because the military region monopolized all talented people. The few remaining people with mental power also engaged in science and technology research. There were very few researchers in the direction that Sha Fei and Wu Xiaoqing were studying. How could they quickly access and cover the consciousness of others? How could they turn consciousness into pseudodata that could not be destroyed by more powerful forces? Aren't they just trying to study the development and path of consciousness? Chen Weimao picked out several important turning points. On May 24th, I entered room 1 for the 56th time, after learning from the previous 55 deaths. The 4 axes hanging from the beams finally remained suspended after the ropes were cut. I used the pig's tail to unlock the back door and entered the second room. Theoretically, it should be L-shaped and at the same height, but looking down from the window of the second room, I could still see the axes on the ceiling of the first room. On February 3rd, the first 3 failures proved that the ability to influence dog emotions that can be used in real life is not applicable here. The headless creature in the third room is not afraid of physical damage such as fire, low temperature, and sharp blades. Currently, we can only start from the spiritual aspect. But according to experience, the settings of these rooms vary from person to person and are determined by unknown subconsciousness. So finding the corresponding genes may also be a way. June 19th. Genes and consciousness affect each other. But how can consciousness surpass genes and surpass physical limits at critical moments? Most successfully transformed people have hidden special gene sequences in their bodies. But as a price, their brain functions have also been damaged accordingly. A world where variables cannot be controlled. On December 30th, it turns out that the headless creature is just afraid of hunger. So it can pass the level by cutting off all food and water sources. This is related to my past experience and needs to be explored further. In 8 years, Wu Xiuqing has only entered 5 rooms. But this short path is enough for him to control consciousness and enter other people's bodies out of thin air. Without the help of any medium, another living consciousness can be wiped out in an instant. And he also completely transformed his body, using some extremely stretchable material to transform himself into. So according to his records, this method does not seem to be universal, and he can only rely on his own perseverance to explore inward. As for the way to start the exploration, mature opinions can be provided. Shibua and the others all looked at it, and their brows furrowed more and more as they read. To be honest, these records do not quite fit the scientific impression. But Wu Xiuqing really spent 8 years practicing this thing. Look at it in a positive way. He can only directly access the cyborg now, which means that his progress is still within the controllable range. Xiao Xiang expressed his opinion again. His progress is not Sha Fei's progress. Meng Liji suddenly came in. His face was not right. The few people here just now were immersed in the information brought by Xiao Xiang, and did not pay much attention to the next door. And they did not say anything at all. From the perspective of the surveillance here, the two just looked at each other in silence. Aren't they curious about mental power? I will satisfy him. Chapter 160. Wu Xiuqing had fainted, at a time when no one was paying attention. Did you let Wu Xiuqing get into your head? Xiao Xiang's tone changed, so sharp that he almost broke his voice. You said it the other way around. Oh, then you are still calm. Meng Liji glanced at the things he brought, and now he couldn't read too much. His head was aching slightly. He just asked Qiran to keep an eye on Wu Xiuqing, even if he died in there. Don't let anyone touch him. After everyone dispersed, it took a whole day for him to really calm down. He typed out everything he saw in Wu Xiuqing's consciousness, leaving out every detail. Wu Xiuqing's consciousness was not entirely developed by himself. He had been artificially coded. They have mastered some methods to transform the function of consciousness. Chen Weimo stood behind him and gently touched his temple. Are you okay? The human brain is generally not well developed. For someone like him, it is no longer an ordinary level, so it is a bit difficult to handle. Meng Liji held her hand, touched her lips lightly, and continued to record. Although he knew she wasn't asking about today. What did you do to him? It just made all his efforts so far fall short. And he has no ability to start over again. Nothing can make a man like him more desperate than being reset to 0. And he wants to die but can't. For the first time, Meng Liji tried to destroy the other person's nerve function while keeping the person alive, so that the other person reached the limit and collapsed. After 8 years, he finally became a useless person without any mental strength. I hope he can accept it calmly when he wakes up. To be honest, Wu Xiuqing didn't have much useful information in his mind. Most of it was the game he was trying to make and some provocative rhetoric. He discovered that he had spiritual power before going to school, and he reached a level in the first assessment. But he did not choose military school, but went to medical school. However, on the road of pursuing his ideal, he gradually found that ideals were just ideals. Fortunately, he met some people of the same kind. For example, Sha Fei. He said that the body shape has no meaning. Human nature is not the only standard. And being obsessed with the human body is a kind of arrogance. The form given by natural evolution is far more fragile than that created by wisdom. This is the universe's reminder that evolution is in the hands of human beings themselves. He said that the Federation was a great civilization, but the selfish and unbearable ideas of those in power disguised as respect for humanity blocked the development of science and technology, which distinguished between ordinary people who were struggling and those who wanted to take power. He said that his target was only the officers of the Super 3S level and above in the Federation. And he did not want their lives, but just wanted cooperation. He said a lot. Meng Liji accepted it all, and planned to hand it over to the military without missing a word. He would never see the real sun again in his life. And when the Federation needed intelligence, they would search his mind. How he treats the cyborgs is how he will be treated in the future. You say. Chen Weimao looked for a long time. But there was not much about Shaifai. So she asked, how many copies of Wu Xiuqing's consciousness are stored outside? Will they share information in real time? How many Shaifais, and how many Grayrolls are there? They live in every corner of the interstellar space like ghosts. And no one knows when they will suddenly surface, bite their prey like a crocodile, and then lurk back. Can they really be killed? He does have 3 consciousnesses, but they are not yet able to synchronize consciousnesses, and are only at the level of copying. So what happened here? The other 3 don't know yet. Mengleji said slowly. Actually, I didn't expect him to come so rashly this time. Maybe he is too confident in himself. After all, few people understand the true ability of 4S level mental power. Chen Weimao was silent for a moment, and then asked, what is the progress of Sha Fei you mentioned? What can she do? Do you understand the principle of controlling mecha with mental power? Mengleji asked back, although she couldn't experience it herself. Chen Weimao had heard and seen enough in the past few years, and she immediately understood what Mengleji meant. Can she control matter? It's just a very simple manipulation without the help of a medium. Mengleji tapped the table with his fingers. But he didn't realize that for someone like her, mecha manufacturing is not a monopolized and confidential technology. It's easy to do something else with this model. Seeing Chen Weimao's serious face, he changed his attitude and smiled. At least it's not an unprepared battle. With Wu Xiuqing's level, even if I meet Sha Fei, I won't be defeated. But I can't find Sha Fei. All the positioning equipment of Zuiyun lost contact. Chen Weimao was like a kite with a broken string all day long. All the information poured into his brain, and was mixed by unknown forces. He seemed to be standing here well, but he had been gone for a while. We find it. Mengleji took her hand, and sat down beside the bed. It's a mess today. Let's rest first. Chen Weimao didn't refuse. But when she closed her eyes, scenes appeared in front of her again. After a while, she suddenly opened her eyes. Is there a training room here? There's a place to test the modified body, and it seems that it hasn't been smashed yet. Mengleji didn't stop her, but just accompanied her to tossing and turning in the middle of the night. She took the initiative to wear a full body detection ring and smashed every obstacle that came to her. The next day, no one could find Mengleji. In the end, only this room was left. A test room that would not be used again. As soon as Mu Fenghua entered the room, he saw hundreds of records on the panel in front of Mengleji. Captain, you guys are not always here? He looked at the numbers that continued to rise, not knowing what to say. Chen Weimao didn't seem to get tired. Do you remember her data 2 years ago? Mengleji said softly. Yeah. How could he not remember? The current value is 50% higher than that time. After 3 transformations, not only did she save her life, but she was also constantly updating her limit. This is life. Captain, you said Zuiyun. She is actually a damaged transformed body. So is it possible that she can still retain her consciousness and is just suppressed now? Chen Weimao was at the other end of the test room, and suddenly slowed down for a moment, and was hit head-on by the fast-moving obstacle. Not only did the obstacle break in half, she was also knocked out and fell to the ground with her legs spread out. She shook the debris in her hair and rolled to the side. Mu Fenghua was stunned. She couldn't hear it. Could she? Mengleji rushed out directly. Although Chen Weimao was fine, she just sat there with a hunched back. Where are you going next? Can I follow you? I don't know what to do now. Captain Weimao. Shi Yishuan suddenly broke in. The man brought from the Federation. Who of you can stop him? He's a lunatic. Let her come directly. Chen Weimao said weakly. And then she said to Mengleji, I talked to her myself. She is indeed a bit stubborn. Shi Yishuan wanted to say something, but Mengleji chose to keep silent and took the people out, leaving her alone. He waited at the door, and the petite woman, who was almost 2 heads shorter than him, passed by him without raising her head and slammed the door. After making sure that the person couldn't hear, Shi Yishuan gritted his teeth and said, Who is this person? So arrogant? Captain, you didn't see what she did to our people as soon as she got off the spaceship. Several of them went crazy. It's just a spirit, Mengleji said calmly. It's just that this one has stronger energy. How did Weimao know this? She has always been in the Federation. Mu Fenghua also began to get a little nervous. This kind of thing has always existed in the Federation? That doesn't mean. Don't forget. No one can control the spirits. We can only watch them choose where to stay and what to do. Chen Weimo was still sitting on the ground, fiddling with the broken pieces on the ground with lifeless eyes. I've never seen you so depressed. Su Xiaoxiao kicked a small stone in front of her and hit Chen Weimo's neck. You are not pretending at all. You are really bad. Chen Weimo didn't raise his eyes, but felt helpless. It's been almost a year since we last met. You questioned me righteously at that time. What's the difference between what you are doing here and me now? Are you imagining too much? You think we did it when you see the ruins? Chen Weimo raised his head, his mouth corners down, very speechless. We are victims. Okay. Su Xiaoxiao sensed her emotions and felt that she was really wrong. So she ended the topic automatically. Why did you call me here? What do you mean by finding a cooperation opportunity? It means exactly what it says. But it's not targeting the Federation, but Freedom Technology. Su Xiaoxiao sneered, as if it was just as she expected. A lot of things have happened recently, and I'm a little tired, both mentally and physically. Chen Weimo rubbed his hair randomly. How did your spiritual body come into being? You are just curious about me? Yes, I am curious. If I study it clearly, maybe I can get some inspiration. Su Xiaoxiao felt that this was a direct exploitation. But because of her frankness, she was not annoying. I had a body before. Chen Weimo was not too surprised, but continued to ask calmly. So the spiritual body is also derived from the material body. Of course. It's just that the environment does not support the survival of the body. Over time, I exist as a spiritual body. You said the environment is not supportive. Not just the survival supplies. Right? Su Xiaoxiao was silent. There are no conditions to support survival. So now, it is also a natural result. Seeing that Chen Weimo did not speak, she took the initiative to say, one reason I am willing to talk to you is that you are different from others. You will not blame. And you cannot empathize, but you can coexist. Because what does it have to do with me? You have your own views and experiences. And you shape and decide what you think the world should be like based on these. What can I blame? Chen Weimo drew circles silently on the ground. But his eyes were dull. Last time, I was just a little angry. You were obviously loved. But why didn't you want it? Do you know that Shuri Chen also died yesterday? Su Shishi's body froze. But her voice was normal. That's not love. They are just illusions of me under my deliberate influence. Really? Yes. Chen Weimo was too lazy to argue with her about this, and just muttered to himself, these 2 days, I found that several of my friends who had died before were copied as backups. And some are now unknown. But most likely they will not survive. And some died directly. The lucky ones lost an arm, but at least they kept their lives. What do you say have to do with me? Su Xiaoxiao interrupted her directly. Nothing. But the culprit who caused all this. I want her to pay the price. Chen Weimo stood up, walked to Su Xiaoxiao, and stared at her eyes that he thought were beautiful the first time he met her. Don't you think that the most undesirable things in this world are the various traditions and fiction superimposed on natural reality? But some people are always high above us, artificially imposing certain sufferings caused by unnatural attributes on people like us. So do we have a common enemy? Chapter 161. Chen Weimo had a dream, in which she went to find Su Xiaoxiao late at night at the request of Yu Xianyun. Yi said that she was also a spiritual being. So Chen Weimo figured out some things that she had been doubting in the past. Why did she feel close to and sympathize with Su Xiaoxiao, who she was not familiar with at all, and wanted to protect her? Why did she feel particularly angry when she saw her being bullied? Because she was just affected by her emotions. But compared with other people, she had emotions. But she was not angry. Shuri Chen was also at Su Shishi's house at the time. She asked directly, was Xiaoliang really just killed by the mob by mistake? Before Su Xiaoxiao could say anything, Shuri Chen rushed to the front to defend her. Chen Weimo directly injected a tranquilizer into his neck. Su Xiaoxiao did not explain or deny, and tried to interfere with her. But it didn't work. She thought Chen Weimo was like everyone else who had seen through her disguise before, and wanted to drive her away, kill her, and say she was crazy. But Chen Weimo just said that he hoped she would not regret it in the future, and she wanted to take Shuri Chen away. Chen Weimo felt uncomfortable, and she didn't quite understand why she was a little angry and sad, even though it was none of her business. But now she seemed to understand. She was a little envious. There was no threat of death, no fear, and someone was willing to treat her sincerely. Such a life was originally possible, but she gave up on it, because she thought she was carrying the lives of all her companions. So she didn't deserve to live like that. Her throat was uncomfortable, so she tried to raise her head, but found herself lying on Su Shishu's thighs, and her pants were soaked with spots of water. Is that right? You cry while sleeping, and people who don't know will think I did something to you. Su Shishu said. She disliked her, but didn't push her away. You've been sleeping here for a long time, and no one came in to look for you. They're not spying on you through the surveillance camera, are they? Chen Weimo tilted her head to look at the camera in the corner, and closed her eyes again. Maybe. I have nothing to do anyway. There was a message from Lin Qianxing on the optical computer. He said he had arrived at the place, and Gu Wenzhou was receiving the forged mechanical arm. She quickly typed a few words, and sent them over. Then turned over. Actually, I know more than just you as a spiritual body. I guessed it. Su Xiaoxiao turned her head away, and didn't look at her. Otherwise, how could you know my identity so accurately? But since there is more than me, why do you still need me? Because you have clear likes and dislikes. Unlike him, Chen Weimo's voice was vague and a little absent-minded. He will definitely laugh at me for trapping myself. It's hard to tell whether you are praising me or criticizing me. Su Xiaoxiao naturally knew the character of the spirit body. Since you are still in contact with him, it means he is not disappointed in you. Why are you still comforting me? Chen Weimo smiled softly. It's not entirely because of this reason that she didn't call Er now. She would not give up any helper just because she was embarrassed. Su Xiaoxiao didn't look at her. She just looked in one direction, even though there was nothing in the room. When I first came here, I felt a lot of broken soul consciousness, and I thought it was done by the Federation, because I also came from the Federation. So this is your first reaction? It is partly because your case was a hot topic in the Federation at that time. Thanks to you, this is a good opportunity to disrupt society. Su Xiaoxiao smiled slyly. She did not deny that people need groups to survive. But human organizations, this thing called society, is not a place that can accommodate everyone equally. Some people are born weak. Some are born strong. Some are born rich. Some are poor. Some do not have to suffer setbacks from birth. And some must be perfect in everything to live the same life. The rules created by this federation have brought too much injustice. Just like the society she used to live in. Although the system is completely different, the process and the outcome are becoming more and more similar. So, what is the need for this kind of organization to exist? Such an organization can be destroyed by any means. So she went to organizations full of individuals one after another, disrupted them secretly again and again, and accelerated the society that was heading for destruction to complete this destined ending. I can't persuade you, but I hope that when you see those who are really struggling for their livelihood, don't make it harder for them. Chen Weimo's eyes suddenly softened. Just like someone helped me before. If they could be a little luckier. This is not luck. Su Xiaoxiao thought it was ridiculous. Can a little kindness make people ignore all the pain in the past? I'm too lazy to tell you. But the one outside the house. Do you want to go and see him? He has been standing for a long time, constantly releasing his emotions into this house. And it annoys me to death. Meng Leji? Not him. Feng Tan's tattered clothes from yesterday's battle were still hanging on him. Not many people pass by here, and probably no one would take him back. Chen Weimo scratched his head awkwardly. He had been stuck in his emotions, and couldn't extricate himself. So he didn't pay attention to him. Why don't you go find Shibo's people? What are you standing here for? I don't know them. They're not bad people. Can you tell me about the beginning? Feng Tan and your story? Chen Weimo looked at the cyborg who could only survive 1 or 2 days of wakefulness, and suddenly felt infinite sorrow in her heart. She led Feng Tan away step by step, and walked towards the room where Wu Xiuqing was imprisoned. On the way, she told in detail about her encounter with Feng Tan #1 in Apatia Unbounded City, how she picked up the seriously injured him, and her 2 years of life in tilts. This Feng Tan remained silent. You don't seem to be so surprised or so resistant to being cloned and having memories that don't belong to you? Chen Weimo asked. Because I only have this memory. He had no standard to judge good or bad. Chen Weimo suddenly felt that he had said the wrong thing. Forget it. Let's go see Wu Xiuqing together. Wu Xiuqing woke up only an hour earlier than her. After he found some subtle changes and powerlessness in his body, he violently hit the entire shield like crazy, and did not stop even when his head and hands were bleeding. The soldiers guarding him outside just watched coldly. Later, he slowly calmed down, sat on the ground stupidly, motionless. Chen Weimo walked around to the front of him, looking at Zhang Fengtan's face, and the uncontrollable disgust surfaced again. Have you ever thought that you are no match for Mengliji? Wu Xiaoqing didn't speak for a long time, so long that Chen Weimo thought he would ignore him. And then, he suddenly spoke. I thought about it. I thought that even if I put all my manpower in, as long as I grabbed his body, I would always find a way to escape. But I didn't think that the gap between people is so difficult to overcome. All my efforts can be easily wiped out by him just by thinking. Chen Weimo couldn't stand the word easily now. She knew it wasn't true. But there was no need to defend herself in front of someone like Wu Xiaoqing. Colonel Ming, you have already gone through my experience. Wu Xiaoqing suddenly smiled foolishly. It's a pity that Shaifai didn't really treat you as his own. He didn't communicate with you in time or share progress. This is not something that can be programmed and mass-modified. But you still can't get anything more valuable from her. Wu Xiaoqing opened his mouth, and the long-lost embarrassment came to his mind again. He knew that the people of Freedom Technology were real lunatics. But they were really capable. And ordinary people who worked hard to study could hardly reach the peak in their lifetime. He was really reluctant to give up the half-built bridge they had built, and then start from scratch and explore diligently. He originally studied genes, and could provide them with gene sequences related to consciousness. He tried to please Shaifai, but he found that Shaifai didn't really think highly of his achievements. He gradually realized that he was just an experimental subject for Shaifai to observe. Although they had both experimented and transformed themselves, he knew that he and Shaifai were different. But what's the point of saying this now? This is the path he chose. And there are gains and losses. As it should be. If the colonel's abilities can be studied by others, you know that it can be done. Why do you want to study this? To cure the disease? Chen Weimo suddenly interrupted him, and asked. Because material is limited. But human desire is unlimited. But desire should not be restricted. Whether good or bad, it may create new vitality. You always have an excuse. Chen Weimo gave up. She listened but didn't want to understand. She asked unnecessarily. It should be leaving soon. But you should just take this small cage and move to another place. The solution they developed to affect brain function was originally used to control and transform organisms. Now it is used on him, which is very suitable. Chen Weimo felt a little unlucky to be breathing in the same space with him. She left the room and took a big breath. Are you going back with Shibua? Fontaine asked. Just like the Fontaine before. Always appearing mysteriously. Suddenly appearing behind people. Not far away or close. Chen Weimo looked at the well-tidied canny star and sighed softly. I am always being arranged and attacked. I can't always be so passive. Right? Chapter 162. In recent months, a game has quietly become popular among the stars. The publishers are a few young interstellar scavengers. They have published their detailed inspiration sources and development process, saying that they got inspiration from real experiences along the way and everything is self-taught. The game only requires a micro device to be placed under the skin, and players can enter a virtual world without leaving home. Each level is imaginative and violates physical common sense, but it makes people unable to stop. The realistic experience that is difficult to distinguish between reality and fiction has brought a brand new experience to the people of some planets. The most attractive selling point is the progress of the game. Some players who upgrade quickly release the strategy first, and some people found that many planets in it, although the names are fictitious, can all be found according to the coordinates. After going to those places, according to the prompts and decryption in the game, you can actually find real magical creatures or treasures, either weapons, or real gold and silver, goods that can be circulated between the stars, or real fragments and clues. Virtual games gradually become a grand adventure of the entire universe. No matter what species or identity, everyone can participate. Some people are happy and some are angry. People who play have fun. But some places are not deserted planets. There are many intruders in those dependent territories for no reason, and they can't be prevented. Lords with good tempers just watch the fun, and sometimes take the initiative to become NPCs. Those with bad tempers directly use cannons to attack, but they can't disperse the endless stream of adventurers. Qiantai held the newly opened light energy gun and rubbed it with his chin like a treasure. It was the first time for him, a 15-year-old half-orc, to go out for a long distance and encounter this kind of weapon for the first time. and his companions also gained a lot. Let's go! Next stop. He called his companions, and just as he emerged from behind the stone, a huge ball of light came towards him, rushing straight in his face. But he didn't feel anything. The light flashed so brightly that he couldn't see clearly in front of him for a while. It was vague, as if there was a thin black shadow. You only take things, but don't investigate the enemy. Is this your first time? It was a female voice. What do you care? Qiantai tried to open his eyes. The light ball dissipated, and he saw that they were protected by a huge metal half-enclosed spherical bracket. The heat had not dissipated yet, and it was a bit uncomfortable. Hurry up and leave. The rest is not something you can handle. The woman didn't even look back, jumped off the stone, and walked straight in the direction of the attack. Children. Two young men appeared out of nowhere, one with a mechanical arm in his left hand, looking impatient, and the other looked very friendly. It's faster to evacuate here. How disgusting. The man next to him complained. Qiantai and the others didn't want to leave so quickly. They wanted to watch the excitement. But suddenly some voices came into their heads, which were very inciting and made people want to obey. Qin Weimao pressed the micro keyboard on his collar a few times, and the screen on his eyeballs showed a complete scan of this place. Let me deal with the children. Do you discriminate against the disabled? Gu Wenzhou caught up with a bad temper. Qin Weimao deliberately took off his contact lenses a little and looked at him straight in the eye. You think too much. I just look down on every weak human being equally. Qin Weimao. He gritted his teeth. There was a chuckle behind him. There was also a hand on his shoulder. He shook it off without hesitation. Lin Qianqing could only smile and pretend to be obnoxious as always. Weapons, soil contaminated by chemical agents, and living bodies with different temperatures from ordinary organisms. Qin Weimao turned his wrist. It's freedom technology, but it's more like the remnants of Grario. I don't know who it belongs to now, or if it has set up its own business. Hey. Gu Wenzhou stopped Qin Weimao, who was about to leave. It's agreed that we go first. Your emotional perception ability has returned to normal now. What if you meet someone like Wu Xiuqing? And I'm here. Su Shishia's voice suddenly appeared, and a human-shaped meridian gradually became clear around Qin Weimao. When did you come with me? Didn't you say you couldn't come? None of your business. Gu Wenzhou looked at Su Xiaoxiao, sometimes getting angry. He had known her for so many years, and she had never liked a member of the opposite sex in her life. But she was deceived by someone with such a bad personality. She is not even a living being. But now, they need the power of a spirit. Su Xiaoxiao said that she could protect Qin Weimao's brain from harm, which many spirits could not do. Gu Wenzhou later learned a little about spirits, saying that the longer they exist and the deeper their obsession, the greater their so-called energy. So the little girl in front of him was either an old woman, a stubborn lunatic, or both. When he had one arm cut off, Qin Weimao asked Lin Qianqing to take him to heal his wounds. When they got there, they saw a small mecha man with a human face, who looked quite old. They didn't say anything, and the mecha man arranged them in an orderly manner, installed the mechanical arm, and made things according to Qin Weimao's retelling. Qin Weimao asked, Is there a way to quickly get the most people to participate in one thing at the same time? The mecha man said, Play. Then he made a game. The game contains information about all the bases of freedom technology that Qin Weimao knew but didn't have time to go to, as well as thousands of uncertain unknown territories. And every level is a record of Wu Xiuqing's experiments. She didn't have time to waste time bit by bit. She wanted to make the remnants of freedom technology constantly harassed in the interstellar space, making them passive and unable to resist easily. Who knows what the adventurers are? If they hit the iron wall of unity, she thought, those people would always be more difficult to deal with than a small team like hers. Information on the game forum was updated very quickly, and those unknown places soon became known. Many bases were directly exposed, even if they were disguised. She came to take a look, and they were wiped out. But she hadn't met Sha Fei yet. Nor had she met someone like Wu Xiuqing who had developed his mental power and consciousness. In a sense, it was lucky. But Qin Weimao wanted to confront him directly and end it all. Sha Fei and his men were like rats in the sewer, wandering around, and could observe the movements of the outside world through the gaps to facilitate their next escape. There is no one with consciousness different from that of ordinary people. So go in without worry. Su Xiaoxiao made a direct judgment. But there are many people. Then go ahead. Qin Weimao rolled up her sleeves and started working. I don't know when. The tacit understanding between her, Lin Qianqing and Gu Wanzhou, even surpassed that between her and Shi Bo. 2 mechas and 1 person were already on the blacklist of freedom technology. Because they are not like the Federation, which captures people alive after fighting and gives preferential treatment according to their abilities after interrogation. The 3 of them will leave no grass when they pass by. If one of them is hit, no one will survive. But they don't know that these 2 former commanders of the Federation have never contacted Chen Weimao once. And they have achieved this level purely by relying on their vision and adaptability. They also didn't know that the few people who originally had no friendship became an indestructible small group because of their resentment. And any provocation was ineffective. The source of everything was just a relentless backlash. After accessing the self-destruct virus of the entire base system, Chen Weimao pressed both hands on the control panel, stretched out his hand and breathed a sigh of relief. Then suddenly stood up and crushed the entire panel. There was no sand flying again. In the past few months, they have destroyed more than a dozen bases, and almost nothing is useful. Even Sha Fei's access records were cleared. Even though the staff of Freedom Technology had admitted that Sha Fei had been here, they didn't know what she had done specifically. Don't be angry. Lin Qianqing came over, pretending to be sorry, and tried to restore the broken panel. I looked around, and there is really nothing useful. Let's go! Let's go! You keep an eye on the forum. The program detection will remind you of keywords. Let's leave first. Not staying in one place for a long time has become a sequelae for them. He walked beside Chen Weimao, waited and said, "What progress has Colonel Meng made recently? Why are you talking about something else?" Chen Weimao's face drooped a little more. "I'm developing my brain. Colonel, do you want to improve? Won't there be any problems? So you've been unconscious for 5 days and haven't woken up yet." Chen Weimao never agreed. Meng Liji wanted to try Wu Xiuqing's instruments himself, saying that he wanted to experience their journey and find out how Sha Fei might hide. But his mind was already in a mess. And now, he just ignored too many things. If he messed around with some unsure things, who knows what would happen? Even Qiu Xiang didn't agree directly, and he was also confused. But Meng Liji was like a stubborn donkey occupying his brain. No matter what anyone said, it was useless. Qi Shuren had been scolding for 5 days. Lin Qianqing originally wanted to ask Meng Liji if there was any real progress based on the clues he searched for in Wu Xiuqing's mind, and didn't want to pay attention to his physical condition. Besides, he might not be able to understand that kind of thing at all, and it was dangerous. So why should he get involved? Does Wu Xiuqing really have no contact with Sha Fei? It was Sha Fei who instigated him to have a head-on confrontation with Meng Liji. Winning would be the best. Even if he loses, he still has a consciousness copy, and he can pick a good body at that time. Chen Weimao paused as he spoke. But according to Sha Fei's usual style, even if she doesn't care about anyone's safety, she won't act so rashly. Do you think it's a test? She took the initiative to expose their progress. But it also once again confirmed Meng Liji's ability. And maybe her progress was stuck. So she threw away a hook that she thought was insignificant. But what obstacles will she face? Gu Wanzhou asked. Chen Weimao kicked the stone at his feet and said with undisguised annoyance, "I want to know too. Otherwise how can I add insult to injury?" The light brain suddenly vibrated. And it was a voice message. As soon as the voice came out, Chen Weimao stretched his arm a little further away in disgust. "Help! Something big has happened. Is this Ear?" Lin Qianqing had never seen Ear, but had heard of him. "What happened?" "He's acting. Ignore him. It's so heartbreaking." Chen Weimao pursed her lips, looking at the light computer with no follow-up information. Thinking, forget it. I go check it out. It should be soon. She hasn't replied to Tilts for a while, and has been with these two. She looked at Gu Wanzhou nervously. If he is not normal, help me beat him up. Chapter 163. Chen Weimao returned to Tilts. Just as she thought, Air was lying on the huge leaf of the Gem Valley in the sun. Without any fear of sending a voice message. "You tricked me here. Is it interesting?" "Interesting. Because even if you knew I was acting, you would still come here." Chen Weimao threw a stone at him. "It's nothing serious. Just a sign. I've been observing it for a while." Air didn't move. "Anyway, it wouldn't hurt if he was hit." "What?" "Xiao Duan. He seems to be targeted." Chen Weimao immediately jumped up. Looking serious. "Who? Where?" "Our queen seems to have targeted him. In order to force Grayler out." Chen Weimao asked Zui Yun to use any method. As a result, Xiao Juan was anxious and developed some peripheral mental abilities in advance, similar to Meng Liji, and could also directly seize power and control the opponent's brain for a short time. However, Xiao Juan's body was already on the verge of collapse. He tried to destroy the balance once, and he has not recovered until now. Zui Yun sent Xiao Juan to Tilts out of desperation. Fortunately, under the medical system of Tilts, Xiao Juan's illness was not terminal, but it could only be relieved slowly and could not be cured. After that, Chen Weimao rarely returned to Tilts. She hoped that Ir would not go out with Zui Yun and help her take care of Xiao Juan. After all, Natalia did not like federal people, and Ir said that Xiao Juan could sleep for more than 10 hours a day now, and he was not awake much, so he had no ability to cause trouble. Chen Weimao thought that it was nothing. What do you mean by targeting? Do you want to drive Tilts out or kill him? Erla began to hum. It's hard to judge. Go and see for yourself. He is in the city now. He himself? What about Fontan? Before, Chen Weimao asked the clone of Fontan where he wanted to go, and he said he wanted to follow her. Then, another Mr. Fontan came to Tilts, making the soldiers here uncomfortable for several days, and Natalia still laughed at her for being soft-hearted. Some time ago, there were several assassins in the castle who wanted to kill Natalia. Did you know? Chen Weimao was stunned. No one told her. Ir was asking even though he knew the answer. He continued, You know, since we started transferring property and personnel to the new planet in batches, the voices of opposition have become louder and louder. The actual situation there has been maliciously distorted. Natalia is having a hard time now. Did Morin do it? Morin embezzled the kingdom's property. Not only him, but all the nobles and officials who embezzled property were bound to be discovered as long as they started the transfer process. Natalia just needs a legal husband, a stable excuse, and now she has it. So the two of them can do what they really want to do under the disguise. For example, life and death. It's hard to say. After all, many people are still against it. Ir was shocked. He couldn't understand why such an advanced and wealthy country produced so many old-fashioned people, although he thought it was unnecessary to move. He didn't resist it so much. It was a coincidence that day. I took Xiao Juan for a stroll. As a result, this man was sharp. He just looked at him a few more times. When we passed by, he said that he thought a few people were suspicious. Once he followed them, he found that they were related to the castle. Did Xiao Juan find out? Yes. And then I went to warn Natalia. But Natalia decided to let them go for once. Just to pretend. So Natalia, is she attracted to him and wants him to work for her like me? Ir shrugged and said nothing. I go and see. Chen Weimao turned around and went to the city. Xiao Juan is now in the castle when he is awake, and he comes back to sleep when he can't hold on any longer. So you can bring him back. Ir shouted at Chen Weimao's back. After the people walked away, Ir spoke softly. Don't look at her. She is too busy thinking about things to think about anything else. A figure appeared from behind a tree in the distance. Tall, but looking lonely and aggrieved. Why do you think that resurrection from the dead will be different? Besides, you are not him. Ir spoke bluntly, without any mercy. I haven't thought about it. Feng Tan denied it. But he was not very confident. He just didn't think that Chen Weimao left him here. And he finally came back once. But he couldn't remember him. Ir sneered. But he didn't notice, although the memory is not long. But there are many little thoughts. If you only pursue a back figure, she will never see you. He finally sat up and stretched. You can see that she can't take care of the lives of her companions, let alone those who fall behind. The person in the past you have the same memory, but different experiences. There is no comparison. Ir was a little annoyed for the first time in a long time. Maybe he had been with Chen Weimao for a long time, and had become accustomed to the busy life. Suddenly, he had too many ideas, and was a little uncomfortable for a while. Chen Weimao ran into the castle like a flash. But it was very quiet inside. Xiao Juan sat on a small table on the side, concentrating on looking at the pile of documents, while Natalia leisurely watched the scenery on the terrace. It seemed that there was no tension as she imagined. Natalia turned around and saw the dusty man, and greeted him with a smile. Why did you come back suddenly? Have you finished your work outside? Chen Weimao nodded in astonishment, and turned his head to meet Xiao Juan's eyes. He just nodded calmly and said hello, and then went back to work. Seeing that Chen Weimao didn't say anything, Natalia moved closer and lowered her voice and whispered, "Are you nervous? Are you afraid that I will do something to this federal officer?" "A little bit." Chen Weimao didn't think about it, and said it directly. Natalia chuckled and was not angry. "I still like honest people. So I don't plan to do anything to this federal officer." Chen Weimao believed her words. "E'er said that someone wanted to take action before. Why didn't you tell me?" "It's not a big deal." Natalia waved her hand nonchalantly. "You, the little colonel, have already solved it for me." At that time, the fight for the position with her ex-husband was not only assassination, but also a fight in person. Now this little trick is nothing. Chen Weimao didn't expect that she left Xiao Duan here for treatment and vacation. But this man was still restless, and took the initiative to find work. "Oh, by the way, you came back just in time. I still want to find you." The little colonel thinks that someone here has a connection with freedom technology. Chen Weimao's pupils trembled slightly, but she calmed down immediately. "Who wants to kill you? Maybe my husband?" Natalia nodded her chin, as if she was really thinking. Mullen can't hide his little thing anymore, and he's a little anxious. Mullen and Chen Weimao gestured to her, and went directly to communicate with Xiao Duan. Xiao Duan saw Chen Weimao coming towards him, and said nothing, and handed her a few pictures. The picture showed some kind of experimental process comparison. On the left is the medicine used for this assassination, and on the back is the effect of the free technology transformation medicine on cells that you gave to Zhuiyun and Zhuiyun showed me. He used this drug to assassinate? It can indeed cause a large number of human cells to rupture and mutate in a short period of time, and it is difficult to cure them through human intervention. Chen Weimao suddenly turned and rushed outside. "Mullen, you can't move now." Natalia's voice was not loud, but she was very determined. "I know that because of Zhuiyun's matter, you will be anxious when you encounter the matter of freedom technology. But this kind of thing can't be rushed. Do I still need to give them time to slowly find a place to hide? 10 years of foundation cannot be destroyed by you in a few months. That gain can certainly help you quickly check some of freedom technology's bases. But do you really think that freedom technology will be completely exposed to everyone?" Natalia walked up to her and whispered, "What are we doing and what methods are we using?" Chen Weimao was silent, and understood. She knew what Natalia meant, and she knew in her heart that her method was not the most effective. "I take him back first. It's time to go to bed," Chen Weimao said sullenly. "Go ahead." On the way back, Chen Weimao talked to Xiao Duan only after entering the Gem Valley. "What kind of person do you think Warren is?" "Greedy, hypocritical, not that smart, but enough to deceive most people," Xiao Duan commented bluntly. "I don't really understand why the Majesty chose such a husband." Chen Weimao smiled helplessly. "He is rich, not ugly, and the most important thing is to win people's hearts. Moreover, if he dies, the things he controls can be confiscated directly without distribution. So that's how it is." There are some things that Natalia didn't tell Xiao Duan. Chen Weimao said seriously. "Do you know Tilts?" "I heard from Er briefly, but not much. He said it's better for me not to know too much." "That's right. But you still need to know about the system here." Chen Weimao roughly told him that Tilts didn't interact with the outside world. Because of this, she was even more angry about Morin's relationship with freedom technology. Honestly speaking, His Majesty is very courageous to make such a decision and maintain it well. Xiao Duan admired it. The Federation is completely different from here. The Federation strongly supports exchanges with the outside world. In addition to military affairs, almost all industries must trade. But there are pros and cons, which breeds people like Foreign Minister Gu Qilai. "I don't want you to praise her." Chen Weimao pulled him back on track. "I mean, don't get involved too much in this matter. She just deliberately avoided talking about the past feud between Tilts and the Federation." "I understand. My original intention was not to deal with their internal affairs. It just happened that I didn't expect that free technology would be so pervasive." Xiao Duan stared at her silent figure. "You didn't come back just to remind me, did you?" "Yes. Yes. I'm afraid that you might say something wrong and offend someone, and die without knowing how." Chen Weimao replied impatiently. "Then take me with you. You've been out there for so long. Don't even think about it. Unless a doctor comes out and says you're fine." I can understand Colonel Meng's mental power a little bit. Chapter 164. Chen Weimao looked at the calm and determined Colonel Xiao Duan, and the anger in her heart rose quietly. It was not towards him, but she was angry because she really needed to understand. But she really couldn't understand. Meng Liji was not hiding anything from her. But it was better to experience it in person than to read more text materials. Tell me briefly? Xiao Duan did not respond, staring into her eyes. Take you with me. Okay. Then I will tell you briefly. After returning to the wooden house, Xiao Duan began to talk slowly. I didn't expect the accident last time. It was a blessing in disguise. Chen Weimo wanted to refute it. This is not a blessing. But he was afraid that this serious man would suddenly get angry. So he had to keep it to himself. The mainstream of the Federation believes that consciousness is a function of living things. When the arrangement of material particles forms a certain complex structure, it will present the function of consciousness. And mental power is a form of consciousness that can interact with the outside world. Speak in plain words that I have never heard of. In other words, consciousness is not created, but innate. But everyone has different abilities to actively apply it. Xiao Duan tried to speak in a less official and academic way. The so-called application and interaction are the interactions between particles. You mentioned that Sha Fei can simply control small objects without the help of a medium, which is the integration of personal consciousness into the overall consciousness of the universe. Qin Weimo's expression became more and more wrinkled. Meng Liji also explained it to her. But it was just a simple example. Just like a person is born with long arms and legs, he is a good seedling for high jump. And continuous training can make this person even better. Sha Fei is such a person. She vaguely felt that she could understand what Xiao Duan was saying, but she couldn't explain it. So you mean that as Sha Fei develops her brain, she will directly integrate into this world in the form of particles, and she will be omnipotent and omnipresent? It's possible. Then what does your understanding of Meng Liji's state have to do with what you said? I think that the various rooms mentioned in Wu Xiuqing's experimental log, if collapsed, will be the same as the one in the colonel's mind. But he is improving his consciousness by constantly entering the next room. Qin Weimo was talking, and suddenly realized something. You mean those rooms are actually obstacles? I can't explain the specific reason. Maybe it's a dimension problem. We are used to the operating rules of the current known physical world. So in that room, he still uses common sense to deal with everything first. However, the rules of the current dimension do not apply to the dimension world of consciousness particles. This is also the reason why he continues to fail. This point is credible. Wu Xiuqing's diary is full of wild ideas, which is not at all like what a mature and experienced scientist should present. It's as if he is struggling with the problem of 1 + 1 = how many almost every day. When she found out that Ear was a spiritual body, Ear also said that his existence could not be explained by the time, space, and matter defined here. Perhaps these are the things of one world. Meng Liji had long been free of those obstacles. Although he was not in a normal state at present, his mental power level was still increasing at an abnormal speed, and he could even affect people's actual nerves to kill them. Will he disappear one day? Like Ear, floating around? I really can't stand it. Can you stop imagining and insulting us? Su Xiaoxiao suddenly appeared. Xiao Duan was used to Ear's various flashes in this way. But when facing the new spiritual body he saw for the first time, he subconsciously defended himself. She pushed Chen Weimo's head without any hesitation, and said with disdain, I told you. It took me a long time to become a spirit body. How long can you humans live? That's right. You think too much. Xiao Duan stared at this little girl, who looked sweet, but whose behavior and tone were completely inconsistent with her appearance. But in return, he rolled his eyes thoroughly. Qin Weimo didn't care about the awkward first meeting between the two. She buried her face on the hard table and said sullenly, Is there a possibility that I can build those rooms back? It's possible in theory, using particles to counteract. Xiao Duan retracted his gaze, and was also thinking, what the colonel did to Wu Xiuqing. Although I was not there, from your description, he seemed to have directly destroyed this function. Why don't you think about how to find Sha Fei first? Su Xiaoxiao interrupted them sarcastically. She didn't dare to appear in front of Meng Liji, and she must be deliberately avoiding us. This is what Qin Weimo is worried about. The interstellar is so big, and finding a person is harder than finding a needle in a haystack. In Sha Fei's current situation, a normal person would have to keep a low profile. Is it possible that the planets that have been searched? Xiao Duan suddenly asked. There are still many people updating the progress and current situation on the forum. So it should be. Qin Weimo was about to refute, but something suddenly flashed through her mind, and she stood up suddenly, almost overturning the table in front of her. Xiao Duan pressed urgently, and looked at her strangely. I won't leave recently. I will stay here to help Natalia move the entire kingdom. Chen Weimel returned to his usual indifferent look. Didn't you say? Staying here is like taking you with me. Chen Weimel patted his shoulder solemnly, with a concerned look, and then quickly turned and went upstairs. When did she learn to play this kind of word game? Xiao Duan muttered to himself. He did not show any desire to learn more about this unfamiliar spirit. He had heard that this spirit was a person who advocated chaos and disorder, and had always lived in the federal capital. It was not difficult to guess what she wanted to do, and what she was doing. He knew that Chen Weimao had never intended to disrupt the stability of the Federation. He just did nothing. But this person, however, he had no way to stop it. Only after leaving the Federation could he know more clearly that no matter his own strength or the strength of the collective, there were always limitations and powerlessness that could not be broken through. Since he couldn't do it, it would be better to stay out of it for the time being than to forcefully intervene and let this spirit affect his brain. Chen Weimel returned to the room, suddenly slumped his back, squatted by the wall, pinched his eyebrows, and didn't move. There were constant bird calls outside the house. It should be that the kingdom guards were still doing the final construction. Although they were going to give up living here, the resources of the Gem Valley were still worth developing and utilizing. So Natalia ordered that the guards still had to come back regularly to maintain the Gem Valley. Of course, that was just a formal order. In fact, the energy of the new planet was richer than that of Tilt's. They stayed here just to settle old accounts. Those who deliberately made trouble during the relocation, or those big families who had been greedy for decades but were deeply rooted. Natalia always found some legitimate reasons to get rid of them. The existence of Chen Weimao and Er made the people in the kingdom believe it. They felt that Natalia was leaving a way out for herself. So even if she came back suddenly after wandering outside for a long time, it would not affect Natalia's plan, but would strengthen the ideas of those people. She thought about it, and thought there should be no problem. After an unknown period of time, there were constant annoying noises outside, and a prompt sound came from the optical brain. The physical signs are good. She can eat and sleep. And the report is completed. Why don't you dare to make a video call? Guilty. Chen Weimao pinched his face hard to sober himself up and contacted him. Meng Liji looked okay, but the background was not his usual office, but his bedroom. Perhaps he had already endured Qiren's scolding. To be honest, this was not easy to endure. Are you satisfied now? Although Chen Weimao would not accuse him again, he would never speak well. Don't be angry. This time I was not feeling well, but I have woken up now. Chen Weimao didn't know how many times he had seen Meng Liji pretend to be pitiful, but it was still useful. Appearance is really a weapon with extremely strong lethality. Your brain and mental power are not damaged or deteriorated. But this time, the access was too sudden, and I am not used to it. Meng Liji took the initiative to explain. But it is also a gain. The machine induction process can be roughly analyzed, and maybe a mental defense device can be made. Chen Weimao disagreed with his risky behavior, but he could understand it. If he met Xia Fei in the future, he would just kill him directly. But the road was long, and he didn't know how far she could go. It was impossible for everyone to be a member of the Death Squad and constantly test her limits with human lives. The Federation has eliminated nearly half of the forces of freedom technology, and it seems that it has gained the upper hand. But the remnants behind are even more difficult to defend, and they can hardly defend. They must protect their own strength first. And Xia Fei is a person who doesn't care about her own life or death. Even if one body dies, she can just replace it with another one. And she has already mastered the ability to develop consciousness. Her willpower cannot be erased by endless siege and death threats. But if she loses all her previous efforts and loses her ability to research, Chen Weimao really wants to know if Xia Fei can still do so at that time. Did something happen to you? You seem to be in a bad mood. No. It's just... Chen Weimao subconsciously denied it, but suddenly froze for a moment and smiled bitterly. A little bit. Is Su Xiaoxiao with you? In Tilts. I go find you. She doesn't have to follow me this time. Chen Weimao smiled softly. Okay. Go somewhere with me. She slipped out quietly while Xiao Duan wasn't paying attention. At the agreed place, Meng Liji's aircraft docked with hers. You mean meeting me to do pure hard labor? Meng Liji dragged the complicated equipment and walked on the muddy gray land. I'm a patient, and I just recovered not long ago. I'm not asking you to do it. Chen Weimao lowered his head and looked at the data on the optical computer seriously. and responded to him not very attentively. That's about it. She stopped and started the machine. The bottom of the machine immediately took root in the soil. But the sound of operation was not loud. And even the vibration was minimal. Mengleji looked at the scan image transmitted on Chen Weima's optical computer inside. You said you would take a good rest with you for 2 days. But you really can't sit still. Chapter 165. The surface of the empty giant planet is thousands of miles thick. And the soil elements are very rare. So ordinary scanning cannot penetrate it at all. However, this level of crust is only a thin layer compared to this planet. And the hollow space under the ground is simply immeasurable. What do you think is underneath? Chen Weimo asked. The two of us should not explore it easily. Mengleji gently hugged her shoulders. How could he not know why he suddenly searched the center of the earth? She searched aimlessly, with hope and disappointment every day. After searching for the enemy numbly for a long time, she would sometimes forget what she was doing. He would sometimes remind himself that Freedom Technology coveted the bodies of federal soldiers. So the Federation, especially the military district, would never turn a blind eye. And Chen Weimo, these cyborgs, had never lived a normal life from the beginning. What right did they have to say? Forget it? Of course. If there is liquid matter underground and it erupts, I might be able to hold on. But you definitely can't. Thank you. Chen Weimo casually touched Mengleji's chin with his lips. I'm not crazy. I can't mess around with such a small thing on a strange planet. After the touch of a dragonfly touching the water, Mengleji wanted to hold her back. But unfortunately, the person's mind was not on him. And she was only concentrating on doing the reflex test. He looked at the serious silhouette and smiled helplessly. He hugged her from behind and deliberately blew in her ear. Did you get the result of your game? No. They are just ordinary bases. So you go back and search again? Not all substances can be penetrated by ordinary methods. So I have always ignored the existence of organisms in the center of the earth. Chen Weimo was a little annoyed. But since things have come to this, he might as well search again in a down-to-earth manner. Why did you suddenly think of this? Chen Weimo did not answer immediately. In addition to objective material factors, there is another possibility. That is, a shielding interference device was artificially placed between the center of the earth and the crust. She had encountered it. It was just too long ago, so she didn't remember it. She was about to speak when a harsh reminder came from the device. There was a sudden strong energy fluctuation in the area under their feet, and it would take 10 seconds for the impact to reach the ground. Run! She hugged Mengleji and activated the flight function on her combat suit. The spaceship not far away opened the hatch and moved together. Within a few seconds, the two of them crashed into the cabin, and the spaceship quickly moved away from the ground. Almost at the same moment, a blue light flashed outside, and a strong hot wind shook the spaceship violently. Mengleji rubbed his shoulders, which were pressed down by Chen Weimo when he was running for his life. He felt as if his upper body was being torn off. It hurt a lot, but he held it in and didn't show it at all. Did it hurt the bottom? He asked. Maybe. Otherwise, how could it be so accurate? And this is not a place where crustal movement is easy to occur. Chen Weimo exhaled and sat up. She looked back at the embarrassed Mengleji and suddenly smiled foolishly. What are you going to do? After seeing this many times, he knew that this kind of silly smile was either because he didn't want to talk or had some bad ideas. I want to try again. There are only a few situations. One is that the entire gray land of the planet is an automatic monitoring defense. As long as there is abnormal activity, it will mobilize the crystal blue magma-like thing below and spray it directly at the target. The second is that the underground is detected by an unknown method and attacked artificially. The third is that the underground terrain structure here is special, and it is easy to change as long as there is movement. Fourth, they were just unlucky. But after several experiments, it was more like the first case. Because every time she deliberately made noises, and the time interval between eruptions was almost the same. Who is in there? Chen Weimo leaned against the window, put his head on it, and looked at the hot blue sea of fire. No matter who it is, I suggest that the two of us leave first. Mengleji had seen enough of this back figure and forced the person to come over. Save. Record. Come back later. Chen Weimo covered Mengleji's mouth and said first. Go take a break. She clearly knew that she had been trapped in the false busyness she had set up during this period of time. Even now, she couldn't completely get out of it. Even if she agreed to meet Mengleji, she couldn't be completely happy. But she couldn't drag others into this state. As the spacecraft moved forward, The blue light from the window became weaker and weaker, and the dim world in the room kept breathing in and out heat, cold and hot. Until the end, they were unwilling to quit, and they hung on each other. Chen Weimao played with Meng Leji's hair, his eyes empty. I want Xiao Duan to get well first, but he doesn't want to, and always wants to come out with me. Is there any way to make him behave? What are you doing? She suddenly trembled, lowered her head, and buried her face in Meng Leji's wet hair. Although I also hope he will behave. But now, I really don't want to hear other people's names. Oh! After a moment of silence, Meng Leji sighed softly, and his hot breath was against Chen Weimao's neck. You can't stop him. Why not take the initiative to find him something else to do? He took the initiative to resign from the federal position. I am a little scared. He is a person who can do such a thing as dying together. I try. Chen Weimao made up his mind and went back to do it. So now, Meng Leji looked up and their eyes met. The long sleep that lasted for an unknown period of time was interrupted by the alarm. The house that was sent activated the enemy defense state. Chen Weimao opened his eyes, looked at the person in front of him, who was also confused, calmed down, and then woke up instantly, grabbed a piece of clothing, and rushed out of the house. Someone had broken into this territory, but they were still far away, and one team was chasing another team, wanting to kill them. She watched the excitement from below for a while, and both teams of aircraft in the sky crashed. So she rushed over alone to see if there were any survivors. The ground was full of broken metal fragments, and there were also things that looked like tentacles that had been broken into slag. But the nerves were still active, and they trembled from time to time along with the rotten meat. Chen Weimao noticed an inconspicuous circular pattern on the main body of the cabin, with only half of it left. She pursed her lips and walked straight over. There was no sign of life in the cabin, but she skillfully lifted the outer panel of the second cabin, revealing 3 unconscious 3-limbed creatures inside. Meng Leji arrived late, holding her clothes in his hands, his upper body naked. Seeing the mess, he immediately used his mental power, and was relieved after confirming that there was no danger. You wore the wrong clothes, and you didn't even take a weapon, but just ran over here. He pinched Chen Weimao's waist and deliberately tickled her ear. I know where they came from. Chen Weimao looked at him apologetically. I may have to go back to Tilts next time. I have the final say. Meng Leji did not try to persuade him to stay, but just sniffed at her collarbone. Chen Weimao solemnly touched his lips on tiptoe, which made him laugh instead. Let's go. I take you to the vicinity before leaving. There are still things to do at the base. Wait until the prototype of the consciousness blocking device is made. You can try it. On the way back, Chen Weimao sent a message to Natalia. Then she walked through the city with these 3 things in a mighty manner, and many people saw it, although the journey was a bit hasty. As soon as they entered the castle, a large number of servants and doctors rushed to treat the 3 strange creatures. Chen Weimao went straight to Natalia's room. How lucky are you that you can meet merchants from Baji Star after 2 days of playing? Natalia smiled helplessly, but she couldn't hide her joy. I set the defense range of my residence a little large. So, Chen Weimao tilted his head and felt very good. Baji Star is a resource transfer point outside of Tilts. The planet is short of survival materials. The gold and soil produced by the planet are meaningless to the natives. They rely entirely on exchanges with the outside world to obtain resources, which is completely opposite to Tilts. Because of this, Baji Star treats all merchants as honored guests, with extremely high status, and their confidentiality measures are very good, never spreading who they have dealings with. And all merchants will enter Baji Star on a spaceship marked with a red circular pattern. The merchant she picked up this time, if she is not mistaken, is from a Winka star. Did your husband sell the amphibole to them? Yes. Not only them. Morin has negotiated with many countries using the amphibole. Natalia still had a smile on her face, but the light in her eyes dimmed a little. Morin's private sale of chalcedony was a crime. But more importantly, by doing so, he challenged the national blockade policy, which was also a challenge to Natalia. God is blessing you. I told you a few days ago that you couldn't touch him, but now you have a chance. She handed Chen Weimao a cup of hot tea, and her other hand moved slightly in the air, and the originally gorgeous wall surface was slightly turned over until a whole screen appeared. A Winka star is not a rich place. Between chalcedony and something that can really enhance their strength, what will they choose? Then Morin. Don't worry. Natalia knew what Chen Weimao wanted to ask. On the surface, Morin was still a supporter of the relocation country, and he had many followers behind him. Even if the truth came out this time, Natalia would not easily eradicate him. It was just such a good opportunity. It would be a pity not to let him become a frightened bird. Freedom technology. I have never thought of ending the eradication of him. But you also know that Tilt will not come forward directly. She calmed Chen Weimo down. As long as Morin is useless, he will appear to die unexpectedly. But in fact, he will appear in front of you and let you interrogate him. Your Majesty. A guard ran in with a panic report. They rarely do this. And they only do this when there is serious unrest in the city. Your Majesty. Marquis Morin was attacked in the castle. Chapter 166. Chen Weimo followed Natalia to visit the seriously injured Marquis Morin. Actually, it was nothing. But because the injury was on the upper body, he was tied up to fix it. After all, if he was not wrapped up, he would have recovered. The guard said that after Marquis Morin arrived at the castle, 3 people disguised as soldiers suddenly appeared and rushed to the Marquis's face when they passed by. Fortunately, the people around him reacted in time. Otherwise his life would have been in danger. The 3 people died on the spot, and no physical evidence related to their identities could be found. Now there is no evidence. Morin arrived almost at the same time as Chen Weimo. He was lying on the hospital bed, pale and pitiful. Unfortunately, the people present did not buy it, and each of them performed superbly. Natalia held his hand affectionately and worriedly. Chen Weimo stood at the door, looking at the loving couple, and recalled the accident scene that had not been cleaned up when he came. It's a good angle to attack. If he is caught off guard, it is possible to kill him. But what is the purpose? What does Morin have? He is in charge of the Chalcedony, and his wife is the queen of a country. Apart from that, he has unknown contacts with the outside world. He has indeed obtained a lot of assets outside of Tilt's. Why do I suddenly feel that he is like Gu Qilai? He uses domestic resources to exchange for overseas assets. And at the same time, he really earned some advantages for Tilt's. Chen Weimo was distracted for a moment, and Mo Lin seemed to shift his gaze to her. I heard that the Duke brought back several injured guests for treatment. If the Duke and His Majesty have something else to do, go ahead and do it. I have nothing to do here. The Marquis is well informed. Chen Weimo had a blank expression on her face. Facing Mo Lin's pretense, she was almost an iron wall, and did not give Mo Lin a chance to chat with her. Okay. You take a good rest first. The Duke and I still have to go over there. Natalia smiled and patted the back of his hand, without saying anything more, and left directly. See? Mullen wants to withdraw. When they were alone, Natalia gently rubbed her fingers. Just now, she deliberately rubbed some blood on her fingertips and held him tightly, as if she cared about him very much. If something happened at this critical moment, it would not only aggravate the domestic turmoil, but if Tilts and Owenka Star really had dealings in the future, it would now give Owenka Star the impression that preemptive strikes were problematic. If Morin finds out about it in the future, and the bad guys complain first, who knows what kind of storm will arise? Can you bear it for a while? Natalia put her hands on the railing of the courtyard, with Morin's room on one side and the 3 merchants from Owenka on the other. Forget it. Help me do something. Go to the forest last time. She spoke softly and made a decision. Can I bring Xiao Duan with me? Natalia looked back at her, as if waiting for her explanation. Chen Weimo said, he will not reveal the secrets of Tilts, and his ability also needs to be tested on the spot. The most important thing is that this is my personal request. I don't want him to be completely devoted to the freedom technology and quietly seek death. Natalia chuckled, looking clear. I am a person who is soft-hearted and not hard-hearted. If you want, take him with you. Xiao Duan is okay. Thank you. Don't thank me too early. I haven't said what to do yet. As long as you agree to my request, you can do anything. Sincerity is the strongest weapon. Natalia looked at the serious face in front of her, and her threats and jokes were suppressed. It's not difficult. It's something you used to do. Xiao Duan originally had some complaints about Chen Weimo sneaking away, but seeing that she came back to explain seriously and promised to take him with her, he forgave her slightly. Chen Weimo asked him to wear a virtual mask to cover his face. He understood that they couldn't be too high-profile after all. She also asked him to familiarize himself with various animals and plants in advance. Maybe the environment is relatively harsh, so he still has to fight a prepared battle. she also said. Rehabilitate the Dodge? He thought something was wrong. And Chen Weimo didn't elaborate. When they arrived at the destination, everything became clear. That Majesty actually agreed to let me participate in their internal affairs? Free labor. It's a waste if not used. Chen Weimo replied without looking back. Xiao Juan followed silently. It's not that he didn't see a large number of defensive lines when he came here. But Chen Weimo was familiar with the route and perfectly exploited every loophole to avoid everyone. Is that Morin difficult to deal with? Not difficult. But he has no reason to do so. Chen Weimo never took Morin seriously. If Natalia hadn't stopped him, Morin would have lost his fortune countless times. This time I moved against him because his little thoughts are a bit annoying and disgusting. Natalia thinks there is no need to tolerate it and give him a warning. So she just needs a controllable target and a good-looking facade. Those resources are far less important than the power in her hands. Xiao Juan is familiar with this matter. There is nothing new under the sun. But he still admires her courage. Chen Weimo took Xiao Juan to climb a big tree that blocked out the sun and just happened to see a sentry post. She lowered her voice and said, "What we have to do is to make the entire planet riot naturally while erasing the traces of our actions, so that all the people of Morin will die at the hands of the animals and plants here." Do you do this often? Emolin saw her take out a lot of induction devices, many of which he had never seen before. I have always had only 1 or 2 helpers. If I do everything myself, I will be exhausted and may make a lot of enemies. Chen Weimo's movements suddenly became much faster, and her eyes were dodging. Xiao Juan knew that she was thinking of Zuiyun. Maybe she and Zuiyun came together before. Chen Weimo went down first to make a sample. She dug more than 1 meter deep into the ground, revealing a huge root block. And then she poured a little dark red liquid on it and quickly filled the pit. But the root also reacted violently. The moment the liquid touched it, the root vibrated, and the huge fat leaves above it rustled, almost blocking her way out. Fortunately, Chen Weimo was also quick and rushed out. When she climbed up the tree again, half of her face was red. This, don't learn from me. That leaf has a paralyzing effect and is very powerful. If you get touched, you're done. Anyway, that's probably it. Carnivorous plants don't need us to mobilize them. They are very active on their own. Go to the west and activate the Chun vines. I will help you attract the 00 beast. Can the building materials at the sentry post be destroyed by simple impact force? That's not the case. Chen Weimo pressed the function key to change clothes, and she immediately wore the same clothes as the local soldiers. In a panic, the soldiers resisted, but the frenzied beasts had hard skin and flesh. When biting, the weapons reserves at the sentry post were accidentally hit. Xiao Juan smiled for the first time in a long time. You have tried this method many times on the former foreign minister. Right? Of course. It is because he keeps improving his industry. This planet has no name yet. Morin intends to develop it. But the progress is slow because the environment is too primitive and a bit harsh for humans to survive. Now, it has returned to its original state. The scattered fragments are scattered among the hideous soil, and they are not very obvious. Perhaps there is no need for these to exist. The scan results show that there are no living humans, only various beasts that are still roaring. Let's go. The next one. Chen Weimo left without any reluctance, and she didn't even look at the sticky bioenergy overflowing under her feet. Xiao Juan didn't know what the resources here were, but from the little that was revealed by the sentry post, it could be seen that no matter who found this place, it would become a mining site. But now it seems that Chen Weimo, a part-time energy dealer, and that Majesty don't seem to care at all. Emolin still has 13 overseas businesses. Chen Weimo gave Xiao Juan a thumbs up neatly. We have to work non-stop, one by one in the shortest time. The rules were set in advance, so Xiao Juan could not use his mental power to prevent being discovered that someone was interfering. Chen Weimo could see that he was a little eager to try, so she refused directly. He was different from Mengleji. His body was far less endurable than Mengleji's. What will happen to Emolin after this? Xiao Juan asked. He will fall into my hands. Chen Weimo knew that he wanted to interrogate her, but she would hide for a while, and she had not figured out a way to stop him. She half-hidden and half-openly fought with Xiao Juan all the way, until the last one, Beta D25. Morin stored a lot of flammable materials here, but when they arrived, there was already a raging fire. The aircraft had to remain invisible and parked in a safe area in the air. In just 3 days, Chen Weimo and Xiao Duan almost didn't eat or sleep. And in a blink of an eye, Morin had nothing. Morin seemed to be completely quiet in tilts. But there were 3 more people coming in and out of his house than usual. The merchants from Awenka have woken up and are said to have had a good chat with Natalia. This fire. Xiao Duan looked at the fiery red flames under the monitor. Buildings collapsed from time to time. And no human activities could be seen at all. How did it start? I go down and take a look. Don't follow me. Xiao Duan grabbed Chen Weimo. What are you going to do? Can you escape this fire? Even if you can't escape, you have to find out clearly. You can't let someone plant a bomb for no reason. For the mess here? You? For her and for you. I don't want to miss any opportunity to get news about freedom technology. Chen Weimo interrupted him crisply. She knew that Xiao Duan didn't want to put herself in danger. But she didn't want to hear anything that would shake her determination. You have to do what you promised. If you stop me again, I really don't want to go down. Chapter 167. Who would want to go into a sea of fire? Even though Chen Weimo was wearing protective clothing and breathing normal oxygen, the hot air still made her feel like she couldn't breathe. Reply? A stiff voice came from the headset. Although Xiao Duan didn't go down, he agreed to give a response at any time. He can clearly see the vital signs of people. You said I feel hot now. Is it really hot or an illusion? Come up if you can't find anything unusual. Chen Weimo opened the half-melted door and finally entered the core area. There were no intact instruments left inside. And there were still small explosions. But with a previous knowledge of Morin's property and the scale of the explosion here, it should have been far more than that. He had already moved. And if he moved in this way, I'm afraid he didn't want to end it quietly. Then probably, she couldn't find anything useful. This place was deliberately cleaned up. But where can the weapons be hidden? Chen Weimo returned to the aircraft and told Natalia about the situation here while cooling down. Maybe when we were dealing with the last few. Morin had already realized it. Xiao Duan leaned against the door. Thinking about it. Whether Chen Weimo was in tilts was actually very popular. But no one would ask about it. Everyone knew that Chen Weimo was handling many things for His Majesty that were not put on the surface. And these things were often foreign exchanges that they could not touch. Pretending to have no reaction is to try to keep some reservations. It's not a completely losing deal. But what he hid was a weapon. No matter where the weapon is placed. It is a bomb that can explode at any time. Chen Weimo raised his head and looked at Xiao Duan. Come with me to Baji Star? Why? In what capacity? So I have to ask for your consent first. Xiao Duan, Whenever Chen Weimo showed this serious and somewhat flattering expression, it was usually not a good thing. As he expected, he boarded the Star Bandit's spaceship. There are many Star Bandits among the merchants on Baji Star, probably because of their good attitude and rare environment. All parties have formed a delicate balance and jointly maintained this place where they can trade at will. So the Star Bandits basically do not make trouble or rob here. Xiao Duan stood behind Chen Weimo, trying to avoid eye contact with the Star Bandit. But he couldn't stand the burning gaze. You don't come to the temple for no reason. Last time you asked me to rob the home of the federal foreign minister. And this time you brought a federal colonel directly to me. Sheng Tai looked at her and felt that even drinking water was bitter. What are you doing here again? Why are you so nervous? It's not a big deal. Can you take us to Baji Star? It's not difficult. Just follow us and don't wander around when you get there. As soon as he said that, he felt that the second half of the sentence was useless. She would definitely wander around. Just don't cause trouble for us. What trouble can I cause? Chen Weimo said this. But he had already made up his mind. The circulation of Baji Star is mixed. So it is normal to use someone's identity to sell something. And the inspection is not strict. In the past, she accidentally saw something that tilts could not circulate on Baji Star. And thus found out a few people with quick minds. And since Morin could get in touch with the Awenka people, it was possible that he could do something on Baji Star. It would be good to try his luck. Besides, she also wanted to buy something. Xiao Duan had been staying in the corner of the Sheng Ai spaceship. It was the first time for him to get so close to the Star Bandits so peacefully, and even ran to their lair. He also knew that Chen Weimo had been staying by his side so that he could feel more at ease. Otherwise, he would have been hanging out with the Star Bandits long ago. It's just, can you get along well with everyone? He couldn't help but ask politely. Yes. But you can also be friendly, and then turn hostile because of different positions. Chen Weimo answered very calmly, and even kept busy on the computer without looking up at him. Xiao Duan was silent, and silently curled the corners of her mouth. She has always been the opposite. First incompatible, then a common enemy. But it's a good thing to say the ugly words in advance. Please keep an eye on this thing for me. Chen Weimao showed Xiao Duan a short video clip, which recorded the movements of several strange tiny tentacles. As long as they touched the fine net surrounding them, their movements would stop or even become soft and droop. What material is this? It is said to be a natural, or that can suppress nerves and has high plasticity. Chen Weimao stared at the video in a trance. The partition solution used by Xia Fei and his team in the experiment was extracted from this ore. Colonel Meng, can you do it? It seems so. But we lack the raw materials. There is still a certain gap between artificial replicas and natural ones. How much do you want to buy? What do you want to buy with? Xiao Duan habitually asked all the details to assess the feasibility. All? I want all the spot goods. And I want to monopolize the production area. They can want whatever they want. I have it. Determined to get it. Good. The star bandits of Shuntai were quite polite to Xiao Duan, and did not come to provoke him. This was quite rare for the unbridled and free-spirited star bandits. Shung Tai himself was also very polite to Xiao Duan, although he only heard that the colonel had been seriously injured and was no longer active on the front line. He did not know that Xiao Duan had resigned from his post. Just treat it as an extraordinary time and take extraordinary measures. In this regard, it is no wonder that he can walk with Chen Weimao. Of course, he would not ask the purpose of Xiao Duan's trip. He still has a sense of boundaries. But he provided Chen Weimao and Xiao Duan with identity certificates and some weapons that are easy to hide, which can be regarded as a good relationship. Baji Star is as lively as ever. This place is a bit like Hypatia's unbounded city. But there are still many people coming and going there. While there are a group of people living here on Baji Star, trade is for survival, not just for the desires above the baseline. So in order to maintain the popularity, the Baji Star people will also allow merchants to trade with each other. Chen Weimao and Xiao Duan acted separately as soon as they landed. She followed Xingtai's people around and didn't find anything. But she was not disappointed. In such a large interstellar space, it is not too easy to hide something from people. There was a commotion not far away. Chen Weimao went to join in the fun because she saw Xiao Duan standing in a higher position next to her, eating leisurely. And he connected her brain and said out of the blue, "They are all neurological drugs. You can buy them." Chen Weimao got closer and heard two groups of people arguing. Everyone didn't speak the same language, and they were arguing with translators. You broke our things, and you still don't admit it? It's obvious that you maliciously lowered the price and knocked it over when you were trying to steal our customers. Nonsense. You are the ones who are crying wolf. They are talking a lot. Their real voices overlap with the voice of the translator in their ears, making it difficult for them to make a noise. But to put it simply, the things sold by both sides are somewhat similar, and today they happen to be close to each other, so it is easy to make comparisons. The two sides don't like each other. As for how the things broke, Chen Weimao glanced at Xiao Duan and suddenly felt that he was quite compatible with him. The market manager of Ba Jixing was caught in the middle, not tough at all, and tried to persuade them with kind words. But because of his height, he was hit by many elbows from the two sides, who accidentally got in the way. Chen Weimao squeezed to the front and took advantage of people not paying attention. She scanned their products with the detector she carried with her. One of them had 80% of the same content, and the other was a rare drug used to capture star beasts. She quietly put away her things, tidied her clothes, walked forward, and grabbed an arm with one hand. These two groups of people looked weird, and could not be defined by common sense. What she caught could not even be considered an arm strictly speaking. On one side was a semi-fluid creature like an octopus, and on the other side was a stone that was still falling apart. Who are you? What are you doing? Don't fight. It will make things difficult for the owner here. They wanted to shake off the thin woman, but found that it was useless to struggle, and the woman seemed to be holding tighter and tighter. This guest, please calm down. The administrator looked at the deformed limbs that were grabbed, and suddenly realized that this person was not someone to be trifled with. What day is today? Is it a day for poor management and salary deduction? He wanted to cry, but had no tears. Let's do this. Chen Weimao suddenly let go when the two men were trying to continue, pretending to compromise. I want everything you brought, including the broken ones. What do you have? What do you want? Such a big tone. But mysterious big players often appear unexpectedly in such trading occasions. With countless assets at home. Just for collection and hobbies. I don't know if this woman is. They cleaned up to make themselves look more respectable. I want to exchange the phaser. Do you have one? I need a space cannon. They are all powerful weapons. Chen Weimal looked at them carefully again. Okay. In 5 hours. When the things arrive, we will exchange them. She made the decision quickly and decisively. As if it was as easy as exchanging a few pieces of candy. Beijixing also specially opened a waiting area for this kind of reservation business. Chen Weimal took the opportunity to inquire about the source of the solution. If you know, won't you steal our business? The stone monster refused sternly. I'm not robbing you. I'm robbing the business of the person who sold you the stuff. What do you mean? You want to take over? If I can take over, I give you a 10% discount on the raw materials. The stone monster doesn't have a deep sense of contract. He go with whoever gets the discount. Actually, this stuff is not made by us. He leaned in and lowered his voice. That place produces it themselves. The purity is very high, but it's dangerous to use. I have a special channel here, and these things of mine are relatively safe products. Better than that. Chen Weimal understood for himself that what they have here is substandard waste, and the pure extract will not flow out. It doesn't matter. Just tell me where that place is, and I can go and talk. It's not easy to talk. The stone monster's head can actually show a little expression, and it is obvious that he has complicated feelings about this place. That place has no name, just a coordinate. The entry and exit are very strict. Anyway, I know that no outsiders have ever been there. Chapter 168. The octopus and the stone monster left with what they wanted. Satisfied, Chen Weimal pushed 2 large carts of equipment and energy and found Shuntai in the city center. As a thank you for bringing him to Baji Star. While dividing the things, Shuntai hesitated for a long time and still talked to Chen Weimal alone. Are you still fighting against Freedom Technology? Chen Weimal didn't tell him much about what he was doing, but occasionally passed on messages. Through what cooperation? In exchange for what? He guessed it. Just looking for someone. I heard that the leaders of Freedom Technology were killed by the Federation. Who else are you looking for? They are now a group of desperate wild dogs. It would be bad if you chased them too closely. To be honest, no one around me advised me to give up. You are the first. Chen Weimal smiled lightly. You know I am a cyborg. Xia Fei from Freedom Technology. She has a technology that can easily destroy the brain of a cyborg and occupy the body of a cyborg without any physical contact or instruments. But I still have to find her. Got it. Sheng Tai felt that it was unnecessary to risk his life, but he also had a little respect for people who risk their lives. Don't wait until you find someone and die without doing anything. Of course. Chen Weimal laughed. Sheng Tai searched in his space folding device and finally pulled out a small medicine bottle, which was full of light yellow particles. I robbed it before, and after killing and picking up everything, I found that it was a ship of Freedom Technology. I asked someone to check it out, and it seems to be a drug that relaxes people's nerves. Drugs? Chen Weimal took it, as if she had never seen such a thing before. When did you steal it? It's not a drug. Well, I can't tell. You can take it for testing. I just stole it a month ago. There's no use for me to keep it. Thank you. You gave me so many things for free. I just treat it as a gift. Let's go! Chen Weimal didn't leave immediately. She walked around Baji Star alone again. I heard that many drugs are in places with few people. First, some are too cruel. It's not good to show it in front of too many people. And second, if it's accidentally broken by pushing and shoving, the travel fee is not enough. So, these merchants gathered together without any prior arrangement, and only by word of mouth could they know where to buy. Beijixing also respected the decisions of the merchants, and it most occasionally gave directions, but never recommended them everywhere. Moreover, those medicines were not very helpful for Beijixing's basic survival. What do you want to buy? The stall owner saw Chen Weimal, a little girl, picking and choosing, and she didn't look like an expert. Just take a look. She walked back and forth, touching almost everything. Don't touch anything. It's poisonous. The stall owner was a little impatient, but he still restrained himself and took up a sample to demonstrate to her. He dripped a drop of liquid onto the meat cut from the star beast next to him, and a small puff of smoke immediately rose from it. And there was a sizzling sound. and a deep pit was corroded in the meat. The meat of the fried beast is harder than steel. This stuff is good? Chen Weimao sighed slightly, and the stall owner immediately changed his opinion of her. Just by looking at the meat quality, you can recognize which star beast it is, which means it is a frequent hunter in the interstellar. I want this. What can I exchange it for? No problem. Do you have the currency of the Scott Federation? If not, or will do. How much do you want? 500,000 for one bottle. Chen Weimao quickly operated on the optical computer and took away everything. The stalls behind were left barren wherever she went, and she almost took over everything. She exchanged almost everything she brought. The news that a rich woman came to buy it leaked out quietly. Chen Weimao herself was still unaware. She just felt that some eyes seemed to be getting hot. I have some neuroanesthesia here. Are you interested? Someone suddenly stopped in front of her and asked flatteringly. Chen Weimao looked him up and down. He was short and had wrinkles on his face. Not because of his age, but because the Fechin race was born like this. They are naturally hardworking and do everything. You can see their busy figures in every corner of the galaxy. Okay, take me to see it. But when he turned the corner, Chen Weimao suddenly smelled a foul odor and then lost consciousness. Just this? Several people came out, and the one standing in the front kicked her. She has thin arms and legs. Why do you want her? She won't get a good price even if you sell her. Didn't I tell you that she is rich and someone wants her? Then how much do you want for us? You have your eyes on a hill, don't you? After you finish this job, you can buy it. Chen Weimao's position changed from slow forward to high-speed movement, and Lin Qianxing was watching all the time. Xiao Duan behind him silently stared at Lin Qianxing and Gu Wenzhou busying themselves. Chen Weimao only said that someone would come to deliver something, but she didn't say it was these two people. Xiao Duan didn't expect it to be these two people. These two people should have been dead. Xiao Duan thought. Chen Weimao is a very tight-lipped person, and the thoughts of the two people in front coincided with Xiao Duan's. They seemed to be busy, but in fact they were also avoiding Xiao Duan's sight. Especially Gu Wenzhou. They were suppressed in the past, and now even if they left the Federation, that kind of unconscious obedience has emerged from their genes again. Who did she say she wanted to fish out? Xiao Duan asked, breaking the silence. Anyone can be used. When she asked us to come here, she said she found someone who used to supply goods to Freedom Technology Grayrel. Xiao Duan didn't know about this. He just thought Chen Weimao wanted to buy equipment. Now he realized that Chen Weimao had tilt support and had collected a lot of things outside in the past few years. She didn't need to waste time here. But would it be dangerous for her to go alone like this? But seeing how skilled Lin Qianxing and Gu Wenzhou were, they didn't seem to be worried. Chen Weimao's positioning didn't stop until he found a strange planet. Their aircraft had been in stealth mode and kept a certain distance from the front. Do you want to go down? Xiao Duan asked. After all, he and Chen Weimao didn't have much experience working together, so he had to listen to the opinions of these two people. He didn't want to experience the feeling of causing trouble again. Lin Qianxing handed Xiao Duan a set of equipment and patiently explained, in this case, we are usually just scouts, killing a few people who are in the way at most, and not making a big noise. This situation? Everyone proceeded step by step, except Chen Weimao. She was not good at pretending to be dead. After smelling the drug, she was a little out of control. But only a little. However, she had to collapse and be carried away without any strength. Motionless. This group of people moved quickly, but they were talkative. Chen Weimao heard a lot, although they were mainly after money. The buyer behind them didn't seem to be after her, but came after her. Chen Weimao closed her eyes tightly, feeling that she was wearing a lot of things. Occasionally, she squinted and found that she was not in the bright and spacious test site of Freedom Technology. Instead, it was dark and crowded, and the smell was not good, with a musty and damp smell. The built-in translator in her ear transmitted various unfamiliar languages in real time. She was the one who destroyed Alta like that? That's right. You didn't see it. It was horrible. She looked like a nobody. The more Chen Weimao listened, the more she felt something was wrong. Did she misunderstand something? She was clearly there to stop the Freedom Technology massacre? Did something happen later? Why spend money to buy her back? Just kill her. She was lying on the ground listening. And suddenly, there was a rush of footsteps getting closer and closer to her. She opened her eyes suddenly. Although the restraints on her body could not be torn off immediately, it did not affect her actions. She turned her disadvantage into a weapon and strangled the two people who were close to her. The unexpected counterattack made everyone present unable to react. In the narrow mine, they could not find a suitable angle to attack Chen Weimo again. Even if a bunch of people come, they can't beat me. Why don't we sit down and have a good chat? Chen Weimo gradually tightened the strength of his hands and threatened directly. You didn't faint at all? The drug can make normal creatures sleep for a whole day. She woke up so quickly, and it was so good. It doesn't seem like she was hit from the beginning. This thing is useless to me. Since you kidnapped someone, why don't you check it out in advance? Chen Weimo didn't know how many times he had been plotted against, although the other party didn't succeed very often. What's the matter with Alta you just mentioned? How dare you ask? The man who was tied behind her back said angrily. Skinning and destroying the city. What exactly do you want to do? Who told you I did it? You did all the shitty things you did. Your people can't stand it. Chen Weimo felt that it was a bit difficult to talk to them. So he simply picked up the two people. Tell me your name. Zwa Yun. Chen Weimo slowly put them down. But his hands did not reduce the force. When did you meet her? Just half a month ago. This person felt that Chen Weimo was not a person who could not be reasoned with. Nor was she guilty of such a heinous crime. Unless she was very good at acting. I went to save people. It was done by Freedom Technology. As for Zwa Yun, she used to be my friend. But now, she was brainwashed by Freedom Technology. She is no longer herself. Did you hear the Alta people say that I killed someone? Chen Weimo calmly clarified herself and tried to make the other party understand. Oh, consciousness invasion. You know? I've seen it. He seemed quite proud and well-informed. But the Alta people I met were talking about you. Zwa Yun was also sure beside him. They? Together? Yes. Chen Weimo probably knew what was going on. Freedom Technology returned to Alta. But the Alta people were too stubborn and unwilling to leave. Even if it meant death. Thank you. She let go of the two people. And at that moment, someone nearby opened fire. She raised her hand, and the things tied to her body were hit and scattered. What is your relationship with the Alta people? She continued to ask as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, the people surrounding her did not dare to act rashly. It was still possible to dodge the attack at such a close distance. Anyway, no one present could do it. They helped us. They are benefactors. When they mentioned this, they were really sad. Not pretending. Take me to Alta again. Chapter 169. There are no more signs of life in the kingdom of Alta. When she left last time, she actually had a hunch that with their concept of survival, let alone material desires, even the desire to exist is not high. Even if they escaped this time, they would not be able to escape the next time. But she did not expect that the group of people under Xia Fei would do it so ruthlessly. There was not even a trace of blood left. And it was in ruins. It seemed to have changed a bit based on the destruction last time. But without the living creatures, these traces seemed to have no meaning. It was originally a kidnapping. But because of too many provocations and resistances along the way, the people on this boat were not in the mood to be beaten. Revenge for the benefactor? You must be able to do it now. And Chen Weimo, if she really did such a thing, why didn't she run away? Why did she come all the way here to see her? Evidence of guilt? Or maybe she didn't take them seriously at all. Some things are hard to explain. And feelings and intuition are always contrary to the so-called evidence. Now that I think about it, the Alta people I met last time seemed indifferent and indifferent. Not indifferent. Chen Weimo walked in the surface ruins for a long time, until no one had the patience to follow her. The terrain here is complex, and the settlement is surrounded by various terrains. It seems that the only habitable place has been occupied by them. Moreover, the day and night are reversed 3 times a day. She went through 2 dark nights before walking back. Are you familiar with this place? The Alta people took us in for a few months before, so we are quite familiar with it. Is there a basin in that direction? She kept looking into the distance, and her mind didn't seem to be here. Yes, there is a lot of water in the basin, and even many of the supplies here are transported from there. Got it. I contact you later. I have something else to do. I'm leaving now. Leave? Where to? Didn't she follow us here? Suddenly a strong wind blew, almost blowing people off their feet. The wind and sand blinded her eyes, but she struggled to raise her eyelids, and a flying machine suddenly appeared in front of her. The door opened, and 2 tall men stood at the door to greet her. Where did this come from? Could it be that she had been following them? You? What do you mean? What do you mean you're still looking for us? Literally. The translator should be fine. Chen Weimao jumped up easily and turned to look at them. I'm asking you to help. It may be related to the Alta people. You should leave as well. Are you sneaking away to play with us? As soon as the hatch was closed, Gu Wenzhou stopped pretending and looked impatient. He followed all the way here. But nothing happened. And he was a little disappointed. I have to go back and speed up the progress. Chen Weimao always ignored his completely meaningless provocation. Muttered to himself. And suddenly raised his eyes to look at him. Don't you have anything to do? The two suddenly put their arms around each other's shoulders and whispered openly. Then Gu Wenzhou took Lin Qianqing, who was unaware but pretended to be gentle, away. I didn't expect that you would get along with them so naturally. Xiao Duan couldn't help but sigh. After all, the person Chen Weimao had killed was a relative with whom they had a real blood relationship. When Zui Yun got into trouble, they were there too. It was Zui Yun who cut off Gu Wenzhou's arm. Chen Weimao responded indifferently. Shuri Chen also died at that time. In just one sentence, Xiao Duan got some more information. And the nodes of many things in the past were connected. Okay. Chen Weimao seemed to have made a decision suddenly. And he seemed to be energetic again. Go back to Tilts and concentrate on helping Natalia finish this matter. Mullen? Well, Natalia said not to touch him for the time being. But I don't want to wait. You are an outsider. Don't take the initiative to provide opinions if you can avoid getting too involved. Even if she trusts you. To what extent can the monarch trust you? Xiao Duan was silent. And then said, I know. So I can't do it from her. Chen Weimao was not discouraged at all. But rather had a bit of expectation. It was not only Xiao Duan, but also Mo Lin who felt that Chen Weimao had changed significantly. The person who never treated him well actually smiled at him sometimes? Blowing up so much of his property. Was this a way of showing off in secret? But he still couldn't get angry. Because Natalia assigned him more official duties. At least in the eyes of outsiders. She relied on him more. But this can only be a temporary loss. He will still get it back in the future. The progress of the national relocation has involved most of the big families and people with titles. And some civilians have also moved to the new planet. After 2 months, the opposition is still there. But it is getting smaller and smaller. Because life on the new planet is no different from that in Tilts. People have no losses. And even received a lot of subsidies. The assassinations and turmoil that once occurred in the castle were suppressed by all parties at the same time. As if those things had never happened. The civilians had no idea that blood had been shed and lives had been lost here. Natalia had been living a good life these days. Those who were secretly making trouble were gradually becoming powerless. The happiest thing was that the migration progress was not far from the time of reckoning. Chen Weimao is still struggling? She asked Xiao Duan, who was writing furiously at the small table next to her. He had been doing auxiliary work for the past 2 months. His health had improved. And he was awake more and more. And his working hours were getting longer and longer. Yes. Basically living in the cave. She is really. Natalia was at a loss for words. This place is not abandoned. Let her not go too far. She knows her limits. She is not angry. She is just cultivating feelings with that thing. Successful? I don't know if it is successful. The two looked at each other. And Natalia actually understood a little bit of the unspeakable situation. Let her come over. It took a little longer than before. Chen Weimao did not go directly into Natalia's room, but stood in the garden below and waved slightly. If you try to see more clearly, you can see that her face, arms, and legs are all wrapped in thick bandages. This is considered a safe distance. She tested it out. Xiao Duan was still explaining. She brought that thing here? Natalia almost lost control, but then calmed down her tone. So far, she hasn't told me the whole situation of that thing. Yi Er and Chen Weimao coaxed that thing every day like a child. And it took so long before they were allowed to touch it. To be honest, they don't know much. But she still tried to tame it. Not taming. Xiao Duan immediately denied it. On this point, he still recognized Chen Weimao. She never thought of dominating any creature. She just provided whatever the other party needed. Even if the other party had no language and could not communicate, it would not be difficult to live in peace. Live in peace. Natalia sneered. She watched Chen Weimao move with difficulty. And her heart was peace. The 2 words gave him some new understandings. Isn't it said that the thing is sensitive? Suspicious and timid? How can Chen Weima's utilitarian approach to it move it? It can't be said to be moved, but it is familiar with it. Besides, she really has no ill intentions, and can even help it. Help it? Help it with what? Chen Weima waited for a while. It was not easy to jump all the way here on one leg. The places on his body that were burned by the unknown energy being emitted by the dried meat were painful and itchy. He couldn't stand comfortably. After a while, Natalia called her, and the two looked at each other from a distance and talked. It's moody, and doesn't recognize its master. Can you handle it? Natalia poured cold water on him right away. It doesn't matter if you can't handle it. Even if it attacks me, I can avoid the fatal part. That's enough. What kind of weapon can't you get that you must use? Help each other, Chen Weima said carelessly. What do you want me to do? What can you do in your current state? Nothing will be delayed. Then I leave Morin to you, Natalia said suddenly. The weapons he transferred have been found. Destroyed or the little stuff brought back is not as valuable as the fuel for the aircraft. She pretended to be sad and touched the luxurious necklace on her chest. I just feel a little sad that my second husband has used up his usefulness so quickly and is about to die. Yo. Chen Weima was used to her look. Didn't you say before that you needed a child to inherit the throne? Good-looking genes are valuable, but stupid inferior genes should not contaminate me. Besides, his work is not very satisfactory. Xiao Duan bit his back teeth unconsciously behind him, but said nothing. Oh! Chen Weima deliberately prolonged his voice. Then how did he die? No body left. Understood. When Xiao Duan returned to the Gem Valley at night, Su Xiaoxiao was dragging the raging silver leopard to fight on the ground. He found that this spirit body actually didn't like humans very much, although everything she did in the past was related to human groups. During this time here, she did not even take the initiative to disrupt the order anywhere, because Chen Weima was determined to take down the creature. Su Xiaoxiao stayed here for a long time, playing with cats and dogs every day, and rarely talking to people. She even ignored Ear. She seemed to be much stronger than Ear. Ear and Chen Weima sat aside and chatted around a small piece of dried meat the size of a fist. It seemed that the progress was good. This scene of everyone doing their own thing was both weird and warm. Chen Weima saw Xiao Duan approaching, and she took the initiative to move him away, because he would definitely talk about work seriously. If she annoyed that thing, she would be the one in trouble. Mo Lin. I am familiar with this kind of work. You don't need to plan it. But after he is taken away by us, you come to interrogate him. Otherwise, I will not be gentle and kill him. Chen Weima took the initiative to plan. You keep an eye on Mo Lin's movements. I go out first. The dried meat behind seemed to jump. Xiao Duan happened to see it, and his heart almost stopped. He had seen the power of this thing. He didn't know how Chen Weima made it agree to take part of its body to the ground. He suddenly realized something. You don't want to take it with you? Yes. It told me a place. How did you communicate? Some skills and sincerity. Chen Weima played with a stone in his hand, throwing it around. Once we get the team together, we can take control of the initiative. Chapter 170. Utilitarianism is also a kind of sincerity. It was only when watching Lao Zhua doing things that Chen Weima came up with this idea. Lao Zhua has friends all over the galaxy. Although he is engaged in the employment business, it is never a one-time deal. The initial precautions are just to screen out the right people to get along with. If he determines that they are people he can contact, he will try his best to help them equally. If he is not familiar with them, he will take the initiative to contact them. And if he is familiar with them, he will do his best to keep them. Chen Weima used to feel exhausted when watching them. She knew she couldn't do it, but she usually learned to do it unconsciously. When she really needed people, she could actually pull together a small team and didn't have to charge into battle alone. She was now watching the mountains and the ground collapsing in front of her, the earth and smoke gushing and spreading, covering the sky and the sun. And the originally solid ground under her feet was shaking like liquid, and she could be crushed to death at any time. But she was still sighing in her mind. She went to many places before she found something similar to the underground of Tilts. Because it is so strange, it cannot be described using known biological concepts. But it is indeed a creature with self-awareness. They are huge, often as big as half a planet, and have all kinds of strange shapes. Some look like half-dried, wrinkled skin. Some look like dry and twisted tree roots. And some look like a stone from the outside. But when doing chemical tests, it looks like a compressed state of some energy forming a physical object. It is flowing. existing between the gaps in latitudes, and does not belong to any world. She still couldn't find a way to communicate with this thing. But luckily she came across some literature. People at that time named this creature leech. They like to roll into a ball, disguised as meteorites or planets floating in space, and have no initiative. They don't need to eat or move. Over time, many stones are attached to their bodies, wrapping them up. Although it is huge, the function of each part is the same. Even if a small piece is broken off, it still has consciousness. And because of their own energy, the resources on the planets formed in this way are often very abundant. Just like tilts, those creatures living on their bodies have been blessed by them for generations without knowing it, and they have gradually closed themselves off. If no one actively provokes them, they will not wake up. No one knows how long they can live. This information has been recorded for many years and may not be universal. But the only thing that is certain is that they are very lonely, because they float endlessly. They cannot find their own kind, and they spend thousands of years in silence, either hide underground or break into small pieces. As meteorites hit all over the interstellar space, the emotions that IR felt, counted over and over, were nothing more than loneliness, fear, and curiosity. But when he interacted with them emotionally, IR said that it was very comfortable, but also very scary, like some kind of abyss. He watched himself being sucked in soberly. That kind of empathy is hard to find in living things. Chinwemo has now found its kind. Under this lifeless planet. Chinwemo. Run! Gu Wonjo entered the mecha and flew into the air. The debris was still hitting the mecha shell from time to time. Everything happened too suddenly. Chinwemo was walking in front of her alone. There was no sign at all. The ground cracked. He didn't have time to help her. But Chinwemo looked like she didn't realize the changes around her. She looked forward and didn't move. Chinwemo had told several of their former commanders not to connect with her perception casually, and only talk through the headset. But in this scene, she could only hear the vague and subtle sound of Gu Wonjo's shouting over there. Lin Qianqing's mecha rushed into the falling rocks. Gu Wonjo couldn't take care of that. But he grabbed Lin Qianqing and sent him to death. Calm down. 2. He watched helplessly as a huge piece of rubble blocked his view. And Chinwemo's life and death were uncertain behind him. She has an energy shield. Nothing will happen. He was also trying to calm down. Your mental power is not a decoration. You should be able to detect that she is still alive. In terms of mental power, he admitted that Lin Qianqing was stronger than him. But it was probably because there were two people in Lin Qianqing's body. He would never admit that it was due to talent. So Lin Qianqing could do more than him. Are you still there? Chinwemo's voice suddenly came from the device. Come out if you're alive. Gu Wonjo gritted his teeth. He didn't agree to look for monsters of the same kind. It's better not to have uncontrollable teammates. You guys step back. Don't get hit. Lin Qianqing calmed down now. He couldn't help but smile when he heard Chinwemo's words. Just as the two of them retreated to the safe area, a piece of ground suddenly rolled in front of them. But it stopped abruptly when it reached them. The soil block opened a little, and Chinwemo stood inside intact. What is this? Gu Wonjo got out of the mecha, and the smell of soil filled his nose. But the strange real-time landform formed in front of him seemed to prove that Chinwemo had won the bet again. She really reached a certain consensus with that thing. At least it would not hurt. I said long ago that its character is actually not bad. Chinwemo jumped down, and the small piece of dried meat he brought with him also changed shape. It stretched itself, and the color became lighter, and it hung limply on Chinwemo's shoulder. So what are they? Acknowledging their ancestors? Sworn brotherhood on the spot? I don't know. Anyway, they seemed quite happy. Chinwemo received the emotions of the leeches through the stone that could transmit emotions that he had obtained a long time ago. So far, it's not bad. Everything is going well. While Gu Wonjo was studying the leeches, a flame in the air not far away became stronger and stronger. Lin Qianqing watched it fall straight to the ground and turned to look at Chinwemo. Is it such a coincidence? It can't be considered a coincidence. Lin Qianqing spoke slowly. This thing is so big that it almost turned over half of the planet. The gravity has changed a long time ago, and it is normal for ordinary aircraft to be disturbed. Go and have a look. It was similar to what Lin Qianqing said. The small and broken aircraft did not have such strong control and had to make an emergency landing. Fortunately, the two people inside were still alive and not injured. They were just a little confused. Chinwemo recognized their team logo. It was an interstellar organization specializing in scavenging, called the Nelson Group. When she first arrived at the Federation, she did some purchasing work, which was actually similar to the work of scavengers outside, except that her goal was clearer. Scavengers pick up whatever they can find. Chen Weima took out the nutrient solution from her package and handed it to them. After they became more conscious, they gradually tasted it. This is... You too. I'm not. I just know someone from your organization. And they gave it to me. The nutrient solution made by the Nelson Group is not circulated outside, because scavengers are always outside and don't have time to help each other. So they can basically be regarded as cut off from all support. So the nutrient solution they make themselves is more effective than the one circulated and sold between stars. And the taste is also different. Chen Weimao gave them this to avoid suspicion and guarding right from the start. Then we are friends. The two men took Chen Weimao's outstretched hands and stood up. I am Talon. This is Xia. Chen Weimao. Chen Weimao briefly introduced that the damage to their aircraft just now seemed not only caused by the fall, but also obvious traces of weapon attack. Where are you from? Don't mention it. It was also bad luck. We went to Iconic Star to scavenge, but we encountered a war there. We had to work hard to escape. Iconic? Gu Wenzhou seemed to have touched upon a key word. Why is there a war there? You know this place? Chen Weimao asked back. Iconic is an observation point outside the Federation. But it's not that important. It's not at the strategic level. And it's quite deserted. Even if use fights, it won't be there. Right? Gu Wenzhou asked Talon. Do you know who's fighting there? There are a lot of Federation soldiers. And one side. I didn't see anyone. But they were bombing non-stop. Iconic's defense line was so broken that it couldn't be restored. It was almost a one-sided crushing. Gu Wenzhou looked unhappy. He had never heard of the Federation losing such a battle. The three of them helped the two men repair the aircraft, gave them some equipment, and watched them leave. Do you want to go to Iconic? After the men left, Chen Weimao asked Gu Wenzhou. He didn't answer, but Chen Weimao knew that Gu Wenzhou wanted to go. But once he showed his face, he didn't know what troubles would come later. Let's go. We don't need this little fuel. As soon as Chen Weimao took a step, the leech on her shoulder shook. She didn't understand what was going on, and took a few more steps, and the ground shook again. Is it going to follow? Lin Xianqing probably understood that it was relying on Chen Weimao. It had been quiet for so many years, and suddenly someone took the initiative to help it find its own kind. How could it let it go easily? But how to carry such a big thing? The aircraft? Is it the same speed as this planet? Chen Weimao asked silently. This time quietly. Iconic was not far from here. Before flying over, one could see 1,000 fires ahead from the monitor, and various debris were thrown out at high speed, making it almost impossible to get close. The energy shield released by the aircraft was almost destroyed by the impact, and the data showed that the radiation here was very strong and very abnormal. Was it like this here before? Chen Weimao asked Gu Wenzhou. But it was obvious that the other party's expression told her that it was not. Just as Talon said, she did not see the attacker. But he continued to attack, and the scale of the weapons was comparable to that of the Federation, or even stronger. There is an energy shield on this aircraft. It's big enough, but I don't know how long it can last. Chen Weimao made a decision immediately. She didn't have any psychological fluctuations when she heard about the Federation's war. But she didn't want Gu Wenzhou to be so entangled. Now we need a mecha to go out of the cabin to cooperate. I do it. Gu Wenzhou agreed immediately. The general process is not difficult, but there are risks. Just like casting a net, and then using inertia to throw yourself into the net. Chen Weimao left the large leech there, disguised as a floating meteorite, and the three of them followed the aircraft and threw themselves into the territory of Iconic, breaking a path through the roar of fire. The moment the energy shield formed and gathered, the world was quiet. Countless mechas were flying in the air. The war ended, and everyone was confused. But some people noticed a strange aircraft and a strange mecha. Chen Weimao got out of the cabin and climbed outside. Here she had to wear protective clothing. Otherwise she would not be spared if she was exposed to this level of radiation for a long time. Many mechas surrounded them, and only one popped out. Chen Weimao was stunned. Yu Xianyan? Chapter 171. I was just wondering why the attacks were suddenly blocked. You did this? Is it okay? Yu Xianyan's mecha shell was already damaged. Normally, she would have been finished. But she still insisted, which shows how badly she was suppressed here. Who are you fighting? Chen Weimo asked. It's impossible that they don't know. Right? Yu Xianyan didn't answer. In her opinion, Chen Weimo's attitude towards the Federation was unclear, and it could even be said that he had no good feelings towards it. Chen Weimo was also observing the surroundings. She found many familiar mechas, belonging to different military regions and different teams. Overall, they were in a mess and in a state of disarray. Joint battle? Oh, by the way, Colonel Meng is here too. Seeing Chen Weimo's serious look, Yu Xianyan quickly shifted her attention. Huh? When the barrier was breached for the first time, I saw Shibo was the first to rush up to replenish the materials, and I didn't see him afterwards. It was so chaotic that it was not easy to find teammates. To be honest, Yu Xianyan didn't even know how many people were still alive in Shibo. When the outer barrier was damaged for the first time and a large gap was created, most of the interception failed, and only the most primitive manpower could be used to fill it up. That was the most chaotic moment. After the barrier was repaired, it held up for a while. But so far, she didn't know how many people had died. I give you the authority to help reinforce the energy shield. If it's not enough, use the things in the spare number 3 fuel mixed weapon cabin to fill it up. Chen Weimo quickly gave a few instructions to Lin Qianqing and Gu Wanzhou, and started the micro-aircraft to fly over the group of mechas and head straight for the ground and buildings below. On the optical computer, Meng Leji never replied. Judging from the location, he is right below. But there are ruins below. Many people are constantly transporting the wounded in and out. And these few intact buildings are probably temporary hospitals. She flew around the building a few times. Someone saw her and caused a little commotion. But she pretended nothing happened. With a flash of light, she immediately turned around and fell backwards, stuck between the broken windows. Found you. Meng Leji had just pulled out the steel bar that had penetrated his shoulder. Half of his body was covered in blood. He was still holding the half of the steel bar in his hand. He stared blankly at the unexpected person who blocked the light outside and appeared more than 10 stories high. What are you doing? Let me do it. Chen Weimo jumped in and calmly took out the medical equipment she brought with her. After a quick look, it seemed that they really had no resources. They actually used needles for suturing. This was probably the level of manual labor nearly 100 years ago. There were a few other people in the room. In addition to Mu Fenghua, they were also acquaintances of Shibo. They were treating each other's injuries. None of them were serious, but they looked listless. Who are you fighting? Why is the team so chaotic? Chen Weimo asked. She seemed to be used to fighting with people. When she encountered a real long-range firepower confrontation, the existence of people was insignificant, even useless. The Federation is recovering the outflow of weapons, energy and technology, which has caused many people to be dissatisfied and resist. Aknik is a temporary transit station, and the guard force is a little weak. It was suddenly attacked here. All the teams that were not far away were recalled for defense. But the combat power was very different. Meng Leji was talking when his hand was suddenly held by Chen Weimo. He was a little surprised that she was so exposed in front of others. And then he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, and his brain went blank for a moment. Barrett, this is to accelerate cell repair. It is a little painful, but it will heal quickly. Chen Weimo poured some light green solution on his wound and immediately applied gauze. Meng Leji was shaking all over, but he was trying his best to suppress it. He rested his head on Chen Weimo's arm, breathing rapidly, and his blood vessels and veins were faintly throbbing. Chen Weimo couldn't bear to watch it anymore. So he turned his head to distract his attention and stood still to throw the same medicine to several people around him. Did you make the energy shield outside? Meng Leji calmed down a little and asked. I don't know how long it can last, but if we keep attacking at the same density, it should be fine for another hour. And replenish energy. You should take a break first, Chen Weimo whispered. They are here too. If someone recognizes us. Okay. Don't worry. Meng Leji knew who she was talking about, so she would help. The door was suddenly pushed open, and there was some noise in the corridor. Oh, she stood at the door in a panic, looking at Chen Weimo with a look of joy and a little grievance. I heard that someone was invading, and I thought I had to go alone. But I looked familiar from a distance. It was really you. Is your mecha broken again? Yeah. His eyes were full of red bloodshot, and it was hard to tell whether he was too tired or it cried. He grabbed Chen Weimo and ran out. Meng Leji and Mu Fenghua looked at each other in silence. What happened? Chen Weimao felt that Oji was a little abnormal. He was usually a little noisy. But today, he was in a state of panic. Did you bring medicine? The kind outside the Federation that can bring back the dead. Or something very powerful? Of course there is medicine. But isn't it a bit exaggerated to say that it can bring back the dead? Who wants to use it? Yixuan. Chen Weimao's footsteps froze. Oji rushed forward in a hurry. And was brought back by her and stumbled. What happened to her? At first, I just thought she fell to the ground and the mecha was damaged. But when I went to look for her, I found that many of her bones were broken and her nerves were severed. Oji looked at her with red eyes. She can't move. The noise seemed to disappear for a moment. And Chen Weimao immediately came back to his senses. Where is Iran? She's fine. She's still helping to treat the wounded and maintain order. You go help her first. Tell her. I find a way. Everything will be fine. Oji wanted to ask something else, but was pushed away by Chen Weimao roughly. She stood in front of Qi Yixuan's ward for a few minutes before opening the door and going in. She didn't expect that Moroa was there too. And he looked even more depressed than the wounded outside. He sat in front of the bed, motionless. He didn't even respond to the sound of the door opening. Chen Weimao just took a quick look. Qi Yixuan had countless tiny tubes inserted into her body. And many thick needles were densely inserted into her body. But she was still conscious and looked at Chen Weimao in surprise. Moroa only came back to his senses when he saw Qi Yixuan making some movement. Go call the doctor in. It's too chaotic outside. I can't tell who is who. And no one will listen to me. Chen Weimao said to him. Doctor? Are you? Go quickly. Oh. Okay. He stood up and accidentally overturned the chair. And ran out to find someone. What's going on between you and him? Chen Weimao asked Qi Yixuan in a low voice after confirming that Moroa was no longer visible. What's going on? Qi Yixuan turned her face away a little, which was one of the few actions she could do. It doesn't seem like it's just recently. I thought you had already heard about it. But you just pretended not to know like everyone else. It turns out you are really stupid. Everyone has their own expertise. I can see that you are already very good now. Qi Yixuan was speechless and wanted to laugh. But it was okay. At least she didn't have to look at the pitiful eyes anymore. When I was in the military school, I occasionally slept. But it was just for sleeping. Nothing else. He is the one who is entangled. It has nothing to do with me. Oh! Chen Weimao gave an understanding response with an ambiguous meaning, which made Qi Yixuan feel guilty. Did you see the situation outside? Are you still beaten so hard that you can't fight back? We can't even find where the enemy's main force is, she asked. Anyway, now we have time to rest. Qi Yixuan wanted to ask more, but Moroa rushed in with his men. The two people in the room hesitated to speak, and this scene seemed to be very exaggerated. The two of them even looked at each other, as if they understood the disdain in each other's eyes. Chen Weimao took out a few injections. It promotes nerve repair and regeneration. Please help me find the right position. I may not be able to do it. This is... Moroa took it, and did not dare to use it directly. I stole it from Freedom Technology. Chen Weimao shrugged his shoulders, pretending to be relaxed. We have done so many experiments on us. There must be some practical output. It may not be restored to normal, but it is better than now. What happens next? I will find a way. The drug test results came out quickly, but the doctors looked embarrassed. There are a lot of ingredients banned by the Federation. Usually the effect is too strong, and there may be side effects. The patient is too weak now. I don't know if he can bear it. When Qi Yixuan heard that it came from Freedom Technology, he had a general idea in his mind. And he also knew that the risks and benefits were usually not accepted by the Federation. Use it. Can it be worse? Yixuan, don't hesitate. Moroa was immersed in sadness. This emotion even surpassed the person involved. And the leech on Chen Weimao's shoulder trembled. She held the thing down and tried to soothe it. But as the drug was injected into Qi Yixuan's body, the concentration of pain suddenly increased in the room. She felt something was wrong. And the temperature on her shoulders seemed to have risen a lot. I go out for a while. You guys continue. She didn't even have time to go out the door. She opened the window and fell headfirst. When leeches emit energy outward, they will first form a concentrated opening. Chen Weimao saw a place where no one was, and projected the leech out. And a huge energy ball and dazzling light instantly burst out in the air. Everything happened very quickly and ended very quickly. However, A deep pit with a diameter of tens of meters appeared on the ground in an instant. Chen Weimao lay on the ground and looked at the people and mechas that gradually gathered around her. Her mind was still not very clear. This was her daily life with the leech and tilts. It can be said that she had no control over it at all. Sure enough, it was better not to bring it to crowded places. Ancestor. You are really my ancestor. There were many people watching. And only Qi Yirang came forward to help her. She looked very tired. Just holding on. What is this? My friend? Chen Weimao tried to avoid the topic. But it would be hard to hide it after causing such a commotion. So she had to run away. She held Qi Yirang's hand and said nothing. But she was firm enough. Although she didn't know if there was any way, she had to find it. The commotion below gradually stopped. And there seemed to be movement above. And it was inside the energy shield. Chapter 172. Why are you with her? The soldier grabbed Gu Wenzhou's collar and held his gun against him. Not many people came up to dissuade him. Most of them were just observing. Why don't you come back if you're still alive? Gu Wenzhou didn't resist at all. Just looked at his former comrade and classmate calmly, letting him vent. Because he had nothing to say. He just secretly contacted Lin Qianxing to tell him not to come out and cause trouble. In fact, he was recognized before he even left the mecha. Because those people are too familiar with him. Even if the mecha is modified, his every move can be recognized. Gu Wenzhou's indifference made the soldiers even more angry. But before he could do anything, a huge force suddenly hit his arm. Half of his body was numb. And he couldn't even see clearly what it was. The two stood on the aircraft and confronted each other. There was still a high distance from the ground. Both of them almost lost their balance and fell down. But they were both pulled. Talk properly. Why are you pulling my clothes? Chen Weimao seemed to pull the two apart. But in fact she only stopped the person she didn't know. And her gun was deformed by the impact. Don't think I don't know. You are just a hollow man in human skin. Haven't you done enough things in the Federation? The soldier was emotional and couldn't resist. And even wanted to bite him. You know you still mess with me? Do you believe I will break you into pieces and mix you with rice? Why are you scaring him? Gu Wenzhou gently brushed Chen Weimao's hand that was holding the soldier. And Chen Weimao did the same. After all, it was between them. Did you find someone? Yes. Chen Weimao's eyes dimmed a little. She didn't have to pretend that nothing happened when she was not in front of Shibo. There is an emergency. I have to speed up the progress. Then let's go. It's okay here, for now. Gu Wenzhou didn't say a word to others, but was deliberately communicating with Chen Weimao. But outside, due to the sudden deployment of the energy shield, the enemy's warship finally appeared. I don't know what technology they used, but they just couldn't detect it. A warship that covered the sky, and the sun was almost half the size of the original base of Eichnick. And it was loaded with countless weapons. Seeing that they could not attack, they stopped the ineffective attack and gathered their strength. Can we get out? Gu Wenzhou asked. They were so embarrassed when they came in. They couldn't throw themselves out again. Right? They didn't have much fuel. Yeah. Chen Weimao also had a headache. It was basically impossible for the three of them to fight out. The federal teams were busy with their own affairs. So she didn't count on them. The leech on her shoulder trembled again. Don't get angry here. There are too many people here. I can't hide. But it was still moving uncontrollably. It raised its head, and Chen Weimao looked in the direction it pointed. Suddenly, a strong storm arose outside the energy shield. The visible state was that the meteorites and spacecrafts outside were all spinning and moving away uncontrollably. Even the energy shield was flickering intermittently, as if it would go on strike at any time. The sky above was engulfed by blue-white beams, making it impossible to open your eyes. The roar enveloped the five senses, as if tearing the soul apart. The world took a long time to completely calm down. But it suddenly changed, and people couldn't tell whether it was really quiet or there was something wrong with their hearing. Countless metal fragments streaked across the sky, forming a series of flames. The outside world was indeed in a state of collapse. Almost forgot it. Chen Weimao stared at it and muttered. His shoulders shook again. I didn't forget it. How could I forget it? It's impossible. Chen Weimao actually didn't know why the leech would help him. This didn't seem to be recognition. It was a bit like urging her to help it find the next one of its kind. For the time being, let's just assume that. Anyway, now she has basically been deprived of the right to go to crowded places. No one in the Federation knew what happened outside. The vicious attackers were killed in the blink of an eye, and the huge spaceship was shattered. They didn't even see the weapon. This helper you found. Gu Wenzhou was speechless. There are many biological weapons raised in the interstellar space, but he has not seen many with his own eyes. Chen Weimo is the only one with such attack power. Helper? I am not worthy. I am its slave. Your mentality is good. The soldier next to him was originally very angry and uncomfortable, but after listening to what the two of them said, it seemed this was their work. Let's go. If you don't leave, you will be treated as an animal for viewing. Lin Qianqing passed the message in the aircraft. He could see clearly from inside that since the danger here has been temporarily lifted, there is no need for them to waste their energy here. It's been a while since we last met, but he's still as arrogant as ever. Gu Wenzhou glanced at the person beside him seemingly casually, and before his anger level had subsided, he turned around and returned to the spaceship. Hey, you? The man wanted to grab him and question him, but was stopped by Chen Weimo. Where can he live more easily? Or where can he survive? Since you know him, you should know it. Right? What happened to Gu Qinglai now? Do you really think your superiors can let go of anyone who might know about it? What do you care? He was stubborn. But Chen Weimo knew that many people just couldn't accept this form of concealment for the time being, and her appearance might arouse some people's rebellious psychology, but they would not really push their former comrades to a dead end. Since Gu Wenzhou appeared here, it was enough for them to think whether it was an accident at that time. Chen Weimo looked at the ground, but couldn't see clearly. He couldn't find the person he wanted to see, so he left directly. The scattered team of Eichnick cleaned up the scene, but when trying to recover the energy shield, it suddenly started self-destruction, which did not affect the people nearby, but made them only see but not touch. Colonel Meng, is Chen Weimo provoking our Federation with this behavior? Someone came over angrily to ask. We are also trying our best to avoid leaving weapons behind when we are on duty. So I don't know what you are angry about. Meng Liji responded indifferently. He already had shoulder pain and many trivial matters, and now there was such a noisy voice. He was able to respond politely, which was good enough. But she is after all a former member. Now she is a free person. If the colonel is like this, it's not appropriate to use the word cover-up for someone who lends a helping hand. Originally, in a temporary multi-team collaboration like this, Meng Liji had no say in terms of level. It's just that Chen Weimo's appearance disrupted this default order. She helped, and to some extent, slapped many people in the face. And she left immediately after showing up. And the Federation didn't even have a chance to save face. It's better to let someone who used to have a good relationship with her handle it. But Meng Liji didn't seem to intend to deal with it. He reported truthfully according to the process. And let's do whatever he wants in the future. Wei Mo said about Yishuan. She has a way. And she also took the banned drugs from Freedom Technology. She took advantage of the few people and finally found an opportunity to talk to Meng Liji about this. Freedom Technology's drugs are definitely the best based on the effects of federal people. But you haven't seen the results of their human experiments. Some nerve damage can be repaired, while others cannot be reversed. The final results of those failed transformations are clearly recorded. Is that so? Ji's heart sank. Those medicines must be useful, but they may not cure her. Meng Liji was not trying to pour cold water on him, but was trying to be calm and realistic. I'm just afraid that she will force her way into a place she shouldn't go. Probably. Ji wanted to say that it shouldn't happen, but he denied it before he finished speaking. She's really good at it. Did she say anything when she left? Meng Liji asked. No. She left very quickly. Ji lowered his voice a little more. She defended Gu Wenzhou in front of so many people. This matter is not easy to cover up. Otherwise it will become that she assisted the federal officers to escape. Do you think she wants to cover it up? Meng Liji smiled softly. It seems not. Gu Wenzhou's classmates and teammates know what to do. We just need to help them divert some attention when they are questioned. What if they question us? Whatever. Ji felt that Meng Liji's attitude towards the higher-ups was becoming more and more obvious. And he didn't even pretend. But it was also a good thing. After Gu Qinglai was detained in the independent military region, it seemed that the Federation's emergency measures for emergencies were becoming more and more disappointing. They always lost sight of the main point and pursued some false prosperity instead. Since you can't wake up someone who's pretending to sleep, then do what you should do and have a clear conscience. The matter here is not over yet. Meng Liji looked at the mess here and sighed imperceptibly. The clumsy diversion was effective. On the way here, he separated a detachment, But they still couldn't confirm the specific purpose of the opponent. Even if they guessed it, with the large-scale malicious interference of Einik, they couldn't respond quickly at present. Where's Morue? Still in Ishwan's ward. Let him come back to his senses. There is still a battle to fight. Gu Wenjo was lost in thought in the cockpit. It was an automatic driving system anyway, so it wouldn't be a big problem if he didn't pay attention. Chen Weimao didn't care about him. He couldn't digest such a small thing. It would be better to go to where he was free as soon as possible. She took out the experimental data seized from Freedom Technology and studied it bit by bit. Your method is Alta's mind control? Lin Qianqing suddenly spoke. After hearing Chen Weimao's story about Shibo, his first reaction was this. But as soon as the words came out, even Gu Wenjo, who was daydreaming, couldn't help but cast some questioning eyes. If physical repairs can't be done, it's possible to use other methods. I didn't say it's bad, Lin Qianqing said. But are you sure you can find a living Alta? Probably. The 3 people on the spaceship. Who doesn't act like a bull when they get angry? Lin Qianqing didn't try to persuade them. The search is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Instead of arguing, it's better to see more things. Chen Weimao stayed in the room for a whole day. And it was only when Zhong He knocked on the door that she stood up and moved around. Since Shuri Chen's accident last time, Zhong He has become their technical support for finding possible hiding places of Freedom Technology. He made that game. I didn't expect that a person who couldn't even understand the drawings at the beginning could now understand all kinds of structures. Zhong He couldn't help but sigh. I was forced to do it. I have no choice. But there's no need to be so anxious. Right? Freedom Technology has taken root everywhere. It's not easy to overthrow them. I know. Chen Weimao stretched and sat back. But I need Sha Fei's whereabouts. I want to save people. Who is it? Yixuan. Her nerves are damaged and cannot be restored. Chen Weimao did not look back at Zhong He's reaction. She just continued to compare the data and pictures on the screen. So how do we find the entrance to the underground building, and how do we enter without destroying the basic structure? Is it written in the information you gave them? Chapter 173. What do they mean? Why did they suddenly ask about the underground? Zhong He laughed dryly. You took me to the Haas mining planet, and you said that you accidentally discovered a habitable space underground. At that time, I really thought that the interstellar space was so big. What couldn't exist naturally? Chen Weimao turned his back to him and said calmly, But you gave me so much learning materials, and I didn't have any interest in the ones about building structures. But I read them all. How was the learning result? The passage from the mine planet to the center of the Earth, and the soft wall at the entrance. If it is not artificially shaped and reinforced, it should be like this. Chen Weimao called up a picture. A scan of a naturally formed hollow sphere. Although the Hose Mine planet has been modified and looks extremely like the original nature, some angles are still too deliberate compared to the real natural ones. Last time in the Kingdom of Alta, she carefully observed the soil and structure of a large area, and compared it with the previous scan results. The overall layout has undergone subtle changes. But according to the precipitation or wind here, it will not change in this direction. But assuming that there is an underground space, she couldn't find the entrance. I've seen a lot, but I'm not good at it. And I don't have the brains to be a technical talent. So I've been careless about many things. But this one won't work. I'm looking for someone very seriously. Chen Weimao didn't wait for Zhong He to respond. She said, When did you get in touch with him? Did you get in touch with Tang Mujian? No. I haven't had any private dealings with people from Freedom Technology. Silence spread, encroaching on this space bit by bit. After a long while, Zhong He finally spoke. I originally wanted to come back and concentrate on studying to see if there is a way to sneak in without being discovered by the underground people. But after a whole day, I think I shouldn't waste time on this. Chen Weimao discussed this matter with Zhong He very calmly. I accept your kindness, and if it wasn't for the sudden incident, I wouldn't want to expose it. You? Actually, I'm not sure. Thinking of people in a good or bad way is completely unhelpful now. But she turned sideways and showed Zhong He Qi Yixuan's physical data. I have no choice. I must find them as soon as possible. You won't let Yixuan die without saving him. Right. Teacher? Zhong He felt bitter. It was no longer a question of trust or distrust. She was determined to complete her own task. And in this process, the motives and existence of all people became irrelevant. Why is it my turn to make such a choice? He sneered. but at himself. Why do you think I can't beat them? Let's not talk about their consciousness invasion. Zhonghe's face suddenly flushed. Probably because he hadn't been emotional for a long time. You always carry that spirit with you. And now you are chasing too closely. When they need to rest the most, they are most likely to do something desperate. Chen Weimao took off the micro screen in his eyes, relaxed his eyes, and then stared at Zhonghe. I really don't have any contact with the people of Freedom Technology. But if I spread some rumors and accidentally leak some plans for the construction of underground space, someone will naturally smell the smell and come over. Do you know where they might be hiding? There are a few planets. Maybe. Zhonghe watched her busying around from behind, as if he couldn't get a word in or blend in. He covered his remaining face with a mecha mask. He originally thought that he could delay it for a few days until he could find a way to suppress Xia Fei, who was so slippery. And then it wouldn't be too late to take action. Then he could catch her by surprise and catch her in one fell swoop. He never thought that Chen Weimao would suddenly think of this. Really? Teaching the apprentice to starve the master to death. I will continue to look for neurological drugs, but I will not miss any possibility of the Alta people's mind control. Chen Weimao quickly sorted out the information and prepared to leave. For soldiers, physical condition is almost the only measure of their future career path. I don't know what will happen in the future, but now, I will do everything I can. Lin Qianqing was ready to go outside without knowing when. Do you believe him? Isn't it enough to have a result? What if he really has a connection with Freedom Technology? And you gave him the address? And then you told him that you were going there? Chen Weimao smiled faintly. Then I can't do anything about it. What about you? I was here to help them find a treatment method. So there was no need to reveal their hiding place so early. It would be risky to force them to move forward. Do you still want to come with me? I repaired the spaceship. And I filled the weapons. I also went to picnic with you, and was surrounded by a large group of people watching the fun. Now you want to cross the river and destroy the bridge? Lin Qianqing still held the long tool in his hand, and turned it twice with anger and laughter. How could it be? Chen Weimao felt that he was still not good at this kind of thing. So he stopped playing. If we meet people from Freedom Technology this time, we can just kill them directly. That's, of course. In fact, to enter the artificial Earth core space, you usually have to pass through a soft wall. That is, a thick layer of luminous colloid. The detailed method given by Zhonghe stated that you cannot force your way in, and you must place a special intervention material at the front of the aircraft. With the help of the stealth device, Chen Weimao and Lin Qianqing managed to sneak in. But it was a little different from what they thought. There were no large, cold buildings, but instead, the scenery was beautiful, with small houses occasionally between the mountains. That is, Chen Weimao narrowed his eyes and found a familiar aircraft on a river shoal. It was Gu Wenzhou's. During this day or so, Chen Weimao certainly would not simply waste time with Zhonghe. Gu Wenzhou had taken out Zhonghe's information early in the morning, and quietly entered the interior of the Alta Kingdom planet with Su Xiaoxiao, who had returned halfway. At that time, we will cooperate with the outside forces and fight a quick victory. But now, they don't hide anymore and just appear in the most conspicuous place. And there is a familiar person next to them. Chen Weimao suddenly descended quickly, and she jumped down before she landed completely. But she didn't do anything. Nor did she take out any weapons, because they were useless. The spirit body I met last time is back. I'm still wondering when you will arrive. He came up and took the initiative to introduce himself, looking quite friendly. I'm Mozilla, Shafai's companion. Oh! Chen Weimao responded coldly. She just glanced at Su Xiaoxiao, who shrugged without hostility. I know you have prejudices against me. The last meeting was not pleasant. But I have to say something for myself. I don't want to exterminate the Alta people. I am just helping them now. Mozilla gave people the feeling that she was a bit like Ear, with an easygoing and gentle appearance. But no one knew how cold and distant she was in her heart. How did you help? Chen Weimao asked. As you can see. Mozilla waved his hand casually. This is it. From the outside, the kingdom of Alta has been destroyed, and there is no trace left. Since the Alta people are a group of stubborn people, and don't want to leave. Entering the center of the earth does not count as leaving their homeland. It kills two birds with one stone. But has anyone seen the Alta people outside, and said that I destroyed the country? Chen Weimao asked, looking at Mozilla without concealing his eyes. I admit this. I asked someone to say it. Mozilla did not deny it at all. But he did not feel guilty at all. Someone has to be responsible for this. And I am still working for Freedom Technology. I can't blame them. So, otherwise there is no explanation. You can understand it. Gu Wenzhou and Su Xiaoxiao had already heard Mosila's simple explanation once. But seeing his shameless appearance again, Gu Wenzhou couldn't help but look disgusted. It can only be said that if the stick doesn't hit you, you don't know the pain. The dirty water he once threw at Chen Weimao stabbed himself like a boomerang. We were discovered by him and had to show up. There are no other people from Freedom Technology here. He should not be lying. At least I can't feel it. Unless his energy is stronger than mine. Su Xiaoxiao secretly sent a message to Chen Weimao. Actually, this is a bit contradictory. If this Mozilla is really stronger than Su Xiaoxiao, it means that his obsession is also very deep. But how can a spiritual body with strong obsession have a casual feeling? What did Xiaofei promise you? Chen Weimao asked directly. Mozilla did not answer. He just indicated that Chen Weimao could watch and do whatever she wanted here. But let others do those things. He wanted to walk with her alone. Chen Weimao tried her best to be patient. But she failed. The surrounding scenery was beautiful. But she really didn't want to see it. What do you want to say? Mozilla picked flowers while walking. And when he heard Chen Weimao finally couldn't help asking, he gently threw the flowers at her. In fact, I think you don't need to kill Xiaofei like you did Grayler. It's not necessary. The first sentence made Chen Weimao almost don't want to communicate anymore. What is she pursuing? The improvement of self-awareness. Does the self need so many lives to accompany it? Mozilla smiled. After taking so many detours for so many years, she has some experience. She will no longer need help from the outside world in the future. Help? Chen Weimao seemed to have heard a big joke. You call this help? The mutual exploitation and slaughter between you humans is itself unsolvable. If there is no Xiaofei, there will be others. Just like the trend of cyborgs. It was also promoted by other federal people 100 years ago. Xiaofei is just the remnant after the end of an era. Or it can be said that it is the product of the collision of ideas at the junction of two eras. You, a spiritual being, are also arrogant. Judging and persuading people here? Chen Weimao suddenly stopped being angry. She looked at Mozilla. But it was like looking at countless ordinary arrogant people. I don't want to deny that the reason I still exist is just to see what form consciousness can exist and be applied in the interstellar space. Mozilla was very calm. Alta people are one kind. And Xiaofei is also one kind. You want to see what her limit is? Indeed. I am curious. He suddenly looked at Chen Weimao. His eyes bright. Just like I am curious. Mengleji. Chapter 174. There are so many people in Freedom Technology who have tried various methods to test and defeat him. But they all failed. Mozilla finally got a little angry. But this inexplicable agility was not pleasing. He is different from Xiaofei. He is the ultimate use of mental power. While Xiaofei is born with a deficiency and begs to touch that field. He almost praised and criticized. Without any hesitation. You are familiar with him. You should know. Snap! A crisp slap echoed in the valley. Chen Weimao did not hold back his strength and slapped him hard. After all, the spirit body would not die from the huge external force. You are just a pleader for Xiaofei. And you speak so righteously? Mozilla turned his head and left a clear slap mark on his face. But he didn't feel any pain. It's not for her. I just want to see it myself. He took a step forward and got closer. I know you protect him. So I have never done anything to hurt him. Do you want to hear him thank you in person? I'm not asking for credit. Mozilla said without any modesty. I just made some preparations in advance for my purpose. So you don't plan to tell me Xiaofei's whereabouts. And at the same time you want to use the Alta people to show me your goodwill. This deal is very worthwhile. I don't agree. Chen Weimao refused very straightforwardly. I won't do anything. Mozilla was neither angry nor annoyed. But very patient. I also know that you don't trust me now. It's normal. But think about it carefully. If I really want to do something bad to Mengleji, there are too many ways and channels. Do I still need to report to you? And you know that spiritual bodies cannot cause physical harm to living things. I will not pretend to surrender and then lead people over. This is too troublesome. He listed all the possible doubts in an orderly manner. But Chen Weimao seemed unmoved. Or maybe, you want to know the whereabouts of Zui Yun? Chen Weimao originally thought that since he was involved in Alta's affairs, he must also know where Zui Yun was. He would find an opportunity to ask him later. But I didn't expect that he would bring it up so quickly. Do you know how annoying your threatening face is? I don't care. I'm not here to please you. You treat Shafei like this too? She has worked hard for so many years. But until now, she has only used their network of influence to let me see the application of consciousness of other creatures. In the final analysis, she is just my guide. But what I am interested in is that many times she can't even lead the way. This is a very spiritual statement. Their species should really be able to do whatever they want. Even Er and Su Xiaoxiao only temporarily thought that Chen Weima's enthusiasm for running around in the interstellar for a little obsession was interesting. And occasionally they had the same goal. So it was worth helping. I don't know if Shafei would also feel out of control and powerless when facing this Mozilla. Don't rush to reply to me. I have plenty of time. Mozilla handed the flowers she had just picked to Chen Weima, raised her lips and smiled widely. Even the corners of her eyes were smiling. And then turned and walked towards the grass on the hill. Chen Weima stood there alone, and could not see Mozilla anymore. She suddenly raised her foot and kicked the raised dirt. Because of her great strength, the dirt flew in the air and fell all over her. After a while of silence, she turned back to find Lin Qianqing and the others. The three of them surrounded the Alta people, and their expressions were wonderful. Are you sure this will work? Gu Wenzhou could not bear it any longer. He was angry at their lack of resistance. He had always disliked this kind of people who had no sense of resistance. When he saw Chen Weima walking over here, he took the initiative to stand up and ran over. You keep talking nonsense all day long. Don't be fooled by them. But they have broken legs and broken spines, and they still live like normal people without advanced medical treatment. Chen Weima knew that such cases existed, but she didn't know how to use them. Did they tell me the method? Just believe in yourself. That's it? Yeah. Chen Weima's steps froze, but she didn't want to show it in front of them. The Alta people were still very polite to Chen Weima. After all, she helped them last time. Is your friend injured? Yes. I won't say anything more. I just want to know, for a group like us, is there a quick and effective way to believe in ourselves? Chen Weima felt that the question he asked seemed to be sick, and the Alta people also felt that. But they had to be polite. Last time, that group of people did a lot of experiments on our people. Do you think those records are useful? This sentence made Chen Weima feel guilty. Last time, she really copied a copy of the information. But she just kept it and didn't look at it. That's one of yours. Gu Wenzhou couldn't help but ask. Since the person is dead, it's good to use those things to help others. The Alta man stared at Chen Weima again and hesitated. Not long ago, there was a lady. I remember. She was standing next to you last time? Yes. But her brain was damaged. That's it. He accepted it calmly. This is her fate. Don't be too upset about it. With the reputation of helping, the Alta people were willing to go with Chen Weima. But Chen Weima had to study what freedom technology left behind. Maybe they could really develop related auxiliary psychotropic drugs. She never denied that Shafei's research direction was wrong. When the development of scientific and technological means encountered a bottleneck, it was not unreasonable to start with the human body to make corresponding supporting improvements. But Chen Weima didn't agree with her methods at all. Su Xiaoxiao originally came to prevent Chen Weima from being invaded by consciousness. But there was no conflict at all. It was peaceful. She felt bored and slept in the corner of the aircraft. But just as she was lying quietly, she suddenly opened her eyes and jumped up. Lin Qianqing was startled by her. He followed Su Xiaoxiao's gaze and looked over. Mozilla gradually appeared from the door. I think if I tell you, you will definitely not agree. So I will do it first, and then ask for your permission. He smiled, ignoring the tense atmosphere on the aircraft. Are you still relying on me? Chen Weima said unhappily. I think you will go see him sooner or later. Who? Gu Wenzhou asked in a low voice. Help me keep an eye on him. Chen Weima glared at Mozilla, locked herself in the room, and refused to see anyone. Dog skin plaster. The most annoying thing is that she can't easily get rid of this spirit. After calming down, she called Meng Liji on video. The background sound was chaotic. As soon as the video was connected, Meng Liji looked for a quiet place and kept walking. Are you still an eye, Nick? How is your injury? Chen Weima asked. I led the team away, but there are other teams cleaning up the mess. Meng Liji finally sat down, and behind him seemed to be the reflection of the stars in the voyage. He pulled his clothes halfway open, revealing the thick bandage on his shoulder. I don't want to see this, so I have to take the initiative. Meng Liji felt that Chen Weimo was in a bad mood. So he stopped making jokes. Why did you come to me again so soon? I found an Alta person. Their mind control is the ability to deceive their own body. It should be helpful to Yishuan. How is she? She has feelings and can move. But the range is not large. It is much better than at the beginning. It must be painful. Meng Liji stared at her. His eyes fixed. Is there anything else? Chen Weimo briefly told Mozilla about the matter. She lay on the table and said sullenly, he will definitely keep asking me to come to you. So you. Meng Liji found it more and more funny the more he thought about it. Do you feel threatened and think, let's not meet? Chen Weimo didn't respond. Meng Liji's smile became more and more stiff until he couldn't laugh anymore. You are not serious. What if he is pretending to lure Shafei's people into your team? Is this the solution you came up with? Chen Weimo was firm and high-spirited. Can I let their evil plan succeed? That's impossible. Get rid of this idea as soon as possible. Meng Liji became serious. He believed that Chen Weimo could really do it. If he wants to come, let him come. I will wait for him in Amori Port. Amori Port? Sounds so familiar. Chen Weimo suddenly remembered something, threw Meng Liji aside, and looked up something. When Gu Wenzhou and Lin Qianxing went to check the medicine they bought from Baji Star, they found the name of Amori Port when they traced back the path. It seems that Amori Port is a naturally formed irregular planet with excellent defensiveness, because it looks too much like a man-made fortress. It is called Port, to name it, although it is easy to defend and difficult to attack. It has changed hands several times. Now, it belongs to the Smonma people. The ruling class of the Smonma people uses drugs to control their people. Those who perform well can be rewarded with some psychotropic drugs. Some of them can indeed improve their abilities, but most of them can only provide neurological pleasure, which is enough to make the people rush to show their loyalty. Most of their drugs are produced by themselves, and a small part is exchanged from outside. I don't know what resources Freedom Technology used to exchange, but it really developed some nerve inhibitor drugs, and then conducted follow-up research to produce the drugs currently used. The news obtained from the stone monster on Baji Star at that time, the so-called place without a name, is the base for Freedom Technology to carry out secondary production. What are you doing there? Chen Weimo asked. Akanik was attacked because someone made a feint to the east and attacked in the west. After the incident there, other areas that were deployed in advance were also attacked by the enemy. But fortunately, they were not as passive as Akanik. Smonma people? I don't know yet, but it's related to them. How do you know? The enemy is waging chemical warfare. Chen Weimo understood immediately. Whether it's them or not, the source must be Port Amori. Actually, I want to go there too. There's no way to get in and out of the Freedom Technology base yet. So why not go to the source to find it? Meng Liji hid his fleeting smile. Isn't it an honor to fight side by side with Duke Chen Weimo? Chapter 175. Gu Wenzhou was miserable. He had just left Ikanik and finally didn't have to feel uncomfortable in front of the federal soldiers. But he had to meet them again. Fortunately, I heard that there were only Meng Liji and Moru's teams. However, he didn't know the specific actions for this trip to Amori Port. Chen Weimo was even less talkative than usual. He didn't know when he had gotten used to listening to Chen Weimo's plan first, not taking the lead himself, but wandering around and relying on the power of others to accomplish what he wanted to do. He thought, probably because they didn't need to have a conflict with the Simmons. The one who had a direct conflict was the Federal Army. Chen Weimo was really clear about the distinction between public and private. He and Lin Qianxing occupied a corner of the long table, pretending to be busy in silence. The leech floating outside changed its appearance, turning into a seemingly transparent, but actually hard and impenetrable nebula, quietly staying beside. It wasn't until sparks burst out from below that they had a reason to talk. Are they really fighting? Gu Wenzhou was indeed a little surprised. After all, Amori Port was a decent country. If there was no strong enough reason, there would usually be no armed conflict. It had only been 3 or 4 days since they came here, and judging from the height of their aircraft, the conflict below was not small. Chen Weimo was probably awakened by the light and walked into this room with sleepy eyes. Gu Wenzhou was a little surprised that she could still sleep at this time. Do you know why the fight is going on below? Freedom Technology is secretly stirring up trouble, and the Simmons are ambitious to expand their territory. In the final analysis, they are just using each other. Freedom Technology needs their medicine, and now they want to make them a target. The Simmons took advantage of the situation and attacked the Federation's undisclosed overseas base based on the information revealed by Freedom Technology. In fact, it was also a test. Chen Weimao yawned. But the fact that they can fight shows that the Simmons don't want to make peace. After all, their defense and offense were not bad last time. Does Freedom Technology want to divert the conflict? Of course. They can do what we can do. She cheered up, zoomed in on the video, and began to watch the battle. The weapons of the Simmons were very similar to those that appeared in Iconic, focusing on large-scale explosive suppression. But this time Meng Liji and his team were already prepared and no longer adopted a passive defense strategy. They avoided the natural disadvantages of a small team and found the weakest angle of the opponent to launch a small-scale but precise attack. And it seems that before the official battle, someone from Moro's team had already sneaked in, cooperating inside and outside. Someone is trying to escape. Lin Qianqing was watching from the side, and suddenly found that in the midst of the flying explosions, a very inconspicuous small aircraft had left a shallow trace in the air. No one should think of escaping to report the news. Chen Weimao casually launched a positioning missile and moved the monitor to that direction to see who it was. The small aircraft that was hit immediately lost control and ejected a very small capsule. Chen Weimao watched on the monitor, and suddenly his expression changed. The leech around her neck raised its head. Gu Wenzhou next to her didn't know what happened. He was just a little nervous about the leech's movements. Chen Weimao stood up and strode towards the cabin door, almost knocking Gu Wenzhou over. What are you going to do? Although he and Chen Weimao always looked unfriendly, Chen Weimao had never behaved impolitely. What happened today? But Chen Weimao had no time to answer and had already left the cabin. Lin Qianqing adjusted the direction of the monitor next to the operating table and said calmly, "It looked like Zui Yun in there just now." Who? Gu Wenzhou was stunned and turned around and jumped out. He didn't even find an extra small aircraft. He fell rapidly after entering the mecha. We agreed not to fight. But one or two of them lost their temper. Lin Qianqing stayed alone, and someone had to protect their equipment and property, as well as the Alta man. But where did Mozilla go? It seemed that he had never been seen. As soon as Chen Weimao moved, the leeches also moved. The big one outside did not destroy the entire planet as easily as before, but instead accelerated its hovering in the outer air, and the two parties fighting below were affected greatly. The leech on her shoulder changed its form again, like a high-speed ball, with enough momentum to crush a very hard building. The leech's frontal breakthrough caused a significant gap in the defense line of Amori Port, which was barely maintained, and its rampage caught everyone off guard. Chen Weimao ignored all those who tried to intercept it, and only had eyes for the damaged capsule in front of him. The people in the capsule were fine, and even came out of the gap and jumped out before the capsule hit the ground. Why are you following me so closely? After making an emergency landing on the high tower courtyard of the ruling class of Amori Port, Zui Yun shook his hair, raised the corners of his lips, and looked at Chen Weimao jokingly. I still don't know your name. This tone can't be Shaifai. It can only be that half-transformed person. A large number of Simmons rushed out behind Zui Yun. They were fully equipped and well-organized. But they did not immediately kill Chen Weimao. The intruder. Does the name matter? Are you so willing to be a tool and a container for Shaifai? Protect people with ideals? That's what I want to do. Don't always think that you are the only one who is right. Zui Yun sneered. The screen in front of her eyes was not the same as before, but she still deliberately adjusted a mocking expression. You didn't have time to run today? Chen Weimao was unmoved. She stared at the familiar face in front of her, but without a trace of the tone and expression in the past. She asked suddenly. Zui Yun did not answer. Chen Weimao said, "It was the Federation that set people to guard against your behavior of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west before going to Iconic, and found this place along the line of advanced defense, which led to you, who was behind the trouble. Only knowing it today, as a human, it's inevitable that we walk slower." Zui Yun's face was helpless for a moment, but she was not angry or impatient. The Simmons behind her were probably able to follow her orders, so they were confident. Gu Wenzhou's mecha landed, but he didn't kill him directly, but got out of the mecha. The connection between his mechanical arm and body seemed to be aching, but it might be because he was too excited. He robbed Zui Yun's body, killed Shurichen, and broke his arm. And this culprit stood in front of him without hiding. Zui Yun just smiled friendly when he saw him, and said nothing, because the federal soldiers had already entered the gap behind. The Smanma people were lost. and the encirclement strategy was difficult to implement. Mengliji didn't ask anything, and landed beside Chen Weimo. Just as he was about to touch her, she rushed out in an instant, and her speed almost broke the limit of what the human eye could capture. Using the acceleration function on the combat suit, Chen Weimo launched himself out like a bullet, and even Zui Yun didn't have time to react. In a blink of an eye, Chen Weimo looked at her hand that had penetrated Zui Yun's heart, blood slowly dripping down her fingers, and the ground was covered in scarlet. She pulled her hand away, and the person beside her collapsed. She looked at the group of Simmons, who were unable to react expressionlessly, tilted her head slightly, and silently provoked. The soldiers of the Federation seemed to have received some signal and rushed forward collectively. Gu Wenzhou also set off, but he pulled Chen Weimo out of the chaotic battle and away from the battlefield. I have to do this myself. Right? Why are you trying to show off in front of so many people? We can't let so many people wait for our personal grudges. Chen Weimo was obediently held by his waist until she was put on the ground. Her eyes were still a little confused and empty. Gu Wenzhou looked at her like this, and some of the sounds in his throat were forced to be suppressed. No corner of the battlefield can be considered completely safe. Occasionally, attacks fell here, but they were all blocked by Gu Wenzhou. Chen Weimo trusted him very much and didn't care about anything. Several rays of light flickered around her, forming a net. Mozilla imitated her and appeared symmetrically. Do you know what the difference is between you and 6,791? Who? Chen Weimo came back to his senses, went through the number in his mind, and suddenly realized. Is this her name? You said it was a name. Right? Mozilla chuckled. Shaifai has always called her that, and she has never had any rebellious emotions. It's true. Maybe you can't understand. Now it doesn't matter whether he understands or not. Chen Weimo glanced at Mozilla. You want to see Mengliji? You can see him in a while. But we agreed before. Of course. The spirit of contract? Mozilla has seen countless battlefields. Most of them, he stood on the position of free technology attack, watching his so-called subordinates attack those countries with some value. It was the first time he watched a weapons war in which he did not participate. It was just that he was too focused and did not notice the leech on Chen Weimo's shoulder behind him, which was transparent and pure, and flashed a faint blue light. Chapter 176. In the central warehouse of Amori port, Chen Weimo tied up the guards and injected them with hallucinogens used on civilians. This stuff is more effective than ordinary sedatives. Even if the creatures are tied up, as long as the drug goes to their brains, they can imagine another world on the spot, and indulge in illusions with great satisfaction. And there is no possibility of any resistance. The results of the instant drug test are very similar to the comparison results that were raw from Shaifai. I originally wanted to do a business and negotiate a price monopoly. But now, Chen Weimo thought, this can be regarded as a different path to the same destination. Gu Wenzhou stuffed all these things into his space device in a sweeping manner. He used to look down on such things. But the bad company breeds the bad. He and Lin Qianqing followed Chen Weimo and lived a life that was even better at collecting than the Star Bandits. Even though the temporary ally this time was the Federation, he did not think of giving way. That Mozilla. Did he really go to Colonel Meng? He still couldn't help asking. Do you really trust him? If you don't trust him, kill him. Chen Weimo suddenly used his strength to tear down a door. But his tone did not change at all. Do you know the weakness of the spirit body? There must be a way. Gu Wenzhou, tell him that he is desperate and disappear on his own? A faint light flashed around Chen Weimo again, before Su Xiaoxiao completely transformed into a human form. A low voice came from a deep voice. Someone is sneaking over there, trying to occupy your brain. Chen Weimo did not turn around, and did not stop his movements. Is it someone familiar? Yes. Chen Weimo sneered. I knew it. She picked up a syringe slowly, and weighed it in her hand. Gu Wenzhou behind her suddenly picked up a laser cannon, and fired it in the direction of Su Xiaoxiao. At the same time, Chen Weimo rushed out. The wall was shattered in an instant. Although the people behind the wall barely avoided it, they could not escape Chen Weimo's surprise attack. On both sides of the barrier formed by the flying metal pieces, the two people's eyes met. It was a strange face. Although panicked, his body movements never stopped. He kept retreating. Unfortunately, this was just a normal human body, and it was far behind Chen Weimo's speed. When he turned around and ran away, a huge force hit his spine near his neck. This force smashed through a broken wall behind him, and the rubble was scattered everywhere. Shin Weimo stepped on the almost two-piece corpse, and he and Mozilla looked at each other with wonderful expressions. But one of them had no killing intention, and the other was very interested. Who is this? Mengliji stood opposite Mozilla and looked at the person under Chen Weimo's feet. It seemed that he did not appear in any information. That half-transformed person. Her consciousness is also placed on this person. Chen Weimo raised his eyes and glanced at Mozilla casually. It should be the Alta man who was taken away. The one who spread rumors about me and said that I exterminated the clan. There is such a thing? Mengliji said softly, taking a step closer to Mozilla. I have to show others that I have saved as many Alta people as possible. Mozilla smiled, neither seeking credit nor feeling guilty at all, but you are still very decisive. Killing Zui Yun without thinking. Have you ever thought about what if there is a way to restore her consciousness in the future? Chen Weimo rubbed the blood on the sole of her shoe. Her eyes flickered slightly. But then she returned to normal. She knew that her emotional changes could not escape Mozilla's perception. But there was no way. She had to pretend. Let's talk about the future later. There is no use regretting it. That's right. Mozilla seemed to just mention it casually. He was not surprised by Chen Weimo's reaction. You see, I really came here just to see Colonel Mengliji's mental strength. And I don't want to hurt him. Spiritual bodies can't cause substantial harm to people. Your goodwill doesn't seem to be sincere, Mengliji said. Mozilla only looked at Chen Weimo. Not caring much about what Mengliji said, Colonel Meng is still too wary of me. I can't see too many interesting things. But this little bit is also good. Evolution is a great thing. Whether it's him or you. Artificial evolution? You really know how to flatter yourselves. Chen Weimo completely broke the man's head and kicked it to Mozilla's feet. It greatly improves the adaptability to the environment, which is not a bad thing. Chen Weimo walked towards him, but brushed past him without stopping. She gently pulled Mengliji's hand and led him away, so you don't have to act in front of me at all. You also know that I never believed in you. Mengliji pulled away a little and held her slightly cold hand with his backhand. It's okay. Even if he is stronger than Ir, it has no effect on me. She suddenly became discouraged. Some things can't be traded. But I still did it. He will always rely on you. Since there is no way, why bother? Mengliji smiled and stroked her hair a few times. I have temporarily finished my work. According to the federal process. The rest is all about reporting work. There is nothing else to do. Just listening to it. I felt relaxed. Even though Chen Weimo could not escape her business at all. I also brought an Alta. Their mind control and ability to determine the environment with consciousness are quite useful. There are also reports and materials from Liberty Technology on their brains. They should be helpful for Yishuan's situation. She wanted to say something cheerful. She couldn't be depressed all the time. I've been waiting outside for a few days. I wanted to wait until you were all settled before letting him get on your spaceship. But just now, OG said that Lin Qianqing had brought the person over. OG's mecha was broken, so he could only stay on it as a temporary battlefield coordinator and backup. When the outcome was still uncertain here, Lin Qianqing had already gone. Go ahead. I'm also afraid that the person I finally found might have an accident. And I shouldn't have too much public contact with you and Shibo. Chen Weimo's cheek was pinched just after she finished speaking. Why worry about this or that? Although it's a private matter. So many people know about it anyway. I just find a media outlet to issue a notice to the entire Federation. Chen Weimo blinked, not wanting to respond to such a childish approach. But she felt inexplicably good. Wait until I deal with the Federation's affairs. Mengliji held her hand again. His eyes swept to the ground. The corners of his lips curved slightly. Everything will be fine. Everything will be fine? Chen Weimo felt something was a little strange. But she felt the optical brain vibrate. Took a look. And asked not so seriously. Lin Qianqing was looking for her, saying that an unknown change was detected. It's okay. You go and see first. Moruit is also looking for me. Mengliji leaned slightly and touched her lips lightly. I couldn't bear to leave so many times. It seemed to have become a fixed process. And there was never any real free time. If you are still worried. Chen Weimo flew onto the aircraft alone. And Lin Qianqing was sitting at the operating table looking at a column of flashing data. It was indeed abnormal. But nothing could be seen. Even the leeches on the periphery were silent. It's a bit like the situation in Ainik. But, Chen Weimo hesitated. I think we should remind the people below to leave here first. We have already got what we need. There is no need to waste time here. Lin Qianqing gave his opinion directly, even if it seemed a bit ruthless. Seeing that Chen Weimo was still hesitating, he said, if you are still worried, at worst, we can give them half of our equipment. The energy shield worked very well last time, so it won't be a big deal. Besides, if you stay here too long, the people of Shibua are still okay. But Moru is not sure. You really say anything unpleasant. Chen Weimo sighed softly. Then let Gu Wenzhou and Su Xiaoxiao come up. Go down and pick them up. So proactive? Are you interested in something here? Some weapons in this port. Lin Qianqing suddenly smiled. It's rare that you are also thinking about it. So take some away. The people of the Federation have established a preliminary defense line over the port of Amori. Chen Weimo's spaceship needs to say hello before entering, and it has not landed completely, so it can only be half suspended at a height of 1 person above the ground. It was to prevent future disputes, and also a form of self-protection. Gu Wenzhou appeared on the flat ground with several huge guns and cannons. It was obvious that the family had a common brain, although it was a bit embarrassing under the gaze of the federal soldiers. Practicality was the first priority, and face was not so important. Su Xiaoxiao walked behind, and Mozilla was further back. So greedy. Chen Weimo looked at the pile of equipment and shook her head gently. Just as she was about to jump down, her back suddenly felt cold. It seemed that she didn't feel anything. But before that, her brain received an incomprehensible stinging pain. The world in front of her was a distorted vortex. She couldn't see clearly, and it seemed that she couldn't control anything. She didn't realize that she collapsed at the door of the aircraft, and only saw blood on the ground. Lin Qianqing. Gu Wenzhou only saw a sharp blade of almost half the width suddenly penetrate Chen Weimo's abdomen, as if it could cut her off. The one who took action was Lin Qianqing, holding a weapon that could cause damage to the body of a cyborg. He couldn't even react immediately. It happened too fast. Lin Qianqing looked at Chen Weimo on the ground, expressionless. He looked at Gu Wenzhou. She's still alive. But if you want to do something or stop me, that's not certain. Gu Wenzhou's shouting attracted the attention of some people. They watched from a distance, especially those who knew Chen Weimo. They all took out their weapons and pointed them at Lin Qianqing. Mozilla dragged a middle-aged man from somewhere over Gu Wenzhou and jumped onto the aircraft. And Lin Qianqing did not stop him. Are you from Freedom Technology? Gu Wenzhou calmed down and slowly twisted his mechanical arm. Don't move. Lin Qianqing pointed at his arm. He was with him to change the prosthesis. Of course he knew the function of this thing. Let's go first. Don't follow me. Otherwise Chen Weimo's life will be counted on your head. Chapter 177. Tell me again. All the details. What happened? From the time you came here to when Lin Qianqing attacked and hurt people. That's all I know. Before that, Lin Qianqing had no abnormalities from beginning to end. He didn't even go out alone. Gu Wenzhou interrupted Qiran's questioning. He was already very angry, and he had to be treated as an accomplice again and again. He wanted to know what happened more than anyone else. The Simmons man that Mozilla took away was a key figure in drug development, named Tino. Mozilla's behavior shows that Freedom Technology's demand for drugs that suppress mind and consciousness far exceeds their cognition. No matter what the cost, they must take people away. But the process of taking them away, Gu Wenzhou's mind is a little confused. It happened too fast, and he was really shocked by Lin Qianqing's threat. After all, Lin Qianqing did not hesitate to attack, and Chen Weimo's injury was not fake. He was indeed unsure of his brother, but he still knew Chen Weimo. This guy was very alert. He felt something was wrong since she temporarily accepted Mozilla. Even if the spirit body was difficult to deal with, it was not impossible to escape. As long as there was a certain physical distance, it could still be shaken off. But Chen Weimo not only let Mozilla enter his brain, but also brought him to see Mingleji. However, when the incident just happened, Su Xiaoxiao was not in Chen Weimo's brain, and he unconsciously worried that his fear would come true. He felt that Chen Weimo was secretly doing something without telling him, but he had no evidence. Now the other person, who is a bit tricky, seems to be Mingleji. When he heard the commotion and rushed over, there was only the blood of Chen Weimo on the ground. Apart from sending people to chase him immediately, he just stood there, motionless. The people in Shibua also suspected that Chen Weimo had set up the trap himself, but Gu Wenzhou couldn't explain it. Su Xiaoxiao also said that she knew nothing. Gu Wenzhou couldn't figure it out, and he had to face Mingleji's already unfriendly, and now even more disgusted, But he had to follow the Federation temporarily, because Lin Qianqing also took away the only aircraft. Under Meng Leji's incomprehensible stare, Gu Wenzhou became more and more uncomfortable. But Meng Leji only asked one question: is she seriously injured? The people said Bai Shibo barely caught up, but suffered a counterattack from Lin Qianqing. In the chaos, both aircraft were damaged, but he still escaped. Chen Weimo's whereabouts are still unknown. Meng Leji went through all the people who could be interrogated in a Mo report. No one knew that Mozilla was coming, and there were not many people who knew Mozilla. In the past, the half-transformed man was in charge here. Even those who knew him were completely unaware of the affair between him and Tino. Now it seems that it is possible that Mozilla persuaded Lin Qianqing. Or even earlier, Lin Qianqing had secretly contacted Freedom Technology, asking him for help. But I don't know what the reason is that can make Lin Qianqing interested. Look for it. They need this drug. The technical support is available, and part of the raw materials are also controlled by them. So let's find the other part. Gu Wenzhou quickly cheered up. Although he was irritable, he still didn't believe that Chen Weimo would be so easily attacked by Lin Qianqing. What about her sense of danger? It's impossible that she trusts Lin Qianqing so completely that she doesn't notice anything. Right? Where do you usually live? Meng Leji asked, looking very calm. Gu Wenzhou hesitated, but now he had to take them there. There were traces of their activities and survival everywhere. The room where Lin Qianqing and Gu Wenzhou lived, the hilltop destroyed by Zui Yun, and the useless trenches dug by Chen Weimo when he had nothing to do. Gu Wenzhou didn't think there were any clues here. He just stood aside, observing the reaction of Su Xiaoxiao, who was not nervous at all, and carefully recalling every detail of Lin Qianqing's recent situation. If we must find a time when Lin Qianqing was alone or had access to free technology, it was only when Zui Yun had just had an accident. It took him more than a day to accept Zhong He's transformation. During this period, Zhong He said that Lin Qianqing went out alone. He just said that he didn't shake off his tail when he was escaping. So he went to deal with it. Go quietly and return quietly. After that, in order to avoid the same thing as Zui Yun, they all acted in unison. But what could he do in such a short time? Gu Wenzhou thought about it, and became more and more annoyed. He couldn't help but kick the uneven ground under his feet. When he looked up, he found Meng Leji not far away looking at him, as if motioning him to come over. That Dong He. Do you know where he is? Meng Leji asked. Gu Wenzhou was suddenly speechless. He didn't know much about Zhong He's background, but he could see that Chen Weimo was deliberately hiding this person's existence from the Federation. Now that he was asked so openly, he had too much to consider, so he couldn't respond immediately. Don't be nervous. She doesn't know that I know this person is still alive. Meng Leji spoke gently. I just remembered that the machinery made by Zhong He and the materials used have always been good. Plus they have known each other for a long time. Maybe he knows something. Colonel, do you think so too? Meng Leji's eyes flashed with a moment of emptiness. I don't know. But she'd better be. He assumed all the good possibilities. And it was indeed feasible. But the assumption could only remain an assumption. The bloodstains rolled repeatedly in his memory, constantly reminding him that the objective fact is that her life or death is unknown. Lin Qianqing cleaned up the place very well, and there were no clues. People who had contact with Lin Qianqing also had no clues. Then, there was another place. But he had not received any response until now. Qi Yiren slid down the hill and took off her work gloves. She almost dismantled everything Lin Qianqing had built. If you want to go to that tilts, you can't go alone. At least take Fenghua with you. I haven't made up my mind yet. You? Qi Yiren sneered. Too many things happened in succession. She was numb. The smile was just a superficial movement on her face. Just now you wanted to run away alone? Meng Leji looked at her steadily. Before he spoke, she said, I have heard about the ability of the Alta people. This is the last resort. To be honest, we know Yixuan's situation very well. Maybe there will be an absolute technological solution in the future. But it must not be now. In public, Ikenek and Amori Port can be handled in large part because of Weimo. In private, Weimo has helped me too much. So I also want to ask you to help me find her. I will go back to the Federation to continue to deal with those things. I can't just throw them all to Morua. Thanks. Don't try to play tricks on me. Qi Yiren's smile was bitter. I don't really believe that Lin Qianqing could hurt her like that. Weimo has bigger ideas than anyone else and is very tight-lipped. I think you must understand it better than me. I hope so. People left one after another, leaving only Gu Wenzhou and Su Xiaoxiao. Tell me the truth. Do you really not know about Chen Weimao? Gu Wenzhou stared at the direction of the Federation battleship that had disappeared and asked Su Xiaoxiao. I don't remember. I don't know. What do you mean by don't remember? Gu Wenzhou turned his head away. He had never said this in front of Meng Liji. I just don't remember. Su Xiaoxiao also looked up at the sky. Her eyes were even more confused than Gu Wenzhou's just now. I don't like that group of people just now. So I didn't say anything. I feel a little uncomfortable now. Gu Wenzhou looked at her straight in the face with a strange expression. Su Xiaoxiao has always been bad. And has a bad attitude towards everyone. She has never shown weakness. The spirit body can't tell anything from the appearance. But looking at Su Xiaoxiao's condition, it seems that there is really a problem. Gu Wenzhou hesitated for a moment and reached out to connect with her spirit. Unexpectedly, he connected a little bit. Not as indifferent as before. And the energy of this part, he sensed, was very weak. As if it was diluted. This shouldn't be the case. What did she do? Didn't she stay in Chen Weimao's brain all the time? Speaking of which, it seems that she and Mozilla entered Chen Weimao's brain at the same time. Gu Wenzhou concentrated his mind and tried to control the formation of energy. This is what Colonel Xiao Duan said last time. Although they had not been together for a long time. The colonel took the initiative to mention his own situation, saying that he hoped they would not follow his old path. This was Gu Wenzhou's first attempt. And it did not succeed. But it was not a failure. If the energy that formed Su Xiaoxiao's body was visualized, it was like a model made of a mold. He sensed some missing parts compared to before. What happened between you and Mozilla? Ordinary people could not cause any harm to spiritual bodies. And Mozilla was the only one who could understand the same kind better. I don't remember. No matter how many times he asked. Su Xiaoxiao always had only this sentence. Gu Wenzhou contacted Xiao Duan. But he did not respond. Chen Weimao said. Just when Gu Wenzhou had no idea. Su Xiaoxiao suddenly spoke. Said. In exchange. Social organization. As I wish. Gu Wenzhou was stunned. And suddenly laughed. Chapter 178. Tilt was still lush and green. But it was also very empty. Meng Liji had successfully entered the border. And the defense outside was like a decoration. This was nothing like what Chen Weimao had used to scare him. The spaceship was still in the air above Tilt's. And in the distance, there was a faint white light flashing in the direction of the Gem Valley. Like a landing prompt. Captain, it seems that there is no one here? Mu Fenghua looked at the scan results, which were so desolate that it made people feel cold behind their backs. Meng Liji stood still, and then landed the spaceship near the wooden house in the Gem Valley. Yi stood there, with his hands behind his back, looking at the two of them with a smile. Say thank you. I was so considerate to shut down the defense and let you in. You knew I was coming? I detected you 800 miles away. If it were normal times, I would have bombed you long ago. Meng Liji glanced at the silver leopard grinning at him, then looked around and asked, Where are the people here? They moved. Now I'm the only one left. Maybe I come back to take a look occasionally. Moving? All moved. Mu Fenghua almost didn't understand the meaning of these two words. The whole country moved. It was unheard of. Then why don't you leave? Meng Liji asked. To accompany my friend. Yi pointed proudly to the depths of the Gem Valley behind him. The woods over there seemed to respond to him. And a breeze blew by. Because there was no one. It seemed a little gloomy. The one on Weima's shoulder? Meng Liji felt a familiar energy. He didn't quite understand what this thing was since Nike. And time was too tight. So he didn't have time to ask. He only knew that this thing was dangerous. It has a name. Called Leech. Yi spoke for it. He knew that everyone called it that thing, and everyone was afraid of it. So when the environment changes, its energy will also fluctuate? Of course. It is still quite sensitive. Yi smiled. As if he saw through everything. Meng Liji shook his head gently. As if he was a little helpless. Is Xiao Duan here? Meng Liji asked again. Not now. Where did he go? How should I know? He went too. Meng Liji's throat suddenly became hoarse. As if he couldn't squeeze out those few words. Did he move with the people here? That's not the case. Although he is more popular than you hear. He doesn't work with Natalia. I all thought Meng Liji looked ridiculous. He wanted to ask. But he still tried to probe in a roundabout way. If you want to ask Chen Weimao? I don't know. I haven't been involved in your affairs for a long time. It's so annoying. He smiled and stepped forward. But I'm keeping an eye on someone for them. Who? A local from Tilts. Seems to have some connection with Freedom Technology. Wait a minute. Mu Fenghua interrupted them. You are keeping an eye on someone here. Didn't you say they are all gone? It's reasonable for a person who has died unexpectedly to appear anywhere. Got it. Thanks. Meng Lizhi walked towards the direction that Ir had made way for. This was probably the most polite time he had ever been to Ir. The basement of the wooden house was not messy. A ragged young man was tied up in the corner. Unconscious. He should have been decent before. But now, he was just breathing. Mu Fenghua woke him up. Mo Lin's vision was almost unable to focus. There were two strangers in front of him. But he was not afraid at all. To be precise, he didn't even have obvious emotions. Meng Lizhi directly connected his perception, but found that this man's nerves had been damaged in some harsh ways. Although he was scattered, he could still control Morin and say something unsystematic. Azurite. Test board. Freedom Technology. Surlin Country. After capturing a few key words and digging out the complicated relationships within Tilts, Meng Lizhi finally let Morin go. Go check. Surlin Country. Yes. Mu Fenghua agreed, looked at the man on the ground, and asked, Captain, even if he has dealings with Freedom Technology, he may not know the whereabouts of Sha Fei. I think this is probably something that Tilts has to solve themselves. If we interfere easily, there's no way. Weima and Xiaoduan won't just let go of what they haven't done here. I can only take a gamble. Either one of them dies, and the other continues to investigate, or they go to meet them. Meng Lizhi squeezed his eyelids hard, and his eyes became clearer. He was very tired now. But he couldn't stop. The collapsed space in his mind would only make things worse. And there was no help. Go up. Er was still waiting for them outside. Playing with Silver Leopard while waiting. Leaving now? If they come back? If Xiaoduan comes back? He should have had time to reply to you. And you wouldn't have to make this long trip. That's true. Meng Lizhi turned around to leave. But after a few steps, he remembered something. Is that Fengtian also here? He left too. Okay. The spacecraft had no set destination. It just floated aimlessly in the vast space. Meng Lizhi lay on the operating table, covering his face with clothes, until Mu Fenghua came to find him. Captain. That's Surlin Country. Mu Fenghua frowned slightly. After working for a long time, he hadn't seen such a normal area for a long time. It's a pure agricultural society, with almost no technology. It's a very backward place. The system is also very simple. And there is no concept of system. The implication is, who can the Chalcedony be sold to? As far as the level there is concerned, any precious and rare materials transported there are just a piece of stone for stepping or pressing things. Simple? Simple is good. Of course, he would go and test the trap in front of him. Each step was very clear. He just had to follow the plan. He sent a message to Chiyuran, and after being impatiently sent back to tell him not to bother her, he could finally set off with peace of mind. The country of Surlin was in the distant Beta KS-70 galaxy, so far away that even if the Federation knew about it, they would not want to waste fuel to explore here. They only knew that there was life here, and there was no threat at all. Even if we go at full speed, it will take 5 or 6 days. With nothing to do, Meng Lizhi stared at the laptop and stayed in the corner without moving. Captain. Mu Fenghua came over, as if he had been holding back for a long time. How do you want to solve the Ihinic issue? We have done what we are responsible for. Meng Lizhi did not look up. He was still waiting for Xiaoduan's reply. But? The result is that the federal soldiers barely defended Ihinic with the support of Weima. And now they are asking Weima to hand over her weapons. She has no obligation to do so. And I have no right to ask someone who no longer serves the federal army. Mu Fenghua didn't speak for a long time. He just clenched and unclenched his fists. Just like the word stuck in his throat, Captain Iran should have received several urgings from the military district. Not to mention the independent military district. Other teams inevitably mentioned Chen Weima's unknown weapon when reporting to their military district superiors. Some mentioned it objectively, while others couldn't hide their curiosity, fear, and even greed. The independent military district wanted to take over directly nearby. The rhetoric was very high-sounding, saying that Chen Weima's attitude towards the Federation was not friendly, and it was obvious that she could not fully control that kind of weapon. So she was considered a potential threat. It is normal for the Federation to investigate or suppress threats. In the past, Whenever Shibo encountered the military district, he would intentionally or unintentionally mention Chen Weimo. And he would find something to do to keep himself busy and leave the military district. But Mu Fenghua didn't know if he could avoid it this time. They never told Chen Weimo, thinking it was unnecessary. And the farther she was from the Federation, the better. But she probably could see it. But they all kept silent tacitly. After the death of the former sergeant, the reverse of priorities became more and more obvious. And this position is still vacant. And they also need some beautiful gains to endorse themselves. Fenghua, we will be very busy later. Meng Lizhi gently put his hand on his shoulder and smiled. Yixuan's injury still needs to be treated. And you will probably need to design and manufacture her and Oji's mecha again. We have to make up for the losses in Eichnick bit by bit. Oji always does a big job. Others only need to repair it. But he always scraps it. Don't let him hear it. Otherwise he will nag about you for a year. Mu Fenghua forced a bitter and ugly smile, but was pushed away by Meng Lizhi with disgust. At this moment, the light computer sounded the emergency reminder sound that had been set long ago. It was Xiao Duan's video. Meng Lizhi immediately stopped pretending to be relaxed and almost clicked the wrong button. Colonel. The voice on the other side was a little low. Is Weimo with you? Xiao Duan's eyes slightly dodged. But he still chose to look directly at Meng Lizhi. She asked me to meet her halfway. But I didn't find her. Chapter 179. Chen Weimo was not completely unconscious. She could feel the pain, the blood flowing out, and the fact that she was dragged into the cabin and piled on the ground was something. Her eyes were half open, and the images and sounds she received were bizarre. She didn't know which ones were real and which ones were fake. But there was one that was real, and it kept turning in her mind. Lin Xianxing was so cruel that he almost cut her in half. Maybe it was because she didn't know how much force to use to destroy the body of the modified person. So Chen Weimo found a reason for him in her heart. But she didn't really care about the result. The leech will help her survive. Ever since the leech found a companion, her communication with the leech is no longer a simple matter of mood. The sensitivity of the leech has been reduced a lot as it contacts and is compatible with the same energy. At the time of the incident, the leech turned into invisible energy to protect her internal organs. Although the blood was constantly flowing, the body was still communicating with each other intensively. She is not dead yet, and can still be saved. She is still not dead. It was Mozilla's voice. Chen Weimo tried to concentrate, and tried to listen to the conversation that was both near and far. She's a modified human. And she's been modified several times. It's good enough to do this. Lin Xianxing responded without any guilt. At least, thank you for helping me attract attention, so I can successfully bring the person out. Mozilla's voice sounded very relaxed. Our cooperation is going well. Then throw away the unnecessary trouble. So ruthless. They will catch up. That's why we need a hostage that they are afraid of. You dare to use her as a hostage? Someone is catching up with us. From the sound, it seems to be that strange Smama man. Panicking. Not someone who can make up his mind. Then I have to trouble you. Mozilla sounded like she compromised. The pain Chen Weimo felt became more and more intense and obvious. This is a good thing. At least it means that her body's self-control is gradually recovering. But the next second, her body was dragged again. A piercing chill swept over her body, and she couldn't breathe. All that was left was darkness and a few dots of light. She was thrown out of the spaceship. The leeches went from protecting her internal organs to wrapping around her whole body, like a thin cocoon. But the environmental change in just a few seconds was still too turbulent for a person who had just lost too much blood. Chen Weimo fainted. When she opened her eyes again, she didn't know how long it had been. But her body was warm, but stiff, and she was so unfamiliar that she almost couldn't get up. The warmth came from the fire beside her, and under the flickering light and shadow, there was another figure. Chen Weimo was distracted. Her eyes focused on Feng Tan. Why was it him? How long have I slept? She got up and touched her abdomen. The broken part had grown back together, but it didn't seem to be strong enough. If she moved, it seemed to separate again. 2 days. Feng Tan was stirring the fire with a stick. That's good. It didn't take too long. Chen Weimo leaned against the stone tiredly, carefully avoiding the wound. Where's Xiao Duan? There was a long silence. Chen Weimo looked up. His expression changed. How did you get here? I followed Xiao Duan and left halfway. I estimated the time and distance and guessed where you were thrown. Feng Tan confessed everything honestly. because he was not originally involved in this operation. He figured out his own way. Whether it was eavesdropping or tracking. Like a thief. He actually got here before Xiaoduan. You were attacked. It seems that this leech protected you. He picked up a dark gray hard board beside him, and lifted it up. It had lost its luster, and had little vitality left. Perhaps Mozilla felt that just throwing it out was not enough, and wanted to make up for it. Chen Weima took the leech and touched it gently, almost without any response. Thank you for your hard work, she said softly. Feng Tan looked at her quietly, and lowered his head to fiddle with his raging fire. It's time to go. I want to find Xiaoduan, Chen Weima suddenly said. But he didn't move, just staring at the flashing fire on Feng Tan's face. I can't leave. There is no spaceship. Where is the spaceship? It's broken. How did it break down? Feng Tan, you tried every means to stop me halfway. Do you not want me to continue? Or do you just want to stay here with me? After talking, Feng Tan suddenly no longer had the unspeakable guilt. I don't know where this is. It's far from your general route. All the communication equipment is broken. This is an isolated island. After hearing this, Chen Weima laid down more steadily. I was not angry as I imagined, but relieved. So what's your plan next? She asked. Feng Tan didn't answer, and the tips of his fingers holding the matchstick turned white. Use the resources here to build a house and open up a piece of land? Or wait for someone to pass by here and take a ride? Chen Weima discussed it seriously, but the other party sneered. What are you laughing at? Do you have to plan everything in advance? Thinking about it roughly can save you a lot of detours. Then am I also part of your plan? Or is it an obstacle to the plan? Chen Weima gently pressed down the slightly rising leech and said lightly, we are the same people. And it is a fact that cannot be denied no matter how close we are to others. The same people. Feng Tan laughed at himself. We are different. I am a tool copy to assist you. A tool of the tool. This is a problem of free technology. Not but I was activated and awakened by you. Feng Tan stood up, squatted in front of Chen Weima, and raised his hand to cover her neck. The joints exerted force. But there was no force on her. If it's a tool, use it to the end. Now throw me aside, and let me decide for myself. What can I decide? Isn't the choice you gave me your final decision? You want to throw away their plans for your fate. Why do you think I want to do the same? The four eyes met, and the firelight flickered in Feng Tan's pupils. This place is good. If we die here, no one will find out. He loosened his hands and supported his arms on both sides of Chen Weima's body. What if we die here? Chen Weima stared at him seriously, stretched out his left hand and placed it on one of his forearms, and suddenly exerted force. Feng Tan was caught off guard and lost a support point, almost falling on her. If you want to die, die early. Don't try this trick on me. Feng Tan felt it was boring and sat down side by side. We are the same kind of people. I don't deny that the acquired environment shapes people. But part of our genes has been modified. That is, the survival consciousness is extremely strong. No matter what happens, the first reaction is always to try every way to survive, not to end it. Chen Weima lowered her head and suddenly lowered her voice. I tell you something you don't want to hear. Even if I don't understand you. I understand Feng Tan. He can't do that. What can't he do? Nothing. You dare not say it. But you know it in your heart. Feng Tan no longer looked at her, but stared at the fire with empty eyes. When he was in a daze, he only wanted to survive. After he broke through some of the shackles of his nerves and regained consciousness, he devoted himself to you. In the end, the so-called death was just to help you. Feng Tan, how could he kill you? Seeing her silence, Feng Tan asked again if he was still alive. Would you still hate him? I don't know. But he didn't kill your comrades who never existed. I know. But that memory will always exist. That emotion. Chen Weima's eyes were dazed. I don't know. What if there was no Mengleji? What? Feng Tan's eyes suddenly became extremely oppressive, and his jawline tightened. Have you already decided who is better in your heart? Feng Tan is the pitiful person who is controlled by emotions, while Mengleji is the kind person who can't help but be tolerant. Chen Weima's eyes were dim, and his originally tense body suddenly relaxed. And you are relying on the former Feng Tan. What do you want to express to me? In the firelight, Feng Tan's face froze, as if he didn't expect Chen Weima to be so straightforward. I admit that I was avoiding you. You said you wanted to stay in Tilts for a while, and I was indeed relieved. Chen Weima said frankly. Even if your name is not Fontaine, I still can't face someone who looks exactly the same and has the same original memory. You can't even fool me? Fontaine's back relaxed, but he still smiled easily. No. This place is probably a cave, and occasionally a little wind blows in, which only makes the fire flicker twice. Did you really destroy the spacecraft and the communicator? Chen Weimao suddenly asked, breaking the strange silence. Yeah. You really are. Chen Weimao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She had assumed all possible obstacles, but she had never thought that Fontaine would rush out halfway. I hope they don't really think I'm dead. Who knows about your plan? It's not really a plan. I just told Lin Qianqing about it a long time ago. He also established contact with Freedom Technology a long time ago. None of us knows when he will turn against us. You? Xiao Duan. Lin Qianqing. 3 people? Yes. Just the 3 of us. Fontaine paused. Others won't think you're dead. Why? Chen Weimao turned his head with interest. Because probably no one believes it. No one believed that Lin Qianqing betrayed without reason, and that the invincible Chen Weimao would die in such a sneak attack. Of course, I don't care whether they believe it or not. Chen Weimao covered the arm-long wound on his waist and smiled with pain. Whether Mozilla believes it or not, as long as he takes Lin Qianqing with him, the rest will be easy. But what if he kills Lin Qianqing? That's perfect. It's what Lin Qianqing wants. Chapter 180. Fontaine broke off a few bare trees and built a temporary shelter, which was better than the cold earth cave underground. Chen Weimao waited at the side with a clear conscience. Fontaine knew he was in the wrong, but he was willing to work. This planet is always covered with thick clouds. It is not completely dark, but it is always drowsy. Fortunately, there is some oxygen and no violent weather activities. It is not suitable for living, but you can survive for a while. Fontaine has no tools in his hand, and there are no parts left after detonating the spacecraft. Now he mainly breaks or kicks the dead branches with his hands. As he was working, there was a dull bang. The tree was not broken. He lifted his leg and looked at the ugly tree with pain. It was ordinary, but it was much thicker than other tree trunks, and its roots grew on a large piece of stone. When he stepped on it, a lot of soil fell off the trunk, revealing a small piece of different color. What is this? Chen Weimao came over when she heard the sound. She touched it, and it was cool and seemed very smooth. Metal? As soon as the voice fell, the ground shook violently. The two of them immediately lowered their center of gravity and looked at the vast and flat space behind them with vigilance. The movement underground was not far-reaching, but sounded very close, vibrating as if the internal organs were also resonating. You can't be so unlucky, right? Chen Weimao complained loudly. Otherwise Fontaine would not hear it. Didn't you scan when you came? No signs of life. Fontaine also shouted in response. He glanced at Chen Weimao's abdomen and said, I go in a while. You wait here. Over there. A curtain of earth covering the sky and the sun rose, and something broke out of the ground, looking like a huge mechanical arm. But before the two men could finish discussing how to start, it stopped in midair. No power? Chen Weimao looked at it carefully. The mechanical arm was equipped with various weapons, but it was rusty and looked very old. There seemed to be metal parts falling with the soil. What you just touched was a switch, right? Fontaine turned back to study the dry trunk and completely peeled off the soil on it, revealing a formal smooth touch screen. There were no obvious buttons, but as long as the hand touched it, there would be a rumbling startup sound. A long disrepaired metal defense device. I wonder if there is any energy underneath. You want to feed it? Fontaine saw that the salted leech suddenly moved, and guessed what Chen Weimao was thinking. Actually, it doesn't usually eat this, but it's a little weak now. Chen Weimao patted the leech gently, and then walked towards the direction of the mechanical arm. Fontaine led the way in front, mainly destroying the surface layer, trying to find the key parts of the engine or energy storage. The deeper he dug, the stronger the leech's reaction became. There were many symbols and words on the machine that he couldn't understand, and most of them were very smooth, with no traces of human intervention. This place was probably a very technologically advanced place, but no one knows what happened, and there are no traces of war. It is still well preserved, but there is no sign of living things. Perhaps a country built a fortress here, and for some reason, it finally abandoned this place. After Fontaine destroyed one of the few protruding points, a foul smell instantly gushed out. He quickly retreated, and the smell made him feel uncomfortable. But the leech slipped in through the gap. It's probably poisonous. You should retreat first. Chen Weimel raised his arm to block the wind pool behind him and stood in front. Are you okay? It has been modified several times. It is more resistant to poison than you. Not long after, the leech flew out in a transparent yellow mesh structure. Chen Weimel had never seen this form before, and was a little worried that it had mutated after eating expired fuel. But the leech was very active, and there was no sign of an explosion. It was just expanding and expanding. What does this mean? Fontaine suppressed her nausea and stared closely at the strange trajectory of movement. I don't know. But, before Chen Weimel finished her words, she suddenly saw a familiar gap forming. And she immediately turned around and threw Fontaine to the ground. A huge explosion sounded behind her, shaking the ground under her, as if it was about to break at any time. The blast wave shook her internal organs, and was heavily shaken. But the movement soon stopped, leaving only the sound of natural collapse. Fontaine turned Chen Weimel over immediately before it calmed down. She was still conscious, but there was a little blood at the corner of her mouth. Fontaine knew that this kind of injury was very serious even for a cyborg, but it could only be healed by itself. Sorry to bother you. It's not that bad. I envy you. What do you envy? Chen Weimel laid down completely, wiped off the blood, and waited for the hallucinations in her ears to dissipate. When I knew that my memory was artificially filled, I even thought, forget it. Life is boring. It's just a joke. I feel annoyed by everyone I see, and feel that nothing is real. I can't even trust myself. So who else can I trust? It wasn't until I was soaked in the transformation fluid that I suddenly realized why. It wasn't me who was to die anyway. She suddenly chuckled. Why are you angry at yourself? You should vent it on others. You are right. In order to verify, we inexplicably activated several clones of Fontaine. In this regard, we are no different from Freedom Technology. You have reason to be angry. I'm not attacking you. If you don't wake up, you won't have to face all this shit. Whether you are resentful or hateful, it's natural. You don't have to feel sorry. I should be the one who feels sorry. Chen Weimel raised an arm to cover his face, and said lightly, I just don't want you to get involved. After all, we were transformed and created by Sha Fei and his men. Their understanding of us is the biggest danger. Who knows what method they will suddenly use to destroy us? I may be better, but you can't. Don't be like Zui Yun. Seeing Fontaine fall silent, Chen Weimel took the initiative to break this heavy topic. You don't have to think that you are in a dilemma now. How could I really put myself in a situation where I might lose contact? Then you. Fontaine's eyes lit up a little. You mean the leech? It can wrap people up in its normal state and take them on short interstellar voyages. It's hard to be normal, and you can't completely control it. Right? Try it. Chen Weimel struggled to get up. Let's go see what it's doing over there. The ground was torn open, and dirt and broken metal fragments were still falling from the edge. The underground space was very large, probably several hundred meters high. Chen Weimel looked down and saw some triangular objects, although most of them were smashed. Is this a spaceship? Whatever you think will happen. I go down and try it first. Fontaine volunteered and jumped down along the broken place while half climbing the rock. The appearance of the spacecraft is the same as other devices, with a very smooth appearance and no gaps. Fontaine touched around and finally touched the key position. One side of the triangular spacecraft slowly sank inward, paving a narrow path inward, with no edges or corners at all. It seems that all here are biometrics, and there is no permission setting. Fontaine fumbled around and found the workbench. There is sufficient power supply, and the data display board is intact. But I just can't understand it. He touched the panel a few times and tried out the basic operations. It should be able to fly, but I don't know how long it can last. He finally came to an assessment conclusion. It's not a big problem. With the help of leeches, we should be able to reach the next planet. Chen Weimel also climbed up. Her waist and abdomen were tight and uncomfortable. Now she just wanted to rest. The leech seemed to understand and immediately changed its form, wrapping the spaceship. Fontaine suddenly felt that his 5 senses were covered by something, and everything was erratic. Leech is not completely a product of 3-dimensional space and time, so its help is to let us step into another space and time shallowly. So it may be a little uncomfortable in the senses, but it will be fine once you get used to it, Chen Weimel briefly explained. And when everything was ready, they left this hellhole. But there is no free lunch in the world. and the spacecraft began to show signs of disintegration not long after flying out. The protection of the leech can only prevent the spacecraft from falling apart immediately. But its energy cannot completely glue the physical combination together. Let's make an emergency landing. Chen Weimo pointed to a planet that seemed to have living creatures. We have to be mentally prepared when we come up. And it's normal. The two of them packed up and prepared in an orderly manner. The spacecraft almost slid out dozens of kilometers by rubbing against the ground, and opened up a wide track in the mountains and forests. The spaceship slowly disintegrated under the leech's wrapping. Even if the material broke, it had no sharp edges, but just fell smoothly like a landslide. I didn't die this time. It must be because I did good things in my daily life. Chen Weimo touched the newly overflowed blood on his waist, and felt half of his body numb. It seems like someone is here. Fontaine jumped up before the spaceship came to a complete stop. Whatever. If you have the guts, just take me away. Peel my skin, and roast me for food. Don't let yourself die this way. He listened to the movements around him, and there was an extremely light sound of footsteps surrounding him, until he saw the familiar uniform. Fontaine tilted his head slightly. With a subtle expression, Chen Weimo listened to the lack of the imagined fighting sound. So he lay on the ground and only poked his head out of the crack. He looked familiar, especially the one in the lead. Chen Weimo? The other party knew her, and the weapon in his hand was half raised, not knowing whether to put it down or aim. Chen Weimo looked around, and his eyes fell on the crowd behind him. But she didn't say anything, just raised the corner of her lips. She believed that the other party could understand. We brought students out here to simulate activities, and we happened to see a spaceship falling. So we came to take a look, the man said. And when Chen Weimo didn't say anything, he continued, please follow us back to the spaceship for further inspection. As soon as the voice fell, the soldiers behind raised their guns. Chen Weimo let out a soft whoosh and just wanted to get up. He saw the leader, relying on his standing in the front row so that others couldn't see his expression, winking at him crazily.